that can be continuously upgraded like playing games. This is the best way to practice. Boom. Thinking of this, Suyu no longer had any reservations and used all his strength to activate the immortal flame seed, bringing its temperature to its peak. In an instant, the temperature around them soared sharply again. Depend on, what on earth is this madman Suyu thinking? Isn't he afraid of destroying the war soldiers by refining them like this? The Holy Sun couldn't help but curse under his breath. Really, just refine it, but you still have to affect us. It's too much. Moreover, is this how soldiers are refined? If you increase the temperature so drastically to refine the materials, all the divine substances will be refined away soon, and you won't even have time to cry. No matter how much they complain, they still have to return to reality. Because, they are almost successful in refining a weapon forged using special techniques. The success rate is an astonishing 100%. Almost everyone succeeded. Buzz. Time passed quickly, and in 3 days, the first combat weapon was successfully refined. The product is of top-notch quality. This level of skill would pose no problem even if used by a powerful Jiayan expert, as it could bring out the true combat power of the Jiayan expert. Ha 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 ha, I succeeded. The Saint Son from the Northern Territory laughed and stood up. He grabbed his warrior and walked to the old man, saying with a smile, Senior, I have successfully refined it. The old man smiled and took the other's weapon, then said, wait aside. I'll announce the results after they've all finished refining. Okay, Senior. The Holy Son of the Northern Territory nodded in response, then walked to a corner and stayed quietly, watching others refine their weapons. In his opinion, his refining method, which completely replicated the contents of the bamboo slips, would definitely pass the test. It shouldn't be eliminated. Of course, this is also the reason why the Northern Territory is not good at refining equipment. If it were the Central Region or the Southern Wilderness, they would naturally understand that the test is by no means as simple as asking you to refine equipment. There must be many tricks in it. Naturally, some geniuses discovered the clues. However, they did not think about it more deeply, but just found some clues that caused some minor mutations in the soldiers. If this were placed in the outside world, it would be considered excellent. Here you can, but it doesn't look that amazing. Soon, people handed in their papers one after another. Among them, some followed the same step-by-step process as the Holy Son of the Northern Territory and refined top-grade earth weapons in an orderly manner. Some people have realized some mysteries and allowed their soldiers to have space to accommodate weapon spirits. But it has lost some hardness. Some of the saints went astray, causing their soldiers to gain the power to harm their souls. Completely deviated from the original intention. 5 days later, everyone submitted their answers. At this time, only Suyu and Qinhao were still refining their weapons. Looking at the metal liquid flowing in their hands, everyone had a strange look in their eyes. Because they also discovered that Suyu and Qinhao's refining techniques were very unfamiliar, but the other party had been refining for so long, using high temperatures far beyond what these materials could withstand, and the divinity of the metal liquids was not lost. On the contrary, it has been greatly enhanced. Is this a different method of refining weapons? Why do they seem to be more effective? There were whispers from the Son of God. As time went by, Qinhao, who was still insisting on refining the metal liquid, suddenly shouted in a low voice, condensate. Crash. In an instant, the mercury-like liquid metal began to gather and take shape under his control. The liquids merged with each other and finally formed the preliminary prototype of the war weapon. It's a long stick. When the liquid was shaped, Qinhao did not remove the flame. Instead, he aimed the flame at the metal stick and started a new round of calcination. What is he trying to do? The battle weapon is already formed, why does he need to forge it? No, he is injecting a ray of his own soul power. What is he doing? Is he going to create his own battle soldier? It seems like he's testing me. Testing what? Seeing Qinhao's actions, more than 20 saints were all shocked for a moment. Injecting soul power into the war soldier is either to link it with the original body or to explore the war soldier. Obviously, these two options are not applicable to Qinhao at the moment. After the soul power circulated around the long stick, Qinhao finally withdrew the soul power. The flame went out. In an instant, the long stick that was originally glowing red began to emit a dazzling golden brilliance. The spiritual energy in the treasure house rushed towards the long stick, causing its power to begin to rise steadily. Heavenly rank warrior. Someone watching this scene couldn't help but widen their eyes and shouted, he actually forged a heavenly grade battle soldier. Heavenly grade combat weapon. This is a weapon exclusive to the Yin-Yang realm, and is a weapon that can maximize the combat power of the Yin-Yang realm powerhouses. The celestial warriors are between the celestial warriors and the holy warriors. Therefore, the celestial warriors are also called celestial soldiers. There is a missing word, level. More than 20 top saints were dumbfounded. This test was all about refining maps for Earth soldiers, so why could he forcefully upgrade them? Directly transform the ground soldiers into heavenly soldiers. When the golden light faded, Qinhao grasped the still warm staff, walked up to the old man, and said in a deep voice, Senior, the battle weapon has been forged according to the method recorded in the bamboo slips. Please identify it. Looking at Qinhao's slightly tired face, the old man rarely showed a kind smile and said softly, good boy. Go and rest aside first. Yes, Qinhao nodded, then walked to the side and sat cross-legged to practice and recover the energy consumed during refining. After he left, the old man gently stroked the metal stick with his hands full of age spots, and a trace of reminiscence flashed in his eyes. It's like reminiscing about the past, so much like him. Boom. However, at this moment, there was a sudden violent movement in the direction of Suyu. Everyone's attention was drawn over there. Next second. A scene that shocked them appeared. In front of Suyu, the metal liquid that had already fused together began to take shape under Suyu's control. Finally, it was successfully forged into a sword-shaped weapon. Another heavenly grade battle weapon. Everyone was stunned. However, before they could come to their senses, the old man looked at Suyu, staring at him straight in the eye, and said softly, my friend, I gave you a sword-shaped earth weapon diagram, why did you refine it into a knife? After hearing what the old man said, the saints looked at each other strangely. Suyu failed. Good boy, this is so wrong, I actually turned the sword into a knife. They were originally wondering, thinking that they would fail this test, but who knew that Suyu was the one who failed the most. While they were trying to hold back their laughter, Suyu stood up, holding the black sword in his hand. After walking up to the old man, Suyu slowly said, it can be a knife but it can also be a sword. The next second, under everyone's horrified gaze, the black sword in Suyu's hand began to change shape like mercury. Finally, it completely transformed into a sharp divine sword. How is this possible? Chapter 167. Next I will pass on to you the supreme law created by my lord. Looking at the liquid-like weapon in Suyu's hand, everyone's mind went blank because this kind of weapon was completely beyond their cognition. Combat soldiers can transform freely, and no matter how it changes its form, it is still a top-level heavenly class warrior. This is the most outrageous existence. The old man's eyes were stunned for a moment, then he put away his smile and took the weapon from Suyu's hand. The moment he got the weapon, his eyes became even more dull. The next moment, the old man's eyes sparkled brightly. He looked at Suyu and said with emotion, young man. You are capable of coming up with such an imaginative idea. I didn't expect you could do that. The combat weapon can change its shape, and there is space inside to accommodate all things. It can also nurture weapon spirits and even produce weapon spirits with intelligence that is no less than that of humans. Although it is an extremely rough prototype, it only meets the initial requirements. But, obviously, Suyu was heading in the right direction. Yes, the moment he got the war weapon, he, as the spirit of the weapon, had already sensed the rough space inside and the characteristics of the war weapon. Although it is crudely made, it has not yet undergone the perfection process. But, being able to accomplish such an incredible thing at this level is enough to prove his abnormality. War soldiers can change their shapes, accommodate everything, nourish spirits, and be treated as alternative life forms. It was an idea proposed by his master Tianbao Tianzun. In fact, it has already been partially achieved. He is the first metal life born based on this theory. Boom, after the old man finished speaking, the barrier that trapped everyone disappeared. The door to the treasure house opened. The old man smiled at the others and said, "Well, the test is over, you can leave now. These two friends can stay here." After hearing this, everyone reacted and looked at Suyu and Qinhao with envy. The secret of the word, Bing. Unexpectedly, both of them obtained the inheritance rights of the Bing secret at the same time. The future battle for the Emperor's Road. Obviously there will be two strong opponents. No, it can even be said that as long as the two of them can successfully grow into quasi-emperors, they will almost certainly become emperors in the future. And they can only compete for the remaining 10 seats. Unexpectedly, I've come all the way to the treasure house, but it turned out to be a wasted trip. It would have been fine if it was a wasted trip, but he had originally thought that he could have a competition with the saints of the same realm from the major holy places. In the end, Suyu turned it into a one-man show. They didn't even have a chance to compete. Congratulations, Brother Su and Brother Qin. After we get out, you and I can find a place to sit down and have a good chat. The holy son of the Yin family was the first to react. He smiled and clasped his fist at the two of them and laughed out loud. When the others heard this, they also reacted. Congratulations, Brother Su and Brother Qin. After obtaining the military secret, you two will definitely be at the top of the world in the future. I am, Amitabha, I respectfully wish you two will obtain the 9 secrets of the world. When the golden age arrives in the future, we will meet again. Although the 9 secrets can drive people crazy. If an outsider took the 9 secrets, these saints would certainly not be so kind and would definitely fight for them. After all, a man is innocent unless he possesses a treasure. But the people who got the secret of the word, Bing, now are not outsiders, but Suyu and Qinhao, who are also the sons of the top holy lands. The power behind them should not be underestimated. Of course, even if the son of God took it, they would still fight for it. The reason why the scene looked so peaceful and blessed was entirely due to Suyu's combat power. If it were someone else, they would have been waiting outside the treasury, waiting for them to obtain the 9 secrets and then take them away when they came out. This is all normal. It's not that everyone has become humble and peaceful, it's because your fists have made everyone docile. Certainly, they all smiled, and Suyu naturally wouldn't try to slap them in the face. He said with a smile, "Thank you for being so polite, fellow Taoists. Now that this matter is over, it would be great if we had the opportunity to sit down and discuss the Tao together." Looking at their hypocritical behavior, the old man smiled knowingly. Then he thought about it, and more than 20 top-level combat weapons flew out of the treasury and landed in front of these eliminated saints. These top-level holy weapons are just small gifts for young friends. In addition, a 1 Jin dragon patterned gold piece will be included as a gift. The top-level holy weapon, also known as the Great Holy Weapon, is second only to the quasi-emperor weapon. Dragon patterned gold is even more extraordinary. It is the top-level material for holy weapons. Even basic quasi-imperial weapons can use dragon patterned gold. This is quite a big deal. However, for Tianbao Futi, which once controlled the entire universe's weapon refining, this was just a drop in the bucket. Even though a lot of the materials are damaged now, it is definitely not comparable to the heritage of 1 or 2 holy places. Even if the entire Xuanyan were added together, it might not be as rich as the Tianbao treasury. After all, this is a semi-immortal sect that rivals the entire universe. Seeing the war weapons in front of them, the group of saints could not help but be moved. They quickly put away their war weapons in dragon patterned gold, and bowed to the old man, saying, "Thank you for the gift of treasure, senior. This is their own private collection. Top-level holy weapons can be taken out for the Holy Land to record, but this dragon patterned gold. But they don't plan to take it out. After all, it can be used as material to refine quasi-imperial weapons. If they break through to the great sage level in the future, they will also have to worry about refining quasi-imperial weapons. Even a holy land would not easily give them materials for refining." The old man waved his hand and smiled, "No need to be so polite. If I hadn't found 2 little fellows who matched the inheritance at once, I wouldn't have been willing to give these away." These words made the group of saints understand instantly. It turns out that I am still benefiting from Suyu and Qinhao. Not to mention anything else, just the dragon pattern gold was enough to make them eager for these people. "Brother Su, Brother Qin, if you have the chance, come visit my clan." As they were talking, they all came out of the treasure house. After all, this old man is the one who selects the successor, and he must have absolute control over this treasure house that is capable of both offense and defense. With their insignificant skills, they think they can attack this treasure house that can store the most precious treasures. That's a dream. Even if their parents came, they might not be able to get any good results. Soon, when everyone had left, only Suyu, Qinhao, and the old man in coarse linen clothes were left in the huge treasure house. Looking at the two of them, the old man nodded with great satisfaction. Although he was optimistic about Qinhao at the beginning, he didn't even pay attention to Suyu. But in the end, unexpectedly, Suyu had mastered the weapon refining diagram perfectly and even realized its deeper meaning. I was mistaken. The old man smiled and nodded uncontrollably. Then, his expression gradually became serious, and his old eyes became sharp from time to time. "I hope that one day you will reach the pinnacle of this universe, take my true form with you and ascend to the immortal realm together, so that I can search for my master." "Okay, enough nonsense, let's accept the inheritance of the secret method here." Buzz, the old man tapped the air with his finger, and instantly, 2 white rays of light instantly penetrated into the eyebrows of Suyu and Qinhao. In an instant, a huge amount of information like a tide instantly filled my mind. Next, what I will pass on to you is the supreme law created by my lord. The secret of the word, Bing. Boom. Chapter 168, the secret dual methods of the word, Bing, the art of controlling soldiers and the 10,000 soldiers. This huge amount of information rushed into Suyu's mind, and even with Suyu's spiritual strength, he almost couldn't bear it. The information contained in the 9 secrets is extremely huge. If it is all poured into the brain at once, even a modern computer would not be able to handle it and would crash. The secret of the word soldier is the ultimate secret method in the world. It can control any weapon in the universe. If you practice it to the extreme, you can influence the ultimate imperial weapon. Except for this, the secret of the word, Bing, contains a deeper level of the 10,000 weapons refining method. This method can only be revealed after reaching the extreme level. The ultimate secret technique can open the gate to immortality with 10,000 soldiers. An emotionless, cold voice rang out in Suyu's mind. Humans have intelligence, monsters have intelligence, plants and trees also have spirits, and even weapons refined by humans can become spirits. When a war weapon forged with the techniques of the 10,000 Tao soldiers appears in the world, it will be unacceptable to the universe and angered by the heavenly Tao. Because the creation of life is the authority of the heavenly Tao, for mortals who want to create things are acting against the will of heaven. Therefore, to refine the 10,000 Tao soldiers, one must lay the embryo before reaching the saint realm. On the day of becoming an emperor, one must raise the power of the universe and conceal the truth from heaven. Remember, if you practice my method, you will become my Tian Tao disciple. If I am still alive in the immortal realm, I will bear the consequences alone. If my soul and body perish, you will bear the consequences of my actions, which will surely incur the wrath of the immortals in the upper realms. You have one chance. You can abandon the 10,000 weapons refining method and only practice the weapon control technique. Suyu was also shocked when he heard what the voice said. Practicing this military secret actually has such a deep level of cause and effect. After hearing the words left by Tian Tao Tianzun, Suyu felt that the current miserable situation of Tian Tao Fudi outside must have been caused by the immortals at that time. The records about Tian Tao Blessed Land simply disappeared suddenly in the long river of history. There is no real content, but it doesn't matter. The method of refining the 10,000 Tao soldiers is what I want. It doesn't matter if I just make enemies. Suyu gritted his teeth. He was bound to make enemies here in Shuadian. If he was not strong enough, he would have to endure any torture in the future. Instead of this, it is better to become stronger now. And the era of Tian Tao Tianzun has been passed by countless tens of millions of years. Those immortals must have forgotten their hatred long ago, or even died. That's so long ago. If Tian Tao Tianzun could survive, he would definitely be a powerful person in the upper realm. If he died, the immortals he offended would surely forget about it, and it is even uncertain whether the immortals would still exist. Besides, as long as I don't reveal the secret of the word, Bing, and the 10,000 soldiers, how can they know my identity? Junior is willing, Suyu responded in a strong voice. Hear his answer. The cold voice seemed to pause for a moment before responding, okay. The words fell. Suyu's expression suddenly became stiff. In reality, Suyu and Qinhao sat cross-legged together. After they made their choices, they underwent the same changes. Watching the two receiving the inheritance, the old man's eyes showed a hint of relief. This time there are two young people who are not afraid of anything. It's been so long. There are no less than 10 people who have inherited the secret of the word, Bing, from him. Can. The only people who dare to accept the cause and effect and comprehend the deeper secret of the word, Bing, and the method of refining Wandao soldiers are these two. What had been taught before were all the techniques of controlling troops. As for the method of refining Wandao soldiers, no one could accept it. After all, that is a huge cause and effect challenge to the immortal gate. It is something that ordinary people dare not even dream of. Come on, this is the last golden age if no one can satisfy the immortals in the upper realm of this world. But it's gone. Boom. Outside the Tian Tao Blessed Land, many cultivators at the peak of the Dharma realm began the final battle. Fuck, that's mine. Bullshit, the secret gold mine is yours. Did Tian Tao Fudi promise to give it to you? Only the strong are worthy of owning treasures. Bang, you're right. The weak don't deserve it. Someone like you, whose potential has been exhausted and at the peak of the Dharma realm, is even less qualified to own it. Killings and sneak attacks continued, because treasures can make people covetous and even turn brothers into enemies. As long as the benefits are sufficient, brother is just an obstacle. Certainly, these were all battles between external cultivators and ordinary holy places and first-rate forces. As for the saints of the major holy places, they left contentedly with their treasures. Top-level holy soldiers are not uncommon. However, that piece of dragon-patterned gold is their most precious thing. But, in order to complete the task, they also searched for many half-broken ancient war weapons and scriptures, as well as some experience in refining weapons in Tian Tao Blessed Land. Time flies by quickly. Day 9. All the valuable resources in Tian Tao Blessed Land have been plundered. Some monks couldn't help but complain. What's wrong with this Tian Tao Blessed Land? Why is it so shabby? There aren't many treasures here. The little I have is not even enough to fill my stomach. I heard that in the past, when blessed lands were discovered, there were always a large number of rare spiritual medicines, even the elixir of immortality that was about to be formed, and countless skills in combat weapons. How come when we came to Tian Tao Blessed Land, it became just a pile of rubbish? I wonder if it was looted after being destroyed by a powerful being. At the exit, more than 20 saints gathered together, ignoring the discussions of the crowd. In their eyes, the real treasures are hidden in the treasure house of this blessed land. It's just a pity. No matter who comes, no one can take away what is inside. The huge treasure trove of resources inside is not worthy of being included if it is lower than the quality of holy weapons. Even if all the top holy places divide the resources equally, the treasure house resources of their own holy land can be increased by 1/3 or even 2/3. What a pity, those are probably left for Suyu and Qinhao. Buzz. Suddenly, the earth trembled, and the next second, in the center of Tian Tao Blessed Land, the treasure house turned into a stream of light, instantly breaking through the secret realm of Tian Tao Blessed Land and disappearing in the turbulence of the void. This scene happened so quickly that no one could react. What just flew away? I don't know, I just saw a golden light rushing out. Oh no, there's a hole in the Blessed Land barrier. This place is about to collapse. A monk saw this scene and screamed in horror. If such a huge blessed land were to collapse, the devastating damage it would cause would be enough to make even a quasi-emperor suffer. Just when everyone was panicking, the sound of breaking air suddenly rang out. Looking closely, it turned out to be Suyu and Qinhao coming together. Everyone evacuate this place, don't stay. This place is about to collapse. If we don't leave now, everyone will die here. Ignore those who were reluctant to leave. Hearing Suyu's cold shout, the Dharma image geniuses who had gathered at the exit rushed into the space passage. Soon, everyone evacuated. A moment later, the entire Tian Tao Blessed Land collapsed and exploded. Those who did not have time to leave were all buried there. With the explosion of Tian Tao Blessed Land, they all turned into powder and dissipated into the void. Outside world. Boom. Looking at the suddenly opened space channel, all the bigwigs in the outside world who had closed their eyes waiting for the return of their descendants opened their eyes. It's coming out. Chapter 169. Attack. You dare to kill my son without justice, no one can save you today. In an instant, a murderous atmosphere began to spread across the entire plane. The dispute in the Blessed Land has ended, but the competition among the saint-level figures is just about to begin. Swish. Soon, the first group of people have already appeared in the space channel. When they appeared, all eyes were focused on them. A Saint Realm expert secretly changed his tone and shouted, "Where are the others?" The power of the Holy Realm was pervasive, and a group of powerful people in the Dharma Realm were completely unable to withstand this oppressive feeling. They were all cultivators from the outside world. Facing the mighty Saint Realm, they were so frightened that their voices trembled. They are right behind us. For some reason, the Blessed Land collapsed, so everyone rushed out. At the Saint Lord level, even a glance from him could scare someone in the Dharma Realm half to death. That was a crushing blow from a high position. It's like an ant meeting an elephant, so small. After hearing their explanation, the holy power finally withdrew. After feeling that the holy power that could crush them to death at any time had dissipated, this group of geniuses from the external world did not dare to delay any longer and quickly fled into the distance, not daring to stay for even a moment. Obviously, this place is about to become a battlefield. If we don't leave now, it will be unrealistic to leave later. Groups of people appeared. They were all locked onto by the same realm powerhouses for a moment, and when they didn't find the person they were looking for, they quickly withdrew. This group of Dharma images either returned to the area where their forces belong, or fled into the distance. This is reality. In the mortal dynasty, those who are powerful in Dharma are known as great venerables. But in the real world of cultivating immortals, the Dharmakaya is no different from that of ordinary people in front of the saints, and is nothing more than a slightly stronger ant. In this tense atmosphere, more and more powerful people began to move closer. They are all standing in groups. Some were with the malicious holy thoughts, while others were in the neutral zone. Buzz. Another group of monks came out. This time they were the sons of saints from the top holy land. Seeing the 20 saints appear at the same time, the saint realm masters from various forces took action one after another to take them away. What's going on inside? What happened to Su Yu? Tell the truth. There were elders at the peak of the saint realm who asked questions to the Son of God. Even some saint lords who hurried over pulled their descendants in front of them and asked them through voice transmission what had happened inside. Those saints naturally understood the interests involved. A dead Zhou Wudao was of no value in himself. Now, Su Yu and Chen Hao are clearly the new inheritors of the secret of the word, Bing. If they don't die prematurely in the future, they are destined to become the Emperor of Enlightenment. They would naturally choose to make friends with these two rather than Zhou Wudao. To cultivate immortality, one needs connections and interests. Moreover, the foundation of the three religions in the eastern wilderness is stronger than that of the great Zhou dynasty. Su Yu, the holy son of Jushao Holy Land, and Chen Hao, the biological son of the holy lord of Zaiwei Holy Land, have both obtained the secret of the word, soldier. The holy son of Jushao fought against hundreds of Dharma images alone in the blessed land. Under the joint attack of 5 holy sun level monsters, he killed Yuan and Zhou Wudao without any injury. Father, in this life, let's move closer to the eastern wasteland. This is the unanimous statement of the holy sons who entered the blessed land and chose to remain neutral. The only 3 remaining saints who were on good terms with the great Zhou also saw through Zhou Wudao's character and the true face of the great Zhou through his final performance. Even if they don't understand the great Zhou Wudao's actions have already hurt them. Dad, the great Zhou is not trustworthy. Zhou Wudao abandoned us and fled immediately after discovering that the saints' restrictions were ineffective in the blessed land. Brother Bai and I were with him in sniping Su Yu, but he betrayed us at the critical moment. If Su Yu hadn't seen our final performance, we might have died this time. Su Yu even allowed us to enter the blessed land treasury and find some opportunities. Having said that, the 3 saints did not hesitate and directly showed what they had gained in the ruins. Some of the divine essence was found after leaving the treasure house, but what attracted more attention were the 3 pieces of dragon patterned gold. And 3 top-level holy weapons. Looking at this scene, the eyes of the 3 holy lords fixed at the same time. What a great Zhou Wudao. I originally thought he would be a tyrant, but I didn't expect him to be a coward. Their descendants sacrificed their lives to accompany him in assassinating Su Yu, but he turned around and tried to run away. He almost killed their most outstanding offspring. You know, the higher the monk's cultivation level, the lower the probability of giving birth to offspring, because no one can carry 2 strong genes. Unless the 2 are evenly matched. Moreover, after the offspring is born, they may not necessarily be geniuses. It is extremely rare to give birth to a child who can become a quasi-emperor in the golden age. It is difficult to become an emperor, but the quasi-emperor is not bad either. If he died, his family would be criticized so much. Then just watch and don't take sides. I'll make a decision based on the situation. The 3 saints exchanged glances and instantly understood each other's thoughts. In an instant, they also headed towards the neutral zone. When the saints in the neutral zone saw the 3 of them coming, they nodded at them and then stopped talking. As most people came out, this moment, the solemn and murderous atmosphere that permeated the entire plane blocked the breeze, plunging the plane into an eerie silence. Seem. From now on, any unusual movement will make everyone go crazy. It's so scary. This aura, if I stay in there for any longer, I feel like I'm going to suffocate. At this time, those Dharma image geniuses who escaped thousands of miles away also returned to the warships sent by their own forces. With the help of the warships, they finally felt safe enough to look back towards the planes. Even though they were thousands of miles away, when they looked back at the plane, their eyelids were still trembling from the fierce aura. Don't look at it anymore. If a fight breaks out, immediately return to the cabin and escape. An elder from heaven walked onto the deck and scolded them. You can still watch the battle between saints, but what is about to break out is a battle between the peak level of great saints. Even if you are 1,000 miles away, just one look at it may cause damage to your soul. These are the top group of people in the world. The weak do not even have the qualifications to look up to them. Just like a mortal cannot look directly at the sun. For these Dharma image geniuses, the great sage is as dazzling as the sun. Once he explodes, it is the most deadly light. Hearing the scolding from their elders, those Dharma image geniuses couldn't help but shrink their heads. Can't I even look? Time passes by little by little. Soon, the originally calm space channel suddenly began to ripple. When the space channel changed, the pressure in the air instantly became solid. Buzz. As the space channel began to shine, several figures emerged from it. Rumble. At this moment, the mighty power of the great sage burst forth with full force. The vast plane collapsed in an instant, like a plowed paddy field, and became devastated in an instant. Call out, you little bastard, you dared to kill my son Wudao. No one can save you today. Click. The moment the sound fell, the sky cracked. Chapter 170. The elegant and easygoing Lord Zhao starts with a big move. Since you dared to kill my son, then go down and be buried with him. The furious voice exploded, like the roar of a world-destroying divine thunder. The mixed power of the great sage soared into the sky, causing the heaven and earth to stagnate for a moment, but what followed was the baptism of the rules of heaven and earth. That is the law of heaven that restricts high-level cultivators. If a saint takes action outside, at best he will lose dozens or even hundreds of years of his lifespan, at worst he may die on the spot. Click. Above the plane, cracks seemed to appear in the space. Looking through the cracks, the darkness and desolation inside was nothing but the unfathomable void. Immediately afterwards, a streak of light suddenly rose up and headed towards the space channel. Looking closely, he was a domineering middle-aged man wearing a golden imperial robe embroidered with a 5-clawed golden dragon. His resolute face was filled with cruelty and murderous intent. Hegemony. A punch was thrown, and the extreme power of the punch squeezed the space to the limit, and then it broke apart. Click. A deafening sound of shattering echoed across the plane. The moment the space exploded, a force filled with destruction swept across the plane. There is no greater sound than the explosion of a nuclear bomb with a yield of tens of millions. Under this force, not to mention the Dharma, even the celestial beings and even the peak saints felt suffocated, and felt as if the sky above their heads had collapsed and was falling straight towards them. If hit, even a peak saint would be vaporized. Shen Xiao's spear technique. Just then, a calm shout was heard, immediately following. An elegant figure in a white robe broke through the air, holding a gun and carrying thousands of lightning bolts that swept across the sky, piercing the power of the Emperor's fist. Boom. After the two extremely powerful forces offset each other, the aftermath of the impact was such that even the purple gold warships and flying boats that could withstand the full force of the Saint Realm were blown away for dozens of miles. Is this the power of a peak great sage? It's so scary. If they were within 500 miles, even a celestial being would be vaporized by the aftermath, right? They are indeed one of the top people in the world. When those young geniuses saw the scene, apart from feeling that their hearts were about to jump out, all that was left was admiration for the strong man. Isn't this ultimate manifestation of power what they have always dreamed of? With the world's top combat power, where in the world can't you go? However, compared to their optimism, the guardian elder beside them said solemnly, we have to retreat. Upon hearing this, a group of young people immediately looked puzzled and asked, what's wrong, elder? Although it's a bit uncomfortable to watch the Saint Lords fighting here, it won't affect us, right? After all, it's thousands of miles away. In their view, 1,000 miles is already a very long distance. Even if there are aftermath, there will definitely be no danger as the elders are guarding us. However, the elders sneered softly, not affected. There seemed to be a hint of self-mockery in his words, muttering, a person at the peak of the great sage realm, halfway to becoming a quasi-emperor, can the battle only reach 1,000 miles? That's because they haven't even released 1/10,000th of their strength. At the peak of the great sage's power, 3 punches are enough to explode stars. He can walk through the universe and use the sun as a bathtub. There's a grudge between the great Zhou and the 3 saints of the eastern wasteland. If they really get angry, there won't be enough here for them to fight. Hearing their elder's words, the young geniuses immediately reacted, their faces pale, and they asked in shock, so strong. Elder, let's go. Stop watching this. This is something you have to pay your life to watch. We're not suitable. At this moment, they wanted to escape more than anyone else. After all, the elder in our family is just a small celestial being who has just touched the threshold of quasi-sainthood. Zhao Hongjun, the domineering and resolute middle-aged man, stopped and shouted at the elegant middle-aged man standing in front of him with a gun, you dare to stop me? My son died at his hands. He will die today. Don't pay attention to how the outside world praises him for defeating the 3 holy leaders of the eastern wasteland. However, he knew the hidden truth best. Zhao Hongjun is definitely not someone he can defeat. If there were no other matters, he naturally didn't want to meet Zhao Hongjun, but on this matter, he would not back down. The man who died was his only outstanding offspring. Someone must give an explanation for this matter. Otherwise, how would outsiders view him? Zhao Hongjun looked at the great Zhou Emperor, his face still wearing an elegant and easygoing smile, and said, your son is dead, and you want me, the holy son of Zhushao, to be buried with him. Zhou Zong, do you want to die? Hearing Zhao Hongjun's brief words, everyone's pupils suddenly shrank. No taboos, just like Zhao Hongjun back then. Back then, Zhao Hongjun was also a #1 figure in Xuanyan. Now, after many years as the Holy Lord, his unrestrained aura has not diminished. Upon hearing this, a solemn expression flashed across the face of Zhou Zong, the emperor of the great Zhou dynasty. Then what do you want? Zhao Hongjun glanced at him and chuckled, get lost. Don't force me to kill you at this time. Not yet. The golden age has not yet arrived. Even if it is possible to kill, it will cost a huge price to do so. For the sake of Zhou Zong, it is not enough for him to pay this price. Zhou Zong's face turned pale. Looking at the smile on Zhao Hongjun's face, he shouted sternly, Zhao Hongjun, do you think I haven't made any progress in these years? At worst, we'll have a fight to the death. Boom. The aura around Zhou Zong surged, and the pressure became more and more violent. There was even a faint power emerging that could break through the void. That is the ultimate power of the great sage. Even there's already some imperial aura. Axe. The next second, a giant axe wrapped in imperial dominance appeared. The moment the giant axe was grasped, with Zhou Zong as the center, the airwave quickly spread outward like the shock wave of a hydrogen bomb explosion, plowing the land within a radius of thousands of miles. The once vibrant plain has now turned into ruins. Even the mountains hundreds of miles away were crushed into powder and scattered in the sky. Over the years, I've reached my limit. I could have entered the quasi-emperor realm long ago, but I never did. I was just waiting for the golden age to arrive, so I could build a flawless foundation and compete for the throne. Now that you and I are both supreme great saints, I may be able to fight you. Bang! As soon as he finished speaking, the emperor of the great Zhou dynasty shot out instantly, and the space under his feet was like glass hit by a bullet, covered with spider web-like cracks. He was confident that he wouldn't lose too much. Even if I really can't kill this bastard who killed my son. At least you have to express your attitude. He, Zhou Zong, is such a protective person. After thinking this through, Zhou Zong became even more reckless and unleashed his mighty power. Even if the laws of nature were eroding his lifespan, he didn't care. He can afford to waste hundreds of years of his life. Fight me, Zhou Zong shouted loudly. Looking at the attacking emperor of the great Zhou, everyone felt that he was crazy. He actually dared to unleash such a fighting power that was not tolerated by the laws of nature at this time. Too much life and nowhere to spend it. However, before they could finish their complaints, an aura that made even the great sage feel a little creepy rose up. Well, I'll send you on your way. Divine Sky Spear Technique, Final Chapter, Divine Forbidden Sky Breaking. Everyone, are you crazy? Starting with an ultimate move. Chapter 171. It turns out that Zhou Wudao inherited his instinct to escape from his father. All the elders of the Holy Land present, including the Holy Lord, were shocked after seeing Zhao Hongjun's move. Crazy. Saint Master Zhao, what are you doing? If you do this, the laws of heaven will send down forces that are specifically targeting you. If you use this move, your lifespan will be cut by at least hundreds or even thousands of years. Stop it now, it's not worth it. Do you want to turn this area of 100,000 miles into wasteland? Stop it now. The scene made these saints lose their composure and they rushed out to stop Zhao Hongjun. After all, if the great sage at his peak strength attacks with all his might, it will inevitably arouse the wrath of heaven, which will bring down the power of laws and erode his own lifespan. And they were so close that if the heavenly Tao came near, it would definitely discover their presence. They can only get out of the outside world by concealing the secrets. If you are found smuggling, you will be killed or your lifespan will be cut by hundreds of years. Looking at the saint lords who rushed forward to stop him, Zhao Hongjun's elegant face was covered with a brilliant smile. What are you panicking about? This eastern wasteland is the territory of our 3 religions. The 3 religions are not panicking, so why are you panicking? Isn't it just that your lifespan has been shortened? Don't panic. There are still some leaves of the elixir of immortality in the sect's treasury. You can recover after taking them. He doesn't care about the so-called lifespan. Anyone who provokes him will be subjected to a violent storm. Even if he is a quasi-emperor, he can't stop. After hearing these words, many Saint Lord level figures were speechless. Do you think any holy land has the foundation of your branch of the immortal sect? Can anyone possess the elixir of immortality leaves? This is exclusive to the emperor. When the road to immortality has not been opened and no immortals have descended to the world, an ordinary emperor who has achieved enlightenment in the great world must swallow an elixir of immortality if he wants to live a second life. Therefore, the elixir of immortality is also the exclusive elixir of the emperor. Mortals are not qualified to enjoy it. The only places where traces of the elixir of immortality can be found today are the life forbidden zones scattered throughout the universe. Naturally, there is also an elixir of immortality in a life restricted zone in the eastern wilderness. But no one dared to take the elixir of immortality. Because that is a restricted area for life, a place that dares to be called the forbidden zone of life, and the lord of the forbidden zone who sits in the forbidden zone is naturally a powerful being who can end all life. The lord of the forbidden zone is on par with the great emperor, and even has the terrifying ability to kill the great emperor. A saint lord who knew Zhao Hongjun was speechless for a while before speaking bitterly. Saint Lord Zhao, why do you have to do this? If you unleash your full strength, I'm afraid you'll die before the outcome is decided because your lifespans have been cut short. It's not worth it. The other saints also nodded in agreement. Yes, if you have something to say, let's talk it out nicely. There's no need to resort to violence. I shouldn't have joined in this fun. He came out saying he would stop it, but he actually ended up stopping the fight. That would be fine, but who would have known that the Saint Lord Zhao would be so unrestrained, and would do whatever he wanted without caring about the consequences? Upon hearing this, Saint Zhao Hongjun couldn't help but narrow his eyes and smiled as he asked, "Oh. Can you talk it over nicely? Does this Zhozong seem to be willing to talk things over?" Many elders sent messages back then, requesting an unregulated fight, allowing the younger generation to do whatever they want, even if it means death. I, Zhao Hongjun, dared to send even my own son, who is at the first level of Dharma realm, into the prison, and I haven't said anything yet. Zhozong agreed at first, but now he's making a fuss after his son dies. Are you making fun of me? Zhao Hongjun smiled brightly, but his white and neat teeth emitted a biting cold light under the reflection of the sun. If you couldn't accept the death of your son, why did you agree to it in the first place? Just take him back to the great Zhou and make him a good kid. Why are you joining in the fight between tough guys? Or is it that Zhozong wants to argue that he didn't receive the message? These words silenced many saints, and at the same time they felt disgusted with Zhozong's behavior. You agreed as well. You come to make trouble again after I die. It's really I can't afford to play with it. They dared to agree, not only because they believed in the fighting power of their own descendants and the Son of God, but also because they were not afraid of their deaths if it were really that easy to die. It means your fortune is not good enough. Explanation: their lives ended here. Although it hurts, there's nothing I can do. Seeing that they didn't speak, Zhao Hongjun smiled, then flashed past them, carrying the power of thunder to destroy the world, and his aura directly locked onto the tense-faced emperor of the great Zhou in front of him. Zhozong, get out here. Aren't you arrogant? Today, I, Zhao Hongjun, will accompany you to the end. Zhao Hongjun laughed loudly. Seeing Zhao Hongjun rushing towards him, Zhozong's face turned pale. He also didn't realize that he just wanted to show his protectiveness towards his son. Result: this Zhao Hongjun is so rude. He kills people just like that. Still start with the ultimate move. His lifespan would be cut short, right? Zhao Hongjun, are you forcing me to take action? Zhozong's face turned ashen, and he shouted fiercely with gritted teeth. He gripped the axe tightly, and his aura began to surge. The power of the great sage burst out, making the sky begin to darken. Snap! The crisp sound of space cracking gradually sounded. In the sky, the space was collapsing because it could not withstand the simultaneous explosion of the two great saints' ultimate powers. As the sky cracked, a majestic aura that made it impossible for anyone to resist accumulated in the void. That is the power of law, the laws of heaven, the laws of time that can shorten the great sage's peak lifespan. If the dome cracks, endless laws of time wash down, and all the strong people in the saint realm and above the saint realm were unable to escape. Even if it wasn't the one who did it, the innocent people will also be affected. Listening to Zhozong's words, Zhao Hongjun sneered and said, "What do you mean by forcing you? Isn't that what you asked for from the beginning? No one can save me, the holy son of Jushao. Now that you've said that, if I don't use all my strength, won't I lose face for Jushao?" Sky-breaking spear. Zhao Hongjun shouted angrily and then stabbed out with a spear. Thousands of world-destroying divine thunders condensed and transformed into a divine thunder spear. Wherever it passed, even the space could not withstand the huge force and shattered. Crash. After the space shattered, the endless laws of time began to surge out frantically. It seemed as if it was going to wash away the lifespan of all the higher creatures here. See this scene. Zhozong's eyes almost popped out of his head, and he yelled, "Zhao Hongjun, you're crazy." Swish. The next moment, Zhozong put away the battle axe in his hand, then he crushed a talisman with one hand, and the whole person instantly turned into a stream of light and fled towards the central region. He is scared. He still wants to live and become an emperor, but he doesn't want to end his life here. Zhao Hongjun is a madman. Seeing this scene, the saints who were originally avoiding the distance as if they were snakes and scorpions were suddenly stunned. Their eyes widened in disbelief. The emperor of the great Zhou just ran away like that. However, those saints who had experienced the scene in Tiandao Blessed Land had calm expressions, as if they were accustomed to it. It turns out Zhou Wudao inherited his instinct to escape from his father. Chapter 172. The Holy Land is about to close. Then, it will be my era next. This Zhozong actually ran away. All these saints were stunned, as if they had not expected that Zhozong would do such a thing. It really damages the reputation of the Holy Lord. But, even if Zhozong runs away, they have to run away too. If they don't run away now, they will suffer a huge loss when the law of time comes into effect. The lifespan can be as short as 500 years, or as long as 1,000 years. The lifespan of a great saint is not very long, only about 5,000 years. It's really going to be cut. It is equivalent to directly cutting off 1/5 of your lifespan. And it is the kind that cannot be compensated. One can only rely on powerful elixirs to prolong life, rather than replenishing one's own vitality. Don't wait until the person who started the trouble is fine, while these spectators are the ones who get killed. That would be funny, just when the space was collapsing bit by bit and was about to burst. Suddenly, Zhao Hongjun's voice sounded again. Heaven repairing technique. This plain voice, like thunder from out of nowhere, exploded in everyone's ears. Many Saint Lord level figures turned around and looked in the direction of Zhao Hongjun. Immediately afterwards, Zhao Hongjun made an extremely mysterious gesture, and then he set up a sealing magic circle and hit the cracked sky. The next moment, under the watchful eyes of the crowd, the originally shattered sky was actually restored bit by bit under the impact of the magic circle. Even the energy released by the law of time was traced back. Buzz. A moment later, as the space debris was salvaged and replaced, the sky recovered and the sun once again shone on the devastated plain. Only a little residual power of the law of time was floating in the air. This scene caused the pupils of countless saints to shrink suddenly. Heaven repairing technique. One Saint Lord cried out in horror, "Saint Lord Zhao, you actually found this long-lost immortal technique." The sky repairing technique is the evolution of the immortal sex methods. It is the evolution of Chenkin's creation method, infinitely close to the immortal method. As famous as the art of repairing the sky is the art of deceiving the sky. Combining the two methods into one, you can see the creation. In that battle, if it weren't for Saint Lord Zhao, Saint Lord Zaiwei, and Saint Lord Tianquan fighting for this immortal technique, they wouldn't have been seriously injured and they wouldn't have been crushed by Zhou Zong. Although I lost some reputation back then, but I'd rather lose this little bit of reputation than gain the sky repairing technique. He can even mend the sky by himself. It seems that Saint Zhao is a hurdle that he can cross at any time to reach the quasi-emperor realm. A holy lord looked at Zhao Hongjun with envy. After hearing these hidden secrets, the saints of various religions hiding on the warships all showed a look of enlightenment on their faces. I see. No wonder the emperor of the Great Zhou had such an expression when he met the holy lord Zhao before. But this heaven repairing technique is actually a method of the immortal sect. This is what shocked these saints. With their knowledge, they naturally know the preciousness of the immortal sect's methods. It is not only the gap in level, but also the gap between immortals and mortals. How can a mortal shake the immortal? Zhao Hongjun quickly gathered his strength and said with a smile, I was lucky to have mastered it. Even one person can't repair the sky. It can only be done with the assistance of brother Qin and sister Yu. Hearing this, everyone was shocked. Are the holy lord Zaiwei and the holy lord Tianquan here too? Next second, the moment their thoughts arose, the space suddenly twisted, and a burly, strong, and gentle figure slowly walked out. Haha, long time no see, brothers. The burly, resolute middle-aged man cupped his fist and smiled at everyone, saying, hundreds of years have passed since we last met. Seeing this scene, a group of saints were shocked. The three heroes of the East Wasteland have reunited. And the fluctuations in everyone's realm seem to be at the peak level of the great sage. Really, this is the foundation of the great immortal sect. Even if it is split into three religions, it is still an existence that ordinary imperial forces cannot reach. Brother Qin, someone shouted eagerly. The Purple Star Saint was the best at making friends back then, and among the Saint Lords present, there were 5 or 6 of his closest friends. As the dramatic events came to an end, everyone realized. The Emperor of the Great Zhou is not here this time. The atmosphere seemed to have become harmonious. Without the Emperor of the Great Zhou dynasty and the Holy Lord of the Miaoyan Holy Sect, these Holy Lords seemed to be able to sit down and chat. Certainly, the 2 sects in the Northern Territory and 1 sect in the Southern Wilderness left early. Because they are not in harmony with Dongwang. After exchanging pleasantries for a while, the group of saints returned to their respective warships and began to inquire about the inside story of the Blessed Land. When I learned that it was a blessed land of heaven and treasure, I was also a little shocked. After all, this is the first time that a Tianzun Taoist temple has appeared in tens of thousands of years. Holy Lord Zhao Hongjun, like Holy Lord Zaiwei and Holy Lord Tianquan, came before Suyu and the others. The elegant saint looked at Suyu and smiled, Junior brother, I hope you weren't affected. Suyu shook his head and said with a smile, Senior brother Shengju is mighty. He also didn't expect that Senior brother Shengju would be so tough. As soon as the Emperor of the Great Zhou came out, Senior brother Saint Lord rushed out to kill him, not giving the former any face at all. Don't even mention the pressure on yourself. Even the gust of wind he didn't get it. It feels so good to have a great boss standing up for you. Suyu finally understood the villains in the novels he read before, who felt that beating the younger ones would make the older ones suffer. Haha, how's the harvest this time? Asked the elegant saint with a chuckle. Suyu grinned when he heard this and said, it's been a great harvest. Qin Hao and I both mastered the secret of the word, bing. Hearing this, even Zhao Hongjun, with his calm temperament, was a little shocked. Lucky boy, he can even get the secret of military affairs. Haha, not bad, one of the 9 secrets is in hand. Next, you can enter the Emperor realm through steady cultivation. Zhao Hongjun was so sure for the first time. He reached out and patted Suyu on the shoulder, giving him full praise. Whatever needs you have next, the Holy Land will satisfy you. No worries in the Imperial realm, enter the Immortal realm. It depends on fate. After all, becoming an Emperor can be achieved, but becoming an Immortal depends on chance. If the Immortal from the Fairyland doesn't choose you, it will be useless even if you are at the peak of the Emperor. Unless you can reverse it with human power, break through the mortal world, and forcibly knock on the door to immortality. Certainly, there is another prerequisite, that is, after obtaining the 9 secrets, you can safely break through to the peak of the 9th level of quasi-emperor. Otherwise, the qualifications of an emperor are just qualifications. Suyu shook his head and said, there's no shortage of resources for now. What I lack is experience. He is not worried about the lack of resources. What he wants is experience. Training is something that must be experienced. Zhao Hongjun nodded in agreement. However, since we've used the heaven repairing technique this time, the heavenly Tao will have a strong rejection reaction during the final period of time. All holy sites will be closed to the outside world for 50 years. Therefore, many holy places will secretly send their seed-level disciples back to the outside world for training. From now on, it will be your battlefield. Those of us who ascend to sainthood by deceiving the heavens in the secret realm of the Holy Land will be rejected by the heavenly Tao of the Dharma ending age. Because the Holy Land is closed, the celestial beings who break through from the outside world are all recognized by the heavenly Tao. They can shoot freely. Even during this final period, they will gradually become saints. You forces, please be careful and don't do anything under the name of the Holy Land. The monks from the outside world will take advantage of this period to frantically reap the resources and territory occupied by the Holy Land. When he said the latter part, Zhao Hongjun's expression became a little serious. After hearing the latter part, his eyes finally lit up. Finally, we're going to be free of these bigwigs weighing on our heads. Doesn't that mean from now on, it's my era? Chapter 173, the Dharma is weak. Practice yin and yang in reverse. Forge a yin and yang martial body. Zhao Hongjun caught Suyu's mood, glanced at him, and said seriously, don't be so excited. This world is huge. What you see in front of you doesn't mean it is real. Some old guys are very good at hiding themselves. It's very likely that among some first-rate and second-rate forces, there's an old shaman who is a quasi-saint or even a saint. He was very clear about Suyu's combat capability, and at the same time, he also knew how capable the latter was at causing trouble. If you are not careful, you may be hunted down by the Holy Land. The elegant and holy master said earnestly, remember one thing, there are always people better than you, and there are always things better than you. Those who deceive heaven will be punished by heaven in the end. Even a force as powerful as the Holy Land, standing at the pinnacle of power, has to be a grandson in front of the heavenly Tao. In the next 50 years, no force will allow their saints to leave the country, because once they do, they will be immediately wiped out by the heavenly Tao. We can't help you. Only those outer sect deacons can provide you with some help, but they are only celestial beings. Do you understand? Be careful and keep a low profile. Suyu has great potential, at least for now, no one can compare to him. Even the top immortals and the Emperor's son can compete with him. This is a seed worth nurturing carefully. It must not die prematurely. In Zhao Hongjun's eyes, if Suyu could grow up, not to mention reuniting the three religions, at the very least, he could allow the nine heavens' glory to spread throughout the universe again. Enhance the luck of the nine heavens. Hearing this, Suyu turned his head to look at Zhao Hongjun, grinned, and said, I understand, brother Shangju, don't worry, I will be quiet. It is difficult for Xuandian to find a little cultivator as quiet and well-behaved as me. Looking at his smiling face, Zhao Hongjun said tiredly, I can tell from the first glance that you are not honest. Forget it, it's up to you. The life-saving measures given by the Holy Land cannot be used even if they comply with the saint's prohibitions. Just remember to be cautious. Your cultivation of this small Dharma image is really nothing in the eyes of the first-rate forces outside. He meant it sincerely. The peak of Dharmadhatu is said to be very powerful, and is given the title of Great Venerable by mortals. But in the first-rate immortal cultivation forces, Dharmakaya is merely the lowest-level deacon, while Jayan and Jiyang are the mainstream of the first-rate forces. A first-rate force has at least dozens of Jayan, dozens of Jiyang, and one celestial being. As for the top-tier forces, there are several celestial beings, dozens of Yang tribulations, and even hundreds of Yin tribulations. How could Suyu compare to him? Zhao Hongjun said earnestly, you little brat just likes to make trouble, but if you don't have someone to back you up, your noise will be very noticeable. Even with your talent and qualifications, in the eyes of the top forces, they would rather get rid of you. During the Dharma ending period, there are very few first-rate forces willing to befriend Tianzhao. They would rather cultivate their own geniuses. Dharma sense, too weak. Boom. But before Zhao Hongjun could put on a sarcastic smile, a deafening roar suddenly erupted from the sky. This moment, the originally clear and bright sky suddenly became dim. The next second, a full moon quietly emerged next to the sun. In an instant, on the 100-mile plane that originally belonged to the solar spiritual energy, as the full moon emerged, a stream of Shaoyan energy quietly surged out. Sweeping down from the moon. Practice yin and yang in reverse, Suyu shouted softly. Swish. Immediately afterwards, Suyu's body suddenly disappeared from the spot, and in the blink of an eye, he appeared in the center of the plane, which was also the center where the Shaoyan Qi gathered. Two completely different lights flashed in Suyu's eyes. The left eye flashed with pure yang fire, while the right eye was condensing the Shaoyan moonlight. This was the immortal technique he had obtained from the system before, which could help the Dharma realm to condense the yin and yang body in advance. He had been suppressing himself in order to wait until the blessed land ended before practicing yin and yang in reverse. He had made some progress in the immortal arts as soon as he started, and now he no longer suppressed himself. The yang body needs the sun's energy, and he has the divine yang seed in his body, so naturally he has no shortage of this top-level yang energy. As for the yin qi, since he practiced the corpse immortal tribulation heaven technique, he naturally had no shortage of the Shaoyan qi condensed by the immortal technique. At this moment, Suyu used all his strength to mobilize the yin immortal energy that he had condensed for a long time, and used it to attract the power of the moon's yin. The two combined to form Taiyin. And it is the Taiyin fairy energy of extremely high quality. Yin body, show yourself, Suyu made hand seals with his hands and shouted in a low voice. Crash. The next moment, under the astonished gazes of countless people, behind Suyu, endless moon yin qi began to dance along with the yin immortal qi escaping from his body, and the melody was extremely natural. At this moment, the yin immortal energy is like a fairy pen held by a painter, using the moon's yin Shaoyan energy as ink to begin outlining the human body. It was constructed based on Suyu. What is this? When the sharp-eyed Saint Lord noticed this scene, he was so shocked that he couldn't close his mouth. The image of heaven moving, this kid is actually trying to construct the yin body of Jia Yin with the cultivation of Dharma. You're crazy. In this day and age, there are still people who know the yin body technique. Yin body is exclusive to Jia Yin. Yin body method was very popular in the mythological era. However, it was lost in the end for some unknown reason. Therefore, all the top cultivators nowadays will suffer from the 5 deteriorations of heaven and man. Because of the imbalance of yin and yang, it takes time to adjust. These are the 5 kinds of decline. Construct the yin body in advance and break the yin disaster perfectly, then after reaching the heavenly man realm, you don't need to fear the decline of your spirit and soul in your origin. It is equivalent to becoming a saint only needing to overcome strength, body and destiny. Certainly, if someone can construct the yang body at the same time, then the decline of strength and physical body will no longer exist. Only the disaster of fate remains. If one can break the fate of death that is caused by the decline of fate, he can become a saint instantly. According to ancient records, there was a mythical celestial being who cultivated a yin-yang body. On the day he reached the peak of Jiyang and broke through to the heaven and man, he was faced with a dead end. Then he fought for a whole day, killed a powerful enemy, and achieved the realm of sainthood. The calamity of his fate turned into a challenge of life leap, which brought his mediocre fate to the top level. The Tianzun with the top destiny created the 9 secrets method, which opened the way to immortality and enabled one to ascend to the immortal path and become a true immortal. This is the most powerful record. Therefore, when they saw Suyu causing the kind of momentum recorded in ancient books, they were immediately frightened. This guy actually knows the Yin Shen method. Under their shocked gaze, Suyu lived up to everyone's expectations. The vast spiritual power in his body surged out crazily, and he used the Yin immortal qi to write, outlining the complete outline of his Yin body with the Shaoyan qi. After constructing the Yin body, Suyu shouted in a concentrated voice, "Open." With this angry roar, the immortal pen transformed from the Yin immortal energy pointed towards the eyes of the Yin body. After the eyes are open, boom, the Shaoyan power between heaven and earth began to surge, Shaoyan and Yin fairy energy mixed together, turning into Taiyin and being absorbed by the Yin body. The Yin body is done. After seeing the Yin body completely solidified and constructed, countless people were shocked. Even the Holy Lord was a little stunned and did not react for a long time. However, this is not over yet. Before they could come to their senses, Suyu was not in a hurry to take the Yin body into his body. As they gradually became bewildered, the spells in Suyu's hands changed. Yang body, show up. Boom, what, still coming. Chapter 174, Yin Robbery. The Emperor of Heaven sends his blessing, congratulating the human race's genius on forging the Yin-Yang martial god body. Suyu's behavior obviously shocked a group of top figures in the world. They had only seen the concept of casting a Yin-Yang body in ancient books. As for reality, they had never seen one before, let alone a Yin and Yang body. Even a Yin body was the first one Suyu had seen. He is the first person since the mythological era. The Emperor of Heaven did not create a Yin-Yang body either, because he was the one who developed the current system. He also created the 5 degenerations of heaven and earth, which can help one change one's fate. He is the true son of destiny. No one knows what the Emperor of Heaven is doing in the fairy world now. However, according to the predecessors, when the road to the fairy world was opened last time, those fairies who came from the lower world were extremely taboo about the name of the Emperor of Heaven. It seems that the Emperor of Heaven has already gained extraordinary reputation in the fairy world. Constructing a Yin body isn't enough, this kid actually wants to construct a Yang body. Yin and Yang are one body, and there is no calamity for the gods and men. If there is a calamity, it is the calamity of the sublimation of destiny. Does he have a powerful enemy ahead? How dare you challenge this limit? Some saints couldn't help but speculate, they didn't know why Suyu was fighting so hard. After all, the longer the decline of one's destiny lasts, the weaker the effect of its improvement will be. Sometimes even worse than those ordinary celestial beings who have experienced the 5 signs of decline. Everyone is guessing. Only the elegant and holy Lord Zhao Hongjun knew everything about Suyu's situation. Suyu has been targeted by Divin. In the future he will definitely be wiped out by Emperor Tomb with all his strength. A person who clearly wiped out the soul of the holy son of the Emperor's tomb, but pretended to be from the Emperor's tomb and had been in contact with the Emperor's tomb for 10 years. How could the Emperor not be angry about this? I hope that when you reach the peak of Zhejiang, an equally powerful Emperor tomb killer will come and elevate your destiny to the extreme. Zhao Hongjun murmured to himself. Suyu passed the trial at Zhu Xiao's ancestral tomb. This was the evidence that he believed in Suyu. The conscience test at the ancestral tomb relies on the laws of heaven. Even a peak quasi-emperor cannot lie in the conscience test. Those who are recognized by the ancestral tombs are what they recognize. Unless, it was the great emperor who came forward to veto Suyu. Otherwise, no one below the peak of the quasi-emperor could deny him. As for whether the ancestral graves will be deceived, then the emperor has to take action. Boom. At this time, the sun next to the full moon suddenly burst into brilliant solar divine light, and the divine light illuminated the earth. Even those in the Dharma realm felt some sting in the eyes, and felt a burning pain in the eyes. The essence of the sun continues to pour down. If this kind of solar energy is given to a cultivator with fire attribute for cultivation, even if they were given the cave of the Holy Land's Holy Lord, they would not exchange it. The energy of the sun is not simply the sun's rays, but the most extreme sun in the world. Moon and sun. This is the top existence in the human race's cultivation system. The holy body of the moon and the holy body of the sun are the physiques of the 2 ancient emperors of the human race. An unparalleled figure who once suppressed an era comparable to a chaotic body. Take shape for me, the divine yang seed in Suyu's body began to stir, and a spiritual power belonging to the divine yang in his body began to flow. The power of the divine yang transformed into a pen outside Suyu's body. Exactly the same as Yin Xian Qi. The Shen Yang pen was dipped in the essence of the sun and began to outline the yang part of Suyu. Yang body. It is obviously more difficult to outline than the yin body. Within a radius of hundreds of miles, all the moisture in the air has evaporated, leaving only endless heat scorching the earth. If those present were not cultivators of considerable cultivation, they would have been dehydrated and turned into mummies under the scorching sun's divine light, or even burned to dust and dissipated. Boom. Several hours passed quickly and it was almost evening. With the last ray of divine light, the Shenyang pen was used to highlight the eyes. At this moment, the yang body is completed. Rumble. After the yin and yang bodies were fully outlined, Suyu's state of mind, which had been suppressed for a long time, finally showed signs of crazy agitation, which was an urgent urge to improve. Break through the barrier of Dharma and reach the realm of robbery and yin. Bang! Suddenly, thunderclouds surged out from the sky, covering the sky and the sun. There was not a single gap within 500 miles. Only the might of the rolling thunder is looming. Looking at this scene, all the saints were deeply moved. Po Jiayin, this little guy has taken another big step forward. Zhu Xiao is lucky. If this boy doesn't die, he will become a great emperor in the future. Finally, the Holy Lord suddenly added a sentence. Except for the evildoers and the emperor's sons left over from the previous era, no one can compete with him for the throne. One of the 12 thrones must have a place for him. This evaluation was simply outrageous. If someone else said this, everyone would just laugh at him for being a frog in the well. However, the person who said this was the master of a top holy land. With their knowledge, they can give such an evaluation. It is conceivable how dazzling Suyu's performance is at this moment. After a comparison, they looked at their own genius with a hint of obvious disdain in their eyes. Look at how powerful others are, and then look at you. Boom. As their spiritual consciousness communicated, the first thunder tribulation belonging to the Jie Yin came down in an instant. Watching the thunder tribulation appear, Suyu took a deep breath. The robbery of yin, the robbery is the wisp of yin energy in the thunder tribulation. That is the yin energy based on heaven and earth. In the thunder punishment, the yin energy of the world is intercepted to strengthen the 5 internal organs. This is the robbery of yin. Jie Yin is also called Jie Yin because it steals the power from thunder punishment to strengthen the internal organs. As for Jie Yang, it is to strengthen the body and strength, and intercept the most powerful and domineering yang energy in the world. After so many years of training, Suyu had already memorized what he needed to do to break through the tribulation yin. Boom. The next second, Suyu bent his knees, then suddenly straightened them. The air where his feet touched was like flat ground. He soared into the sky and headed straight into the thunder clouds. Since we want to intercept the power of heaven and earth, let's go to its central area. Just sitting there waiting for the thunderstorm to come, that little bit of strength would have been dissipated a lot. Break it for me. Suyu roared angrily and walked against the heavens towards the falling thunder tribulation. Break the thunder tribulation with one punch. The next moment, Suyu's yin body appeared and began to capture the wisp of yin energy from heaven and earth after the thunder tribulation dissipated. Buzz. After absorbing the first ray of yin qi, the yin body also underwent substantial changes. Feeling his own quietly growing strength, Suyu's body shook violently, and then his speed increased again. If he wants to do something, he must do it to the extreme. He never seeks stability. Throughout his life, he only wanted to achieve a breakthrough in the realm of death, either to have his soul shattered or to reach the ultimate state of sublimation. Rumble. As Suyu rushed into the thundercloud, which had been relatively calm, was now completely enraged. Because someone dared to challenge their authority. How can this be tolerated? In an instant, the liquid sea transformed from thunder began to boil and continuously struck Suyu's body. However, each one was ruthlessly shattered by Suyu. He absorbed wisps of the negative energy of heaven and earth. The thunder tribulation is not strong enough. Turn it all into nutrients for me. Suyu could feel that if he simply dealt with the power of this level of thunder tribulation, he could resist it as long as he had the normal cultivation level of the first level of the tribulation yin realm. If one were to rush into the thunderclouds, the might would frighten even the peak level yin tribulation realm. Suyu's combat power is no less than that of the peak Jie Yin realm. At this moment, the thunder tribulation turned into his paradise. Crazy. This kid is absolutely crazy. What kind of incredible fighting power does he possess to have the confidence to forcibly seize the power of heaven and earth from within the thunder tribulation? When a saint saw this scene, he felt his scalp tingling. Although they had already reached the level of great sage, they still did not understand Suyu's behavior. The saint said calmly, "Father, Suyu has already demonstrated the power to kill the late stage of the tribulation yin in the blessed land. This scene right now is very basic. There is no way they can compete, unless an immortal or an emperor's son is born in their sect, then maybe they will have a chance to compete." Boom. As Suyu stirred the thunderclouds, the huge sea of thunder continued to evaporate. The negative energy of heaven and earth brought by the thunder was absorbed. This tribulation lasted for 6 hours, until the next morning, when the sun rose and the first ray of sunlight shone down. The last thundercloud dissipated with a loud bang. Buzz. At this moment, everyone felt something in their hearts and looked up at the sky. Immediately following, endless spiritual energy from heaven and earth began to gather and flow towards Suyu's naked body. Yin and Yang merge into one body. The heavenly emperor sends his blessing. Congratulations to the human race's proud warrior for forging a Yin and Yang martial god body. Boom. Chapter 175, Extreme Breakthrough, Unlimited Potential. The enthusiasm of the saints. In the sky, when this line of ancient characters appeared in a divine way, everyone was stunned. They stared at the scene in front of them, without feeling anything, but their eyes seemed to be so shocked by the line of gold-plated ancient characters that they could hardly open them. Heaven, the Emperor of Heaven grants a blessing. Is this something left behind in the rules of heaven? No, or rather, it was the program set by the Emperor of Heaven during the thunder tribulation of his yin-yang body. Forging a yin-yang body at the same time actually triggered the heavenly Emperor's blessing. Oh my god, my brain is a bit insufficient. It seems that this realm really has unlimited prospects. It should be said that the genius who forged this so-called yin-yang martial god body is infinitely young. This group of Saint Lord level powerhouses were not fools. In just a moment, they figured everything out. The blessing from the Emperor of Heaven, plus things mentioned in ancient books. As long as you forge the yin-yang martial god body, when you reach the peak of Jiang in the future, as long as you break through the realm on the day when a life and death catastrophe occurs, you can get through it safely. Maybe it will be just as the ancient books say. Raise your destiny infinitely to a peak level. It can even really reach the upper limit of this universe. That is to say, all Suyu needs to do next is to reach the Jiang realm, and then survive the catastrophe of life and death alone, then he will be able to leap over the dragon gate and become the only true dragon in this world. After sorting out these key information, all the saints took a deep breath. If they had been skeptical about this before, but now, they have only one attitude, that is to make friends with Jushao and Suyu. The only true dragon in the future world. Although he has not yet survived the catastrophe of life and death, they feel that Suyu may really be able to replicate the deeds of the mythical lord, achieve the top destiny, and rule the world. There are not many forces left on the scene. Some holy lords chose to remain neutral and left after the great Zhou Emperor Zhozong fled. Therefore, on the entire plane, there were only 12 or 13 Holy Land forces who witnessed Suyu's breakthrough with their own eyes. The Buddhist kingdom in the western region had long since left, and the two top holy places in the northern region had also long since left. There is also a Holy Land left in the southern wilderness. In other words, there were only a dozen or so Holy Land forces left, including the Yin, Qin, and Ji families from the great emperor's families. Seeing Suyu still absorbing the spiritual energy of heaven and earth and the purple energy bestowed by the heavenly emperor, the elegant Saint Master Zhao Hongjun was the first to react. He then sent a message to the other Saint Masters present. I hope that you fellow Taoists can keep this a secret and prevent the news of my junior brother's breakthrough from spreading. Although he looked excited at this moment, he was more solemn. Because if the hostile forces knew Suyu's potential, they would definitely send people to attack and kill him at all costs. Fortunately, many of the forces that stayed here to observe were already on good terms with the three religions of the eastern wilderness, and some of the others had no friction with them. It can be a reminder. In fact, without Zhao Hongjun's reminder, these more than 10 Saint Lord level powerhouses also knew everything very well. If you want to offend the three religions of the dead east wilderness, then you don't have to pay attention to what he says. But they all wanted to bet on the geniuses in the coming era, whether they were from their own family or someone else's. As long as they are not from the enemy's family, they are willing to make friends. In this way, perhaps we can see some opportunities in the Golden Age. Upon hearing this, the group of Saint Lords quickly nodded and said, "Don't worry, Brother Zhao, we will definitely not tell anyone about this. Our Qingtian Holy Land has always been on good terms with your sect. It's the same for us. Brother Zhao, don't worry. I guarantee this matter won't get out." The saints made a solemn promise. Now that they had witnessed Suyu's breakthrough, how could they still remain neutral? If it weren't for the fact that the Heavenly Tao Association was about to begin the final reckoning, all the holy places would have been forced to close their sects, ties with the outside world. They all wanted to protect Suyu and help him break through to the Holy Realm. Unfortunately, no substantial help was given to Suyu in the next few decades. What a pity. Seeing all the Saint Lords express their opinions in this way, Zhao Hongjun nodded, clasped his fists towards everyone and said in a deep voice, "Let's not talk about politeness anymore. My fellow Taoists, when the Heavenly Tao's reckoning is over, come and gather with me in the nine skies." The group of saints also clasped their fists and said, "Definitely." Beside this holy lord, the group of Dharma geniuses were still in a daze. Because they finally witnessed how terrifying Suyu's potential was. Even his own father couldn't help but want to be friends with him. Could it be that in the eyes of the Saint Lord level strongmen, Suyu's future prospects are bound to be that of becoming an emperor? This is outrageous. They worked so hard for so long, but only got a seed level evaluation. It's far from being treated this way. Although it felt outrageous, the nature of these saints was also very good. Apart from envy and yearning, there was not even a trace of jealousy in their eyes. Because there's no point in being jealous. Killing Suyu would not change this reality. On the contrary, it would offend the three top holy places. Didn't you see that in addition to Saint Lord Zhao of Jushao, the two Saint Lords Chenchun and Zaiwei also gave up their own descendants and chose to come to Suyu's side to protect him? This is clearly the ray of hope in the eyes of the three great saints. If you want to extinguish their light, the three religions will fight you to the death. Soon, the vast spiritual energy of heaven and earth and the hundreds of wisps of purple air bestowed by the Emperor of Heaven had all been absorbed by Suyu. The fluctuations in his realm gradually stabilized. It was not until his realm stabilized that everyone was surprised to find that Suyu had broken through to the third level of Jiyin. It's not enough to break through a big realm, you have to break through two small realms in a row. It's really shameful. After absorbing and refining the last wisp of purple energy, Suyu finally opened his eyes. A ray of purple light flashed across his eyes. After opening his mouth and exhaling a breath of turbid air, Suyu felt that the amount of spiritual power in his body was dozens of times stronger than before, and he was very satisfied. If I were to face someone like Zhou Wudao again, I wouldn't need to use my full strength or my trump cards. I could just use the ordinary dragon elephant mountain collapse fist to defeat him, right? No, you can do it without even using martial arts. Suyu is very confident in his own strength, because, in this tribulation, he not only raised his physical realm to a whole new height. Moreover, due to the body refining effect of the thunder tribulation, he successfully cultivated the first level of the great sun's immortal golden body. This is a pleasant surprise. Just as Suyu was reviewing the gains from his breakthrough, several cheerful voices rang in his ears. Immediately afterwards, a series of jade tokens wrapped in soft light flew in front of him and hovered. Young friend, your talent is truly extraordinary. This is a call for help from my Qingtian Holy Land. For the next 50 years, the Holy Land will be unable to take action, but we still have many celestial beings under our tutelage who can be mobilized. I hope they will be of use when the time comes. This is an order from my Yin family. Brother Su, please accept it. Call me anytime if you need anything. The series of goodwill gestures made Suyu a little confused. What's going on? Why have everyone become so kind-hearted? Suyu, Chapter 176, Heavenly Tao Great Cleansing Time. 1 year later, heading to the Northern Territory. After hearing the voice of senior brother Shangju, Suyu looked back and asked, Senior brother Shangju, what's wrong? Zhao Hongjun first looked up at the sky, then said, the sense of oppression brought by the heavenly Tao is getting stronger and stronger. The final cleansing of the heavenly Tao should arrive in the next few days. It's time for us to retreat. You should also leave as soon as possible and make sure no one discovers our tracks. After you leave here, remember to hide your identity and change your appearance before walking in the world again. Although he believed that Suyu would remember what he said before, he couldn't help but remind him again at the last moment. Just like a father watching his child who is about to leave home, he keeps giving instructions over and over again without getting tired of it. Suyu smiled slightly and nodded, Don't worry, senior brother Shangju, I will listen to you. After all, the next 50 years were a time of his own arrogance. After breaking through the Jie Yin, Suyu was very confident that he could live well in the outside world. Who will? It's impossible to kill him. Unless a saint takes action, who in the outside world can kill him? He still has a life-saving talisman in his hand. Once he encounters something wrong, he will naturally use it immediately and escape from danger quickly. It's great that you listen. Zhao Hongjun nodded, then said, If he follows you, Woody won't make much progress. I've already planned a training route for him, so he has to grow on his own. Although my son's talent is not very good, as long as he is obedient and moves forward according to the general direction I set, he will be a qualified master of the Holy Land in the future. He is really tolerant of his offspring. Okay, next, I should train with Chen Hao and Yu Yun. Suyu nodded in response. At this time, Qinchuan Saint Lord also came up, the gentleness on her face never faded. She said softly, Yunar also has her own path, so it's inconvenient for her to go with you. Okay, we should leave. Looking at the clear sky, the saints always felt that there was a storm coming overhead. Their desire to return to the Holy Land has become stronger and stronger. If I can't get back in time, when the guillotine of heaven falls, you will be killed in a moment. After all, not everyone has the power to fight against the laws of nature. Even the emperor must respect the way of heaven. Zhao Hongjun looked at Suyu and said with a smile, Let's go. Get on the warship and I'll give you a ride for a while. Then we'll find a deserted place and you can leave on your own. It's too dangerous to let you leave here. The reason why he acted so arbitrarily before was not only because he wanted to kill Zhou Zong. More importantly, it is for clearing the area. After all, at the last moment when the Holy Land was closing, this group of outside monks were the biggest source of malice. Only by driving them away and preventing them from discovering what is happening here can we avoid danger. But for safety reasons, we should take Suyu away from here first. As time began to pass, one after another, the top warships started up and then turned into streams of light and rushed everywhere. In the next few days, the sky is finally starting to change. At the beginning, there were only a few roars of anger from heaven and earth, but as the laws began to descend, more and more quasi-saints who were hiding in seclusion in the outside world were discovered. These are all quasi-saints who broke through in blessed places and secret realms. If they try to break through the barrier by cheating the heavens, what awaits them is only the ruthless destruction of heaven. Later on, almost every now and then, one could see a purple world-destroying divine thunder suddenly falling from the direction of a deep mountain, raising the entire mountain to the ground. Seeing this movement, those quasi-holy places and top-tier forces that had been behaving well before gradually became excited. Especially when they secretly sent people to check the situation in the major holy places, they all became fanatical. It's the final cleansing moment of the heavenly Tao. The Dharma ending age is about to end. The gates of all the top holy places are closed. No quasi-saints remain in the outside world. The next few decades will be our carnival. Kill, plunder all the resources outside the Holy Land. Gather the forces and awaken the quasi-saint ancestor. Contact other sects and begin the search. News kept coming out from the quasi-holy places and first-rate forces. At this moment, not only the quasi-holy places and first-rate forces, but also other second-rate, third-rate, and even third-rate forces all began to celebrate. Even the independent cultivators began to covet the resource fields that the Holy Land once controlled. There is no monk who doesn't want resources. Even ordinary people are no exception. In the past, the Holy Land could send saints to travel and tour the world at any time, but now, the Holy Land has shrunk back into the void, and no saint can travel anymore. The resources occupied by the Holy Land will be the target of their competition. Even if the great cleanup is over in the future and the holy places completely return to Xuantian, they are not afraid. The law does not punish the masses, let alone the cultivators. Unless the holy places are completely shameless, there is nothing we can do to them even if we return. After all, the resources in the resource field will gradually recover as the spiritual energy recovers and may even mutate. They are the real beneficiaries of the coming of the great era. And these monks from the outside world are just picking up some soup and water to drink. If this doesn't work, then there will be no ordinary people in this world, and all of them will be from the Holy Land. This has been a rule for eternity, and is tacitly observed by all holy places. This is just the situation on the righteous side. The situation on the side of the demonic cultivators was even more crazy. After the demonic Holy Land was closed, those demonic cultivators immediately began their harvesting plan. Ha ha ha, a feast. This is a feast for us cultivators from the outside world before the arrival of the great world. We must not miss it. Oh right, the geniuses from the Holy Land will all be out training at this time. Find them and kill them. In the past, the Holy Land acted tyrannically and killed us at will. In the past few decades, it's our turn now. Without suppression, the malice buried deep in the heart is infinitely magnified. Both the good and evil forces, as well as the demon clan, began to become restless. It was only a year until the closure of the holy site. At present, countless Holy Land resource fields have been plundered, and the number of outer disciples of the Holy Land who have died is incalculable. Even in this year of the great cleansing, hundreds of celestial beings died in the eastern wilderness alone. It is impossible to count the number of powerful people who have fallen in the realm of spirit, dharma, and even the realm of yin and yang. All those who were hiding, come out. The center of eastern wilderness, Tianzhou City. The city in the east wasteland, which was known as the safest, has now become unsafe. It can even be said to be the most chaotic place. Those monks who came with malicious intent to seek revenge slaughtered the residents of Tianzhou City with impunity. Eastern wilderness, in a secret place of a first-class force. A young man riding a black horned beast was leisurely heading towards the location of the Dalian dynasty. In the Dalian dynasty, there is a teleportation array leading to the northern territory. After waiting for a year, I can finally go to the northern territory. Chapter 177. This guy's luck is really good, he's a big fat sheep. Xiaohei, this time when we go to the northern territory, if we can find an ancient female Pegasus in the mining area, I will let it be your wife. I'll try to improve your bloodline. On the outskirts of the secret realm of a first-rate power, a handsome young man, 1.9 meters tall, with a strong physique and muscular muscles full of explosive power, was riding a black horned beast leisurely. The handsome young man was carrying a huge black sword on his back. Judging from the sharpness of the sword, it was at least a heavenly grade weapon. And his own cultivation is not weak either, he has reached the 5th level of the Jie Yin realm. But, the black-horned beast carrying him was much weaker, with only the aura fluctuations of the spirit sea realm. Listening to the young man's words, the black-horned beast snorted twice, and then a slightly childish voice came out of his mouth. Young master, I'm still young, please don't talk to me about such meaningless topics. Compared to the lifespan of the black-horned beast, he is now only equivalent to an 8 or 9-year-old human child. Suyu said indifferently, so what? I'll find you a good wife now, so you can get married right away. The black-horned beast is the contracted beast he has raised since childhood. Certainly, it was not a contract of equal status, but a master-servant contract, with him as the master and the black-horned beast as the servant. The ancient Pegasus is the emperor's exclusive mount. You're being wronged by being my wife. Hurry up, speed up, and head towards the Dalian dynasty. Upon hearing this, the black horn on the black-horned beast's head suddenly lit up with light, and then the muscles in its 4 legs instantly tensed up, as if full of strength. Call out. The next moment, the black-horned beast's speed suddenly increased, and it galloped through the jungle like a black lightning. Along the way, some foolish monsters wanted to hunt the black-horned beast, but they were easily smashed into pieces by Suyu with a single palm. Even those monks who came to the depths of the jungle to train would retreat when they saw it. After all, a great cultivator at the 5th level of the Tribulation Yin realm is not someone they can afford to offend. Especially during this period of time, all top holy places have closed their mountain gates, and the strong men at the quasi-saint level and above are trapped in the secret realm and unable to come out and move. Today's world, that is the territory of the first-rate forces and quasi-holy places. Even during the period of the great cleansing of the heavenly Tao, some ancestors of the quasi-saint land had advanced to the quasi-saint realm and were extremely powerful for a time. Those who can reach the Jia Yin realm were now the top group of people in Xuanyan. This also saved Suyu a lot of trouble. Nowadays, those first-rate forces and quasi-holy places seem to be trying to plunder as many resources as possible from the world. In the past, when we visited holy places, we were always timid. Now that they have seen the people who stayed behind in the Holy Land, they will directly unite with other forces to launch a heavy attack. Along the way, because Suyu never concealed his cultivation level, his journey was very smooth and there was no hindrance at all. He is not like the son of fortune in the novel, who is afraid of being targeted and tries his best to pretend to be weak. But, your temperament is different. If you pretend to be weak, people will definitely be unhappy with you and will be more likely to target you. If you are strong and talented, you can just show it. Not only will you not be targeted, but you will be mistakenly regarded as a genius from some powerful force, and people will treat you politely. Play the pig and eat the tiger. Suyu disdained to do it. He could eat a tiger, so why should he pretend to be a pig? Traveled 100,000 miles. Finally, 10 days later, Suyu arrived in the sphere of influence of the Dalian dynasty. Although the black-horned beast has only the cultivation level of the spirit sea realm, is a born speed-type monster and can easily travel thousands of miles a day. Arriving in the territory of the Dalian dynasty, Suyu took out a sound transmission jade pendant, activated it, and said to it, "Where are you?" The words fell. Soon, the jade pendant lit up, and a cheerful voice reached Suyu's ears. "You finally arrived. I'm currently in the capital of the Dalian dynasty. The teleportation array to the northern territory will be activated in 7 days. Come here quickly. Okay, we can get there in 1 day." After saying that, Suyu cut off the communication and then rode the black-horned beast towards the capital of Dalian. Normally, if you want to enter a dynasty, you must have identity verification. Otherwise, you cannot enter the city, but that's for ordinary people. Suyu is not like that. His undisguised 5th level cultivation in the Jia Yin realm is his best pass. The next day at noon, Suyu finally arrived at the capital of Dalian. When he entered the city, his Jia Yin cultivation was revealed, and the officers and soldiers who issued the pass quickly processed it for him. Naturally, his identity was made up. After entering the capital of Dalian, Suyu did not delay. After contacting Qin Hao, he rushed over. A year later, the two met for the first time. Seeing that the other party didn't dare to show his true face, he smiled knowingly. Suyu imitated the fitness hunks from his previous life, bulging his muscles perfectly and building a strong physique, looking like someone who was not to be messed with. Combined with his handsome appearance, he was very eye-catching no matter how you looked at him. But it is this combination that makes people afraid to provoke him. Because it looks fierce, but Qin Hao was different. He turned into a sickly man with a sallow complexion and a thin body, and looked easy to bully. Looking at Qin Hao, Suyu's first reaction was, this guy is sure to get into trouble easily. But in Qin Hao's eyes, Suyu's appearance was extremely eye-catching. Qin Hao, if you show off like this, you'll definitely get beaten up later. The two of them tacitly complained about each other, and then Qin Hao said to Suyu, let's go and buy the boat tickets first. The teleportation array to the northern territory is controlled by a quasi-saint land force. Okay, Suyu nodded. They then went to the ticket office and after paying 1,000 high-quality spirit stones, they got the luxury class tickets as they wished. But, when they were about to leave, find an inn to stay, and prepare to exchange their insights into the secret of the word, soldier. A young man who looked very honest walked over and asked the two of them, brothers, I saw that you bought tickets to the northern territory. I guess you were going to the northern territory mining area to seek opportunities, right? Looking at the honest young man blocking his way, Suyu nodded and replied, yes. What's the matter? The honest young man grinned and said, I'm a consultant from the northern territory. If you want to go to the mining area, you must first pass through the no man's land and the dead land. If you want to save yourself the trouble, you can hire me. I can lead you through safely. The northern territory is vast and sparsely populated, and there are many desolate areas. No man's land and dead zone are nightmares for ordinary cultivators. Most cultivators who go to the northern territory and want to go to the Shenyuan mine area will choose to rent an experienced consultant. Hearing this, the two looked at each other and Suyu immediately laughed, okay. Seeing that they agreed, the honest young man smiled even more happily. Thank you both for taking care of our business. See you on the voyage ship in 6 days. Watching the honest young man walk away, Suyu's eyes were burning with passion. Looking at his departing back, he couldn't help laughing. This guy's luck is really good, he's a big fat sheep. Chapter 178 Suyu's future arrangements, arriving in the northern territory. In the next few days, Suyu and Qin Hao did not go out for a walk or anything because there was nothing worth visiting in the Dalian dynasty. It is a force supported by the Holy Land of the northern territory to monitor the movements of the eastern wilderness. Certainly, this kind of support for puppet forces to monitor is actually done by all major holy places, and it is also to facilitate the transmission of information. Therefore, in a dynasty like this, which was only established to gather information, there weren't many places to visit. The two stayed in the inn to practice, and by the way, confirmed each other's understanding of the secret of the word, soldier. Soon, the time for cultivation passed in a flash, and 6 days passed in a flash. This day, the teleportation square is already filled with many cultivators with impressive cultivation bases, the lowest of whom is at the soul condensation realm. They are all cultivators who came from all over the eastern wilderness. Some belong to other forces, and some are independent cultivators. They went to the northern territory, naturally, for the legendary divine source mine that could make people rich overnight. As long as you can find the top-level divine source mine, or have enough spirit stones to gamble on stones, then you can realize the myth of becoming rich overnight in this barren land of the Northern Territory. Over the years, many people have come to the Northern Territory to get rich, and of course, many have died in the Northern Territory as well. Even the most outrageous thing happened 500 years ago. A poor middle-aged cultivator, who was only at the innate realm, had only 50 low-grade spirit stones on him. He walked for 10 years and luckily passed through the no-man's land in the dead zone. After arriving at the mining area, he used all his assets of 50 low-grade spirit stones to buy a piece of miscellaneous stone. Finally, a piece of immortal marrow was opened. With the help of a piece of immortal marrow the size of a human head, the originally impoverished middle-aged cultivator became rich overnight, possessing millions of high-quality spirit stones and a precious medicine. This is the real gamble with your life. A large number of the monks in the teleportation square are aiming to get rich overnight. Certainly, a small number of them are there to collect the divine source needed for the sect. If a casual cultivator wants to pay the expensive boat ticket fee, he does not have the resources without the soul condensation realm. Therefore, anyone who boards the ship here must be at least a spirit being. As noon approached, the void ship in the teleportation array began to move, making a huge noise. Soon, a manager stood at the bow and shouted, "Those heading to the Northern Territory may board now. The boarding time is half an hour. No waiting after the deadline." Call out. As soon as the words fell, streams of light shot up into the sky in the square and flew towards the void ship. Suyu and Qinhao were not surprised at all and followed suit. But, there's an obvious contrast between the two of them. Qinhao likes to restrain his own aura. Suyu, on the other hand, openly displayed his 5th level Jia Yin realm cultivation, forcing those cultivators to stay 10 feet away from him. This domineering behavior made a group of monks angry but unable to speak out. Who let? He is in the robbery realm. The big boss is here. After arriving on the void ship and handing his ticket to the steward for inspection, Suyu was politely invited into the luxurious cabin of the void ship. Suyu didn't hesitate and followed the maid they arranged into the spaceship. Half an hour later, the spaceship started up as scheduled. As the void coating rose and enveloped the entire spaceship, the teleportation array instantly lit up with a dazzling light, and then the spaceship instantly disappeared from its original position. When breaking through the void, the spacecraft felt a strong vibration, giving people the illusion that it was about to fall apart. This is actually normal. The void ship is just the most basic tool for crossing the teleportation array. In terms of its sturdiness, it can be easily destroyed by the Jiang realm. If it was a Saint Soldier class warship, there would be no strange feeling at all. After entering the void, everyone was called to the deck. Standing at the front was the captain of the void ship. The middle-aged captain addressed the crowd. "Dear guests, welcome aboard the void ship operated by the illusionary tribulation sect for a voyage between the Northern Territory and the Eastern Wasteland. This time, the transmission time is estimated to be about a month to the Northern Territory. So, for the next month, please try to control yourselves and refrain from fighting on the spacecraft, so as not to affect the normal operation of the spacecraft. Of course, don't make a breakthrough, as it will cause the spacecraft to deviate from its course. If you need anything, please feel free to go to the VIP room to explain." The captain spoke a lot on the deck. At first, everyone was able to listen to him, but later, when they saw him start to promote the consulting business of the Northern Territory, everyone left in boredom. Suyu and Qinhao also left the spaceship deck and walked towards the luxury cabin. On the way, they naturally met the honest young man who had communicated with them 6 days ago. After chatting for a few words, they left. After all, there is nothing much to talk about on the void ship. Within a month thereafter, Suyu did not practice cultivation, but instead used this time to practice the visualization method of the golden crow transforming into yang. He visualized in his mind the entire process of a 3-legged golden crow the size of a planet transforming into yang. After observing the transformation of the golden crow into yang, Suyu's spiritual power also improved significantly. After all, this is the clan's secret method of the Jinwu clan. There aren't many things that need to be polished in the Jia Yin realm. You just need to continuously absorb the power of the Moon Yin and the more refined Xiao Yin, or even the Tai Yin Qi. I have also completed the construction of my yang body. Now, I just need to practice step by step and continue to polish my foundation. The breakthrough will naturally come naturally. Suyu reviewed his skills in martial arts over and over again. At the same time, he condensed extremely refined spiritual power and poured it into the tender buds growing from the divine sun seed. He has a strong foundation, but it also needs to be sorted out to achieve the best results. The 2 realms of calamity, yin and yang, just gave him the time to sort things out. In these 2 realms, I don't need to put in too much effort. I just need to sort out my own path and I can lay a supreme foundation. In order to deal with the only major calamity after the peak of Jiang, I must be fully prepared. Suyu was very clear about the problem he had to deal with. That is the difficulty of breaking through the holy realm. If, after breaking through the peak of Jiang and ascending to the celestial being, he did not encounter the killing calamity, then he would never be able to overcome the decline of his fate. Moreover, if he delayed for one day, the effect of his fate sublimation would be weakened. He didn't intend to let himself be so passive. Therefore, he had to make arrangements in advance and attract all the enemy's firepower to himself. Especially at this critical period, it is his best turning point. There is no interference from the holy realm. If he is only a quasi-saint, then as long as he reaches the peak of Jiang, the quasi-saint can be killed with just a wave of his hand. This trip to the Northern Territory is my chance to ascend to the saint realm. Raise your destiny to the highest level. In the next month, Suyu kept adjusting his practice route. Time flew by in the blink of an eye. Boom. One day, just 1 month later, the spaceship, which was originally sailing peacefully, suddenly produced a violent vibration, waking up all the monks who were in a state of cultivation. Dear guests, we have arrived from the Northern Territory. Chapter 179, Going to Taiku Mining Area and Encountering Robbery. As the captain's voice rang out in the void ship, all the monks exited their cultivation state and walked out of the cabin deck. When they came out, the spaceship had already left the void. What comes into view is a desolate and barren land. Even though this is a city, it makes people feel particularly desolate, because the city in front of them is different from the prosperous city in the past. Every building here is made of white stone. Looking around, there aren't many green plants to be seen. Yes, but there are palm trees that are unique to arid and desert areas. Is this the Northern Territory? Someone murmured curiously. The Northern Territory has always been known for its desolate nature. On the outskirts, there are extremely hot and arid deserts and rocky areas, while deep within, there is extremely cold permafrost that has existed for billions of years. In the middle of extreme heat and extreme cold, that's where we're going. A monk who had done his homework said it seriously. The Northern Territory has always been a land of suffering, but it also hides the secret to sudden wealth. Because the Northern Territory owns the entire Xuantian Divine Source mining area, it occupies almost 90% of Xuantian's Divine Source share. The mining area is close to the Forbidden Zone of Life, and this Forbidden Zone of Life was once inhabited by the royal family, also known as the Ancient Royal Family. This race inherited from ancient times has extremely powerful blood and can easily crush those of the same realm. Whenever a great era comes, the Forbidden Zone of Life deep in the mining area will be opened, and the geniuses of the ancient descendants will come out to compete for the throne with all races. The ancient royal family is not a single race, but a combination of races that produced great emperors in ancient times and are collectively called kings. In addition, their way of sleeping is very special. They use special means to seal themselves into the divine source. The divine source has experienced countless years of wind and rain, and finally it is attached with other substances and turns into source aura and flows out. Therefore, there have always been stories of people unearthing ancient royal families from the divine source mind. Certainly, people who leave the restricted zone of life are not all bad. Someone once obtained the ancient Keelan species, and finally made a contract with the Keelan species. They both achieved the peak of quasi-emperor and created a top holy land. Some people also sent out the Holy Ave, but in the end, several cities were slaughtered by the violent Holy Ave. Similarly, in addition to ancient creatures, the divine source ore can also produce countless good things, such as holy medicines left over from ancient times, and even quasi-immortality medicines. This is also the reason why countless people are still rushing to mine despite knowing the dangers. Because this is the opportunity they can understand and have the most direct access to change their destiny. If one is lucky enough to get a direct contract with a young member of the ancient royal family, then even if one's qualifications are mediocre, one will be able to rise to prominence and rule the world in the future. If you take the quasi-immortality elixir on the spot after being prescribed, you will truly change your fate and become a top genius. Countless holy places will invite you to join. However, it's more likely that after you swallow the quasi-immortality elixir, a powerful person will take action and refine you as a human-shaped precious medicine. Let's go, stop looking ahead to the mining area. After a monk came to his senses, he hurriedly pulled his companions towards the consultant who was holding a sign outside. They are looking for a guide to lead them through the dangerous no man's land and the dead land. Although hiring a reliable guide is very expensive, costing a full 1,000 medium-level spirit stones, but after taking such an expensive void ship, what else can you miss? One might ask why these guides, who can clearly pass through uninhabited areas and dead zones safely, don't mine the source ore themselves to get rich, but instead choose to be guides for others. That's naturally because they don't have the ability to do so. Those who serve as guides are generally middle-aged monks with very poor foundations and only innate cultivation, who can barely fly in the air. In one is, mining source ore is not something that anyone can do. Source ore is extremely solid. Even with special mining tools, one needs the cultivation level of the nascent soul realm to pry the ore. Moreover, the best mining areas have been eaten up by all the holy places. Most of the ores they are able to mine are from abandoned mines or those close to the life-forbidden zones of the ancient royal family. That is something that ordinary people cannot touch. Even people from the Northern Territory would choose to go to the gambling stone field to gamble after earning spirit stones. This is the norm. Brothers, let's go. Our people are waiting outside. We can set sail immediately. Just then, the honest young man walked towards Su Yu and Qin Hao, smiled at them and said, in the Northern Territory, if you want to cross the no man's land in the dead zone, the best way is to walk. This was common sense, and both of them understood it, so they nodded and said, okay. Following the honest young man, Su Yu and Qin Hao got off the boat, and were then surrounded by a group of rough-looking middle-aged men. Little brother, thank you for choosing me, Qin guide. Leave the rest of the journey to us. Except Su Yu, there were also 4 independent cultivators who came down from the void ship. Their cultivation is in the spirit enriching range. After greeting each other, they set off together. After leaving the city, everyone mounted their mounts and began to move forward in the vast desert according to the route planned by the so-called Qin guide. Su Yu rode a black-horned beast, while Qin Hao's mount was a green-eyed lion, also a demon beast with good bloodline. After walking for about a few hundred miles, the guides also started talking with other geniuses of Yunshan. A warm attitude can easily put people down. The honest young man who had invited Su Yu and Qin Hao also came over and said to them with a smile, brothers, my name is Feng Yu. How should I address you? Su Yu smiled faintly and replied, Long Feng, Qin Hao, Jin Duoduo. Hearing this, the honest young man Feng Yu clasped his fists and said seriously, greetings, brothers. I wonder which famous sect you two come from. Judging from your conversation and your mounts, you must be core disciples of the Eastern Wasteland Holy Land, right? Su Yu glanced around and replied nonchalantly, no, it's just a first-rate one. A holy land or something like that is not something we can even dream of. Hearing this answer, Feng Yu's smile became more genuine. Brother Jin, what about you? Qin Hao grinned and said, I'm from Jubao City. When Feng Yu heard the word, Treasure City, his eyes lit up. Not only him, but even the middle-aged men who were chatting with several soul-condensing realm cultivators had a barely perceptible excitement flash in their eyes. Big fish, Jubao City, the surname is Jin, the buffs are stacked up, he must be from the Jin family. Fat sheep, a real fat sheep. Ha ha ha, then brother Jin and brother Long must have come here to gamble on stones. Feng Yu suppressed his excitement and said with a smile. Yeah, why are you asking this, brother Feng? Qin Hao tilted his head and asked in confusion. The honest expression on Feng Yu's face gradually sank, and then a ferocity and murderous aura that did not belong to his age gradually rose. The moment Qin Hao finished speaking, the auras of 4 powerful tribulation yin masters exploded all around. Hey, I'm asking this because I want to borrow some spirit stones from you Dao brothers. Call out, chapter 180 touching brotherhood, then I will send you to the reincarnation together. As the roars that broke through the sound barrier rang out, the 4 tribulation yin realm masters suddenly rushed out under the horrified gazes of the 8 Yenshin realm geniuses. The 4 of them stood in each direction, blocking all the roads. What's going on? Why would a powerful robber block the way? The 8 geniuses with divine power shouted in panic. Bang! However, before they could react, the rough middle-aged man who was originally chatting and laughing with them suddenly jumped up, unleashing the pressure of the Dharma Great Venerable. He slapped the young man's head to pieces with one palm, and then all the sounds disappeared. What are you arguing about, you pigs? If one of you makes another, you will all die here. One of the middle-aged men with a beard and a scar on his face roared ferociously. His roar made the remaining 7 people dare not breathe, and they shrank their heads like a frightened quail. Seeing that they had stopped making noise, the middle-aged man nodded with satisfaction. After controlling the situation, one of the powerful robbers who suddenly rushed out also took a look and said lightly, what are the origins of these pigs? His cultivation level was the 7th level of the Jia Yin realm, the highest among those present, and he was obviously the leader of this group. As soon as he spoke, the young man from Feng Yu rode over on his horse and said respectfully, brother, these people are all from the first-class forces in the Eastern Wasteland. Except for the guy whose head was just blown up by 5th brother, all the others who came here this time are here to gamble on stones. The amount of spirit stones on him is definitely enough to make our hearts flutter. Feng Yu pointed in Qin Hao's direction and said with a smile, but this one is the biggest pig. Someone from the Jin family of Jubao City. Upon hearing these 7 words, the eyes of the man at the 7th level of the Jia Yin realm lit up instantly. The Jin family, the incredibly wealthy Jin family. Ha, looks like we can have a good meal this time. If we can do a good job this time, we brothers will be able to have fun for a while. In the eyes of all the cultivators in Xuandian, the Jin family is synonymous with wealth. Able to kidnap a member of the Jin family. Not to mention a lot, at least you can get all the assets of a second-rate force. Even if the kidnapped person is the offspring of a core member of the Jin family, it would not be a problem to get the total assets of a first-rate force. Okay, you did a great job, I'll reward you well when I get back this time. This big brother Jia Yin nodded with a look of satisfaction, then patted Feng Yu on the head. Feng Yu seemed to enjoy being patted by him. Thank you, big brother. The others didn't feel anything when they heard the conversation between the two, except Su Yu, who looked strange when he saw the enjoyment on Feng Yu's face. It seems to be a zero. After saying that, brother Jia Yin raised his tiger head hook, pointed it at everyone, and shouted, now, if you don't want to die, throw out all the storage rings and valuables in your hands immediately. If I find out who dares to hide. Click. The moment he finished speaking, he raised his hand and slashed at the headless corpse with its head blown off. In an instant, the corpse was torn into pieces, blood mist filled the air, and a fishy smell with rust lingered in everyone's nose. This is what will happen to you. Big brother Jia Yin glanced at them coldly, and the sharpened murderous aura made the 7 Yunshin geniuses tremble at the same time. Then, storage rings were thrown out one after another. The middle-aged man with the scar on his face was also happily picking up storage rings in front. Then he probed in with his spiritual sense and counted the stored spirit stones. His eyes lit up. Brother, these pigs are of very high quality. 8 soul-enriching piglets were able to collect 80,000 high-quality spirit stones, as well as a number of valuable items. After hearing about the 80,000 high-grade spirit stones, even the powerful Jia Yin cultivator couldn't help but hold his breath. Because this number is too shocking. Even their assets only amount to 20,000 to 30,000 coins. If these ordinary pigs can gather so many spirit stones, then how can this pig from the Jin family also have this one in the Jia Yin realm? Think of this. Brother Jia Yin couldn't help himself, and when he looked at Qin Hao, he grinned and said, boy, hand over your storage ring, and I can spare your life. As he spoke, he looked at Su Yu again and frowned, a cultivator in the Jia Yin realm. Hand over your valuables, and you can get out of here. He didn't want to let anyone go unless it was necessary. But except for him who was at the 7th level of Jia Yin, the other 3 are only at the 3rd level of Jia Yin. It is obviously difficult to take down Su Yu together. It's not that we can't get it. The main thing is to take him down, which will take some effort and is not worth it. Su Yu, riding on a black horned beast, tilted his head and looked at him, wondering, what the hell are you talking about? Brother Jia Yin was stunned when he heard this, obviously not expecting Su Yu to give this answer. After reacting, he grinned and said, okay. If you dare to talk to me like this, then you don't have to. Boom. Before he could finish his words, an extremely terrifying force came crashing down, causing him to kneel on the desert. This scene happened so suddenly that no one had time to react. What's going on? Brother Jia Yin was confused when he saw his uncontrollable knees touching the sand. Who am I, where am I, and why am I on my knees? He had no idea what was happening, but in the previous moment, he felt a sudden burst of power that prevented him from resisting. Then he knelt down. Seeing him kneel down, his companions were stunned at first, then looked anxious and rushed up with shouts. Big brother, damn it, what kind of magic did you use, you bastard, to make my big brother kneel down? The other 3 powerful Jia Yin warriors drew their weapons with angry faces and rushed towards Su Yu, trying to kill him here. Even Feng Yu, a cultivator at the 5th level of the Dharma realm, was extremely angry and rushed towards Su Yu without hesitation. Damn it, how dare you insult my elder brother, you're courting death. However, after they finished speaking, the sounds of people kneeling on the sand were heard one after another, and then a horrifying scene appeared. All the robbers knelt on the ground, and they all knelt down facing Su Yu. While their minds were blank, Su Yu got off Xiao Hei's back with an extremely calm expression. He put his hands behind his back and walked up to the group of people. At this moment, Su Yu was looking down at the group of powerful yin-killing warriors kneeling in front of him. How dare you, an ant-like thing, tell me to get lost. Listening to Su Yu's indifferent words, brother Jia Yin's heart couldn't help but tremble. He raised his head and met Su Yu's eyes that didn't contain any emotion. Suddenly, he felt as if his heart was being pinched by a big hand. Sir, I was blind to the truth. Bang. However, before he could finish his words, a terrifying force instantly exploded the air. His head instantly turned into a cloud of blood mist that floated in the air. Since you can't see clearly even with your eyes, let's just go back to the furnace and forge it again. Big brother, seeing their boss's head being blown up and he didn't even have the strength to resist, the robbers immediately became furious. But the next second, bang bang bang, a series of loud noises were heard, and the heads of the robbers were all blown into a bloody mist. The air was filled with an extremely pungent smell of blood. At the same time, Su Yu's indifferent voice echoed. Touching brotherhood, then let me send you to the reincarnation to walk together. At this moment, the whole place was dead silent. Chapter 181, Unparalleled Dragon Capture. This explosive power is abnormal. Headless corpses kept falling down, but Su Yu's expression did not change. Now, he no longer felt any interest in killing these people. Everyone wants me to die, so I have to be so kind as to let them go. No, Su Yu couldn't do that. What he hated most was someone thinking about him. Anyone who wants to kill me must die first. Pulling his hand back, Su Yu glanced at Feng Yu, who was frightened out of his wits, and said indifferently, your brotherhood is truly touching. I see you like your big brother very much. How about you go with him? Hearing this, Feng Yu's body trembled violently. After coming to his senses, he said with hatred on his face, you devil. Demon. Hearing Feng Yu's words, Su Yu immediately laughed. What is a devil? Why, when you kill people, don't you ever think that one day you will be killed too? When you kill people, aren't you no longer a demon? Of course, even if you didn't kill anyone in front of me, you've already shown your ill towards me. Therefore, in my eyes, you've already been sentenced to death. Su Yu's expression was extremely indifferent, and he didn't care about the lives of these people at all. What is there about people like Feng Yu that is worthy of showing mercy? No. Okay, now I can give you a chance. As long as you take me to your lair, I might consider sparing your life. Hearing this, the fierce hatred on Feng Yu's face disappeared. He looked at Su Yu with a look of doubt on his face and asked, really? Of course, Su Yu grinned. The reason why he spared Feng Yu's life was because of the red and golden line of opportunity above his head. According to his speculation, the opportunity Feng Yu has can at least be comparable to that of a saint. After all, it's already golden. The line of opportunity above Qin Hao's head was pure gold at that time, and the opportunity he got turned out to be a scroll of invincible Tianzun's secret method. So no matter how bad Feng Yu's situation is, it shouldn't be worse than a saint-level opportunity, right? Okay, Feng Yu was a little hesitant at first, but it only lasted for a moment, and he put the hesitancy behind him. Because being alive is more important than anything else. Only by staying alive can he hope to avenge his elder brother and the others. All the wealth he had saved in the past was not important. As long as he was alive, he could get it back tenfold or 100-fold. I'll take you there. As he spoke, Feng Yu stood up from the ground and flew in one direction. After taking a look, Su Yu followed with confidence. Because the direction Feng Yu was heading was the same as the location marked on the opportunity line. After losing these threats, the geniuses in the soul-enriching realm left without even looking back, running desperately in the direction they came from. Suyu and Qinhao ignored them. They are just a bunch of weaklings and pose no threat to them. Qinhao and Suyu walked side by side. During this time, Qinhao couldn't help but ask, "You want to go to their lair to see if there are any fish that have slipped through the net?" Qinhao found it strange that Suyu was thinking of wiping out the roots. Hearing Qinhao's question, Suyu turned his head and showed a bright smile, saying, "Of course not, go find out if there are any good treasures." Upon hearing this, Qinhao was choked. Looking for treasure. As the holy son of the Jushao Holy Land, how could you be short of resources and treasures? Are you kidding? What are they? They are just a group of bandits from the Yin realm. What good things can be in their collection? I guess you would find it too uncomfortable to hold them in your hands. Qinhao shook his head and said, "I don't understand you." Forget it, let him do as he pleases. Anyway, when they come to a desolate place like the Northern Territory, it basically belongs to them. The distribution of power in the Northern Territory is now very simple and clear. There are 3 quasi-holy places and hundreds of first-rate forces. These forces control all the areas rich in source minerals. As long as they act carefully and don't provoke the celestial beings and quasi-saints, they will be able to thrive in this place where killing is not illegal. And those first-rate forces are not vassals of the quasi-holy lands, but are affiliated with the 2 major holy lands in the Northern Territory. So they can definitely live a very comfortable life here. Now that they had just arrived in the Northern Territory, they were not in a hurry to go to the mining area, so it would be great if they could just travel around the Northern Territory. Soon, after following Feng Yu's footsteps for almost 500 miles. Finally, before the sun set, they arrived at a small desert oasis. Feng Yu stopped and pointed to the oasis in front of him and said, "This is it." When Suyu heard this, a purple light flashed in his eyes. Then, in his eyes, the opportunity line on Feng Yu's body was connected to the oasis. It seemed that it was hidden underground. Seeing this scene, Suyu nodded slightly, "Okay." Feng Yu asked in a deep voice, "I have brought you here as agreed. Can you let me go now?" Suyu grinned and nodded when he heard this, "Of course, you can leave at any time." "I'm a man of my words." Feng Yu looked at him deeply, then turned and left without looking back. Bang! The moment Feng Yu turned around, an overwhelming force that was incomparable to him came crashing down from above his head. Feng Yu didn't even have time to react before he was beaten into a bloody mist. With him as the center, the desert within a radius of 10 miles was sunk and turned into a huge quicksand pit. The sand from all around was constantly flowing into it, filling the pit. "You're crazy. Why do you think Suyu's words are so important? Why don't you ask me if I'm willing to let you go?" Qinhao cursed. "This person really has no tact. Am I so weak that you, Feng Yu, don't even look at me?" Qinhao cursed and withdrew his hand. Then he tilted his head and asked, "Tell me, what exactly do you want to do here?" He didn't believe that Suyu was really coming for the small savings of these robbers. There must be something fishy going on here, as expected. Under Qinhao's questioning gaze, Suyu smiled slightly, then said, "I told you, find the treasure." How can there be treasures in this kind of place? An ordinary desert oasis, a pool of water, some small woods, and not even a hill. That's where the treasure is hidden. Suyu did not answer his question immediately, but stepped on the void and flew towards the sky above the oasis. After glancing around, Suyu took a deep breath. Boom! The next moment, the sound of the blood and energy rolling in Suyu's body was like the roar of a dragon and the roar of a tiger, and an extremely dull sound was heard. An aura that frightened even Qinhao rose from Suyu's body. Even the air around Suyu was evaporated and turned into white mist that lingered around him, making him look like a banished immortal. Unparalleled dragon capture. Boom! Suyu's eyes flashed instantly, and then he shouted loudly, and his fist transformed into the form of a dragon and tiger and slammed into the ground. Under Qinhao's horrified and stunned gaze, the small oasis was instantly sunk by Suyu's punch. This burst of power, you're a pervert. Chapter 182, Chance, Yuan Tianqi's tomb. Qinhao was dumbfounded by this punch, and his dazed look was very funny. He couldn't even imagine, could the power of this punch really be unleashed by someone in the Jiyin realm? With one punch, the ground for dozens of miles was flattened. This terrifying burst of power is no less powerful than that of the Jiyan realm. It can even rival the full-strength attack of a Jiyan realm's second-level expert. The explosive power of a punch is like a nuclear bomb exploding. The energy in Suyu's fist dissipated, but the space where the fist was located was still distorted, as if it was being steamed by extremely hot flames. If you don't improve your strength, how can you be on par with those ancient freaks? Suyu looked at Qinhao and smiled. He will not be proud or satisfied with the power he has now. A single strike from those Saint Lords could be thousands, even tens of thousands, times more powerful than his full strength, which was simply beyond his reach at the moment. He could still find a way to escape if it was a celestial being, but if a saint or even a great sage came to kill him, he would not even have a chance to escape. This is the reality and cruelty of the world of cultivating immortals. No one can escape. Soon, as the dust gradually dissipated, a huge deep pit was formed under the destroyed oasis. And in the deep pit, in addition to the remnants of Suyu's power, another kind of energy fluctuation appeared. Watching this scene, Suyu couldn't help but frown, staring straight ahead without blinking, and muttered, "It feels like the law of cause and effect." Suyu couldn't explain it either, he just felt that their fates were connected. This power seems to be able to change destiny. Qinhao also sensed this change and couldn't help but ask, is this inheritance? He felt that if this kind of causal rhythm could appear, then what was hidden underneath must be something extraordinary. Without giving it much thought, the two men quickly went down the pit. Soon, when they entered the pit, the mysterious feeling that made their hearts tremble became even stronger. After entering the underground, the two looked forward. When they saw a few ancient large characters engraved on the stone gate in front of them, they couldn't help but read them out loud. Temple of the Heavenly Master. The 3 ancient characters froze the two of them at the same time. Heavenly Master. In the entire Xuantian, no, or in the entire universe, there is only one kind of person who can be called the Heavenly Master. That's Master Yuan Tianqi, a person who can accurately search for divine sources or even immortal sources. Moreover, Yuan Tianqi can not only accurately hunt for treasures, but can also set up formations with the help of divine sources and immortal sources. Even more powerful and mysterious than the Formation Master. Throughout history, Yuan Tianqi appeared very rarely, but every time he appeared, it would cause a great trend. Moreover, even the ancient immortals and the Emperor's sons did not dare to be presumptuous to Master Yuan Tianqi. Although the Yuan Tianqi's actual combat power is not strong, they can form a formation in the void and can also master the Emperor's killing formation. The Emperor's killing formation is a forbidden formation that defies the heavens and can even kill the Emperor. As long as there's enough divine and immortal energy, there's nothing to fear from the Emperor. The two looked at each other, and both saw a hint of joy and shock in each other's eyes. I'm rich. This is actually the tomb of Yuan Tianqi. The divine and immortal sources in Master Yuan Tianqi's tomb should be of the highest quality, right? Go over quickly and find out what's going on, Qinhao urged. If they were really allowed to obtain the inheritance of Master Yuan Tian, they would be able to call the shots in the Northern Territory, and all the celestial beings and quasi-saints would have to stand aside. Even if we don't obtain the inheritance of Master Yuan Tianchi, even if we find the formation diagrams of Master Yuan Tianchi's lineage, our gains on this trip will be top-notch. Xuantian's top holy place, even for the human race, and even all races in the universe. Everyone wants Master Yuan Tianchi's inheritance. But unfortunately, the inheritance of Yuan Tianchi is not from a noble family, but it means that people who are destined will become Tianchi. Today, the most famous families in the Northern Territory mining area are all from the Yuan Master family. It is difficult for a geomancer to become a celestial master in his entire life. The two came to the stone gate of Tianchi's tomb, took a look at it first, and then found that it required special means to open it. Seeing this scene, both of them had a headache. If we force it open, the Heavenly Master's tomb will definitely be destroyed. But what is the special method to open the stone gate? Su Yu felt a little regretful now. If he had known earlier, he would not have let Chen Hao kill Feng Yu so quickly. Feng Yu is the owner of this opportunity. He must have the key to unlocking the Heavenly Master's tomb. Now that he's been killed, there's no hope left. After groping in front of the stone gate for a while and finding that there was really no way out, the two had no choice but to retreat. After going out, Su Yu asked, "Look around here and see if there are any clues." He couldn't tell Feng Yu the key directly, so he could only say that he was looking for it nearby. After all, it was hard for them not to be tempted by the Tianchi tomb which was so close to them. Okay, Chen Hao nodded. Then the two separated, each opening their spiritual senses to begin exploring. Su Yu is now at the 5th level of Jie Yin cultivation. Although Chen Hao is slightly behind, he has also reached the 3rd level of Jie Yin relying on his own foundation. Su Yu can detect the situation within a radius of 500 miles, while Chen Hao is slightly weaker and can only detect the situation within a radius of 200 miles. But that's enough. But as time passed, neither of them found anything crucial. Everything will be reduced to ashes with this bunch of yours. Chen Hao couldn't help but complain. Alright, you have been pretending to be cool before, but now we have nothing left, so what can we use to explore the tomb of the Heavenly Master? When Su Yu heard this, he couldn't help but want to say hello. Hateful, I said not to kill Feng Yu, but you killed him when he turned his head. He is the one who has the opportunity to visit the Heavenly Master's tomb. If you kill him, of course all clues will be lost. Now I can only look at this treasure house and salivate. Let's go. Su Yu sighed, helplessly facing the reality that they had no way of obtaining the inheritance of Master Yuan Tianchi. Although this opportunity is gone, I have already had so many cheats, and I can't digest them all at once, so I don't feel that sad. Let's find another consultant and go to the mining area to take a look. Chen Hao shook his head and said, I hope I can encounter some surprises during my trip to the mining area. That's the only way. Su Yu agreed. After saying that, the two turned around and were about to leave. Before they had walked far, suddenly, several unfamiliar figures broke into the range of their spiritual sense. Seeing that they were heading towards the tomb of the Heavenly Master, the two men couldn't help but look at each other. After the two of them hid their bodies, not long after, 3 young men slowly appeared from the east. Second brother, are you sure this is the tomb of the previous generation of Yuan Tianchi? Among the 3, a voice filled with firm confidence came. Brother, there is no doubt, this is the tomb of Yuan Tianchi. I passed by here that day and felt the resonance of Tianchi's magic. Alright, as long as we dig up this tomb of Yuan Tianchi's legacy will belong to our Zhang family. The sound is getting closer. Until the 3 of them arrived nearby and saw the huge deep pit that was dozens of miles long, they were stunned instantly. Huh, where's that little oasis? Chapter 183. The man stalks the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind it. Today, let's be the oriole. Looking at the deep pit that was dozens of miles long in front of them, the 3 of them were stunned. Their eyes were dull, and no one knew what they were thinking. Zhang Tianming's eyes showed confusion, and he muttered, Hey, I remember there was a small oasis here, how come it's gone? He happened to pass by here when he was exploring for source minerals and discovered something unusual. Finally, after in-depth excavation, it was discovered that there was the tomb of the previous generation of Yuan Tianchi. This discovery made Zhang Tianming excited at the time. However, after discovering that the oasis above the Tianchi tomb was a den of several robbers, he did not dare to act rashly. Because his cultivation level is only at the 1st level of the Jie Yin realm. Therefore, he had no choice but to turn around and ask for help, and directly asked his elder brother to come over so that he could have the tomb all to himself. He is from the Northern Territory's origin master family, but not the main branch. He has an older brother, the resolute young man in front of him, named Zhang Tianao, and he is the second oldest. The handsome young man next to him is his younger brother, Zhang Tianchuan. Zhang Tianao was also stunned. As a cultivator at the 8th level of the Tribulation Yin realm, he knew best the potential of this destructive power. This is definitely an explosion in the Jiang realm. He calmed himself down and said in a deep voice, Second brother, I think the group of robbers you mentioned have provoked a powerful robber from the sun. It looks like it's just a one-punch affair here. If he was at the peak of Jie Yin, he would still have enough energy to mediate and fight for a chance to escape. But if it is Jie Yang, then nothing will change. Can't escape. Hearing this, Zhang Tianming's expression changed again and again, and Jie Yang took action. Could it be that the Heavenly Master's tomb has been discovered by other source master families? Impossible. He found Master Yuan Tianchi's tomb by chance. Before Zhang Tianming could figure it out, Zhang Tianchuan stepped forward to observe and then shouted in surprise, Big brother, second brother, look. There's a stone door down there, and it looks like it's never been opened. I guess no one has discovered it. Hearing these slightly excited words, the two came to their senses, hurried over, and then became surprised. It's true. Hurry, go down and find out what's going on. If it hasn't been opened yet, we have to hurry up. If that powerful robber finds out and sees us, he will probably kill us to silence us for the sake of Tianchi's tomb, Zhang Tianao urged. The two nodded in agreement, then followed Zhang Tianao's footsteps and jumped into the deep pit. The 3 of them walked very fast and soon arrived at the stone gate of Tianchi's tomb. Looking at the 3 large characters engraved on the stone gate, the 3 of them were immediately certain that this was definitely the tomb of the Heavenly Master. Because the arrangement method is the purest source master lineage. It is much more advanced than their geomancer's technique. It's the tomb of the Heavenly Master. Open it quickly. Zhang Tianao felt relieved and a bright smile appeared on his face. Zhang Tianming nodded, then took a step forward, looked at a small groove on the stone door, and then put his finger on it without hesitation. Next second, the spiritual power unique to the source master burst out from his body. Spiritual power gathered in his fingers, and then like a reservoir with the floodgates opened, spiritual power poured in crazily. In just a blink of an eye, Zhang Tianming's breath weakened. Brother, this is. Looking at this scene, Zhang Tianchuan was shocked and said in doubt. As the eldest brother, Zhang Tianao was much calmer and said steadily, this is the procedure required to open the door, don't panic. Just wait until the guardian formation of the Heavenly Master's tomb absorbs enough spiritual energy from the source master. As a member of a family of source masters, he knows the records of source masters best. After all, this is the realm that all source masters' families dream of. As long as he can break through to become a Heavenly Master, even the Emperor will have to be polite to him. Just like he is in the Jiayin realm now, if he obtains the inheritance of the Heavenly Master, then even if the top Holy Land comes in the future, he will be treated as a guest of honor. Only because of the Heavenly Master's means, the Emperor level formation can be repaired. Even when one reaches a certain realm, setting up a killing formation for the Emperor is no problem at all. After the death of each generation of Yuan Tianqi, he would leave behind the Tianqi inheritance in the tomb he had prepared in advance. If one wanted to obtain the Tianqi inheritance, one must obtain the Tianqi's approval. Soon, as the three people waited anxiously, blue streaks of light began to rise from the bottom of the stone gate. Finally, the light pattern spread across the entire stone gate. Boom! Following a loud bang, the stone door in front of him lit up with a faint light, and then the ban was lifted and the stone door slowly opened. It's open. Let's go in quickly and see what kind of incredible treasures the previous generation of Master Yuan Tianqi left behind, Zhang Tianao said impatiently. Then he took the lead and entered first. Zhang Tianxuan supported the already exhausted Zhang Tianming and followed Zhang Tianao. The previous generation of Yuan Tianqi was universally recognized as the richest Tianqi in the northern territory. His wealth alone was comparable to that of top-tier holy lands. After his death, all his treasures disappeared. I'm sure they're all in this tomb, right? It doesn't matter which of his three brothers obtains the Heavenly Master's inheritance. As long as we obtain the Heavenly Master's inheritance, our lineage will be the main branch of the Zhang family in the future. When we visit the various holy places in the future, we will be treated as honored guests and become famous throughout the universe. Listening to Zhang Tianao's bold words, Zhang Tianming and Zhang Tianxuan both showed anticipation and yearning on their faces. I also long for such days of having status. Although the Zhang family is an extremely powerful family of Earth Masters, and there's an ancestor who is at the top of the Earth Master in the family, even if the great sage comes, they have to give him some face. But that's someone from the main lineage. These branches of theirs are nothing but scraps. They can be abandoned at any time, and the main vein will only assign those higher tasks of exploring low-level source mines to them. They have had enough of this life without status. Now, with such an opportunity to change their fate in front of them, how could they not look forward to it? Swish, the three of them crossed the stone gate and entered the Tianqi tomb. And in the shadowy corner of the deep pit, a faint voice sounded, "They've gone in. Let's go in quickly and see if we can get anything out of it." The tomb of the Heavenly Master, as the saying goes, if you can't get the inheritance, getting some oily food will be enough to feed yourself. However, just as Qin Hao was about to step out, he was grabbed by Su Yu. Don't worry, someone is coming. Hearing this, Qin Hao's breath suddenly stagnated, and then disappeared again, as if he had never appeared. That's all. The two waited for half a quarter of an hour. Suddenly, several young figures suddenly leapt down from the deep pit. One of them, a rebellious-looking young man, glanced towards the stone gate and said with a sinister grin, "Sure enough, those three brothers have ulterior motives. You discovered the Heavenly Master's tomb, yet you dared to conceal it and not report it to the family. Let's go in and kill them. The best place to inherit the Heavenly Master's legacy is naturally the main branch of our Zhang family." Swish, 7 or 8 young figures with impressive cultivation levels stepped into the Heavenly Master's tomb together. Qin Hao couldn't help but speak until the noise here calmed down. How strong is your soul? You can even detect them. Why do I feel like you are getting more and more perverted? Don't worry about it. Come on, we can go in now. The mantis stalks the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind. Today, let's be the oriole. Swish, chapter 184. The main tomb is open, and the inheritance of Yuan Tianqi is revealed. For some reason, Qin Hao felt that it was a wrong decision to go out and gain experience with Su Yu, because the latter's speed of improving strength was too abnormal. In the blink of an eye, he made a qualitative improvement. I have been practicing very hard, but in the end, I am still being left further and further behind. Now, the only thing that could comfort him a little was probably that he was ahead of Su Yu in the practice of the secret of the word, Bing. As for the rest, has been left far behind. At the beginning, he could still fight with Su Yu for a while, until later, after Su Yu broke through the peak of the Dharma phase and faced a group of top-level Holy Land monsters who were similar to him, he was able to crush them. Then he felt that he was being left behind. Now that he had broken through the Jiayin, the gap became even more obvious. He analyzed that Su Yu was very likely to have the combat power of the triple limit of Jiayang. Another combat power that almost broke through the forbidden realm of God. There is a clear division among the geniuses. Breaking the limit once means 3 levels lower, breaking the limit twice means 5 levels lower, and breaking the limit 3 times means 8 levels lower. Although it is the 8th level, in fact, it is already capable of fighting in the 9th level. Going further out, you will break the limitations of the small realm and enter a completely new area. Divine Ban, trigger the forbidden divine power and kill the enemy across a large realm. Certainly, this level of limit-breaking combat power will gradually widen as the cultivation level increases, until the Great Saint realm is reached, and 3 limit-breaking times can only challenge the peak of the mid-stage. As for the Quasi-Emperor, breaking through the limit 3 times is just a leap to the 2nd level. It is very difficult to reach the peak of divine prohibition. So, the appearance of the Lin character secret is the most heaven-defying existence. Once the Lin character secret is triggered, one can directly step into the forbidden realm of the gods and fight across levels. The peak of Quasi-Emperor has entered the divine forbidden zone and can fight against the Emperor, and can even injure the Emperor. This is the most heaven-defying secret method. Su Yu glanced at him and said, "That's not enough. What can you do at this level? A Quasi-Saint can easily kill you. Don't just look at the surface, look further." As he spoke, Su Yu walked towards the direction of the Heavenly Master's tomb. Qin Hao found it very irritating. Is this vision? No, this is called showing off. Su Yu, you're too long-winded. The two of them passed through the barrier and successfully entered the Heavenly Master's tomb. As soon as you enter the Heavenly Master's tomb, the style here is completely different from any blessed land they have seen before. This place is built entirely in the style of a mausoleum. Without sky, there's no life. There are only walls made of blue bricks and a huge palace. So this is the tomb that a powerful person from the outside world built for himself. Qin Hao looked around curiously. When the powerful people in their holy land die of old age, they will be buried in the ancestral tomb and live in another way. Certainly, there are also some strong people who do not like to continue living after death, so they choose to die in the outside world and then leave their own inheritance to the Holy Land or family. Let's go and take a look. If the Heavenly Master's inheritance is gone, you and I will both die here. Su Yu didn't have the same good mind as Qin Hao to appreciate it. It was just a tomb. What was there to appreciate? If someone got the Heavenly Master's inheritance in advance, they would definitely be killed here by the other party using the formation. Having said that, the two of them quickened their pace, not daring to delay any further. Soon, after many twists and turns, they finally sensed the traces of monks ahead. Zhang Tianao, you useless side branch guys, are you worthy enough to get involved in Master Yuan Tian's inheritance? Don't you even look at your talents. As we approached the main tomb chamber, we heard the sound of fighting. At the same time, there was also the voice of the young man coming from behind that they had heard earlier, which was just as arrogant. Bang! Inside the main tomb chamber, Zhang Tianao was knocked away by a compass. The strong spiritual power that was different from that of a cultivator fell on him, and actually broke several bones in his body. After falling to the ground, Zhang Tianao was stepped on the head by the rebellious young man. Feeling the pressure coming from his head, Zhang Tianao felt humiliated. Zhang Yang, let my brother go. Seeing their eldest brother being humiliated in this way, the brothers Zhang Tianming and Zhang Tianxuan were furious and roared at the rebellious young man named Zhang Yang. In the Zhang family, the main branch has always looked down on the side branches. Because there are too few geniuses and strong people who come from other places, there are not even two at all. If the ancestor of the main lineage had not still remembered the blood relationship, the other people in the main lineage would have wanted to drive the branch line out of the Zhang family long ago. They feel that they are a waste of Zhang family resources. Pa! As soon as Zhang Tianming finished speaking, the 6th level Jian youth in front of him slapped him in the face and said in a snarling voice, "You vain bastards are not worthy of being called Zhang Yang. You should call me young master, you disrespectful creature." Although he looks young, he is actually over 200 years old. Ba! Zhang Tianxuan, who was restrained at the side, spat out a mouthful of blood foam and said viciously, "If you attack your own family, are you worthy of being the young master of the Zhang family? Brother Yuan hasn't abdicated yet, so what kind of young master is Zhang Yang?" Hearing the word, Brother Yuan, Zhang Yang was like a rooster with its feathers standing on end. He slapped Zhang Tianxuan with his backhand, making him dizzy. "Don't mention that man's name in front of me. Dare to mention him again, I will make you live a life worse than death." Seeing his furious look, Zhang Tianao, who was being stepped on, suddenly laughed. "Ha ha ha, Zhang Yang, you are afraid that Brother Yuan will settle accounts with you after becoming the heir of the Zhang family, right? Ha ha ha, just wait, I'm waiting for you down there." He already had a premonition that he would definitely not be able to return alive this time. But if he died, would Zhang Yang be able to survive? Impossible. There is also a monster in the family who is against the will of heaven. He is praised by the ancestor as the third person in history who can break through the realm of Yuan Tianxi with the body of Yuan Dashi. That guy, Zhang Yang, had completely offended him. As long as that person secures his position as the heir of the Zhang family, Zhang Yang's family will definitely be ruthlessly purged. He is so arrogant, but sooner or later he will come down. Shut up, shut up. Zhang Yang's eyes turned bloodshot when he heard that, and he roared at Zhang Tianao on the ground, spitting everywhere. The strength under my feet increased little by little. Crack. The sound of the skull shattering was extremely harsh, making the Zhang Tianming brothers extremely anxious. Even though he could feel the breath of death approaching, Zhang Tianao still showed no sign of begging for mercy. Instead, he became even more frantic. "If I don't tell you, can you get away with it? Zhang Yang, I haven't forgotten the beastly things you did that year. Sooner or later, you will die a more miserable death than me. Your whole family will be tortured to death. Ha 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 ha." Zhang Yang heard this, and a strong murderous intent flashed in his eyes. He roared, "I told you to shut up." The next second, Zhang Yang raised his leg and then stepped down hard. There was a loud bang. Zhang Tianao, who was under his feet, had his head stomped on and exploded, and his breath was instantly gone. Big brother. Looking at this scene, the Zhang Tianming brothers had dull eyes. The next second, heart-wrenching roars suddenly echoed throughout the main tomb chamber. Boom. At this moment, above the main tomb chamber, a mysterious source energy fluctuation suddenly shook the entire tomb chamber. This sudden scene calmed down the furious Zhang Yang, and then he became ecstatic. The inheritance of Master Yuan Tianxi. Zhang Yang ignored the remaining two people. The moment he saw the inheritance of Master Yuan Tianxi appear, he immediately abandoned everyone and rushed straight upwards. But, at this moment, Zhang Tianming, who had been subdued, suddenly burst out with extremely strong energy. Swish. After breaking free from the restraints in an instant, Zhang Tianming's eyes were red and he ran straight towards Zhang Yang. "Even if Master Yuan Tianxi's inheritance is destroyed, I will not let you get it." Boom. Chapter 185, Fight for the Heavenly Master's inheritance, and get it at all costs. Zhang Tianming's eyes were red. His elder brother was trampled to death by Zhang Yang. At this moment, he didn't want to get any inheritance from Master Yuan Tian. He just wanted to make sure that even if he had to destroy this only inheritance, he would never let Zhang Yang get it. Call out. In a state of extreme anger, Zhang Tianming actually burst out at a speed faster than his own level. He even has the speed of the third level of the Jiyin realm. But, when the body and speed do not match, forcibly bursting out at extreme speed will tear the body apart. After running for only a few hundred meters, Zhang Tianming's body began to spew out blood mist. It seemed that as long as he maintained this speed, his body would collapse soon. But at this moment, he no longer cared about this injury. Anger made him lose his mind. Even if he turned a blind eye and let Zhang Yang get the inheritance, he and Zhang Tianxuan would not be able to survive. It would be better to try your best to destroy it. Looking for death, Zhang Yang was startled by the sonic boom of Zhang Tianming's sprint, but then he sneered. "How dare you, a worthless loser with only the first level of Jiyin, bar your teeth in my face." He is a powerful warrior at the 8th level of the Jiyin realm. No matter how Zhang Tianming attacked, he could not cause any harm to him. Bang! Zhang Yang threw a punch with his backhand. He didn't use his full strength in this punch, but it was enough to make Zhang Tianming lose the ability to move. As expected, the moment the fist hit his body, all the bones in Zhang Tianming's body were shattered. The originally unstoppable trend vanished in an instant. Looking at Zhang Tianming, who was lying on the ground, his body limp as mud, Zhang Yang grinned and said, "Open your dog eyes and see, this Yuan Tianxi inheritance still belongs to me. Are you trash worthy enough to covet this supreme inheritance?" As he spoke, Zhang Yang looked towards a large, ancient book that appeared above him. His eyes were full of passion and greed. "As long as I get the inheritance of Master Yuan Tianxi, what does it matter if Zhang Yuan and his ilk have top-notch talent? You're still going to be stepped on by me. The Master of the Source Land is on par with the Master of Heaven. It seems that they are on par with each other, but they are just comparable. After obtaining the inheritance, he is the true orthodox Heavenly Master. Master the Source Array and arrange the Emperor's killing array with a wave of your hand. All holy places will treat you as a guest of honor. Even a saint like the one in the Yachi Holy Land would fall into the arms of Master Yuan Tian." Just then, however, Zhang Tianxuan, who was only in the Dharma realm, appeared in front for some reason. He said nothing, his eyes fixed on Master Yuan Tianxi's inheritance book. Take one step at a time, withstand the pressure, and keep moving forward. Zhang Yang was stunned as he watched this scene, and then he became furious. "How dare you, a mere ant in the Dharma realm, dream of inheriting the throne?" Boom, these three pieces of trash are more audacious than each other. You even dare to disobey yourself. As a warrior at the 8th level of the Jiyin realm, Zhang Yang never takes these three ants seriously. Even if it is Zhang Tianao, who is also at the 8th level of the Jiyin realm, he is still no match for him. How could he, a person in the Dharma realm, dare to act recklessly under his majesty? Bang! However, as soon as Zhang Yang raised his foot and rushed into the range covered by the light of the Source Book of Heaven, he was severely suppressed by an invisible force. This force almost forced him to his knees. What is this? Zhang Yang's pupil suddenly shrank. Suppressing realm. Do you need to understand the source technique to be able to reach the inheritance of Master Yuan Tian? Young master. Seeing this, the other 7 people's faces changed and they wanted to step forward, but Zhang Yang raised his hand to stop them. No need to come over. The competition here is about source technique. You are not a source master. If you come here, you will die. These 7 people were powerful outsiders he brought from his own family to provide protection. The original intention was to protect one's own safety. But now, he actually felt fortunate that the inheritance test here required a source master to pass. Outsiders like these who didn't understand the source technique would be seeking death if they came in. Hearing this, the 7 people who were originally ready to move suddenly changed color, stopped and did not move forward. A competition of source techniques. How could I lose to you at the Dharma realm? Zhang Yang readjusted his breath and began to resist the pressure with the methods of a source master. Then he stood up and walked forward a little bit. Although the speed is not fast, but it is also much faster than Zhang Tianxuan. If he continued walking at this speed, he would definitely be able to reach there before Zhang Tianxuan touched the source heavenly book. As long as he keeps going, he will be the new Yuan Tianqi. The Zhang family, no, the Northern Territory, even the entire Xuantian, and even the universe, his name Zhang Yang is well remembered. This is mine, Zhang Yang roared in his heart. This is his trump card to turn things around. The suppression of the light curtain can actually be offset by using source techniques according to the rules of continuous change. The key to success in this kind of competition lies in the understanding of the source technique. Seeing Zhang Yang approaching, the youngest Zhang Tianxuan's expression changed again and again. We must not let Zhang Yang get the origin heavenly book. Otherwise, Big Brother's death would have been in vain. Just like what my second brother said, even if I die, I will never let a beast like Zhang Yang inherit the legacy of Yuan Tianqi. Even if it destroys him, it doesn't matter. It was with this belief that Zhang Tianxuan was able to improve rapidly in a mysterious state. His speed gradually increased, and he was even on the verge of keeping pace with Zhang Yang. Soon, with the last 50 meters left, Zhang Tianxuan's speed slowly surpassed Zhang Yang. 40 meters, 30 meters, 20 meters, 10 meters. Seeing his gradually approaching figure, Zhang Yang, who was still 15 meters away, had a changed expression. No, this is mine. You are just a Dharmakaya, and you haven't even broken through to the Origin Master realm. How can you be faster than me? I'm already at the middle stage of the Source Master. Hearing this, Zhang Tianxuan ignored it and continued to move forward with gritted teeth. 6 meters, 5 meters, 4 meters. Just as he was about to touch the Origin Heavenly Book, Zhang Yang's followers, who were standing on the periphery observing the scene, also secretly felt that something was wrong. They flashed in front of the barely breathing Zhang Tianming, raised their feet and stepped on the latter's face, and shouted at Zhang Tianxuan, stop. Otherwise, I will let your second brother die in front of you right now. Hearing this, Zhang Tianxuan's body trembled and his feet suddenly froze in place. Ahem. Zhang Tianming took a deep breath and a hoarse, weak voice echoed, little brother, don't worry about me. All my meridians are broken. I can't recover. Get the Heavenly Master's inheritance and destroy him. Hearing this, Zhang Tianxuan's eyes fluctuated violently, brother. Leave me alone. Listening to Zhang Tianming's words, his eyes flashed with deep sorrow, and then, when Zhang Yang was about to catch up, he took a step forward with force. Bang! The next moment, Zhang Tianxuan reached out and grabbed the source book. No, Zhang Yang's eyes were bloodshot. Immediately afterwards, after the Heavenly Book was taken away, the Heavenly Master's power that was able to suppress him dissipated instantly. After being freed from his restraints, Zhang Yang's eyes were fierce as he instantly rushed towards Zhang Tianxuan. Master Yuan's inheritance is mine, get out of here. Boom. Chapter 186 The Mantis stalks the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind it. The disputes among monks have always been like this. After Zhang Tianxuan felt this power, his expression changed drastically, and then under this impact, he was blown away while holding the source book of heaven. Boom. The enormous force shattered all his bones and he spat out mouthfuls of blood. Ahem. How could this be? I have obtained the Origin Heavenly Book, but why can't I master the killing array of this Heavenly Master's tomb? Zhang Tianxuan felt a chill in his heart. He tried again and again in his mind, but there was still no movement in the entire tomb. It's life. This Heavenly Master's inheritance is generally fake. But the throbbing feeling coming from the source of the Heavenly Book is not fake, this is the true inheritance of the Heavenly Master. However, the Heavenly Master did not include the control over the main tomb in the Heavenly Book. Watching Zhang Tianxuan being knocked away by him, and the entire tomb remaining silent, Zhang Yang was ecstatic. Ha 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 ha, as expected, the Heavenly Master's inheritance is only for those who are destined to inherit it. You useless people don't even have the luck to seize opportunities. Ha ha ha, let's see what you can use to fight me now. At this moment, Zhang Yang's expression was completely relaxed, and the smile on his face was ferocious, arrogant and happy. It seems that I am the child of destiny. The supreme inheritance belonging to the Source Master's lineage is destined to be his. This moment, the hearts of the brothers Zhang Tianming and Zhang Tianxuan completely sank to the bottom. Could it be that they really did not deserve the opportunity? Even a beast like Zhang Yang can obtain this top-level inheritance. No, I will never let you get the inheritance even if I die, Zhang Tianxuan looked fierce. Immediately afterwards, he continued to mobilize his strength to try to destroy the source book. No matter how he infused power into it, the source book of heaven remained unmoved and unaffected in the slightest. This scene made Zhang Tianxuan's heart completely dead. Zhang Tianxuan's face was ashen as death, and he murmured, how could this happen, why? Why can't I change the ending even though I've already got the heavenly book? Zhang Yang was also relaxed and comfortable at the moment, regaining his previous noble appearance. He walked towards Zhang Tianxuan and said condescendingly, you useless thing. Even if I gave you an opportunity, you couldn't protect it. Your lineage is destined to be full of waste. Bring it to me. After saying that, he stretched out his hand, like a ghost claw, and grabbed towards Zhang Tianxuan's heart. Buzz. Just then, a breath like a flood and a beast suddenly covered the entire main tomb chamber, causing Zhang Yang's hand to freeze in midair. Everyone was shocked by the terrifying aura. Then, a cold voice sounded leisurely, give me the book of heaven, and I can grant you one wish. Hearing this voice, Zhang Tianxuan's eyes fixed on the main tomb door behind Zhang Yang. Outside the gate, two ghostly figures suddenly appeared. The handsome young man in the white robe at the head had a terrifying aura that made him unable to resist, even comparable to Jie Yang. The sudden change made everyone's brain freeze. Zhang Tianxuan did not hesitate at all. After hearing this, he directly threw the source book over. I hope you can kill all these people for me. Here's the Origin Heavenly Book for you. This is his last hope. Nothing else. He had no choice but to hope that this person who suddenly appeared could kill Zhang Yang for him. Swish. A suction force appeared out of nowhere and sucked in the source book that was thrown in the air. The moment he grabbed the source book of heaven, a mechanical voice without any emotion suddenly rang out in Suyu's mind. Ding. Congratulations to the host for successfully plundering the vibrant gold opportunity. Rewards. Plus 120,000 villain value, source mastery, and heaven-defying dragon hunting. Source master method. Source master basic method. After getting started, you can find basic source ores and distinguish advanced source ores. Ding Tian Zunlong. One of the methods of Yuan Tianqi, he can use the Yuan technique to find the dragon veins in the sky and can find the source of the world. Hearing the system prompt in his mind, Suyu smiled. This book is indeed a chance for the Heavenly Master. After putting away the Heavenly Book, Su Yu's pressure became more terrifying. He walked up to Jiang Qianxuan, looked at him, and asked, "Your wish is for me to kill these people, right?" Jiang Qianxuan nodded without hesitation. "Yes. Okay, as you wish." Su Yu nodded slightly. Then, he turned around and looked at the 7 Tribulation Yin Realm cultivators standing beside Jiang Tianming, then stretched out a hand. The next second, his palm suddenly clenched. Bang, bang, bang. 7 muffled sounds rang out in succession, and the 7 Jie Yin monks were instantly crushed into a bloody mist, staining Jiang Tianming on the ground into a bloody man. This scene made the pupils of the remaining 3 people shrink suddenly. This power. Robbery of Yang. No, the power is so strong that it seems to be even more terrifying than Jie Yang. Now, endless fear rose in Zhang Yang's heart. He looked at Su Yu's indifferent face and said in a trembling voice, "Senior, I am the young master of the Zhang family in the Northern Territory. Please spare my life for the sake of my Zhang family." Even though he was arrogant towards Jiang Tianming and his 2 brothers, he was still very confident when facing such a strong man who could control his life and death. He is more cowardly than anyone else. After all, we only have one life. No matter how much wealth or status we have, if we lose our life, everything is fake. As long as you can let me go, I am willing to pay any price. However, Su Yu remained unmoved. Since you've promised others, then no matter who you are, you can only die. Su Yu stretched out a hand expressionlessly, and then a terrifying energy burst out from his fingertips. Call out. In just a blink of an eye, Zhang Yang's head was pierced. Boom. Zhang Yang's eyes widened, and the bloody hole between his eyebrows was still bleeding. He never thought until his death that someone could be so decisive. Don't give him a chance at all. Watching his body fall to the ground, brothers Jiang Qianxuan and Jiang Tianming also stayed where they were. They also didn't expect that Zhang Yang, who had put them in a desperate situation, would die in front of them in this way. So, sloppy. Thank you for your help, senior. Jiang Qianxuan was stunned for a moment, then swallowed and said. Su Yu ignored him, snapped his fingers, put 2 pills into the 2 men's mouths, then turned and left. As the elixir entered their bodies, the 2 brothers felt their broken bodies recovering rapidly. After regaining their ability to move, the 2 brothers looked at each other, said nothing, picked up their eldest brother's headless body and left. Brother, where are we going now? Let's go travel. Now that Zhang Yang is dead, their lineage will definitely think it was us who did it. The Zhang family can't go back. After they left, inside the Heavenly Master's tomb, Su Yu and Qin Hao reappeared. Looking at their departing figures, Su Yu's eyes were somewhat profound. He asked, "Haozi, do you think there's something wrong with the way I do things? I could have gone in earlier to save his elder brother." Qin Hao glanced at him after hearing this, then raised a smile at the corner of his lips. "No problem," the man who stalks the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind. The disputes among monks have always been like this. Chapter 187, Provoking a Powerful Enemy. The Zhang family of the Northern Territory. Looking at the backs of Jiang Tianming and his brother leaving, Su Yu felt no ripple in his heart. His ability to save their lives was the greatest charity to them. Helping them kill the enemy is also a piece of cake. As for the rest, forget about sharing the harvest. Everything is yours. Su Yu retracted his gaze, glanced at it, and then said with a smile, "Okay, let's hurry up and divide up the resources here. It's our little treasury. There are still many priceless treasures hidden in Yuan Tianxi's tomb. Certainly, the most valuable thing is the inheritance book of Yuan Tianxi in his hand. But the amount of divine and immortal sources stored in the tomb is enough to make even the major sects excited if it were released." Hearing this, Qin Hao rubbed his hands and said with a smile, "Okay. Divide the resources. It was the right decision to train with Su Yu. This guy is so lucky. Just wander around and you'll find this incredible opportunity." Soon the 2 of them searched the tomb for an hour before they managed to find all the valuable resources. Seeing that there were indeed no more valuable treasures, the 2 of them retreated from the Heavenly Master's tomb. After coming out of the deep pit, the 2 counted their gains and found that the divine source and immortal source in their hands could allow several quasi-emperor level strongmen to seal themselves for 100,000 years. This is the news that makes them happy. Divine source is a more advanced currency for cultivators than spirit stone. Let's go find a reliable consultant to take us to the Taiku mining area and see if we can hit the jackpot. Good. Before leaving, Su Yu used the Tiangong magical power, mountain driving, to move the nearby earth veins over, isolating the aura of the Heavenly Master's tomb forever. Let the previous generation of Yuan Tianxi fall into deep sleep and no longer be disturbed. The main thing is that the opportunity has been taken away, and it would be impolite to let others disturb me. After completely cutting off all traces, Su Yu and Qin Hao each rode their mounts and left, returning to the city they had first come from. After finding a reliable consultant, they also rushed towards the Taiku mining area. Northern Territory, Zhangjia area. In the courtyard of the Zhang family's eldest elder's lineage, the air in the secret room became sticky after an old man who was practicing with his eyes closed suddenly opened his eyes. A strong aura of heaven is spreading. Xiaoyang is dead, the old man's hair and beard were all gray, and he was wearing a Taoist robe, looking like an immortal. Although his tone seemed calm, there was a hint of sadness in it. Zhang Yang was his eldest grandson and the most talented of his descendants, and was deeply loved by him. However, but now his grandson is dead. In this Northern Territory, there are actually people who dare to kill members of my Zhang family. Could it be one of those Saint Sun level figures who came out to train from the top holy lands? Zhang Yang is already over 100 years old, but compared to him, he is still much younger. At the age of over 100, he has already reached the 8th level of Jie Yin cultivation, and will be the heir to the position of the great elder of the Zhang family in the future. Now that he is dead, I am afraid that the status of my lineage will fall from the altar after I die. The white-haired old man put down his sealed gestures and stood up from the cushion. The pressure from the celestial being on his body gradually became more solid. Even if he did not move at all, his aura alone caused the stone walls of the secret room to crack slightly. Snort. With a cold snort, the stone wall of the secret room collapsed. The old man's cold voice echoed in the secret room. The world today does not belong to your top holy land. If you dare to kill someone from my Zhang family, even if you are the so-called holy son, you must die. Swish. After he finished speaking, the white-haired old man disappeared into the secret room. When he appeared, he had already arrived at the lobby of the Zhang family's main courtyard. This place was already filled with many middle-aged and old people, more than 30 of them, the lowest of whom was at the peak of Jiang Realm, and there were no less than 5 celestial beings. This is the Zhang family's foundation, and sitting at the head seat is the current patriarch of the Zhang family, who is also a quasi-saint today. When the old man came in, he said directly without any politeness, "I believe you all already know that my soul lamp, Sun Zongyang, has gone out." When everyone saw him coming, they nodded slowly with serious eyes. The old man spoke in a low voice, as if suppressing his rage. "Investigate this matter thoroughly. Whoever it is will pay the price. I will use the methods of the Source Master to find him and cut him into pieces." The cold and murderous voice echoed in the lobby, and no one dared to refute it. After all, this old guy only had one talented grandson, and now that he's dead, you can imagine how angry he is. An elder at the peak of Jiang, who was in charge of managing the Jiang family's members' information on comings and goings, spoke first, a while ago, after the three brothers Jiang Tianao, Jiang Tianming, and Jiang Tianxuan from the branch left, Jiang Yang followed closely behind. They must be going to the same place. After hearing this, everyone understood instantly. Jiang Yang has looked down on people from the branch clan since he was young. No, it is the great elders clan that has always looked down on the branch clan. Over the years, they have killed quite a few members of the branch clan while fighting secretly. After hearing this crucial information, the elders more or less understood that Jiang Yang was following the three brothers from the branch clan with the intention of killing them. It was not difficult to see from the beginning that Jiang Tianao's soul lamp was extinguished. Only, they were puzzled as to how Jiang Yang died later. After all, Jiang Yang has reached the 8th level of Jie in cultivation, and those who followed him out are all powerful people with the 4th or 5th level of Jie in cultivation. Among the three brothers of the branch, only Jiang Tianao is at the 8th level of Jie and the remaining two are one at Jie and the other at Dharmakaya. The white-haired old man was silent for a moment after hearing this, and then continued, Jiang Tianao's family colluded with outsiders and killed his own family members. Their cultivation should be abolished and they should be expelled from the Jiang family. As for the outsiders they're colluding with, I'll find out myself. Swish. After he finished speaking, he left the hall on his own without saying hello to the head of the Jiang family. Then he went outside the yard. The white-haired old man looked at the empty yard, casually threw out a number of formation flags, then pinched his fingers and began to use the methods of a source master to track the heaven's secrets and look for clues. The source master lineage is not just about finding source minds, but also about mastering formations and calculating the secrets of heaven. Although it is not as advanced as the methods of Tianyan Holy Land and Tianji Tower, it is sufficient to use. As long as the cultivation level of the person being detected is not higher than his own, there is a chance of finding him. In an instant, wind and clouds began to gather in heaven and earth. As the power of calculating the secrets of heaven grew stronger, a virtual picture slowly appeared before him. In the virtual picture, Suyu's appearance gradually appeared. Then the events began to unfold, and the scene stopped abruptly after Suyu killed Jiang Yang. It's you. The white-haired old man stretched out his hand and grabbed at the void, then grabbed Suyu's appearance. Looking at Suyu's face, the white-haired old man's eyes were filled with hatred and murderous intent. He said in a fierce voice, killing my grandson of Jiang Chongsheng, no matter how great your background is, in these 50 years, you are just an ant. Then he closed his eyes and fiddled with his fingers and began to make hand gestures. After a moment, the white-haired old man opened his eyes. The direction of the Taiku mining area. Come here, head to the Taiku mining area. Chapter 188, comprehended the inheritance method of Master Yuan Tianchi and went into seclusion for 20 years in the blink of an eye. Time flies and half a year has passed. Under the guidance of the consultant, Suyu and Qin Hao successfully crossed the no-man's land in the dead zone. After arriving at the edge of the Taiku mining area, the consultant successfully completed the mission and left. However, before leaving, Suyu also bought 2 more detailed maps of the Taiku mining area from him. Standing on the white mountain top, Suyu rode the black horned beast and looked into the distance. In front of him, there was still an endless white stone forest without any green life. But, after arriving at the Taiku mining area, the concentration of spiritual energy has increased a lot. Because there are too many divine source ores and immortal source veins hidden in the mining area, only cultivators in the condensation pill realm have the ability to refine the impurities in the special spiritual energy that escapes. Therefore, those who dare to stay in the Taiku mining area for a long time will not have a low level of cultivation. The monks who were too low level had all fled to the outer deserts to build cities and recuperate. After determining his approximate location, Suyu said to Qin Hao, the Taiku mining area is very large, and you and I both have some life-saving cards. Next, do you want to go together or go through some training separately? Hearing this, Qin Hao said without hesitation, separate. I also need to experience it myself. In fact, Suyu asking this question means that he wants to go alone next. Coincidentally, he also wanted to gain some experience alone. The dangerousness of the Taiku mining area can provide him with sufficient stress resistance training. Moreover, there are many opportunities. Maybe you can find your true opportunity. Now he has almost mastered the secret of the word, Bing, the art of controlling soldiers and the method of refining 10,000 soldiers. In addition, his cultivation has reached the realm of Jie Yin, so it is time for him to look for his own inspiration. Prepare to look for materials to refine your own Wandao soldiers. Suyu nodded and said, then we'll say goodbye here. If nothing unexpected happens, we'll meet up in the central area of the Taiku mining area in 40 years. When the great cleansing period of the heavenly Tao is over, it will be time for them to leave. More than 40 years later, he must be 70 years old now. His goal now is to have the combat power to protect himself when the golden age comes. Qin Hao had no objection to this and responded, okay, see you in 48 years. I hope you're not dead by then. As he spoke, Qin Hao couldn't help laughing. With no background like this, no one can guarantee that they will not die here. Even he couldn't guarantee 100% that he would survive. Suyu grinned and said, don't worry, if you die, I will sweep the Taiku mining area for you. Okay, let's go. Qin Hao rode the green-eyed lion and turned to leave, waving his hand. After watching Qin Hao leave, Suyu refocused his gaze on the vast white land. Breathing in the unique scent emanating from the divine source, he couldn't help but take a deep breath. Over 40 years it's time to prepare properly. For so long, in this mysterious area, there are not only many powerful source master families in the Northern Territory, but also first-class forces, quasi-holy places, etc. in the Northern Territory. They are the current overlords of the Taiku mining area. Before the arrival of the top holy land, this group of strong men were the temporary masters of this area. I want to seize every opportunity here. You must have enough fighting power. Then, Suyu thought about it, and the source book of heaven appeared in his hand. Looking at the huge book in his hand, which symbolizes the highest level of inheritance of the source master lineage, Suyu felt a certain amount of excitement and anticipation in his heart. If he masters the methods of Master Yuan Tianchi, he will be like a fish in water in this land full of sources. Go into seclusion first and completely absorb Master Yuan Tianchi's inheritance. Thinking of this, Suyu did not delay any longer. He sent out his spiritual thoughts, found a suitable place for retreat, and used his magical power of driving mountains to drive the white mountains together to build a retreat place that belonged to him exclusively. After taking all defensive measures, he entered the cave and took out the source book to observe it. Looking at the restrictions on the big book, Suyu also used the source master's method to uncover it very carefully. After all, this is the inheritance left by Yuan Tianchi to his lineage. If someone who does not understand Yuan Shu wants to forcibly obtain the inheritance after obtaining it, then what will greet him will be a devastating blow from Yuan Tianchi who can kill a peak quasi-emperor. The restrictions in this small source book will destroy the mind of even a quasi-emperor. After passing the restriction, Suyu turned to the first page. Then, in a split second, the source heavenly book turned into a stream of light and penetrated into his brow. In an instant, the memory of Master Yuan Tianchi's inheritance exploded in Suyu's mind. Ding, a new technique has been detected. Ding, this technique has been entered and automatically cultivated. Suyu was delighted when he heard the system's prompt in his mind, and then immersed himself in the joy of comprehending the skills. In his mind, a majestic figure stood with his back to Suyu, his hands behind his back, sighing in a desolate voice. Source Master, for the source-seeking master, can find all the source veins in the world, and can also use the divine source to set up formations. The Source Master has 10 great emperor killing formations. Each killing formation has the power to kill an emperor. When the 10 formations are combined into one, they can kill a true immortal. My only regret is that I haven't been able to find the diagrams for the 5 killing formations. If not, I would have escaped the Heavenly Master's curse and ascended to the immortal realm. Junior Source Master who has inherited my legacy, I hope you can break the Heavenly Master's curse and successfully ascend to the immortal realm. Until the end of the Dharma era, before the Heavenly Master cursed and fell, I spent 9,600 years of my life finding 4 great emperor killing formations that could kill those in the late great emperor stage. I sense the coming of a curse, so I have sealed this endless inheritance in the heavenly book and gifted it to you along with the 4 great emperor killing formations. Remember, before you reach the level of Yuan Tianchi, you must not easily expose yourself, otherwise the Supreme will come out of the restricted area just to kill you. Boom. As the last sentence fell, the figure of the Taoist priest in his mind instantly dissipated and turned into memories that continued to merge. Under the pressure of this extremely large memory file, Suyu's head felt swollen and painful. Even after multiple reinforcements, it cannot withstand the impact of such high pressure. Master Yuan Tianchi's first skill is to set up a formation with just a wave of his hand. Now practice the formation. Suyu suppressed his nausea and began to practice the speed of setting up the formation. In this environment, he continued to break through his own limits in a selfless state, and his level as a Source Master continued to improve. From tracing the source and determining the pulse, to setting up formations to trap the enemy, to predicting the fortune in the celestial events, we keep learning. Time passes by little by little. In the ancient mining area of the Northern Territory, there are no 4 seasons. It is hot and pale all year round. 1 year, 2 years, 3 years. A few years passed in the blink of an eye, and it was not until the 19th year that Suyu's source technique level barely reached that of a ground master. 20th year, on the outskirts of the dangerous mountain area created by Suyu by driving the mountain. 17 middle-aged men wearing clothes embroidered with the Zhang family emblem were unscrupulously releasing their spiritual force fields to explore the surroundings. Strange, 20 years have passed, and there's still no trace of the man who killed the eldest elder's grandson. Buzz, just when their search was fruitless and they were about to move on to the next location. Suddenly, from the depths of the dangerous mountains, a mysterious aura suddenly came. Come here quickly, there's the presence of a cultivator under the dangerous mountain. Chapter 189. Where did this wild dog come from? How dare you disturb my retreat? More than 10 middle-aged men from the Zhang family rushed over after hearing the news. As soon as they set their sights on the dangerous mountain, a breath of breakthrough hit them. The spiritual energy between heaven and earth continued to flow into the ground of the dangerous mountains. Feeling this fluctuation, they couldn't help but become stunned and ask, a person with the aura of the 5th level of the tribulation yin realm has broken through. It seems that this is not the person we are looking for. What they are looking for is someone who can kill the 8th level of Jia Yin. At the very least, he should be at the peak of Jia Yin, right? It should be a Source Master who is in seclusion here. A middle-aged man savored the smell of the air carefully and then said affirmatively. What a bummer. A guy with a yin robbery ability broke through here and made such a big scene. It's all for nothing. Someone spat, looking displeased. These 17 people are all great cultivators at the 4th level of the Jiang realm. They were dispatched to perform meritorious service. This time, the Great Elder has promised a huge reward. Whoever can find and locate the murderer of young Master Zhang Yang will be able to obtain the secretary of Master Yuandi. Moreover, you can also give away hundreds of kilograms of high-quality divine marrow. You know, divine source marrow is a rare resource that is countless times more expensive than divine source. 1 pound of source marrow can be exchanged for 10 pounds of divine source. And 1 pound of divine source can be exchanged for 100 pounds of source for ordinary cultivation. 1 pound of source can be exchanged for a full 1,000 medium-level spirit stones. How could this exchange rate not make these Jiang realm thugs jealous? 100 kilograms of divine source marrow means endless wealth beckoning to them. This is a rare treasure that is priceless. It can be said that in order to avenge Zhang Yang, the eldest elder of the Zhang family has taken out all his family assets. 100 kilograms of divine marrow is estimated to be nearly half of the resources of his great elder's lineage. However, this also indirectly confirms the wealth of the Source Master lineage. For a family with only a saint or even a great saint in charge, the resources of the lineage of its great elder alone can be comparable to the total cultivation resources of 1 or even several ordinary holy places. Although the Yuanqi family is not very strong, no one dares to attack them. After all, the Source Master's methods are still very troublesome. A Source Master at the Source Land Master level can give a saint a headache and is enough to kill everyone below the saint. No one would bother them unless necessary. They were also amazed at how the spiritual energy of heaven and earth gathered on the dangerous mountain became increasingly dense. A person of the 5th level of tribulation yin can mobilize such powerful energy. It seems he is a genius. Of course, there were also some Jiang masters who had been searching for a full 20 years and were dismissive of this, saying, no matter how strong you are only Jian. Can you really turn the tables? In this world today, we are the strongest. Even if he has a powerful background, he has to surrender now. No one else had any objection to what he said, because it is a fact that during the great cleansing of the heavenly Tao, those saints who are usually high and mighty have been hiding in the secret realm and dared not come out. They, Jiang, are the first echelon below the quasi-saints and celestial beings. During this special period of time, even if they killed the disciples of the top holy land, or even the sons of the saints, no one would dare to cause trouble for them. This is the most important fact. Thinking of this, some of them who had been stuck in the 5th level of Jiang for hundreds of years looked at the dangerous mountain with a hint of ill intent in their eyes. It's bad luck for this kid. I'm in a very bad mood right now. I'll kill him to vent my anger first. Their talents have reached their peak, and they may have no hope of reaching the realm of heaven and man in this life. Seeing this breakthrough, naturally some ideas came to mind. Of course, some people frowned and said, Zhang Wabing, what do you want to do? Don't forget the purpose of the great elder sending us out. Don't make things complicated. However, the man named Zhang Wabing said nonchalantly, what are you afraid of? A person in the tribulation yin realm, could he possibly turn the world upside down? It's just a matter of my palm. After hearing what he said, the others who wanted to dissuade him gave up the idea. Zhang Wabing has been trapped in the 5th level of Jiang for hundreds of years, and none of his descendants have become talented. If he had not cultivated a talented successor before his death, his family would have been driven to remote areas to manage the Zhang family's business. Even if someone who doesn't get along with him interferes, his entire family might be wiped out. Under such high pressure, his desire for revenge is undoubtedly huge. Now that he has finally found someone to vent his anger on, he will definitely feel uncomfortable if he doesn't vent his anger. So those people stopped trying to persuade him and just reminded him, be careful, don't let anything go wrong. Zhang Wabing said impatiently, I know. How strong can a person in the tribulation yin realm be? After saying that, he leapt up and rushed towards the dangerous mountain. His speed was so fast that it directly affected the gathering of spiritual energy. His mentality is a bit twisted now, and he likes this kind of behavior that disturbs others' breakthroughs. He felt comfortable watching the weak and furious. Weakling, if you want to blame someone, blame your bad luck for offending your sick grandfather. Your talent is great, but I'm not happy. So, I'll take my anger out on you. Boom, flaming iron fist, Zhang Wuobing reached the top of the dangerous mountain in the blink of an eye and then shouted in a low voice. He raised his hand, clenched his fist, and then slammed it to the ground. In an instant, a ball of fire appeared out of nowhere and turned into a flaming fist that fell into the dangerous mountain. Watching this scene, the Zhang family members all smiled helplessly. This Zhang Wuobing has really become so anxious that his mentality has become twisted. His attack is a killing move. I finally cultivated to the Jie Yin realm, and you killed me like that. Poor young man, I hope you'll be born into a good family in your next life. They said some regretful words, but still couldn't help shaking their heads and smiling. After all, how can an outsider compare with them? Just die. Boom, the power unleashed by the powerful Jiang was unmatched. With one punch, the entire dangerous mountain was razed to the ground. The deafening roar and the shockwave that spread outward raised endless dust within a radius of hundreds of miles. Let's go. Seeing this scene, they activated their protective chi to block all the dust, just like immortals, not stained by any dust. As they watched the dangerous mountain being destroyed, they slowly turned around and prepared to leave. However, just as they turned around, bang, a sonic boom that hurt the eardrum suddenly sounded, followed by a voice filled with suppressed rage. Where did this stray dog come from? How dare you disturb my peaceful retreat? Then, there was a loud bang, and it was as if a cannonball flew past their eyes and fell heavily to the ground. Hearing the familiar scream, everyone's expression changed and they turned around suddenly. The next second, they saw a ghostly figure swooping towards them rapidly. When they saw the face clearly, their expressions changed drastically. Yes, it's the man wanted by the Great Elder. Boom. Chapter 190, Unparalleled Combat Power, the Swordmaster in white kills all Jiang with one sword. In the image reflected in their pupils, there was a figure in a white robe. His face was handsome and not like that of an ordinary person. He looked like a banished immortal, with long hair flying freely. Yes, it's the man who killed young Master Zhang Yang. Some of them were speechless with horror. However, as soon as he finished speaking, Suyu raised his hand and punched out. Dragon Elephant Mountain collapsed fist. With one punch, the power of the dragon and elephant poured out, and the shadows of the real dragon and the divine elephant intertwined, and a punch came over. With a loud bang, the void cracked. Then the ground began to shake violently as if an earthquake had occurred. And this group of Jiang realm warriors were all knocked away by this punch. When their bodies were hit by this terrifying force, they felt as if a huge mountain was hitting their chest at a speed that broke the sound barrier. The tremendous force caused all their bones to break. How is that possible? Everyone's brain went blank at this moment. They could not imagine that a person who was breaking through to the 5th level of the Jie Yin realm could actually burst out with a force that they, a group of people in the 5th level of the Jie Yang realm, could not resist. Suyu was extremely angry at this time. He has been in seclusion for 20 years, combining it with the skills to continuously comprehend the inheritance of Yuan Tianqi, and is on the verge of breaking through to the realm of Yuan Dishi. Result, however, this feeling was interrupted by Jie Yang who appeared out of nowhere. This situation is no less than killing an entire family. Fortunately, his perception and the automatic cultivation of the skills column were in line with each other. Even if his side was interrupted, the skills column still recorded this flash of light and was constantly breaking through to the level of Source Master. Without the help of the system, his realm would definitely be stuck for a few more years before he could break through. But the anger in his heart still couldn't be dispelled. These bastards. Suyu's eyes flashed with fury, his feet moved like the wind, and he took a step forward with lotus flowers blooming everywhere. His speed was far beyond the range that Jie Yang could react. Godly movement. Created by the quasi-emperor of speed who pursues the ultimate in speed, it can burst out with extreme speed and stand out from the crowd. There are even rumors that the divine movement quasi-emperor's skill had been completed to the quasi-emperor level in his later years, and could be called the best skill after the Shin character secret. After images continued to emerge, and Suyu came in front of a powerful Jiang warrior. Click. The big hand stretched out and completely broke through the air resistance, causing the air to explode and cracks to appear in the space. You dare to stop me from breaking through. What a class. Suyu, in a rage, directly grabbed the head of the Jiang warrior, and then, under the latter's horrified gaze, he suddenly exerted force with his big hand and crushed his head. After doing all this, he did not stop. His body kept moving, and it seemed that he would never stop until he killed them all. Boom. In the sky, with his appearance, the thunder tribulation also came quietly. Thick pillars of thunder kept falling down. This destructive force, which was enough to make even the peak of Jie Yin tremble, only caused Suyu's body to tremble a little when it fell on him. It had no effect on him at all. Seeing this scene, the eyes of the group of Zhang family's Jiang warriors who just reacted almost popped out. How is that possible? Even the thunder tribulation can't stop him at all. What kind of monster is this? However, now is not the time to let them be shocked. Seeing this, the leading man couldn't help but shout, counterattack immediately. Don't let him get close. If you fail to hit me in one strike, evacuate immediately. They didn't mean to fight Suyu to the death. If they couldn't beat him, they could always ask for help. The Great Elder is a powerful being at the peak of the celestial realm. However, the prerequisite for being able to shake people is that they can escape. Otherwise everything is false. After hearing his words, the Jiang reacted, drew out their weapons, stabilized their bodies, and rushed towards Suyu. Watching them form a formation, Suyu glanced at them coldly. Then, his body shook violently. Boom, he raised his left hand, and a black magic sword flashing with blood appeared in his hand. Killing knife. This is a demonic sword that has been fed with the blood of hundreds of Dharma images. Once this knife is out, it can kill Jiang. What's more, he was able to use the sword to kill Jie Yang when he was in the Dharma realm. You should know that Suyu at this time was no longer a Dharma realm, but a Jie Yin. With his full strength, this sword can kill even the 7th level of Jie Yang. Do you really think you can pose a threat to me just by having more people? Suyu said with a cold sneer. Well, the blood of the Dharmakaya is no longer of much use. Next, I will kill Jiang. I will use your blood to nourish the sword of killing and accumulate the power to kill the gods. As long as you kill 49 Jiang, after a year of cultivation, the killing knife. Enough to kill the gods. This is also a way to improve your life-saving trump card. Click. Suyu turned his wrist, and the evil spirit that had accumulated in the killing knife for more than 20 years was instantly released. The blood-colored aura that rose into the sky was so thick that it was almost nauseating. The breath alone can affect people's minds, as if they see a sea of corpses and blood rushing towards them. Seeing this scene, the group of Jiang warriors who were rushing over paused for a moment. Immediately following, Suyu raised the killing knife and gripped the ghost head handle tightly with both hands. The muscles on his arm suddenly bulged, as if the power hidden within was about to break through the seal and sweep across the world. This knife will cut Jiang and slaughter pigs and dogs. Buzz. The next moment, Suyu drew out a knife. This single blow solidified the energetic energy and wind that had been sweeping across an area of 100 miles, and it seemed as if the place had fallen into dead silence. After a moment, the murderous aura burst out like a floodgate opening. Ka-cha-cha, the sound of space shattering, so crisp and so sharp that it made one's scalp tingle, suddenly rang out. Immediately afterwards, a blood-red blade light dozens of miles long, spanning the sky and earth, as if splitting the sky and earth in two, burst out, drowning out all light, leaving only the eternal blood light. No, no, retreat. Seeing the knife sweeping towards them, the group of Jeong warriors who had originally wanted to resist suddenly became like deflated balls. They all looked horrified and turned around to escape. Because, they smelled the true breath of death in this blade light. Is this really the power that only the Jiyin realm can possess? Even the 7th level of Jeong can't be unleashed. This was their last thought. They were very fast. Although they had broken through 15 times the sound barrier, they still couldn't escape the speed of space being torn apart. In just a moment, the blood-red blade light completely engulfed them. 1, 2, 3. A total of 17 auras of Jeong disappeared at the same time at this moment and completely dissipated between heaven and earth. It took a while. The torn space gradually healed, and within a radius of 100 miles, there was no intact land anymore. Only ruins showed what this place had experienced. Suyu was dressed in a white robe, standing between heaven and earth with his feet on the void, like a white-robed sword saint, emitting a strong murderous aura. Where did this piece of trash come from? How dare you attack me? They seem to be talking about the Jeong family. Boom. Chapter 191. In the Jeong realm, I, Suyu, dare to claim to be invincible. While Suyu was thinking, the thunder above his head was still gathering strength and preparing to strike again. Looking up, Suyu frowned slightly, then murmured, "It's not enough time, but it's enough." Boom. The next second, Suyu soared into the sky at the moment the lightning pillar fell. With his tiny human body, he raised his hand and punched out, causing dark cracks to appear in the space within a radius of 10 miles. Break the heavenly calamity with one punch. When he broke the heavenly tribulation and absorbed the vitality to overcome the tribulation, the spiritual energy between heaven and earth continued to flow towards him. Suyu's state of mind, which had remained motionless for 20 years, was also constantly rising. The 6th level of calamity. The 7th level of robbery. The 8th level of calamity. After his realm fluctuated to the peak of the 9th level of Jie Yin, Suyu shouted again, breaking through the realm barrier and officially stepping into the Jie Yang realm. Gather yin and yang, and temper your martial body, Suyu shouted in a low voice. At this moment, the winds and clouds of heaven and earth gathered together, and the power of Taiyin surged out. Suyu mobilized the power of Taiyin in his body and began to water the Shenyang seed in his dantian. The moon gives birth to the sun. The seedlings grown from the divine sun seed are growing stronger and stronger, from the initial 2 sun leaves to the 3rd and 4th leaves. Until the seedling grows to its full size, the divine yang begins to be nurtured at the very top. The moon and the sun, after merging. It's chaos. Of course, the birth of the chaotic body is not now, but when Suyu's calamity of yang is complete and he has overcome the calamity of heaven and man, then the yin and yang can merge and his body can turn into chaos. Once the chaos body is formed, Suyu will be truly invincible in the same realm. In the lower realm, no one can be his opponent. Relying on his own Do secret, Lin secret, and Bing secret, with these 3 secrets, he can even cross the border to kill the enemy with just a wave of his hand. Feeling the power of the sun burning his body, although there was some pain, Suyu could fully endure it. While tempering his body, Suyu was also sorting out his insights from the past 20 years of practice. Compared to before, he is now more mature and stable. My physique now possesses the prison suppression body, the sun sacred body, and the moon sacred body, plus the green emperor immortal body which is still being nurtured. It has already reached a perverted level. Suyu murmured, he possesses the power of the domain, the power of the sun, the power of the moon, and a green emperor immortal body that can restore its own functions. Perhaps, before the chaos body is born, I can find another unparalleled physique, tempered with the core of the sun. Maybe I can build a whole new physique. Others would not even dare to think of this combination. After all, possessing such a unique physique is extremely rare. What's more, there are 5 kinds. But Suyu is different, he has all the conditions. When the first ancestor said that I had to comprehend the pure yang sacred body before I could obtain Taiyin, but I have already successfully given birth to the Taiyin sacred body with the immortal technique of corpse immortal Jiadian. Now, the pure yang holy body has allowed me to use the power of the Taiyin to water the divine yang seed, transforming it into a true sun holy body. Then is there anything I can't do? The more he thought about it, the more Suyu felt that his idea was feasible. After all, he has a super cheat that others don't have. The system skills bar and automatic training can both be based on simulation, successfully simulating your own ideas. If it doesn't succeed, no matter how he simulates it, it will be ineffective. As if sensing his thoughts, the system in his mind, which had been silent for a long time, suddenly made a prompt sound. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully unlocking the chain atlas. Chain method catalog. Suyu was stunned when he heard the system prompt. Then, a catalog suddenly appeared on his retina, and he began to flip through it. As soon as he opened the first page, the pattern on it deeply attracted him. The body of the end, the great sun's indestructible body, required physique, diamond divine body, sun holy body, indestructible martial body. Body of all laws, chaos body, required physique, sun holy body, moon holy body. The body that suppresses heaven, the indestructible body. Required physique, the prison suppressing body, the divine thunder body, the indestructible martial body. The body of all laws 50% 100%. Beneath this, there are many chain diagrams of combined holy bodies shining brightly. Ding! Details on how to use the chain atlas. When the host meets the conditions for combining the holy body, they can call up the corresponding combination in the chain atlas. After installing the physique, they can activate a new physique, which can be switched at will. After hearing the cold prompt tone of the system, Suyu froze in place. So I can collect unlimited physical energy and keep it dormant within my body. When I need it, I just need to switch it. Suyu opened his mouth, a little dazed. This is fucking. With this combination of physique, who could be stronger than me? Suyu couldn't even imagine, if he was really lucky enough to unlock all the physical qualities, wouldn't he be invincible? In his sight, in the chain diagram, the ultimate combined physique stood in the middle, and on all 4 sides, various basic physiques and powerful physiques were connected. Suyu continued to flip through the pages, and finally, on the 5th page, he found the physique that he could currently combine. Heavenly prison body, great sun prison suppressing body, required physique, sun holy body, prison suppressing body. Seeing this, Suyu clicked without hesitation and installed the newly completed sun holy body and prison suppression body onto the chain method atlas. After the installation is complete, Suyu felt as if something was suddenly taken away from his body, and he became weak all of a sudden. The great sun prison suppression body has been installed. Do you want to use it? Yes, Suyu chose yes without hesitation. The next moment. Boom! In an instant, Suyu's body, which had suddenly weakened, suddenly swelled up at this moment. A pure yang force continued to surge out from the depths of the dantian. At the same time, tremendous physical strength was also surging wildly. Cool, this endless surge of power made Suyu's face turn red all of a sudden, and he couldn't help but roar. Bang, the next second, Suyu bent his knees and then suddenly shut up. After he left, the empty area that his feet had previously touched suddenly cracked and shattered. Not cracks, this is the ultimate manifestation of power. Shenyang Prison. After reaching a height of 1,000 meters, Suyu turned around and fell rapidly towards the ground with his head down, like a supersonic missile whistling down. After throwing a punch, Suyu felt that the spiritual power in his body was dissipating madly. Above the fist, a flash of blazing light suddenly appeared, then continued to grow larger, and finally enveloped his entire body, like a divine sun falling towards the ground. Break, Suyu shouted. Boom. After the punch was thrown, the land within a radius of 500 miles was actually at this moment shaken by the falling divine sun. It sank 100 meters. Rumble. The commotion was so huge that I'm afraid the strong vibration could be felt even thousands of miles away. When the light of the divine sun dissipated, only Suyu's excited voice echoed in the area of hundreds of miles. Ha 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 ha. In the Jiang realm, I, Suyu, dare to claim to be invincible. Chapter 192, Chain Atlas. After 20 years of silence, a catastrophe has begun. Looking at the area of destruction caused by his punch and the remaining power in the sky that could distort space, the smile on Suyu's face gradually brightened. The power of this punch. It already has all the power he saw when he witnessed his cheat father fighting. That is to say, now he has already possessed the power of the peak of the Jiang realm. You know, this punch was not his full strength, but the power of his new physique that he forcibly unleashed with the chain method. In the past, if he wanted to fight, he could only switch to a single physique. Now he no longer has to go through so much trouble. Once the chain diagram appeared, he could switch and lock his physique in almost milliseconds. Suyu raised his left fist and took a look. The remaining force in his fist still made the air distorted, as if there was a scorching heat spreading through his fist. I have enough power to protect myself. I don't need to worry about anyone. Suyu was in a very good mood. According to the chain method atlas, my physique might be equivalent to the legendary 10,000 Dao body possessed by the Heavenly Emperor. The body of all Daos can accommodate all Daos. It's not just about physique, it's also about all kinds of Daoist methods. And he seems to be almost there now. During this period of time, unless a quasi-saint takes action, no one can dream of killing me. This is the real power of self-preservation. Before this, the holy place had not been closed and he was sheltered by the holy place. Now that he has lost the protection of the holy land, he can once again possess the power that makes him stand out from the crowd. You are not a saint, Suyu, so there's no need to be afraid of you at all. After adjusting for a long time, Suyu finally stabilized his realm at the second level of the Jiang realm. If the chain diagram hadn't been created, even if I had broken through to the Jiang realm, as long as I didn't use the Lin character secret to temporarily increase my combat power, my strength would only be comparable to the 7th level of Jiang. But now, Suyu was very satisfied with the results of his practice. Although he had been in seclusion for 20 years, the results were remarkable. In the next 30 years, he only needs to practice step by step, and he will surely be able to improve his cultivation to the peak of Jiang. As long as the sun holy body is filled, he will be able to ascend to heaven in one fell swoop. After that he will face the calamity of heaven and man. Thinking of this, Suyu couldn't help but rub his hands together, his eyes flashing with anticipation, and the corners of his mouth raised slightly. Next, let's get started. I've been silent for 20 years. I guess a lot of people must be looking for me. But he did not forget his situation. At the Emperor's tomb, he was definitely a wanted dangerous person, and he had offended both the great Zhou dynasty and the Miaoyan holy sect at the same time. In addition, the two major holy places in the northern territory were at odds with the three religions of the eastern wilderness. Plus a family of origin masters, the Zhang family. There are also many enemies. Thinking carefully about the people he had offended, Suyu couldn't help but click his tongue. They are all top forces. If most people were as lively as I am, they would probably be 18 years old by now. Well, I'll slowly reveal my identity. On the final day of the Golden Age, I hope you can all gather together and use your quasi-saints or saints to attack me. Today, Suyu finally has the confidence to say this. Let the saints wash their necks and wait for you. Above the saints is the great saint, and then comes the first tier below the pinnacle of the universe, the quasi-emperor. If an ordinary cultivator overcomes the heavenly tribulation, he can only reach the level of quasi-saint. And he directly reached the realm of true saint. Now, let's go to the Taiku mining area first. After so many years of delay, it's time to go there. After Suyu calmed down, he decided to go to the Taiku mining area first. The center of the Taiku mining area is where all the holy places of Xuantian gather. There, you can not only meet people from various domains of Xuantian, but you can even see people from the Taiku royal family. Thinking of this, Suyu did not delay any longer and flew directly into the air, shooting towards the distance. After Suyu left, the ruins stretching for hundreds of miles still made noises from time to time. A few hours later, as the ruins gradually stabilized, several explosions suddenly came from the sky. When the voice came over the ruins, the person leading the voice was actually the great elder of the Zhang family. The Zhang family's eldest elder had a gloomy expression. He looked at the ruins before him and gritted his teeth, saying, "Peak of Jiang. Very good. I underestimated you." Then, he waved his sleeves and shouted, "Send a message to the center of the Taiku mining area and have them post a portrait of this man. If they encounter him, kill him on the spot, dead or alive. Anyone who can bring his head here will be rewarded with 50 kilograms of divine marrow." Listening to his suppressed rage, the Zhang family disciples behind him hesitated, and finally couldn't help but ask, "Grand Elder, will this? Is the price too high?" Bang! As soon as the disciple finished speaking, he was slapped in the face. The force was so great that it directly knocked this Jiang realm cultivator into the ground. The Zhang family's eldest elder roared at the top of his lungs, "My generation of cultivators strives for clarity. This beast killed my grandson, leaving us with no more outstanding descendants to cultivate. When my time comes, will your life in the Zhang family be easy? What a waste. If I kill him, I might be able to break this inner demon and take the opportunity to break through to the quasi-sage stage. Otherwise, in a few decades, you will all be hunted down and killed by the other lineage. You are really as stupid as a pig. Useless trash." It was precisely because of these stupid disciples that he was so obsessed with killing Suyu. If only they could be more motivated. He was not so angry about the death of his legitimate grandson. He just issued a bounty order and killed anyone he met. There's no need to do it yourself. Yes, the man flew back again, covering his bruised face, and nodded in silence. Snort, follow me. This kid is a bit strange. In recent years, it has become increasingly difficult to detect his presence. It seems that he is also a source master, or he knows the art of divination. After saying that, the eldest elder of the Zhang family did not stop. After identifying the direction, he quickly chased after them. Seeing this, others hurried to follow. Now that Suyu has finally shown up, the Zhang family's eldest elder will naturally not let him go. Because he felt that after the grandson whom he had spent so much effort to raise was killed, he seemed to have really developed a demon in his heart. After the great elder and his companions left, the ruins welcomed two more groups of people. The first wave of people were full of murderous aura, as if they had crawled out of a pile of dead bodies. The second wave of people. He appeared suddenly without revealing any trace of presence, like a ghost. It is undoubtedly the aura of the traitor's Saint Sun, but he seems to have become even stronger. He's heading towards the center of the Taikoo mining area. Chase him immediately. Now that we've finally locked onto him, we can't let him escape again. Call the heavenly deacon to reunite at the Taikoo mining area. Opposite them, the group of middle-aged men, who were full of murderous aura, with tall bodies and resolute faces, looked at them deeply. Commander, it seems that the killers in the Emperor's tomb were the same ones we were looking for. Isn't that exactly what we want? Report this news to General Longwu, and tell him that the thieves have headed to the center of the Taikoo mining area. Yes, at this moment, the Northern Territory, which had been silent for 20 years, became unpredictable from the day Su Yu came out of seclusion. At the same time, after Su Yu came out of seclusion, in the capital of the Great Zhou dynasty in the central region, an old man with an aura powerful enough to disturb the mysteries of heaven slowly opened his eyes and sighed, a great era is coming. At this moment, a great disaster has occurred. The Great Zhou Emperor's star flickers unpredictably. This calamity. Disaster. Chapter 193. Arriving at the central city of Taikoo mining area, routine inspection. Dragon ancestor, before the Jiaolong clan closes the secret realm, let's steal the dragon bones they have been worshipping for a million years. When the golden age arrives, will they chase us to the end of the universe? In the Taikoo mining area of the Northern Territory, the land is full of white stones and there is no trace of green life. A thin, handsome young man in a black robe walked on the stone ground and said with some concern, did we go too far this time? The Jiaolong clan treated us well, but we stole their dragon bones. Before he could finish his words, an illusory figure condensed and appeared beside him. It was a domineering old man with dragon horns on his head. He said in a deep voice, boy. This dragon bone will be of great use to both you and me. The Jiaolong clan is just Jiao, but they have dragon blood in their bodies, so they are given the name of dragon. The strongest of the Jiaolong clan in this world is only at the Great Saint level. Once I go to the Northern Territory to obtain the immortal source marrow and find an ancient blood soul worm, I, the ancestor, will be able to condense my physical body again. By then, not to mention recovering to the level of a true immortal or a great emperor, at the very least, I'll be able to reach the peak of the great sage or even the quasi-emperor realm. In the golden age, without someone to protect you, you will be unable to move forward. As for the Jiaolong clan, I, the ancestor, will bestow upon them a legacy to help them increase their chances of successfully transforming into a Jiao body. Do you understand? This is a win-win-win situation. This time when he went to the demon realm, he did not expect to encounter a dragon bone with a hint of fairy spirit. Obviously, this is the remains of a powerful dragon from the Jiaolong clan who was promoted to a true dragon and ascended to heaven. This dragon bone can obviously carry his soul power. As long as he can regain his physical body, he will have the opportunity to return to the fairyland. After hearing this, Long Feng thought deeply for a while, then nodded in agreement and said, Long Zhu, you are right. It's certainly possible. He also felt that he should find a shelter in this world. As for who will be the protector? Tianshuan. No, he didn't perform very well in Tianshuan. He was just a direct disciple of an elder. But it is different with Long Zhu. He and Long Zhu have depended on each other for many years. It is under Long Zhu's guidance that he has been able to improve himself so smoothly over the years. If he had to choose, he would definitely choose Long Zhu. When I was a child, I once said that one day, I would rebuild your body for you, Long Zhu. Now, I finally have the chance. Long Feng smiled slightly. The old man with dragon horns looked at him with satisfaction and said softly, boy, I brought you up by myself. When I, the ancestor, recover my physical body, all the dragons in this world will support you. In this life, I will make you an emperor no matter what. If it were in the past, when he was only in the state of a soul body, he would certainly not dare to make such a boast, but now, he has obtained the dragon bone and found out the news about the ancient blood soul worm. There is also the appearance of the immortal source marrow. As long as he gets the last two things, he will definitely be able to reshape his dragon body. As long as he resumes his cultivation path, he will be able to break through to the peak of quasi-emperor in a very short period of time, and then restore the essence of his soul and step into the realm of God. His emperor status is not the status of the emperor of this world, but the status of the immortal world. Long Feng smiled slightly and said, I won't talk about Emperor Cheng anymore. Old ancestor, let's get to things first. After all, there are only 30 years left. If we don't hurry up, when the golden age comes, we too won't have a chance. Ha ha ha, let's go to the central area of the Taikoo mining area. A month later, the central area of Taikoo mining area. On the deserted white land, a young man with a strong and sturdy figure and a very resolute but somewhat handsome face walked towards the white city in front of him, step by step. As he got closer to the city standing above the white mining area gradually revealed its magnificent appearance. Because this is the gathering place of the entire Xuantian force in the Taikoo mining area, the city is also built very large. Each major force is responsible for an area, and after uniting together, they built this city into a huge area of 10,000 miles. And in the center surrounded by more than 40 areas. There's an auction that was built after joint consultation among all the top holy places. All auction goods will not be reported in advance, and will all be auctioned by the auction house. Even the top holy places have to participate in the auction honestly. No single force has privileges here. Therefore, in this area, there are not only the most fair auctions but also the most authoritative stone gambling fields. They are not threatened by major forces. Anyone who dares to make a secret threat will be expelled from the Taikoo mining area by the other holy places and will never be allowed to enter the mining area again. Here, even the ancient royal family and other top races in the universe must abide by the rules. They can guarantee your personal safety inside, but they are not responsible for your leaving. As for how to get out, of course you can pay a certain price and let certain holy places or forces secretly send you away. It's really grand, worthy of being the gathering place of high-level resources in the entire Xuantian. Looking at the huge city in front of him, Su Yu couldn't help but admire it. Compared to the Jin family's treasure city which has just started, this place is the den of indulging for the high-level cultivators who have stood firm. Certainly, this is not to say that the Jin family is not good. Su Yu believed that Jin Duoduo, the son of fortune who was judged by the system to have a purple destiny, would definitely replace this place in the future. Just now, it only threatens the status of those quasi-holy places. Little Fatty still needs to keep working hard. Su Yu couldn't help but sigh. Speaking of which, it was unknown whether Qin Hao had given him the confident soil that he had promised to bring him. But, there is really no such thing in Tiandao Blessed Land. Because Tiandao Blessed Land was destroyed by a powerful person with one palm, there was not even anyone to collect the bodies. Forget it, let's go into the city first. Su Yu shook his head, I wonder how that fellow Haozi is doing now. Thinking of this, Su Yu quickened his pace and prepared to contact Qin Hao after entering the city. The two of them would get together, and Qin Hao might have some new discoveries. In addition to causing trouble in the Taikoo mining area, he and Qin Hao also planned to find some unique refining materials. Preparing to forge your own exclusive combat weapon. Coming here, he had two crucial goals. One was to attract the attention of all enemies, and the other was to refine the initial 10,000 Dao soldiers. The other materials are easy to get, except for one key material, which is only available in the Taiku mining area. This is also the reason why he chose to train in the Northern Territory. But, just as Suyu was about to enter the city, suddenly, several figures rushed towards him. Stop. Routine inspection. Chapter 194. A major event in the past 20 years, the death of the holy son of the Yin family. Along with the loud shouts came the aura of a large group of people in the late Jiang realm, and at the very least, they had reached the 8th level of Jiang realm. Suyu looked up, and then he saw several people wearing armor that shone with sharp black light rushing towards him. They were wearing heavy armor, holding swords, and had a murderous aura that made people dare not look directly at them. Obviously, this is a group of strong men who have fought their way out of a life and death battle. Any one of them taken out alone has the combat power to challenge the ordinary 9th level of Jiang. Watching them attack, Suyu narrowed his eyes slightly, and his tense body gradually relaxed. When they approached, the middle-aged man in the lead, wearing a black eye patch, looked Suyu up and down with his sharp, falcon-like eye and shouted, "Name, and where are you from?" Suyu said calmly, "Lin Cheng is from an island outside the East Desert Sea. Eastern Wasteland." After hearing these two sensitive words, the group of people looked at them even more fiercely. "Show your skills immediately. If you hide anything, I will kill you on the spot," the one-eyed middle-aged man shouted in a deep voice. Now is a special period, he won't let anyone in easily. After all, their emperor issued a death order back then. Whoever can find and kill Suyu, in the Golden Age, he will personally help this person break through the Holy Realm, and even grant him a title, a hereditary marquis. These are the reasons why they are unwilling to let anyone go. Upon hearing this, Suyu did not hesitate at all and directly revealed his cultivation level of the 2nd level of the Jiang realm. After all, if he dared to come alone without some strength, it would arouse suspicion. As expected, after Suyu showed his level 2 Jiang realm cultivation, the tense mood of this group of people relaxed. But more of it is disappointment. After all, I have been guarding here for so many years but still can't find Suyu. You know, the Northern Territory is the favorite place for all the geniuses who are training outside during the period of the great cleansing of the heavenly Tao. Nothing else. There are abundant resources here, and many top forces are also entrenched here. Even if they are not here for experience, but just for their own safety, coming here is better than being in the outside world. A Jiang soldier came up to Suyu with a brass mirror in his hands and took a look. After finding that Suyu's appearance and aura had not changed in the mirror, he said, "Captain, this is his true form." After seeing that it was his true form and that he had not used any disguise, the one-eyed captain was obviously disappointed for a moment. Then he waved his hand and said, "Retreat. They come and go quickly." After all, the city in the Taiku mining area is too big, and there are too many places to check. There can be no delay at all. After seeing them evacuate, Suyu remained calm and just watched them leave quietly. It's hard to comment. It has become so strict. It seems that many forces are eyeing me. Suyu didn't think that other cultivators would be so obedient and not attack him. The great Zhou dynasty and the Miaoyan holy sect must have offered extremely generous rewards, and those cultivators would not miss it. In this world of cultivating immortals, eating people is the norm. For the sake of excess returns, no one would resist. Even if it was him, if someone said that they could give him a holy martial art to kill a Jia Yin or even a Jia Yang, he would do it without hesitation. In this world, if you feel a sense of guilt towards outsiders, then wait for death. Suyu saw it very clearly. Let's go into the city first and get to know the situation. Don't worry, there's still plenty of time. I have plenty of time to spend with you, just take your time and have fun. Swish. Next, Suyu did not delay any longer and headed straight towards the city. Now he has countless ways to save his life. His current appearance was also changed by not suppressing the effects of physical martial arts. He had made a simple disguise using the methods of Master Yuan Tian. Enough to conceal the search of the Holy Land. Soon, Suyu came to the city gate and entered the city smoothly after paying a certain entrance fee. The urban area he chose to enter was the area under the jurisdiction of the imperial family, the Yin family. He still has some good feelings towards the Yin family and the Yin family's holy son. Let's go take a look. The source ore mine from the depths of the ancient mining area is for sale at a low price. My old mother is seriously ill and paralyzed, so I have no choice but to sell it away. You can take it away for only 10,000 medium-level spirit stones. Entering the city streets, there is a constant stream of hawking and the sounds of people talking and arguing. Dear gentlemen passing by, we in Piaoshangyuan are all girls with pitiful lives. Look at Xiao Hongtao, so delicate and fragile. If she didn't have a seriously ill mother, a gambling father, and a brother who is still studying in the martial arts academy, she wouldn't be standing here waiting for you to pick her. An old procuress brought a little girl to Suyu and introduced her politely with a smile. What he said was well-reasoned and made Suyu return to the internet age of his previous life for a moment. She has a gambling father, a sick mother, a younger brother who goes to school, and a broken girl. If I don't help her, who will? Suyu bypassed the madam's salesmanship and went to an empty corner. He took out the communication jade pendant from his storage ring. After infusing spiritual energy into it, he called out, "Mouse, are you there?" After waiting for a while, the jade pendant lit up with a faint light, and then a rough voice reached Suyu's ears. "Brother, my brother, you finally showed up. Where have you been?" Bang bang bang. Hearing the noise of iron hitting stone, Suyu frowned and replied, "Tianjiao City, Yin Family City District." "Wait for me for a moment, I'll be there soon." Qin Hao's slightly excited voice came, and then the communication ended. Suyu put away the jade pendant and walked out. After finding a large restaurant, Suyu generously gave out 10 high-quality spirit stones, opened a private room and served some wine and food. "Alright, sir, please come in." The waiter led Suyu to a private room and then tactfully left. After checking the privacy, Suyu rearranged a mini formation to isolate surveillance and eavesdropping, and then he felt relieved. After all the food and wine were served, Qin Hao just happened to arrive. Pushing open the door, Qin Hao finally changed his thin image and turned into a rough and strong man. As soon as he entered the box, Qin Hao shouted at the top of his voice, "Brother, it's been 20 years, and you finally made it here. If I didn't know, I would have thought you were hit." Qin Hao looked at him and laughed, then said, "Okay, let's not talk about this for now. Tell me about the major events that have occurred in the past 20 years. What Suyu lacks now is not strength, but the grasp of external information. 20 years is enough to change many things." Hearing this, Qin Hao also put away his carefree look. At this moment, Qin Hao seemed like a different person. He looked at him deeply, and then said something shocking that made Suyu completely stunned. In these 20 years, only 3 major events have occurred. The Tianji Tower announced the Xuandian prodigy ranking, which attracted the attention of the entire continent. The second thing is that the Jiaolong clan's immortal bones were stolen. Before the Jiaolong Undersea Dragon Palace closed, a wanted order was issued, offering a reward for a man named Long Feng. Capturing or killing him will earn you any help from the Jiaolong clan. This third thing, the holy son of the Yin family is dead. Chapter 195, see you again after 20 years, Qin Hao. You took me mining as soon as we met. The Yin family's holy son is dead. Su Yu was surprised for a moment and couldn't help asking, what happened? You know, although the Yin family has declined a bit, there's still a quasi-emperor ancestor buried in the divine source among their family members. He had seen the head of the Yin family last time, and his cultivation level was in the middle stage of the great saint realm. A top figure for sure. How could such a holy son be killed? Qin Hao nodded gravely and said, yes, he was killed. It was the genius of the assassin Holy Land, Emperor's tomb, who did it. He is hunting saint sons of the same realm. Currently, no less than 5 top saint sons have lost contact. Of course, in addition to these, there are also some other miscellaneous forces involved. But the one who actually did the killing was a genius who came out of the Emperor's tomb to gain experience. Emperor's tomb. These two words are like a guillotine lingering over Xuantian's head. No one knows whether this guillotine will fall on his own head. The people in the Emperor's tomb are very strange. They are keen on taking on killing missions. At the same time, the geniuses of the Emperor's tomb are also keen on killing the sons of saints from holy places of the same level in order to consolidate their own positions. Of course they have an even stranger habit, which is collecting blood. Qin Hao said solemnly, the death of the Yin family's holy son was extremely tragic. All the blood in his body was drained by the people in the Emperor's tomb, including his soul. At this point, Qin Hao couldn't help but curse inwardly, these rats in the gutter, I really don't know what their purpose is. Even the blood and the soul will be taken away. This kind of creepy thing naturally made him feel a little uncomfortable. Because he was also a famous son of the Holy Land, he could not guarantee whether he would be targeted by the people in the Emperor's tomb. If he is targeted, he will have to be extra careful. Otherwise, if you are not careful, you may capsize in the ditch and be killed. After hearing the latter part, Su Yu couldn't help but fall silent. Drain the blood and soul. He possesses all the memories of his predecessor, including all the memories of the holy son of the Emperor's tomb who took over his predecessor's body. The Emperor's tomb has a method, that is the ability to transplant innate characteristics into oneself. Just like when his predecessor attacked his 3 sisters, he was also envious of their special talents, including double pupils, supreme bones, and the bloodline of the immortal phoenix. Plus its own peculiarity. In addition, his reputation is now widely spread in the Holy Land. The Emperor's tomb must have also heard the news. Perhaps, this time I will face the true holy son of the Emperor's tomb. Su Yu took a long breath. His predecessor was also the holy son of the Emperor's tomb. But the Emperor's tomb is divided into levels. At his level, he was just a saint son in the innate realm. Below the holy realm, each realm has an exclusive holy son. They represent the identity of the strongest in a realm and can challenge beings at the same level. When reaching the holy realm, the son of God will be transformed into an emperor. In the Emperor's tomb, as long as the saint son level figure reaches the saint realm, he will be promoted to the Emperor species. His status is higher than that of ordinary saint realm elders, and he can be trained by the quasi-emperor level killer ancestors. The imperial races fight each other every 100 years to eliminate the weak. In the 5 people who can finally reach the peak of the great sage are the real emperors that the Emperor's tomb wants to cultivate, and they have unlimited resources. In this world, the lifespan of a quasi-saint is 2,000 years, that of a saint is 3,000 years, that of a great sage is 4,000 years, and that of a quasi-emperor is at least 5,000 years. If one's cultivation reaches the peak, then the lifespan is 9,000 years. Therefore, every 3,900 years, the Emperor's tomb will select one of the 5 people to be trained as an emperor and help him enter the quasi-emperor realm. The reason why Emperor tomb can control everyone is because they strictly restrict the spread of martial arts. In each realm, only by meeting the requirements can you obtain the skills and resources of the next realm. Therefore, there are many ordinary killers in the Emperor's tomb, but the number of elite killers is very small. However, every elite killer is the real pillar of the Emperor's tomb, and each one is the best in the same realm. After 100,000 years, there are more than 20 emperors who have been eliminated and accumulated. That is to say, after the arrival of the Golden Age, there will be as many as 25 emperors released from the Emperor's tomb to compete for the path to emperorhood. In addition to the saintly sun level figures that have been cultivated in recent years. Their ambition is to almost use their imperial species to penetrate all the descendants of the top holy places. Although few people from the Emperor's tomb were able to accomplish anything during every great age and Golden Age, the threat was still enormous. It can give almost everyone in the universe a headache. The most important thing is no one can find the hiding place of the Emperor's tomb. Whether he was the holy son of the Emperor's tomb back then was no longer the key point, but his existence was no longer tolerated by the Emperor's tomb. He can be said to be on the kill list. In the past, the imperial tomb couldn't send stronger men to target me because it wasn't worth it in the Dharma ending age. But now, seeing that the great age is approaching, all restrictions will be lifted. Their killers will definitely flock here. Su Yu is very clear about his situation. Although he seems so relaxed now, he will be in the most dangerous situation when the time comes. This is also one of the reasons why he is so eager to come to the Northern Territory to seek opportunities. It is necessary to raise one's combat power to a peak state within a limited time. As long as he becomes a saint, he will be invincible in the same realm. As long as I can become a saint, then all the methods will be available. The secret of the word, Ellen, the secret of the word, Do, the secret of the word, Bing. Su Yu now has too many cards in his hands, all of which will be useful in the later stages. 4. It is to prevent the poisonous snake in the dark corner of Diffin from rushing out at any time to take your life. Become a saint. Su Yu became more and more determined in this idea. Putting these future crises aside for the moment, he looked at the solemn Qin Hao and said with a smile, don't worry, the ones emerging from the Emperor's tomb this time will only be the experienced geniuses of the current generation. There won't be any who can protect the Tao. If they dare to come I will kill them all. With his current cultivation and means, he was full of confidence when he said this. As long as he is not an ancient species, but a contemporary genius, he is confident that he is invincible. Hearing this, Qin Hao glanced at him, then suddenly realized, that's right, you defeated and refined the consciousness of the holy son of the Emperor's tomb, and you have his memories. It would indeed be much safer if you were here. He also knew about Su Yu's situation. After all, other people didn't understand this kind of thing, so the 3 religions of the Eastern Wasteland had to inform everyone. Otherwise, wouldn't it be difficult to deal with misunderstandings in the future? Without dwelling on this too much, Qin Hao ate the Northern Territory's specialties and said absent-mindedly, after you finish eating, come with me to a place. Now that you've been released, it's time to work hard in these last 30 years. If you don't speed up, my cultivation will completely crush you. After 20 years of hard work, Qin Hao's cultivation has already reached the 4th level of Zhiyang, 2 levels higher than Su Yu. Hearing this, Su Yu couldn't help but ask, where are you going? Qin Hao, mining. Su Yu, if you were not my friend, why would you ask me to do hard labor as soon as we met? Chapter 196. It's you again, my good brother. How many brothers of yours are being hunted? Su Yu, don't tell me you were mining. When Su Yu contacted Qin Hao earlier, he began to hear a tinkling sound. I thought he was refining some equipment, but it turned out he was mining. Qin Hao said seriously, what do you know? In order to conceal my tracks, I personally went to the mining area today. With my hidden Dharma realm cultivation, I can earn 100 medium level spirit stones a day. Also, there's a chance to keep the rare mineral all to yourself, even though no one has discovered it yet. What the hell is going on? Su Yu was speechless. The holy son of Zaiwei Holy Land actually went mining and was so proud of himself. This is fucking. Get to the point. Qin Hao was talking excitedly, but when he saw that Su Yu wasn't interested, he coughed lightly and went straight to the point. Ahem. Actually, this is the case. This mining area is located in the deepest part of the Taipu mining area. It has produced immortal gold and exotic gold in the past. It's the same rare metal as what we're refining. Well, it's the same rare metal. Necessary materials for 1 Dao Bing. Strange gold is one of the materials needed to refine the 10,000 Dao soldiers. It can change its shape freely, but its grade is slightly lower, and it is only a celestial level material. What they want is a large amount of exotic gold, which they then melt and forge to improve its quality. The power carried by the 10,000 Dao soldiers is the power of 10,000 Daos, including swords, spears, axes, halberds, hooks, claws, etc. Therefore, his materials must not be sloppy. Although the exotic gold has miraculous properties, no one has been able to uncover its true value. It was only when Tian Dao Tianzun combined billions of materials that he discovered that the exotic gold could use quantity to trigger qualitative changes. Su Yu's eyes froze when he heard this, and he asked, "Are you sure?" Qin Hao nodded and said, "Of course I'm sure. I personally saw a cultivator take out rare gold from here and take it to the auction house, and I even bought it." After saying that, Qin Hao took out a fist-sized piece of strange gold and showed it to Su Yu. Looking at the metal lump emitting soft light, Su Yu also grinned. "Okay, then let's go mining." Finally found this special material. As long as the 10,000 Dao soldiers are created, Su Yu can practice Daoism and integrate it into the 10,000 Dao soldiers, turning it into his own strength. In this way, when he reaches the peak of Jiang, even if the Saint Realm comes, he will still be able to save his life. The two of them devoured the food on the table in no time and then got up and left. Then we arrived at the center of the mining area through the teleportation arrays arranged in major urban areas. Following Qin Hao's suggestion, Su Yu also disguised himself as someone who had reached the peak of the Dharma realm. Because the person in charge of the mining area is only at the peak of the Jiyin realm. If you are too exposed and difficult to control, the other party will definitely send more senior management personnel. This mining area was once rich in immortal gold, but in the end, the immortal gold was almost mined out, so only some leftovers are left here. It is now controlled by the Yachi Holy Land in the Northern Territory. At this point, Qin Hao added, "By the way, Yachi Holy Land and Tianchuan Holy Land are at odds with each other, so they also don't have a good impression of me, Zaiwei, and you, Jushao." Su Yu heard this and asked with a puzzled look on his face, "Isn't Yachi a sacred place for female cultivators? Why is it at odds with Tianchuan?" Tianchuan doesn't only accept female cultivators, so there is no conflict with Yachi at all. They actually can't get along. He had always known that the two major holy places in the Northern Territory and the three religions in the Eastern Wasteland dislike each other, but he had no idea of the hidden truth behind it. Qin Hao explained, 10,000 years ago, the previous generation Yuan Tianchi and the Tianchuan Saint Lord, who was training in the Northern Territory, met each other. Afterwards, the two quickly fell in love. The current Tianchuan Saint Lord is the 8th generation descendant of the previous generation Yuan Tianchi. And the Yaokai Saintess from 10,000 years ago was actually captured by Yuan Tianchi a long time ago. After seeing her beloved with someone else, the Yachi Saintess from 10,000 years ago was depressed for countless years. She originally had the potential to become a quasi-emperor. Everyone in Yachi held that Saint Girl in high regard, some even believing she had the potential to become an emperor and compete for immortality. If nothing unexpected happened, she would have become a quasi-emperor that year. As a result of this incident, his cultivation never progressed further, and he remained at the early stages of a saint for the rest of his life. As he spoke, Qin Hao shook his head and sighed. In the years that followed, she exchanged all her life's treasures for the divine source and immortal source essence to seal herself away. We are only waiting for the Yuan Tianchi of the Golden Age to appear, so that we can kill him and seize his inheritance, and completely exterminate the Yuan Tianchi lineage. The previous generation of Yuan Tianchi luckily escaped her pursuit, but he also successfully won the heart of the Yaokai Saintess of that generation, which is also a miracle. Speaking of this, Qin Hao couldn't help laughing. The Yuan Tianchi lineage and the Yaokai lineage are really entangled. Even after such an accident happened to the Tuding patriarch, he still fell in love with Yuan Tianchi. But it's normal. It is said that this is the karma between the ancestor of Yaokai, Queen Mother of the West, and the first generation of Yuan Tianchi. As long as their saints practice the Shiwang Sutra, they will not sever this karma with Yuan Tianchi's lineage. Hearing this, Su Yu suddenly felt some sweat on his back. Go and grab an opportunity for yourself, and also grab a woman back at the same time. No, women and the like will only affect your progress in cultivation. This rumor must be debunked. Next, no matter which saint comes, just don't make friends with them. He is one of the 3 most evil bullies in the Eastern Wilderness. As if noticing that Su Yu beside him was silent, Qin Hao turned his head in confusion and looked at him, asking curiously, "What are you thinking about? Your expression changed so quickly." "Fine," Su Yu said perfunctorily. Qin Hao nodded and said, "I'm glad you're okay. Let's go." Just when Qin Hao was about to take Su Yu to the mining area to register, Su Yu's light words petrified him on the spot. "Mouse, if I tell you that I've inherited the legacy from Master Yuan, do you think I'll offend the Saintess of Yachi?" Qin Hao. For the next period of time, Qin Hao was completely confused. He didn't react until he arrived at the entrance of the mining area to register. "Jin Yizi, who did you bring here?" At the entrance of the mining area, a middle-aged and beautiful young woman glanced at Qin Hao with her phoenix eyes, and then looked up and down at Su Yu, who had explosive muscles. This look seemed to want to eat Su Yu. After Qin Hao came to his senses, he quickly said to the beautiful young woman, "Deacon Mo, this is my good brother. He just came here today. To avoid being hunted by his enemies, I brought him here to mine." Upon hearing this, the beautiful young woman frowned slightly and muttered, "Outrageous, why is it your brother again? This is the 8th brother you have brought here. How many good brothers of yours are being hunted down?" Chapter 197 Entering the Mine, The Secret in the Mine. Hearing this, Qin Hao said with a serious face, "Deacon Mo, you are wrong. Having many brothers means that I have a wide range of connections, which will make it easier for me to get things done in the future." The beautiful young woman rolled her eyes at him and said speechlessly, "Yes, yes. Lu Ziguang, you were brought here by your enemies to mine. A bunch of brothers, digging in the mines every day. In my opinion, you might as well live here permanently and outlive your enemies. It just so happens that this ancient mine has some effect in delaying death. If it weren't for Qin Haojian's talk, she wouldn't want to let so many people in. They were just 1 or 2 people, thinking that this place was a refuge. I give up. This is mining, and their Yaokai Holy Land wants to make money." Despite her complaints, she still registered Su Yu very quickly. Although Qin Hao brought a lot of people with him, they all had the Dharma realm of cultivation, making them the most suitable people for mining. Moreover, the quality of the ore produced by Qin Hao and his team is also good. So, she just let Qin Hao bring people here. After receiving the labor card, Qin Hao said with a smile, "Thank you, Deacon Mo. If I have something good next time, I will definitely come to you first to decide." Come in, come in." When the beautiful young woman heard this, a hint of satisfaction flashed in her eyes. In the face of such a tough job, the only consolation is that the superiors will turn a blind eye to your attempts to extort a little money, and as long as it is not too excessive, she can fill her pockets. Okay, after chatting with Deacon Mo, Jinhao did not waste any time and led Suyu into the mining area. After coming in, Suyu was curious and asked, when did you recognize so many brothers? Social male god. Jinhao winked at him and said, you'll know in a moment. Out of curiosity, the two walked deeper into the mine. After entering the mine, the sound of pickaxes clanging and or colliding was endless. Suyu swept his spiritual sense and found that there were quite a few powerful Jia Yin and Jia Yang masters who were hiding their cultivation and mining here. Certainly, most of the cultivators are still in the ordinary soul condensation realm, and there are even some hard workers in the pill condensation realm. These are the ones who are truly here to pray for getting rich and making money. They are just here to have fun or to get something for free. Go down the aisle a little bit. The mining area for the Dharma realm cultivators is at the bottom, because the deeper you go, the greater the pressure you will endure. Without a certain level of cultivation, it is impossible to stay deep in the mine for too long. After walking out of the passage, Suyu followed Jinhao and saw the completeness of the mine. This mine is funnel-shaped. The further down you go, the smaller the place becomes. Suyu looked up and saw a dense crowd of monks hammering in front of the stone wall. He looked around and found that the maximum diameter of the mine was a full 1,000 miles. From the bottom, it seems that if it touches the ground, it would be hundreds of miles away. After measuring this data, Suyu couldn't help but be amazed. The Xuantian continent is too big. You know, in the previous life, the blue star was considered space if it was above 100 kilometers. Any mine has such data. The bottom of the mine is surprisingly dozens of miles in diameter. Just as Suyu was looking at the mine, several voices sounded leisurely. Hey, Jin Yi, who did you bring down again? Could this person be fleeing here like us? There was a chuckle. Suyu looked in the direction of the sound, and saw a young man over 2 meters tall with amazing muscles walking towards him carrying a special pickaxe. Suyu's eyes narrowed, and after staring at the other person for a while, he soon discovered the other person's true appearance. At this moment, he was stunned, because the muscular man in front of him turned out to be an old acquaintance, Chu Dian, who joined the Jushao Holy Land with him. Jinhao grinned and said, his name is Lin Chang, and he is my good brother. When talking about good brothers, Jinhao deliberately emphasized the words. This is Chu Sheng. Jinhao introduced him to Suyu. Lin Chang. Upon hearing this name, Chu Dian was stunned, because there was a person named Lin Chang in their sect, and he was the island prodigy that Suyu and the Ninth Elder brought back when they went to Fengxian. The progress of cultivation is also extremely fast. 20 years ago, when the Great Purge of Heaven came, he had already reached the peak of Jia Yin. Before Chu Dian could come back to his senses, Suyu also walked up to him with a smile, patted Chu Dian on the shoulder, and laughed. Ha ha ha, hello, Mr. Chu. I've seen you before. Your Liu Huo Pingtian is very powerful. To be honest, Suyu really couldn't help it when he heard Chu Dian's alias. Chu Sheng. Puff. After hearing what he said, Chu Dian shuddered suddenly, widened his eyes, and looked at him in disbelief. Oh shit, the pervert is here too. You know, there are not many people who know his Liu Huo Pingtian move. No one would use this to wake him up. If there is, it must be that pervert. You, Chu Dian stuttered. Suyu smiled but said nothing. Just look at him. To be honest, he still admired Chu Dian very much. However, for him, he had not yet obtained Chu Dian's opportunity. Chu Dian's fate is also golden, and the system's evaluation of him is still the unparalleled sword saint, the future destined sword emperor. Obviously, as long as Chu Dian's destiny is stronger than theirs, he will definitely become a sword emperor in the future. So, Chu Dian must have a great opportunity. Thinking of this, Suyu's eyes flashed, and then in his sight, above Chu Dian's head, a thick line with a faint golden light connected directly to the bottom of the deep pit. Seeing this golden thread of opportunity, Suyu's eyes suddenly lit up. Chu Sheng has a good opportunity, and now this opportunity is mine. Ha ha ha, now that you're here, our chances of winning the next competition with the opposing gang will be much greater. Chu Dian came back to his senses and couldn't help laughing. Suyu's combat power is incredible. He has been silent for 20 years, and no one knows how far he has come. However, even he can reach the Jiang realm through training, so Suyu must not be lower. If it's too low, why would he sit on the throne of the Son of God? Gang. Hearing this word, Suyu was stunned for a moment and asked, do you still have gangs here? Chu Dian nodded and said, yes. As he spoke, he glanced around and then transmitted his voice. Our faction is made up of the holy places that are on good terms with the 3 religions of the Eastern Wasteland, while the other side is made up of those from the Northern Territory, the Southern Wasteland, and the Central Territory. Although each of them has concealed their abilities and appearances, we all know them well enough to be able to tell them apart. Originally, there was no dispute, but recently, we all discovered that there seemed to be something incredible being unearthed underneath. We are now fighting over mining rights. If nothing unexpected happens. If the things below are valuable enough, this mining area will probably break out into chaos soon. By the way, quite a few of us have already unearthed extremely valuable items there. How about you join us in competing for the main mining rights? Under Chu Dian's expectant gaze, the sturdy young man that Suyu transformed into also laughed. Let's go down and dig it out first to see what it is. If it's a treasure, then it's all mine. Chapter 198, Opportunity in the Mine. Whose general is this, and why is he so fierce? Suyu doesn't care what school you belong to now. In this holy place where information is completely blocked, it would be better to kill them all. If you kill a large group of lucky ones, won't the reward explode? Thinking of this, Suyu chose to completely disguise his aura and directly equipped himself with the Great Sun Prison body. This constitution is extremely powerful and full of yang energy. It is the best physique for destroying corpses and covering up traces. One punch can unleash heat comparable to the temperature of the sun, which is more than enough to evaporate these geniuses. Feeling the gentle strength of his body being replaced by the fierce and domineering yang force, Suyu said loudly, let's go and take a look. Seeing the oppressive feeling inadvertently revealed by Suyu's body, Chu Dian was also shocked, and then said, okay. Anyway, this mining area is only handed over to Yaokai for mining. If it were in the past, they would definitely not dare to be so presumptuous as to think of picking the fruits here. After all, this is the Northern Territory, and the strong men from Yaokai can arrive here in an instant. But what time is it now? At most, those who came here were some celestial beings who stayed in the outside world. Even those celestial beings who had broken through in the Holy Land did not dare to stay outside. Doesn't this give them a lot of room to maneuver? Even if the celestial beings want to come here, they have enough means to escape. Therefore, Suyu is not afraid at all. Anyway, I'm here to cause trouble. I might as well make it bigger. I have Master Yuan Tianxi's disguise skills, and I have so many different physiques in one body, I can change my appearance with any one of them. Why be afraid of them? Soon, Chu Dian and Jinhao took Suyu to a secret passage. They secretly opened up this place. After walking along the secret passage for a while, Suyu finally felt a scorching breath coming towards him. The most refined fire essence. As someone who possesses the holy body of the sun, he is most sensitive to this pure fire energy. because it can greatly improve his practice speed. If he could have a powerful person send him out of Xuantian and go to the surface of the sun to practice, his practice progress would definitely be rapid. It might even take less than 2 years for him to break through to the peak of Jieyang. This power feels so comfortable, Suyu took a deep breath of the essence of fire and couldn't help feeling intoxicated. Seeing this, Chu Dian expressed his deep sympathy and said, except for the necessary time for inspection and mining every day, I spend the rest of my time here practicing. I have been here for 10 years. In 10 years, I jumped from the 8th level of Dharma realm to the 1st level of Jieyang realm. He himself has a spiritual root of fire attribute, so practicing here is equivalent to his holy land. No, in fact, it is even more powerful than the holy land. No wonder it is said that after leaning against a big tree, you need to gain more experience because only in this way can you improve yourself faster. This statement is indeed correct. Suyu nodded slightly in approval. It took him 10 years to break through from the 8th level of Dharmakaya to the level of Jieyang. This speed is exaggerated even for a genius. But for Chu Dian, who has a golden destiny, this is normal. With such pure fire energy, could it be that you dug into the center of the earth? Suyu smiled. Center of the earth, Chu Dian said speechlessly, it's only a few hundred miles high, how can it be possible to reach the center of the earth? The core of Xuantian's earth is buried thousands of miles underground. The area of Xuantian is extremely huge. Even in the sea area, the dragon palace is hidden deep under the seabed thousands of miles deep. It is said to be thousands of miles, but in fact it is millions of miles. The reason why the dragon bodies are so powerful is because of this extremely strong water pressure. Moreover, even if they are dragons, without a teleportation array or the protection of a strong person, the weak ones cannot leave the seabed millions of miles away. Boom, while talking, suddenly, a scorching heat wave swept over, almost enough to evaporate a strong man in the spirit sea realm. The heat wave startled several people. Go check it out. Qinhao and Chu Dian's expressions changed, and they quickened their pace to rush towards the end of the passage. Seeing this, Suyu did not dare to delay and hurried to catch up. Soon, they walked out of the passage and saw that deep underground in the mine, there was a huge area that had been developed by these geniuses. The width is hundreds of miles, and underneath, the mineral layer there has turned red, like a heated piece of iron, so red that it is almost turning into gold. Bang! As soon as they came out of the passage, a figure was blown in front of them. Seeing this, Qinhao took a step forward and caught it steadily, then said in a deep voice, Zhang Yuan, what's going on? The figure that was blown away heard this and looked up to see that the person who caught him was Qinhao. He also relaxed his tense body, wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, and said in a deep voice, there's a treasure under here. It is suspected that the living body of an ancient creature that has been buried for tens of millions of years is sealed in the immortal source. There are also many layers of exotic gold and immortal gold. When talking about this, the young man named Zhang Yuan couldn't suppress his excitement. Strange gold, this kind of thing is useless to outsiders, but it is also very useful to them. At least this magical metal that can change its shape can be used to forge many useful objects. Immortal gold is even more incredible. It is the material used to refine the great saint weapons, quasi-emperor weapons, and extreme emperor weapons. A fist-sized piece of immortal gold is enough to bring about a quasi-holy land's catastrophic disaster. This is a strictly controlled metal. Once it appears, it must be handed over or auctioned. Moreover, the top holy land must be notified. The function of fairy gold is not only to refine weapons, but also to allow the weak to swallow it bit by bit, change their own bones, and then use the characteristics of fairy gold to temper their roots. This is the craziest part. These are not so bad, but the reason why these geniuses can fight desperately is the fairy source that is suspected to contain living ancient creatures. In ancient times, those who could be sealed by the immortal source would not be weaklings or unknown things. The greater possibility is that there is a high probability of discovering an elixir of immortality left over from ancient times. Even ancient royal blood creatures, such as the 9 transformation divine silkworm, the fighting saint ape, the real Keelan species, or even the bloodline of immortal beasts are not certain. No matter which one it is enough to drive all the top forces crazy. Because after this ancient creature is revived, with a little training, it can become a powerful existence that can rival a quasi-emperor. It is not an exaggeration to even call it the sacred beast of the sect. This is what makes the strong fight desperately. Shit, this is gonna be big. Qinhao and Chu Dian were stunned when they heard this explosive news. To discover so many treasures so deep underground at the same time, there must be something even more amazing here. There's a good chance it will exceed everyone's expectations. Now is the time of the great cleansing of the heavenly Tao, and the birth of these things is almost within the grasp of this group of experienced geniuses. As long as they are well taken care of, they will have no worries about the future. No one can kill them. If we find the cubs of the ancient royal blood creatures and they recognize us as their masters, will we still have to worry about the future? Returning to the Holy Land, he would be the greatest contributor to the entire sect. Creatures with royal blood and the bloodline of immortal beasts have extremely long lifespans. As long as they can be cultivated, they will be enough to protect the entire sect for tens of thousands of years without worries. Thinking of this, Qinhao became even more excited and said, Su Lincheng, let's go, we can't let him. Boom, before Qinhao finished speaking, there was a loud explosion in his ears which almost burst his eardrums. Everything here belongs to me. How dare you touch it? Get out of here. Boom, Qinhao, Chu Dian. Zhang Yuan, whose general is this? He's so ferocious, ready to kill anyone if they disagree with him. Chapter 199 Young Wade Emperor. Give it to me and I won't kill you. Suyu's behavior made the three of them completely stunned at this moment. They even felt confused about, who am I, where am I, and what do I see? Boom, under their dull gazes, Suyu stepped on the void, and the air beneath his feet seemed to be solid and exploded in an instant. He himself leapt over 10 times the speed of sound, breaking the sound barrier. The deafening explosion made the surrounding stone walls tremble, and stones kept falling down. Yellow spring palm, Suyu shouted. Then he slapped out with his palm, and the huge palm print directly exploded the air, shaking the space so that it cracked and healed in an instant. Boom, with one palm, he forced back several people who were rushing towards him. Under the power of this palm, those Jiang who had hidden their cultivation changed color in anger, and then spat out a mouthful of blood. Their bodies were knocked back and embedded in the wall. The sudden change also surprised everyone. Someone on the other side even shouted, who are you? Suyu put away his palms, stood at the front, and faced a dozen people opposite him. He glanced at them and smiled, me. This place is mine now, get out of here if you know what's best for you. Otherwise, I wouldn't mind killing some people here. In this era where there are no powerful people, these geniuses are all chickens and geese that can be slaughtered at will. If you want to challenge him, unless someone at the peak of Jiang comes forward, or it's a celestial being, otherwise, no one would be his opponent. Hearing such domineering words, the people on the opposite side were choked. Then someone shouted angrily, this place is jointly developed by us. If you say it's yours, then it's yours. Golden Leaf, come out, who is he? Why bring a stranger here? Don't forget, we dug this out together. Do you want to keep it all to yourself? They knew each other's background to some extent, so they behaved very restrainedly here and followed the rules tacitly. Now, after discovering this treasure pit, I have the desire to mine more. Certainly, I won't really keep it all for myself. Not to mention whether it can be swallowed or not, even if it can be swallowed, it will definitely be hunted down by existing forces from the outside world afterwards. If there is no way to kill everyone, then just spit out some meat and we can all eat it together. But, Suyu broke this rule right from the start and wanted to take this place for himself. It's outrageous. Hearing someone calling him, Jinhao did not remain silent. He stood up and said in a deep voice, we want the biggest share of the development rights here. Otherwise, we can only fight. In the past, he might have compromised and shared the profits equally. But the treasure that appeared now was beyond his expectations. Even if it meant offending others, he had to take the lion's share. Because they have a perverted player coming. Moreover, the fact that the other party injured Zhang Yuan proved that he had the same idea as him. Everyone wants to take the lion's share, because what emerged from below is enough to affect all of them, and may even allow them to truly occupy a seat on the throne in the future. Even if it's competing with the older generation of monsters. They won't be at a disadvantage either. The person on the other side was silent for a moment after hearing this. Then, a figure that looked thin but full of strength walked out. His appearance was like a pillar supporting the sky. As long as he was there was no need to panic even if the sky fell. In the past, everyone could share equally the rare gold, dragon bloodstone, and immortal marrow they unearthed. But this time, we, the Central Region Tianjiao Alliance, want the lion's share. This person is thin and has an ordinary face, but he seems to have magical powers that attract people's attention. Obviously, beneath this disguised appearance, his true appearance must be extraordinary. And, here he did not hide his cultivation level, but showed it directly in front of everyone, the 6th level of Jiang realm. This level of cultivation is already the undisputed #1 here. No one is taller than him. This is an absolute genius. Jinhao looked at him with deep fear in his eyes. Even though he had been here for several years, he still couldn't see the other person's true face clearly. The other party has completely hidden himself. However, he knew about several forces in the Central Domain Alliance, but it was completely unknown to whom he belonged. Such a huge treasure trove, if you take the lion's share, what will we eat? Jinhao took a deep breath and said in a deep voice, since no one is willing to give in, there is no point in saying more. In the past, they would definitely swallow their anger. But not now. Hearing Jinhao's answer, the man was not surprised. He nodded and said, I understand. Then let's see who has the harder fist. Whoever wins gets to eat. As soon as these words were spoken, the atmosphere on the scene instantly became tense. There were 15 people on Suyu's side, but there were 19 people on the opposite side. And, with the support of this genius who is at the 6th level of Jiang, the situation is almost crushing. After the man finished speaking, he looked at Suyu and said slowly, I think I have a rough idea of who you are. Although I admire you very much, no matter how much I admire you, it can't stop my desire for the treasure. Upon hearing this, Suyu also stared at him for a long time. I wanted to see through him, but I found that he seemed to be wrapped in a fog and could not be seen through. But, name, Wang Hang, qualification, monster, fate, gold, character evaluation, heir of the void, future master of the void, invincible throughout life, the future void emperor. Suyu's eyes lit up when he saw this comment. Successor of the void. Another monstrous genius with a golden destiny. But I just don't know whose family he is from. Thinking of this, Suyu immediately sent a voice message to Jinhao and asked, who is Wang Hang? Jinhao, who had originally had a solemn expression on his face, was stunned upon hearing his voice transmission. He quickly replied, Wang Hang, the future patriarch of the Wang family in the Central Region, was born with the awakened void sacred body, which the Wang family had longed for 1,000,000 years. He is the second person to possess the void sacred body after the Wang family's void emperor. When we were still in the Dharma phase, Wang Hang had already reached the Jieyin level, and when he was only at the 1st level, he killed a peak Jieyin level cultivator. Why are you asking suddenly? Suyu narrowed his eyes when he heard this. The 1st level of Jieyin kills the peak of Jieyin. A powerful person like him who can break the limit 3 times. Recovering his composure, Suyu slowly said, the person in front of you is his true self. What? Jinhao's eyes widened when he heard Suyu's answer. The person in front of me is Wang Hang. It's over. Suyu ignored Jinhao's last words. At this moment, he turned his gaze to Wang Hang and said with a smile, really? Actually I also want the treasure. Give it to me and I won't kill you, how about that? These words made Wang Hang on the opposite side laugh. Haha, kill me can you? Boom, suppress the void. Chapter 200, no longer hiding, personally uncovering the numb hearts of the geniuses. As soon as Wang Hang finished speaking, he didn't hesitate at all. He jumped up and punched out with his hand. Under the influence of this punch, the void continued to tremble, as if it would collapse at any time. Even the surrounding stone walls were squeezed by this huge force. If this wasn't a mining area, the stone walls would be able to withstand extremely strong pressure. If it were in the outside world, I'm afraid the mountain would start to collapse. But here, there's no effect at all. The extremely oppressive fist wind swept around, causing the geniuses in this small space to change color and then retreat one after another, fearing that they would be affected. Even Jinhao quickly retreated at this moment, leaving the battlefield to Suyu. Show me your skills and let me see how your fame spread. Wang Hang's calm voice came out. Suyu narrowed his eyes upon hearing this, not covering it up anymore. Then let's break out of this safe comfort zone. Boom. Suyu bent his knees and then his whole body shot out like a bullet. Unparalleled dragon capture, fallen sun, boom. At this moment, Suyu also did not hide his cultivation level, and his 2nd level of Jieyang cultivation was fully revealed. Although his cultivation level is only the 2nd level. But the power that erupted was enough to make even the 8th level Jieyang strongman tremble in fear. This kind of power should not be possessed by the 2nd level of Jieyang. With one palm, the sky splits. Bang! The initial collision between the 2 top geniuses directly shattered the surrounding stone walls, causing layers of stone armor to fall downwards and be vaporized by the scorching underground. When the stone armor faded away, what was inlaid on the stone wall was actually all immortal source, mixed with a lot of immortal source marrow. There's even some exotic gold. In the past, this scene would have been enough to make all of them jealous enough to go date. But now, they were completely distracted, except for the image of Suyu and Wang Hang fighting in their pupils. The 2 men fought, and the Dao rhyme of emptiness and power flowed. After the attack, both of them retreated 5 steps, not more, not less. This the explosive power of Jie Yang's peak. Who is this newcomer? Why have we never seen the martial arts and skills he displays? Could it be that this is a different species cultivated by some great sect? The man opposite is so strong. This move seems to be the family martial arts of the imperial clan Wang family, the 9 styles of void which can suppress the void. Looking at the 2 standing figures, everyone was shocked. Because we were both Tianjiao. They felt that the gap between themselves and these 2 people was extremely large. Although they possessed the cultivation level of Jia Yang, if they really wanted to unleash their might, no one of them would be able to possess such power. In the past, they were able to advance from the initial stage to the middle stage in the realm of Jia Yin. But it is very difficult to reach the Jia Yang realm. In fact, being able to barely reach the second limit breaking stage is already the limit for this group of saint-level figures. Certainly, if you try your best to burst out, you can naturally break the limit 3 times. But that is a desperate state, using any means possible. The state that I had to work hard to reach was just the first fight between the 2 people in front of me. Just a random attack could create this momentum. Even Wang Heng has restrained himself a bit. If he unleashed his full strength, Wang Heng's 6th level of Jiang cultivation would be enough to even touch the majesty of the gods. Just a touch, of course. The yin and yang realms in the heaven and man realm are an absolute watershed. A celestial being who has just entered the celestial realm and is on the verge of physical decline can unleash power dozens or even hundreds of times greater than that of a person at the peak of the Jiang realm. Otherwise, there would be no such thing as the realm of heaven and man. The difference between leaping from ordinary to celestial is naturally as huge as the difference between heaven and earth. Some people in the Jiang realm will find it difficult to touch the threshold of heaven and man throughout their entire lives. Until their death, they will only stop at the peak of Jiang and will not be able to see the peak of heaven and man. Tens of thousands of kalpas may not necessarily produce 100 celestial beings. That's the difference. Because they have reached the realm of heaven and man, 8 out of 10 people can become quasi-saints. Therefore, it was a great compliment for Wang Heng to touch the majesty of the gods with his 6th level Jiang cultivation. This means that he can unleash a force that is more than 10 times stronger than the peak of Jia Yang. Seeing the air still distorted by the residual power after the 2 men's fight, Jin Hao couldn't help but gasp, both of them exploded with such power. His current cultivation level is the 4th level of Jiyang, if he doesn't use his trump card. The explosive combat power can challenge the 8th or even 9th level of Jiyang, but if you want to reach this level, it's still a bit difficult. Under the gazes of everyone, and as the barrier above became shaky under the tit-for-tat auras of the 2 people, Wang Heng withdrew his hand and stood with his hands behind his back. There was a calm and composed smile on his ordinary face. We do have the capital to be so crazy. He nodded, acknowledging Su Yu's explosive power. Then, he turned his gaze and swept over the geniuses who had retreated to the entrance to watch. Seeing the shock and a little bit of numbness and confusion on their faces, his smile became bright again. It seems everyone has become numb, after 20 years of hiding. The pursuit by the Emperor's tomb, and the tit-for-tat confrontation with those forces that harbor ill towards the Holy Land behind them. Hiding in this dark mine, digging for treasures, and occasionally going out to get information, waiting for the dangerous period to pass. At this point, he couldn't help but shook his head, whatever. Break away from this kind of life and return to the high-spirited days of the past. Life or death depends entirely on fate. Our father's release is not to survive, but to gain experience through bloodshed. Clatter. After he finished speaking, Wang Heng's smile gradually faded, and then the aura on his body began to surge, becoming mysterious and causing the void to tremble inexplicably. Layers of golden light surged from his body, and the mist covering him gradually dissipated. That ordinary face began to distort, returning to its original appearance. When the golden light faded, everyone was stunned to the point of being unable to close their mouths. Wang Heng, who had regained his original appearance, was extremely handsome. His eyes were like stars, shining in the darkness. His nose was high and perfect. The corners of his lips were slightly raised, and his voice, which made people feel very comfortable, sounded leisurely. After being numb for so long, it's time for you to face the bloody reality of this world without anyone to protect you. Boom. When Wang Heng completely took off his disguise, everyone exclaimed in surprise. Yes, it's Wang Heng from the Wang family. That emperor-level genius known as the Young Void Emperor. Holy crap, he's actually Wang Heng. I was bragging to him before. Then he is Wang Heng. Who else can tie with him? At this moment, everyone was curious. Wang Heng's strength was recognized by this group of Saint Sun level figures. The other party had completely broken away from the Saint Sun level and jumped directly to the Emperor Sun level. Anyone who can fight with Wang Heng must not be an unknown person. Wang Heng's eyes flickered as he looked at Su Yu and chuckled, "Aren't you going to show up?" Su Yu smiled when he heard this. Then, a kind of light that could interfere with the mysteries of heaven also emerged from his body. After the light faded away, the young man, who was originally as strong as an ox, slowly fell back and shrank. From more than 2 meters tall, he grew to about 1.85 meters, a gentle young man with an extremely perfect figure. He was dressed in white clothes as white as snow, standing with his hands behind his back. His body was like a strong pine tree, firmly rooted in the void and motionless. The face was as perfect as if carved by a knife or an axe, without any unnecessary marks. The eyes were bright, as if they contained a galaxy, making people obsessed and intoxicated. The proportions of the nose and lips were perfect, as if he was an immortal banished from heaven, untainted by the worldly affairs. How do you want to fight? This voice as gentle as jade made everyone stunned. Because everyone recognized him. Yes, Su Yu. He finally showed up. At this moment, the whole audience was boiling. The 2 young kings met at the bottom of this mine. Chapter 201, Open the Secret Treasure. The things here are not worthy of the weak. Many people were surprised and astonished to see that the person who had never been heard from in 20 years finally showed up. Because Su Yu hid it so well, there is no news about him at all, as if he had evaporated into thin air. You know, almost all of them had been hunted down by the people from the Emperor's tomb. No one is an exception, otherwise, they wouldn't be hiding here. Su Yu naturally ignored their excitement. After all, he no longer thought about how to be on par with the Son of God. Instead, they are listed directly in the same column as the immortals and the Emperor's sons. In the world of immortal cultivation, this hierarchy is very strict. At the first level of immortal seed and Emperor's son, there is a 100% chance that one can break the limit 3 times, and it is a 100% chance that one can break the limit 3 times under the heavenly man. This is the level of immortals and Emperor's sons. Like the Son of God level, it can only be stable and break the limit twice. The seed level below is just a genius who can break the limit once stably and can barely break the limit twice. Moreover, there are extremely strict age regulations. Only those under 150 years old and within the peak of Jia Yang can be evaluated. The Son of God level is an existence that is qualified to inherit the position of the Holy Lord. It is difficult for such a genius to appear in the major holy places. As for the immortals and the Emperor's sons, they will be sealed by the divine source in front of the heavenly realm, waiting for the coming of the golden age to fight for the throne and become the emperor. This is the most intuitive difference. All resources are tilted towards this kind of geniuses, and the sons of God are only qualified to inherit the position of the Holy Lord. Like Su Yu, who is a saint son who is strongly cultivated and supported by Jushao. In fact, it was also because the powerful people in Jushao were very optimistic about him and felt that he was a person worthy of being an immortal or an emperor's son. In addition, he gradually broke through his cognition and broke through his upper limit, which made all the top leaders in Jushao take good care of him. For example, the 2 reincarnations are recognized by the souls of all the ancestors in the ancestral tombs, and the thatched house left by the ancestor of the immortal who ascended to the top, etc. Su Yu looked at Wang Heng in front of him and said with a smile, what do you want to do? As he wished, he showed up. So, what will Wang Heng do? He is very curious. Wang Heng's performance is completely different from the previous monsters with golden destiny. This guy has an aura of great power. In his opinion, some people with golden destiny are only great saints or quasi-emperors throughout their lives, but he has the natural demeanor of a supreme being. If there weren't too many accidents, or too many more evil beings. Wang Heng, he felt that the other party definitely had the hope of becoming an emperor in this golden age. This is his greatest affirmation of Wang Heng. Under Su Yu's gaze, Wang Heng also smiled and said, what do you think? Boom, a deafening sonic boom sounded instantly, and before anyone could react, Wang Heng swooped down. The target was directly aimed at the ground below where the essence of fire was overflowing like waves. The ground, which was so red that it was already glowing with gold, was exactly his target. Suppress the void. The moment Wang Heng rushed down, he also raised his hand and then slammed out with a palm, hitting the ground directly. Seeing this scene, Su Yu smiled. Boom, Su Yu's body, standing in the void, fell down in an instant, just like an iron ball weighing dozens of tons hanging in the air that was suddenly untied and fell rapidly towards the ground. As he fell, Su Yu flipped his body over, then stretched out his fingers downwards, and a destructive energy instantly gathered at his fingertips. Prison Heaven finger. Click. With a light tap of his finger, the terrifying destructive energy gathered at his fingertips burst out instantly. The destructive force turned into a stream of light and fell straight to the ground. Wherever the light passes, the space is pierced. Rumble. Two forces belonging to the Holy Realm martial arts burst out, and the layer of rock wall with golden light on the surface was pierced through before it could even blink of an eye. This moment, the essence of fire erupted like a wave, each wave more ferocious than the last, continuously impacting the surroundings. The rock walls crackled and then were destroyed and burned. Rumble. The huge movement almost caused the entire mine to vibrate. In addition, the upper rock wall used as a cover was destroyed by this force and began to fall continuously, which also completely exposed this secret base. Upper layer. Deacon Mo, the beautiful young woman who was originally practicing with her eyes slightly closed at the entrance, instantly opened her eyes when the vibration occurred. Swish. The beautiful young woman stood up with a bang, and her graceful figure was fully displayed under the green cheongsam embroidered with floral patterns. A pair of eyes showed an indescribable sharpness. Underground. Is this a treasure? Those little bastards have only been quiet for a few years, and they're already here to cause trouble. We need to get there, parents, to come and pick them up right away. Otherwise, it will be too late and something bad might happen. Rumble. Rocks kept falling, and even when they hit the heads of these Saint Sun-level geniuses, they did not waver at all. Everyone was stunned by this sudden scene. Are they not even going to act anymore and are just going to flip the table? Sure enough, where Su Yu is, there will be no peace. What are you still standing there for? Hurry up and take action. If it's too late and Deacon Mo finds us, we won't be able to escape. As these geniuses came here to seek refuge, some celestial beings from major forces also knew about it, but they turned a blind eye. After all, we can't really kill everyone. So many young saints died at once. When the golden age comes, those top holy places will go crazy. They are just temporarily closed, not completely extinct. Once he goes crazy, the entire Xuantian will be massacred. You can kill them, of course, you can kill them anywhere in the outside world, but if you want to kill them all at once, I'm sorry. The top forces of Xuantian are entering the scene at the same time. Basically all the second-rate forces to the quasi-holy places and ordinary holy places will be reduced to ashes. No one is left alive. When everyone realized Su Yu and Wang Heng's intentions, they were shocked at first, and then after they realized what was going on, they rushed into the underground. Just to have a sip of soup or a bite of meat while the two of them are fighting. As the rock wall below was broken, the treasure hidden underneath was completely revealed. A large piece of black gold with dragon patterns was flashing with black gold brilliance, and the blood-red light of the dragon blood fairy gold that shot up into the sky gathered into the shape of a dragon, roaring towards the sky, and the crisp dragon roar was exciting. There were also patches of strange gold shimmering, flowing like mercury. And in the middle of this extremely precious metal material, there are several huge source stones. The terrifying life fluctuations coming from inside made them even more horrified. The source stone that seals the ancient royal blood creature. Fuck, quick, charge. At this moment, everyone was unable to hold back and their eyes were bloodshot. This was the opportunity they had been dreaming of. However, as they lost themselves in thought and kept getting closer to the opportunity below. Suddenly, two loud shouts that shook their souls rang in their ears at the same time. Get out of here, everyone. The things here are not for the weak to touch. The next moment, the knife and sword energy suddenly slashed towards them. Boom. Chapter 202. If anyone is confident that he can compete with me, come down and try. The two people who were originally confronting each other turned their heads at the same time, and then slashed their swords at the group of geniuses who were rushing in. If you don't want to die, retreat immediately. You can take the immortal marrow around the rock wall as you please, but don't even think about getting your hands on the bottom. There was a gleam in the eyes of the two men, and from beginning to end, their heroic spirit had never been concealed. Therefore, when they decide not to hide anymore, the power they unleash is always at its peak. Looking at the approaching knife and sword energy, everyone's expression changed drastically, and then they retreated to the side at the same time. Boom. Two powerful forces slashed towards the top of the mine. Those monks who were jealous of the changes below were killed by this powerful force the moment they fell, and their bodies turned into powder and scattered. This scene really shocked everyone. They never imagined that the two would be so domineering. And he's not afraid to kill them at all. In fact, the two of them were not afraid at all. As the Wang family produced an ascended emperor 100,000 years ago, the power they have accumulated is stronger than many old top holy places. As the future head of the Wang family, he is also praised by the Wang family as the second emperor of the void. The energy he can trigger is much more powerful than these people. Among them, the highest status is nothing more than the Holy Lord's biological son. The holy leader of a religion is very powerful. Can he mobilize the quasi-emperor to take revenge? Cannot, but if something happens to Wang Heng, as soon as he asks for help, the existing quasi-emperors of the Wang family will definitely rush over. This is the difference in status. The same is true for Su Yu. As a foreign saint who is praised by Zhu Shao as an existence beyond the immortal species, his identity is enough to make the quasi-emperors of the three religions come out for him. Of course, this skill can only be passively triggered when being chased by a veteran strongman. But that's enough, because Su Yu's goal has always been to be number one, whether among his peers or at the top. He wants to be first. If he can't remain invincible all the way, then he would rather die. This is the value he wants. If his peers had the ability to kill him, he would never run away. This is his persistence. Those geniuses who dodged the fatal blow were still in fear, and they couldn't help but roar when they saw the two people below showing their strongest postures. Are you going to be so extreme? There are so many treasures down there, can you eat them all? Aren't you afraid of being hunted down by those forces outside? Eat together, escape together, and disperse to increase your chances of survival. That's right, let me wait and get a piece of the pie. There is not a single Saint Sun level strongman who is not jealous of those treasures. Each one of them is what the quasi-emperor dreams of. But there are so many hidden under this small mind. Even if a top Holy Land saw this scene, it would not remain indifferent. Hearing this, Wang Heng looked at the people who were speaking. His handsome face was filled with sarcasm. He said, hunting. My original intention was to find materials to forge quasi-emperor weapons and my own sacred weapons. Would I be afraid of being hunted down? Although we all belong to the Central Region Tianjia Alliance, I can share it fairly with you when there's not enough profit. But now the treasure is in front of us, do you also want to share it? Oh, Wang Heng didn't say too many sarcastic words, but the last, had already proved his thoughts. He just wants it all. On the other side, Su Yu, dressed in white, stood holding a knife and said with a smile, the most powerful treasures belong to the strong. Now, whoever is stronger here will get everything here. If anyone is confident that he can rival me, come down and give it a try. The struggle among monks has always been a fight for resources and opportunities. If both of these can be given up, then what future is there? It's useless. Su Yu smiled playfully, then looked at a Saint Sun level expert who had a slight hostility towards him. Click. With a twist of his wrist, Su Yu slashed out with a knife in the next moment before they could react. Boom. The force of this sword almost solidified into substance, and in an instant, it killed the man. After the sword force passed through his flesh, it even cut the stone wall behind him 10 miles deep. You have to know that this is a stone wall containing the essence of immortality. Even a strong man at the first level of Jiang may not be able to break it 100 meters in one blow. But Su Yu just struck casually and cut a depth of 10 miles. This kind of burst of power is simply shocking. This move completely stopped all the geniuses, and their little thoughts were completely extinguished. Soon, some people completely gave up struggling and instead kept digging at the immortal marrow inside the stone wall, as if they were a step slower, it would be snatched away. As expected, when one person gives up, someone else who is still struggling will catch up. One by one, two by two, and finally dozens of Saint Sun level geniuses all headed towards the immortal source marrow and some dragon blood divine stones. Everyone rushed to dig, not daring to waste time. Because the changes here can no longer be hidden. The outer gate steward of Yaokai above will definitely come down. Once he finds out everything here, they will not be able to escape. Although due to some disputes, the deacon sitting here is just a celestial being who has just entered the celestial realm and is at the stage of physical decline. But it is enough to suppress these little monks. Seeing them give up, Su Yu and Wang Heng also laughed, but the smiles on their faces were somewhat disdainful. Because the temperaments of these Saint Sun level geniuses have been tempered a lot. I even forgot to resist. They even forgot the original intention of their coming out to gain strength. It's only been 20 years. What if it takes longer? How many of these Saint Sun level geniuses will become ordinary people or even gradually degenerate in order to survive? No one knows. Sure enough, only those at the level of immortal seeds and Emperor's sons can truly maintain that kind of powerful willpower of self-invincibility. Although both of them had never seen the Emperor's son and the immortal seed. But they had heard something about the geniuses of these two sequences. But it will be soon. As soon as the time of the great cleansing of the heavenly Tao is over, in that instant, saints will appear in full force, and great saints and quasi-emperors will also break out of the seal at the same time and come to the world to absorb the first ray of essence and spiritual energy that emerges when the heaven and earth revive. That was the beginning of a glorious era. When the great age truly arrives, those ancient life stars hidden in the universe, as well as the myriad races, ancient royal families, and royal families in the void, will truly appear. Especially if the path to becoming an immortal in this life lies in Xuantian, all the strong men in the universe will gather here. That's when my real training will begin. Su Yu yearned for it in his heart, and at the same time he also hoped that in the remaining 30 years of peaceful time, he could take advantage of the situation to push his cultivation to the peak of Jiang, consolidate and accumulate. Until the moment you enter the realm of heaven and man, and challenge the desperate situation of death. Let yourself become a saint for a day, but now, let's take away all the opportunities below. Boom. As soon as this thought arose, Wang Heng seemed to have sensed something and rushed downwards at the same time. Whoever grabs it first owns it. Boom. The two of them had a clear goal. The first treasure they wanted to get was the several raw stones located among these treasures. I want this one. Chapter 203, Harvest. Huge harvest. Even the top holy places would be jealous. There are signs of life in the source stone. No matter how you look at it, what is sealed inside must be a creature with ancient royal blood, or at the very least, royal blood. Any one of them is a creature that cannot be found in this era. If we take this kind of powerful being back to cultivate, and the supply of resources can keep up, it is definitely possible to cultivate a quasi-emperor. There are 3 source stones here in total. Whoever can get one will be worth all the immortal source marrow, even the immortal gold. The two men swooped down rapidly, and in just a moment, they had already exchanged more than 10 moves. Every move made the surrounding stone walls tremble. It seems like it will collapse at any time. Once this place collapses, it will take countless manpower to develop it again. But so what? This is not their resource mining area. Even if it collapses, the loss will be borne by the Yaokai Holy Land. What does it have to do with them? Boom. Su Yu did not hold back at all and frequently used the Saint Realm martial arts, including the Saint Realm body movement martial arts. When his cultivation reached the Jiang level, he began to use the Saint Realm martial arts more frequently. The vast spiritual power in the body is enough to be consumed. Of course, Wang Heng would not be bad either. Being hailed as the second great emperor of the void, he possessed the same abundant spiritual energy and his martial arts were extraordinary. In the dozen or so moves they had fought against each other, he had displayed holy martial arts 5 or 6 times. Ha 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 ha. Su Yu laughed and said, you are very strong, but you still can't defeat me. Facing this emperor-level genius of the 6th level of Jiang, although Su Yu was able to hold his own, it was difficult for him to be defeated in a short period of time. Wang Heng was also unable to use his full strength. After all, the mind is only so big. Wang Heng glanced at him and said in a deep voice, then it all depends on your ability. Good, Su Yu responded. Then the two of them tacitly stopped competing, and started to sprint and grab resources. Just one hit, Su Yu directly cut off the pedestal connected to a piece of source stone, and with a big hand, he took the source stone away. Wang Heng on the opposite side did the same and successfully collected a source stone. And here are only 3. Therefore, the two of them did not hold back any longer and immediately began to unleash their strongest means in order to seize this last source stone. Boom, hand of the void, a faint light flashed in Wang Heng's eyes, and when he stretched out his right hand, the void was disturbed. It seemed that the moment he stretched out his hand, the distance in space was shortened a little. This is the Wang family's top martial arts inheritance, one of the 9 void styles. As the family of the Void Emperor, they naturally control everything that the Void Emperor left behind, including his understanding and control of the void. Sorry, this source stone is mine, Wang Heng smiled, without any contempt. Only, he had seen through Su Yu's previous burst of supernatural speed, pure speed. However, no matter how fast the speed is, can it be as fast as the reduction of spatial distance? No, this source stone will be in his pocket. When the source stone was still dozens of meters away from Wang Heng, Su Yu grinned in the distance. Go up the mountain. Bang. Suyu raised his hand, and a magical whip formed by the spiritual power of supernatural powers appeared in his hand, and he lashed the ground with force. Boom. In an instant, the stone base dragging the source stone seemed to have grown legs and moved rapidly towards Suyu. When it comes to methods, he is just as good. Seeing this scene, Wang Heng was stunned at first, but then, under his gaze, the source stone was directly grabbed by Suyu. Swish. The originium disappeared, and in the fight for this most important treasure, Suyu became the biggest winner. One person obtained 2 source stones that were suspected to contain the ancient royal blood and king blood creatures. Good trick. Although the treasure was stolen, Wang Heng did not get furious. After all, his top-level origin explained everything. He was able to cultivate a quasi-emperor level royal blood creature. If he could get it, it would naturally be the best. If he couldn't, he wouldn't have many regrets. Quasi-emperor, his family also has one. After praising Suyu's methods, Wang Heng also set his sights on the huge amount of immortal gold and divine stones around him. Snap. Wang Heng raised his hand and swung his sword, directly cutting off a piece of black gold with dragon pattern. The piece of black gold with dragon pattern that he took away was 3 meters high. Even a quasi-emperor at the peak of his power would be envious of a piece of black gold with dragon patterns of this size. Suyu naturally did not lag behind, and his mountain-moving magical power appeared again. With one whip, the stone wall covered with strange gold began to flow towards him like running water. Strange gold, dragon blood fairy gold, and phoenix blood red gold are all his targets. Even the chaos divine stones that still contained a bit of chaos energy were collected by Suyu. Wang Heng didn't even look at these. After obtaining the dragon pattern black gold, he set his next target on the void shining gold with the power of space. This is the best material for refining void warriors. For him, the Wang family has collections of other fairy golds, but this void shining gold is extremely rare. It requires a source stone vein to survive for millions of years under the erosion of the void turbulence. Only when the originium absorbs enough void power will it have the chance to mutate. Therefore, this piece of void gold that is 2 meters high is something he must fight for. It is enough for the family to refine 3 void war weapons. Above, those saint-level geniuses who were digging out the immortal marrow saw this scene and their eyes widened with envy. Each and every one of them wanted to rob these 2 people. But I don't have that kind of power. If the Holy Land had not been restricted, they might still have a chance. Dig, I'll dig. If I can't get the ultimate treasure, I'll dig some immortal essence. When I become a quasi-emperor, I'll bury myself in it for tens of thousands of years. After the influence of the golden age has passed, I'll crawl out and become an emperor. These saint sun level geniuses can only comfort themselves in this way. Fortunately, there's a lot of immortal essence here. Even if they divide it equally among dozens of people, each person can get over 1,000 kilograms. This is the real way to get rich quickly. Needless to say, Suyu and Wang Heng, the latter focused on dealing with the influence of the power of the void to dig out the void gold. Suyu, on the other hand, used extremely violent means and directly used his magical power of moving mountains to move out all the stone walls inlaid with fairy gold. One after another, he continuously incorporated them into his own space. Boom, soon, all the priceless treasures were dug up. This time, Suyu took away 80% of the fairy gold underground, and Wang Heng only got 20% for the void shining gold. However, these 20% are already equivalent to nearly 2/5 of the inventory of the top Holy Land. After roughly counting his gains, Suyu's mouth almost stretched to the back of his ears. The smile is extremely bright. Get rich. Wang Heng glanced at his smile and saw that it was so bright, but he didn't say anything. He was already satisfied to be able to harvest the void shining gold this time. What's more, there are source stones and some fairy gold as bonus. Just as they finished digging, boom, above his head, a terrifying pressure as vast as the sky suddenly descended, followed by a roar filled with anger. You put down all your immortal essence. Everything here belongs to my Yachi Holy Land. Buzz. Chapter 204. First try to fight against the Tiaran deacon. I can't beat him, the wind is strong and the deacon is dumbfounded. Everyone was startled and looked up in the direction of the sound. They saw a beautiful young woman with a plump figure standing in the void above the pit, looking down at them. On her, the pressure of a god, like the pressure of a dome, was fully displayed. It made these Jiang geniuses feel uncomfortable. Heavenly being. At this time, that is a giant. The first person besides the quasi-saint. Although the celestial being before him was only at the stage of physical decline, being called a celestial being meant that his explosive combat power was dozens of times that of the peak Jiayan. This is the most basic. Those powerful celestial beings can even unleash power that is hundreds of times more terrifying than the peak of Jiayan. This is the celestial being. Young woman Meiyun was very angry at this time, because at the beginning, when she sensed something unusual, she thought that it was this group of Jiang realm people causing trouble and fighting for the treasure. So she planned to let them fight first and see if a few of them died. After all, when she was on guard, the elders had told her that if a saint sun level genius came here, she should turn a blind eye. Let them make a fuss. After all, they are the treasures of the major holy places, and nothing can happen to them. Even if something happens, they can only be killed by people of the same realm. Unless there is extreme benefit, just let them do it. Anyway, although an abandoned mine can generate considerable profits every year, it does not mean that it must be well controlled. But, who knew, when she noticed that the fight below had stopped, she came over to check. Then you will see a large area of dazzling immortal marrow and immortal source. These bastards turned out to be fighting for this kind of resource. At that moment, the beautiful young deacon felt a little dizzy. After all, the value on the surface alone was enough to bury several quasi-emperors and dozens of great saints. How much did they dig? Who knows? Hand over all the immortal marrow you dug out. At this moment, her face was full of anger and she roared through gritted teeth. Her words, however, had no deterrent effect. Below, the group of geniuses looked at each other, and no one paid any attention to what she said. I really want them to bow down. We need a quasi-saint, otherwise, if you are a celestial being, or a celestial being who appears openly, they will have plenty of ways to escape. Even during the period of heaven's great cleansing, the means of the holy realm cannot be used. But they have a lot of magical methods. Seeing that none of them had any intention of handing it over, the beautiful young deacon was so angry that she couldn't help but utter a few good words. Okay, you don't want to hand it over, right, then. Boom, without saying another word, she raised her hand and pressed down. This moment, the power of heaven and man is displayed vividly. This attack is enough to suppress all the monsters at the peak of Jiang. Even if the peak Jiang can have a combat power burst that breaks the limit once, twice, or even 3 times, what does it matter? Even after reaching the limit breaking point 3 times, he could only unleash dozens of times the combat power of the peak Jiang. And a celestial being, his foundation is dozens of times stronger than that of a peak Jiang. If this attack was really suppressed, many people here would vomit blood and be pressed to the ground. However, the situation was somewhat different from what this celestial being had expected. When she made her move, 2 figures below suddenly jumped up, and when they stepped on the void, the space began to distort and even shatter. The speed that broke through the sound barrier and the limitations of space caused the explosion to completely shatter the stone wall. Rumble, large pieces of rock kept falling off and onto the ground. In the reflection of the pupils of the beautiful young woman, the figures of Suyu and Wang Heng continued to enlarge. One of them held a knife and the other held a sword. They rushed towards her with excitement that could not be concealed. Cut the void, sunset sword technique, buzz. Two powerful forces erupted at the same time. At this moment, even the originally confident young woman Mayun felt her scalp tingling. Strands of hair kept standing up, obviously feeling threatened by this attack. Snort. Although she was a little surprised that two Jiangs could burst out with such incredible fighting power, she quickly calmed down. After a cold snort, she raised her head and struck out with a palm. Falling cloud hand. Although Tianren martial arts is not as mysterious as the Holy Realm martial arts, it also has the meaning of communicating with heaven and earth. Driven by the cultivation of celestial beings, the energy of heaven and earth gathered madly. Boom! With a casual blow, he broke the joint attack of the two men. Godspeed. This scene did not make the two men retreat, but instead they faced the challenge head-on, bursting out their due fighting power, without any cover, and continuously attacking the beautiful young woman. Suyu approached with the speed of Saint Realm martial arts, one slash after another, the added power of each slash was even more terrifying. Wang Heng was equally impressive. All kinds of mysterious methods were used at the same time, without any dragging with strong coherence. The combat power of a single person would make the peak Jiang warrior's scalps tingle, and even make them flee in horror. This is a deadly move. How ridiculous. The power of a celestial being cannot be shaken by simply adding up combat power. Faced with their means of attack, the beautiful young woman sneered. What is a celestial being? Naturally, he is able to use extraordinary means, and the gap in power between him and ordinary people is as great as heaven and earth. With the blessing of the energy of heaven and earth, the combat power can be doubled. Boom. She didn't need any weapons, but fought with her bare hands against the two immortal species and the Emperor's sun-level genius. Facing the attack from the two, she showed no signs of panic and still handled it with ease. We've had enough fun. Next, it's time to suppress you. You took the things from my Yachi holy land, so don't think you can leave so easily. After fighting with the two for a while, she also became a little annoyed. The divine power on her body exploded and spread, directly forcing the two people to retreat, and then endless energy from heaven and earth began to gather towards her. This was her first time using Saint Realm martial arts. The power of this attack was gathering, and finally, it caused the pupils of Suyu and Wang Heng to shrink suddenly. Hurry up and run. The two looked at each other and instantly understood what he meant. Swish. The two used their own means of escape to directly break through the blockade of the Tianren standpoint and fled rapidly towards the top of the mine. Seeing this, the young woman Mayun was a little stunned. Weren't you just fighting to the death? Why did you run away? Before she could react, the geniuses below stopped watching the show after seeing Suyu and Wang Heng escape. They took out the top-level celestial talismans and crushed them. Then their bodies were wrapped in the flowing light from the shattered talismans and rushed away in an instant. Streams of light flew past her, and even if the beautiful young woman wanted to stop them, she was powerless. You guys are so quick to escape. Although the young woman Mayun wanted to catch up, but when she thought of the special identities of this group of people, she snorted coldly and dissipated the accumulated strength with reluctance. Then, she slowly descended, looking at the exposed immortal essences along the way, and nodded with satisfaction. Although a lot was taken away, a large part still remains here. This time, however, when her eyes glanced downwards and looked at the ground, they froze instantly. Especially when she sensed the residual breath, her plump body stiffened in place. Next second, treasure, it's a treasure, these beasts. Chapter 205, The Furious Yachi Steward. Rumors spread throughout Xuantian that he possessed a treasure and was hunted down. Deacon Mo, the beautiful young woman, was so angry that she was gasping for breath. It was obvious that she was very angry. His body fell gently to the ground. Looking closely, one could see that Elder Mo was shaking with anger. Looking at the mess, she couldn't help but bend down and touch the smooth ground. Her eyes, full of charm, seemed to be lost at this moment, and she was muttering to herself. No wonder, no wonder. As soon as these two bastards saw me come out, they immediately rushed over and pretended to fight with me, as if they were challenging my authority. It turns out that everything they did was just to conceal their tracks, so as to prevent my spiritual sense from reaching this place and discovering any abnormalities here. I see. No one could know how broken her mind was at this moment. The aura remaining underground at the moment is very complicated. In addition to the residual spiritual power of Suyu and Wang Heng, there is more of the fairy gold aura that is beyond her cognition. In the smell of life source stone. As a person from Yaokai, she is very familiar with the smell of life source stone and fairy gold veins. After all, Yaokai has very deep contact with Yuan Tianxi's lineage. They deal with the source mine in the northern territory all year round, so how could they not be familiar with this aura? The next moment, Deacon Mo looked up and shouted. I will never let you off easy. After venting her anger, she gritted her teeth and said viciously, damn bastards, one or two of you, do you really think that my Yachi Holy Land is just a novice village for you to grind for experience? Damn it, this matter must be known to the entire Xuantian force. I can't let you get away with it like this. Although Xuantian is the territory of a top holy land, no one dares to resist. But at this special moment, how could those first-rate forces that had been bullied by the disciples, elders, and deacons of the top holy places let go of this opportunity? If given the chance, those first-rate forces and quasi-holy places would definitely fight to the death to seek revenge. Go seize their resources and kill their disciples. Now, during this period of heaven's great cleansing, these forces have been given hope. If they could take revenge on the Holy Land, they would certainly be happy to do it. It would be even better if we could kill their holy son. Boom, Deacon Mo stood up, and immediately burst out with a powerful divine pressure, and then took out the sound transmission jade pendant and activated it. This is the communication jade pendant between her and the Yaokai Holy Land in the central city of the Northern Territory. After activation, Elder Mo's cold voice sounded, go find someone to pass on the message and spread all the information I'm going to say next. The saints of those top forces found veins of immortal gold in the mining area, excavated countless immortal gold in immortal source marrow, and sealed the source stones of ancient imperial blood and king blood creatures. They escaped enter in the Northern Territory. The sound transmission jade pendant was silent for a moment, and then a female voice with heavy breathing was heard. Are you serious? Did they really find something so good? Are you sure it's true? If it is true, she does not want to pass on this information, but sends people to hunt it down herself. If no one finds out, Deacon Mo seemed to know the other party's little intention, so she sneered and said, what they stole was our Yachi mine, and they escaped from my hands. Tell me, can I guarantee the authenticity of this news? The person on the other side was stunned. After a moment, the voice finally stopped being rough and became furious. Damn it, you beast. How dare you take my Yachi's things openly? Kill. After hearing this voice, Elder Mo finally felt a little comforted. Someone finally understood how painful it was to have such a precious treasure stolen by a thief. Tell everyone, this group of geniuses has come out. Including Suyu, who those people have been looking for a long time, has finally come out. He has the life source stone and a lot of immortal gold on him. With him is Wang Heng from the Wang family. When he heard the names of these two people, the man was even more angry and out of breath. Su Yu, the extremely arrogant brat in the rumors. Okay, if you steal Yaoqi's things, then none of you will have a good life. Clatter. Communication ended. Deacon Mo took back the jade pendant, and his still charming face showed no emotion at all. She looked around at the stone wall that looked like a bone gnawed by a dog, and the anger in her heart grew stronger. You beast, if you can just leave me some of Yaoqi's things, I'll be able to report back. Now you're forcing me to death. So many things, treasures of inestimable value, were all taken away without a trace left. Only these immortal essences are left. What's the use of this? One life source stone is enough to match the total of all the immortal source marrows here. Boom, the aura of the gods erupted again, causing those powerful soul-enhancing, dan-condensing, and Fa Shang masters hiding in the corners to tremble even more. Different from the angry gods in the mines. Outside, somewhere tens of thousands of miles away from the mining area. After Su Yu escaped, his heartbeat quickened a little. He didn't feel relieved until he was sure that he was temporarily safe. His consciousness entered the storage ring and he began to count his gains. 120 kilograms of dragon blood immortal gold, 175 kilograms of dragon pattern black gold, 93 kilograms of phoenix blood red gold, 13 kilograms of chaos divine stone containing a trace of chaos energy, and most of the void shining gold was taken away by Wang Hang, leaving only 5 kilograms. And the remaining exotic gold over 1,300 kilograms. After counting all the harvest, Su Yu could no longer suppress the smile on his face. This time I became rich overnight. No, there was no night at all. From registering at the mining area to escaping here after the battle, the total time spent was only 3 hours. The income from 3 hours is equivalent to 1/3 of the Holy Land's collection. Invincible. The dragon pattern black gold needed to refine an ultimate imperial weapon is only 100 kilograms. I already have more than enough. The remaining 75 kilograms can be used to forge more than one quasi-imperial weapon. After today, we won't have to worry about the resources to build combat troops. These are secondary. The most important thing is that he also harvested 2 life source stones this time. If the two of them are lucky enough to produce ancient royal blood and royal blood creature cubs, then the safety of the Su family will be completely resolved. An adult creature with royal blood is a quasi-emperor. Directly protect the Su family for 10,000 years. There's no need to go to the mining area anymore. What's more important right now is training and fighting. After suppressing all his thoughts, Su Yu began to plan how to spend the next 30 years. And most importantly, attract firepower. And at the same time, in the city in the central area of the Taiku mining area. A piece of news also ignited the entire city in an instant. The news spread quickly and directly covered this magnificent city that was thousands of miles wide. The hidden geniuses have emerged. They have found a treasure in the heart of the ancient mining area. Dragon pattern black gold, dragon blood immortal gold, void shining gold, enough resources to refine several supreme imperial weapons, were all snatched away by the geniuses. 3 life source stones that seal the ancient royal blood and king blood creatures were taken away by Tianzhao. Wanted criminal, Su Yu appears. Chapter 206, Su Yu's unusual behavior, is this just a pretense? He's being chased and killed. This series of news was like a sudden burst of fireworks in the already calm city, instantly waking people up. Every person stationed here was shocked. Then, he immediately spread the message and called all the people in the East Wilderness, West Region, Central Region, and South Wilderness. The first-rate forces and quasi-holy places were almost going crazy, all madly recruiting people. Besides wanting to take revenge on his enemy, the Holy Land. More, or it's for the resources in their hands. The immortal gold materials that can be used to refine the ultimate imperial weapon, as well as the immortal marrow, are the most deadly poisons. Why did they station people here? Of course it's for resources. They wanted to mine and collect divine sources here to bury those sect ancestors who had a short lifespan, so that they could have their first day to shine and provide long-term protection for the sect. He wanted to dig out the immortal source and immortal marrow to bury people, practice, arrange and maintain the operation of the sect protection formation, and build war soldiers. All of these require immortal source and immortal source marrow. Certainly, these are secondary. If it were just these, they wouldn't be so crazy about recruiting people. The most important thing is the source stone of life. In the entire Xuandian, there is no force that does not know what the life source stone means. This means an invincible existence, a powerful person who can create a true holy land, a terrifying existence that can protect families and sects for thousands of years. And the most loyal partner. As long as they can be hatched and help the ancient creatures through their infancy, they will be able to find resources on their own to make breakthroughs in the future. As long as you can reach adulthood, you will at least achieve the status of a great sage. The highest quasi-emperor. If it is an extremely perverted royal blood creature, then it will be a true emperor. This is the opportunity for ordinary forces to truly rise. In the past, these only existed in legends. After all, it might not be possible for one to appear in tens of thousands of years. But, now they have been dug out, and 3 of them were dug out at the same time. Moreover, these resources are now controlled by a group of geniuses who have not reached the realm of heaven and man. In other words, is the walking wealth waiting to them. The life source stones of the ancient royal blood and king blood creatures have been revealed. How can we miss this? So what if it's Su Yu, or the 3 religions of the Eastern Wasteland? Right now, we have the final say. Even if we really kill them, it's tacitly permitted by the rules. I don't believe they dare to risk the world's condemnation. March into the Northern Territory. Immediately organize the powerful warriors above the 5th level of the Jian realm to follow me to the Northern Territory. This is the opportunity for the sect to rise, we must not miss it. Within one day, the entire Xuandian human race received these explosive news, which drove people crazy. Countless forces with celestial beings in charge took action. Those forces that have grudges against the geniuses even say righteously that they want to eliminate the harm to the people. The madness of the celestial beings, as well as the leaders and patriarchs of the major first-rate forces, could no longer sit still. Faced with such a heaven-defying opportunity and benefit, no cultivator could remain calm. The world of monks is one where people eat each other. This is the moment when the disguise is truly torn off. For the sake of profit, one can use any means and rush forward in a rush, just to grab this rare opportunity to change one's destiny. The family's revival is just around the corner. Charge. It is different from the greed between first-rate forces and quasi-holy places. After learning the news, there was a force that revealed a little bit of its outline in the dark corner. In the death zone of the Northern Territory, underground. The traitor's son of God has finally appeared. After searching for him for so long, we finally found his trace. A saint son of sequence 11 can actually reach this level. According to the information we have received, the traitor's saint son was killed by the person he wanted to possess at the beginning of his possession. So, strictly speaking, he is not our emperor's tomb saint son. No matter what, his existence is always a hidden danger and a time bomb, especially his current achievements, which are disturbing. He possesses the potential of an immortal seed. Indeed, until he dies, the hearts of the powerful within the sect will remain uneasy. After all, no one knows whether he has obtained the memories of sequence 11 saint. In a huge cave underground, more than 10 powerful men exuding the aura of heaven gathered together. They spoke in a very calm and indifferent tone. Behind them, there were dozens or even hundreds of powerful Jiang warriors standing there, like wooden stakes, motionless. Notify the outer sect branches in all regions and have them all come here. With the life source stone and so much immortal gold appearing here, even those geniuses who have been wandering around other domains for training will be tempted to rush to the northern domain. Wait until all the branches arrive, and we have thousands of tribulation sons and hundreds of heavenly man realm cultivators attacking at the same time. Only then will this place become the main site for the harvest, and we can complete the mission in one go. Another point, we must find him within 30 years. We absolutely cannot let him continue to run wild. Now that he's out of the protection of the Jushao Holy Land, now's the best time to capture him. It will take some time for the quasi-saint elders to awaken. The heavenly Tao is too sensitive to the cultivation methods they practice. If they were to be born at this time, they would surely be struck by the world-destroying divine thunder sent down by the heavenly Tao and reduced to ashes. HMPH, he got it easy. When the 25th year passes and the great cleansing of heaven slowly fades away and we, the quasi-saints of the great sects, can touch upon it, we will definitely harvest all the saint sun-level geniuses of the Holy Lands. Let's deal with him first, and harvest the blood and soul of the saint sun-level genius. Before our sect closed down, we issued a death order. We must complete the harvesting mission and not affect our destiny. Set off. Yes, swish. In just a moment, the terrifying figures gradually disappeared, and their breath also disappeared in an instant. Along with those powerful Jiang warriors, they all disappeared. 30 days later, in an unknown white stone forest somewhere in the northern territory, an agile figure shuttled back and forth, with a restrained aura, like a nimble rabbit, jumping up and down. When he came to a cave, after looking at Suyu sitting cross-legged inside, he suddenly couldn't hold it in anymore, and said in a tone full of complaints, "I was wondering why you ran so far. Is it fun to carry all these things by yourself?" Hearing the sound, Suyu opened his eyes, looked at Qinhao who was leaning against the cave entrance, and said with a smile, "Of course." As he spoke, he casually threw out a storage ring. Qinhao steadily caught the storage ring he threw over, and after detecting the strange gold and some fairy gold materials inside, he also showed a look of joy. Putting away the storage ring, Qinhao said, "What are you doing hiding here? Why don't you go out?" In order to find Suyu, he ran for 10 days without stopping. Suyu glanced at him, then said, "Wait for someone." Qinhao asked curiously, "Who are you waiting for?" "Enemy." Suyu said seriously, "I advise you to leave immediately. You can't control the next scene." Qinhao laughed when he heard this. "What a joke, and I can't control the situation." But he hadn't finished speaking yet. Waves of terrifying aura came from far away and suddenly attacked here. "Suyu, do you think we can't find you if you hide here? Come out and die." An angry roar was heard, and along with it came dozens of auras at the peak of the Jiang realm. Feeling the aura coming from all directions, Qinhao was completely stunned. "Elder brother, I thought I could sense your presence because you were defenseless against me. Result, you really don't have any defense at all. Someone came here just like that. 666, you don't even want to act anymore." Chapter 207 I have a sword that can split the earth, open the sky, and kill all enemies in the world. Qinhao was confused by Suyu's current actions. "You know, now the first-class forces in the entire continent, those powerful people who have grudges against the top holy places are looking for us. Are you so unscrupulous in exposing yourself? Do you really think that those divination techniques cannot predict your location? Impossible. As long as you don't hide your breath, those strong men have plenty of means to accurately locate you. Just like him, even if Suyu didn't give him the exact coordinates, as long as Suyu didn't conceal his breath, he would be able to lock onto him. Others can do the same. Soon, dozens of Jiang warriors attacked, and each of them had the combat power of the late Jiang level, which was above the 7th level. There are more than 20 people who are at the peak of Jiang. This kind of luxurious lineup would be like a bulldozer today, able to sweep away many forces. Right now, just to hunt down Suyu, dozens of people in the late Jiang stage were dispatched. It's outrageous. Feeling the presence of this breath, Suyu, who was sitting cross-legged on the ground, smiled and then slowly stood up. Buzz. As he moved, the space in the narrow stone cave began to distort. The air became thick, like a swamp. What do you want to do?" Qinhao looked at Suyu calmly and asked with gritted teeth. As a fellow Saint Sun level genius, he did not understand Suyu's behavior at all. Logically speaking, they should hide themselves well now, and wait until the last 10 years, when their cultivation is completely consolidated in the late stage of Jiang, and then they will start to reveal their whereabouts, fight against Jiang all over the world, and try to escape from the hands of the gods. This is the way to steadily advance in your practice. However, Suyu chose to expose himself now. Choose to expose your information to the world. This is just a preliminary prediction. If Qinhao knew that the news that Suyu had obtained countless treasures had spread throughout the continent, he would think that Suyu was crazy. This is totally challenging the world. Suyu was dressed in white, spotless, like a banished immortal. His handsome and unparalleled face showed no trace of emotion as he gazed into the distance, watching the dozens of streams of light approaching, and said calmly, "What I want to do is to be invincible. If I can't be invincible, then for me, life has no meaning. With a villain system, you can't always do things that go against the rules. Now, the great era is coming, the trump card is in hand, and the cultivation level is almost up to par. What he has to do is to attract the firepower of all the geniuses. Those who intend to kill the geniuses of the same realm and prove their invincibility will definitely not miss an invincible person like me who has been showing off all the way. Geniuses come and look here. His dominance is about to be established, and no one can make him restrain himself. He will no longer care about the feelings of any force. He wants to be idealistic and invincible. He wants to kill all the strongest people in the world and make them bow down before him. Hiding for so long, practicing magic for so long. When the glory blooms, let the world know. Qinhao opened his mouth when he heard that, obviously shocked. Throughout history, there have been people who have walked the path of invincibility. But throughout the history of the universe, from the mythological period to the present day, only the Emperor of Heaven has walked the path of true invincibility. The heavenly court appointed the great Emperor to suppress the universe, and no one among the races dared to resist. There is no race that does not respect the authority of the Emperor of Heaven. This is the real invincibility. Now, does Suyu also want to replicate this behavior? Can it work? Qinhao's thoughts were very complicated. He had been brewing for a long time, but in the end, all he said was a sigh and a solemn, "I wish you success." He has no idea of being invincible. He was very clear about his conditions, and he was extremely lucky to be able to become an emperor. Not to mention becoming the invincible emperor and transforming into the second heavenly emperor. After saying this, Qinhao said nothing more, but turned around and retreated silently, leaving the battlefield to Suyu. And he headed out of the battlefield. Not until he had walked 1,000 miles did he stop and turn back to look at Suyu. Looking at the man in white robes fluttering, he stood with his hands behind his back, holding a knife in one hand, standing proudly in the face of dozens of attacking Jiang peak masters. On the battlefield, the blade held in Suyu's left hand was pitch black, emitting a strong bloody aura that made people mentally confused, as if they were not facing an ordinary young man, but a killing god holding a magic knife and standing on a mountain of bones made of corpses. The dozens of peak Jiang masters came to a distance of only 1,000 meters away from Suyu and stopped, staring at him with murderous eyes. Leading the group, a peak-level Jiang cultivator whose aura seemed to be able to initially communicate with heaven and earth, stepped forward. He wore armor stained with brown blood and held a golden spear. He looked at Suyu with a cold voice. Suyu, you killed the crown prince of the great Zhou dynasty and the future crown princess Yuan. Your crime is unforgivable. You deserve to die. When you die, you and your entire clan will be exterminated. He was a small commander of the Tiger Guard Corps of the great Zhou dynasty and had reached the peak of Jiang cultivation. He was ordered to stay in the outside world in order to cooperate with the Miaoyan Holy Sect and others to search for Suyu's whereabouts and kill him. Suyu looked at the middle-aged man in front of him with a murderous aura and said with a smile, whether you live or die depends on your ability. But, if you want to kill me, how many lives are you prepared to sacrifice? Upon hearing this, the man said coldly, why would I risk my life to kill a calf who grew up in an ivory tower like you? When I was fighting on the battlefield, you weren't even born yet. In his opinion, a genius was just someone whose cultivation level improved quickly, but he could never be compared with these iron-blooded warriors who crawled out of the pile of corpses. Haha, then, let's give it a try. Suyu laughed sarcastically. Boom. As soon as he finished speaking, the top Jiang team composed of the great Zhou dynasty and the Miaoyan Holy Sect on the opposite side suddenly started to move. Dozens of peak Jiang masters exploded at the same time, and the mixed power shattered the space. Pitch black cracks exuding a desolate atmosphere emerged. The murderous aura gathered and rushed straight into the sky, even blowing away the white clouds above. Facing the siege of dozens of people, and dozens of them were at the peak of Jiang, Suyu did not underestimate them at all. After they took action, Suyu no longer stayed where he was. Godspeed. The Saint Realm martial arts skills were activated, and Suyu's body instantly turned into a stream of light, breaking the shackles of space and rushing towards the blood and energy they brought. Under the impact of this murderous intent, Suyu did not waver at all. Holding the killing knife, the murderous intent in his heart was simply fuel for him. It makes his blood boil. Fight, fight, fight. Click. Before they formed an attack formation and surrounded and strangled him, Suyu suddenly clenched the killing knife with both hands. Today, I will use your lives to test the sword. With your blood, I will take the first step on my path to invincibility. I have a sword that can split the earth, open the sky, and slay all enemies in the world. Open the sky. Bang. Chapter 208. Are your lives worthy of being compared with mine? The knife was filled with murderous intent, and it seemed as if the sky within 100 miles was about to collapse. The murderous aura was soaring into the sky, tearing the space apart. The sword's power was so domineering that it was impossible to look directly at it with the naked eye. Powerful. With a slash of the sword, darkness was as deep as the abyss. Wherever the sword passed, space was cut open. It's like a sharp knife cutting through the skin, revealing the horrifying structure inside. This knife is too powerful. It was so powerful that it made the scalps of dozens of the attacking Jiang peak warriors tingle. What kind of monster is this? This was their only thought at the moment. They felt that what they were facing was not a young genius, but a giant beast with a bloody mouth wide open, swallowing them. If you are not careful, you will be swallowed up on the spot without leaving any residue. The young leader was shocked. He was puzzled as to why Suyu, who was so young, could unleash such a powerful move. Although he was shocked, his consciousness from 100 years of fighting still made him sober up, and he shouted in a deep voice, resist with all your strength. This move should be his ultimate move. Stop it, he won't be able to resist. He is a man who believes in fighting power. He doesn't believe that a genius who has little experience in battle can be so strong. From the beginning to the end, he only thought that the geniuses were just fast in cultivation. If they really fight with people of the same level, he may not lose. The fact was just as he thought. Over the years, he had killed many talented people with his combat experience. Therefore, he believed that Suyu would also be pierced through the brain by his spear. Yes, dozens of Jiang warriors echoed loudly at the same time. Then, facing the blade light that tore through space, they still refused to retreat and chose to fight hard. Because their formation is fixed. If they retreated rashly and wanted to form a formation again, that period of time would be enough for Suyu to break through. So, they won't disperse. Boom. Dozens of powerful attacks erupted at the same time, resisting the murderous blade light that was still tearing through space. Puff. As the offensive was broken up, these dozens of peak Jiang masters actually spat out blood at the same time. Obviously he suffered serious injuries. You have to know that this is the sword energy that Suyu has cultivated with the killing sword for 20 years. If a single peak Jiang warrior were to come and block the attack without knowing the consequences, he would surely die. No surprise. However, this group of peak Jiang warriors have experienced life and death after all, and their combat explosiveness and experience are stronger than many people. But that's all. Swish. The moment they blocked the attack, Suyu's body suddenly disappeared from the spot. After breaking through the Jiang, the spiritual power in Suyu's body has reached a terrifying level, and his meridians have been widened several times or even more than 10 times. The spiritual power that can be mobilized is almost dozens or even hundreds of times that of a strong person of the same level. This is the result of his practice over the years. Therefore, the moment he used the Holy Realm martial arts, divine movement, his speed exceeded 100 times the speed of sound in almost the blink of an eye. The strong impact almost tore everything apart. If the body of an ordinary person at the peak of Jiang realm were to reach the limit of 100 times the speed of sound at this moment, the body would be torn apart almost in an instant. But Suyu doesn't have this worry. The combination of the prison-suppressing body and the sun-holy body allowed him to temporarily possess the great sun prison-suppressing body, a supreme physique. It has the heat of the sun and possesses the power of a town. There is only one word difference between Zhenyu and Zhenyu, but the meaning is the same, which is to have the power to suppress everything. The original prison-suppressing body was used to suppress the killer organization called Hell. That is a killer that gives even the top holy places a headache. However, the first generation of the Hell-suppressing body was able to single-handedly kill all the Hell killers and destroy their inheritance. He was a peak quasi-emperor level powerful being who could withstand the methods of the emperor and still survive. He is also the only legendary figure who, with the combat power of a mid-stage quasi-emperor, managed to annihilate a top force headed by a late-stage quasi-emperor. At that time, some people estimated that if they wanted to destroy Hell, it would take the entire Holy Land to come out in full force. But, that legend did it alone. The power of one person is comparable to that of an entire region. This is the origin of the prison-suppressing body. To suppress the prison is also to suppress the domain. It symbolizes unparalleled power. At this time, Suyu even mutated the prison-suppressing body, allowing it to possess the scorching heat of the sun. Combined with the horror of the prison-suppressing body, the great sun prison will be the nightmare of countless people. On par with a single holy body, breaking 100 times the speed of sound. He's only at the second level of Jiang cultivation. How could he achieve this? Seeing Suyu's body breaking the limit of 100 times the speed of sound, the Lil commander who was still trying to calm the turbulent blood and energy in his body, his pupils shrank sharply. 100 times the speed of sound. Even for him, it is difficult to reach this limit. If it really breaks out, you have to fight for your life. And it can only be for a moment. If he maintains a speed exceeding 100 times the speed of sound for a long time, his body will immediately fall apart. You are playing tricks on me. I don't believe that a young genius like you can have so much power. He was only shocked for a moment. After he calmed down, he extinguished the faint fear in his heart. He then roared, do you think you can turn the tables with all these tricks you have? We are dozens of peak-level Jiang cultivators. I have even reached the peak of the Jiang realm of the heavenly man. Boom. At this moment, dozens of people followed him and simultaneously burst out with their strongest form of power. Their blood and energy rushed into the sky, piercing through the sky. The white clouds floating in the sky were greatly affected. Hundreds of miles of white clouds were dispersed in an instant. Kill, 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 heaven-slaying formation, initiate. He roared angrily and instantly fell into a certain direction. The other peak-level Jiang masters of the great Zhou dynasty followed his footsteps, opened the gates of spiritual power at the same time, and madly released their own spiritual power. This is a killing formation created by the imperial master of the great Zhou dynasty. It can connect the power of dozens of powerful men in the late Jiang stage, and then briefly burst out with combat power that can kill celestial beings. And it can be transmitted to anyone without loss, and it only takes a moment. They can be regarded as real celestial beings, an individual consisting of dozens of people. Boom. After they completed the formation, they instantly rushed towards Su Yu. At this moment, they actually successfully broke the limit of 100 times the speed of sound. Of course, it was just that the spiritual energy in their bodies was being consumed madly. Meanwhile, the peak Jiang master of Miaoyan Holy Sect was standing by, ready to launch a surprise attack at any time. If you don't die, we will die. Go to hell, Su Yu. The young commander's eyes were filled with murderous intent, without any other emotions. His existence was only to destroy the enemy. Kill the enemy in front of you. In front, Su Yu, who was still flying with the divine movement technique, looked back and then laughed. Your life is dead. Are you worthy of being compared with me? The demonic toad swallows the moon. Roar. Chapter 209. Killing through 30 years, with the last chance to prove the invincible holy realm. The magic toad swallowing the moon divine art is also a holy realm skill, which is the skill that Su Yu obtained at the beginning. It is also the longest cultivated holy realm technique. Until now, he has never used the magic skill of the demonic toad swallowing the moon, because this skill consumes too much spiritual energy. Without a certain level of cultivation, if he uses the power of swallowing the moon, the consequence may be that he will be turned into a mummy. At this moment, the sky and the earth changed color. The scattered clouds in the sky and earth began to gather at this moment, turning into devil clouds, layer after layer, constantly piling up and pressing down. At a glance, an inexplicable sense of oppression swept over the whole body. It seemed as if an extremely terrifying monster was brewing in the obscured clouds. Roar. Next second, a terrifying sound wave struck from the clouds. The sound waves vibrated, penetrating everything and directly destroying the magic cloud that had just condensed. Next second, a magic toad formed by pure and immortal energy emerged. The magic toad was emitting a dark magic light all over its body, and its abdomen gave people a palpitating feeling. If you stare at it for a long time, it would be like looking at a black hole, as if it would swallow up your soul in the next second. Its heart pounding and unsettling. Immediately afterwards, the magic toad opened its bloody mouth and began to devour the energy between heaven and earth. Boom. At this moment, the sun that was still emitting scorching light in the sky seemed to have dimmed. That is to say, it is daytime now, if it were night. When the magic toad swallows the moon and absorbs enough lunarian energy, the power it unleashes can be doubled. When the magic toad moved, the heaven and earth seemed to tremble. After the magic toad's belly became huge, the next moment, the magic toad suddenly spewed out a magic column of energy that broke through the space towards the dozens of peak-level Jiang people who were attacking. Wherever he passed, the space cracked. This attack has already surpassed the power of Jia Yang's peak. Not good. Looking at the energy pillar in front of them that could swallow them all, the leading commander's face changed drastically. My heart beat faster and my head felt a sharp pain. This is a warning that would only be issued if there was an extreme threat to his life. In other words, Su Yu's move posed a threat to his life. Even if it was he who united with dozens of Jiang to form the Killing Heaven formation, which provided the power to fight against the gods, but he was also terrified by this power. Disperse. As soon as he shouted, the energy of the demon pillar completely bombarded him. In just a moment, it swallowed up all of them. Su Yu's white clothes rustled, and his handsome face showed no emotion at all. In this cannibalistic world, if you cannot annihilate the enemy with all your strength, then you will be the one to die. Once you find that someone has any ill will towards you, he will defeat them with the force of thunder and leave no trouble behind. He wants. It is absolutely safe. If they don't die, they will be the ones who die. That's the reason. When the energy beam in the mouth of the magic toad above the sky gradually shrank and finally all the energy was released, the magic toad also slowly dissipated. Su Yu's aura was slightly weaker than when he was at his peak. That is to say, this attack, which could threaten a half-step heavenly man, only consumed 20% of his accumulated spiritual power. Now he is only at the second level of Jiang. If he breaks through the peak of Jiang, his strength will probably be enough to fight directly against the middle or even late stage of Tianren. This is the limit he is pursuing. Constantly maintain the highest intensity of cross-level combat power. When the storm had almost dissipated and the space ahead had healed, the young commander's figure gradually emerged. At this moment, he no longer had the spirited look he had before. His blood-stained armor was now tattered, his breath was weak, and he was seriously injured. The young commander's face was filled with fear, and there was no trace of arrogance left. At this moment, he was full of awe for Su Yu. The power that exploded against him. Around Su Yu, those peak-level Jiang cultivators from the Miaoyan Holy Sect who had originally wanted to take advantage of the situation and launch a sneak attack stayed away from him as if they had seen a ghost. They were afraid that the terrifying attack would fall on them in the next second. Su Yu looked down at him and said indifferently, the connection of the formation is just transferring their power to you. How can the combined power compare to my direct burst? To destroy you all I need is a powerful force to cover you. If they can transfer power to someone else instantly, doesn't that mean their power can only cover one person? He directly deals damage to the entire group, how can they block it? Okay, time to get going. After the attack, only a dozen people were left in the Jiang team, which originally had dozens of people. Each one of them was seriously injured. The only one in a slightly better condition is this little commander. No serious injuries were suffered, but I'm powerless to explode. Buzz. Su Yu raised his hand, and the killing knife fell into his hand. At this moment, he was like a real god of killing. Boom. Without any hesitation, Su Yu's body instantly burst out at a speed exceeding 100 times the speed of sound and rushed towards them. Want to kill me, you? Swish. When the young commander saw Su Yu rushing towards him, his eyes were bloodshot and he gritted his teeth and was about to speak, but he only saw a flash of a knife. The knife pierced his neck and directly condensed the words he wanted to say in his throat. At this moment, his eyes became dull and blank, and he mechanically wanted to look down. Can. Click. His head was directly separated from his neck, and his soul was also severed. Heads kept falling. In his dying moments, he saw Suyu's movements clearly. Every time the figure that kept appearing swung his knife, a head would fall. Ah, spare me, sir, spare me. Sir, we can't. After Suyu killed all the soldiers of the great Zhou dynasty, the robbers of the Miaoyan holy sect were terrified and begged for mercy. No matter how much they begged for mercy, Suyu remained unmoved. If he loses this time, will these people let him go? Definitely not. They came here to kill me. Their own heads are the important bargaining chips they use to exchange for their future. Then killing them would be an important step in establishing my invincibility. Everyone gets what they need, but he doesn't have to pay. After killing the last person, Suyu's white clothes were still spotless and as white as new. Only the killing knife was still dripping with Jie Yang's blood. Only the headless corpses all over the ground prove what happened here. Put away the knife. Suyu landed on a stone mountain, looking at the world in front of him that had returned to peace, his eyes calm. No emotional fluctuations. Not long after, Chen Hao, who had seen the battle coming to an end, arrived quietly. He came behind Suyu, looked at the young man in white who had changed so much, and asked, "What are you going to do next?" Suyu did not look back, but looked at the setting sun and responded to his question in a sonorous and powerful voice. Killing through 30 years, with this final opportunity, I will achieve the invincible holy realm. I will kill my way through this world, and no one will dare to have any ill will towards me. Chapter 210, Suyu's level of danger, the strongest fighter under the gods. If you face Suyu directly, you will find that his eyes are more determined than ever before. He is so confused. In the past, he had no idea what path he should take and only knew how to cater to others and make himself look less embarrassed. It was not until now that he understood that any compromise was not as good as holding power himself. Including 3 sisters and the so-called reincarnated female fairy fiancée. If he has the same murderous intention towards me, then what's the harm in killing him? He has no relatives in this world. The Su family had given him warmth, and he was willing to protect the Su family. However, his 3 sisters and fiancée never gave him much emotion, but instead made him worried. If one day we really reach the opposite side, if you retreat, he will not kill you. If he insists on blocking my way, what will happen if I kill him? Suyu took a deep breath. In the past, I never really considered what path I should take. Now, I figured it out. My path is to be invincible. Whoever stands in my way will be killed. His tone was very calm, as if he was just narrating a very normal thing. I have never been able to accept the fate of the villain. Because I never felt oppressed. If he were asked to choose to kill someone, he might feel quite conflicted. But if someone is blind and has ill intentions towards him, he will not hesitate to use his knife. So, do you want to offend all forces in these 30 years? Chen Hao was silent for a while before speaking. But just as he finished speaking, Suyu interrupted him with a smile. You're wrong. Suyu looked solemn and said slowly, it's not that I offend everyone, it's they shouldn't mess with me. Anyone who has any ill will towards me will be killed by me. They attacked me simply because they wanted what I had. So what if I show it openly? Whoever comes is the enemy. Isn't this a good way to filter? Now he is not offending anyone, but tempting them with the treasure to see who can't resist the temptation and will send people to rob it. These people, every one of them. Since there is a distinction between good and evil here, let's see are there more righteous people coming to grab the treasure, or the evil ones? At least, so far he has not encountered a force called evil. Of course, there were also those corpse-stitching people who called themselves the Tianchi sect that I met when I came out of the duty and secret realm. But it's just an ordinary holy place, so he wouldn't bother about it. Here it comes, destroy it. An ordinary holy land can only house one great saint at most. In this world, from beginning to end, there are only a few sects that can be called true holy places for cultivation. The rest that call themselves holy places can only be said to be sects of saints. The real holy place for cultivation is the great emperor sect. That's the difference. If we really talk about ranking, the holy places of those quasi-emperors are actually in the first-rate queue, and the holy places created by the holy realm are in the second-rate queue. The rest are third-rate, fourth-rate, and even ninth-rate. From the beginning to the end, the transcendent holy land consists of only about 20 human families. Chen Hao was stunned for a moment after hearing Suyu's words, then laughed out loud. That's right, after all, you didn't offend anyone, they were the ones who came up to you and asked for death. Ha ha ha. Chen Hao laughed loudly, walked up to Suyu, patted him on the shoulder, and said seriously, I wish you success. My goals aren't that ambitious. I just want to keep walking on this path of cultivating immortality. Invincibility is not what I pursue. What I pursue is immortality and the reversal of time. Let's go. Next, I will cut off all contact with you until the day when the great cleansing of heaven ends and the golden age arrives. I will be there in person to witness your battle for sainthood. He also knew Suyu's ambition, which was to gather together all those who had ill intentions towards him during this period of time. Constantly eliminate the weak ones from the Jiang team. Until they couldn't sit still anymore and started sending out heavenly man realm and even quasi-saint realm. It is Suyu's sainthood day. That day will definitely be stuck on the day when the golden age comes. Absolute. Suyu turned his head to look at him and smiled. Okay, that day won't be too long, it will be soon. In fact, all ambitious saint-level geniuses, and even monsters on par with immortals and emperors, will continue to improve their cultivation in the next 30 years until they break through to the level of celestial beings. Their means and talents are enough to allow them to overcome the 5 signs of decline within 10 years and then accumulate their own strength to the peak. Finally, at the moment when the golden age comes, they all break through to the quasi-saint level. This is their ambition, but Suyu is different. He follows the path of the ancient heavenly emperor. A heaven-defying path to break through the realm of death and then break through the realm of death to become a saint. This road is not untraveled, but, in the end, the only one who succeeded in replicating it was the Emperor of Heaven. Suyu wants to be the second one. Push yourself further and anyone who comes will be a stepping stone. Okay, let's go. Chen Hao turned around and left without stopping. We have different goals and cannot walk the same path. I can only wish my fellow Taoists the best. He doesn't feel that an invincible person can bring him any pressure, since their goals are not on the same line anyway. What he pursues is nothing more than immortality. Suyu stood where he was, watching Chen Hao leave. Looking at his frail figure, he actually felt that his steps were very firm. Chen Hao also has his own path to follow. I have it too. The setting sun was as red as blood, falling little by little until it disappeared on the horizon and the sky became dim. On the ground, the bloody smell of the Jiang corpses lingered. Suyu stayed for a long time. He didn't leave until night fell and the sky was dyed with black ink and a few stars. Wait until he leaves. After several hours, when late night came. Suddenly, dozens or even hundreds of extremely terrifying warriors appeared in this place, and powerful people who were no weaker than the group of people killed by Suyu quietly emerged. They all belong to different forces, but their goals are the same. That's Suyu. Looking at the blood-stained stone mountain and the headless corpses on the ground, everyone fell silent. He could actually kill such a person. Dozens of peak-level Jiang warriors, including 2 who had touched the heavenly man barrier, were all killed by him. Could it be that we need to dispatch the heavenly deacons to kill him? After hearing this, everyone felt a little absurd, but also that it seemed reasonable. What's ridiculous is that Suyu is only this young, so why does he need to mobilize the celestial beings? The logical thing is with this kind of combat power, it seems that only a celestial being can defeat him. Report what happened here. Let the bigwigs in charge decide. What should I do? The treasure in his hand is indeed mouth-watering, but it seems to be particularly hot. If such a genius were really killed, wouldn't Zhu Xiao be furious? So what? Even if it means sitting against the heavens, it's worth it to be able to seize the treasure. Immediately find someone to deduce the secrets of heaven and find him. From this day on, Suyu's danger level is skyrocketing. Because he already possesses the top combat power of this period of time. The strongest person under heaven. Chapter 211. Could it be that he wants to prove his invincibility? Soon, in just less than 10 days, the news that Suyu single-handedly killed dozens of peak-level Jiang masters from the Great Zhou dynasty and the Miaoyan holy sect spread throughout the 5 major domains. When this news came out, almost all the strong men in the 5 major domains were shocked at the same time. Because he was able to kill dozens of peak-level Jiang warriors, it meant that he had initially possessed the combat power of a celestial being. If we convert it into the outside world, this means that Suyu already possesses the power to fight against ordinary celestial beings. They can even be compared. This is because the lowest combat power of a celestial being is dozens of times greater than the peak of Jiayang. This is the lowest, and those powerful celestial beings are hundreds of times more powerful than before. This is not the combat power that can be achieved by combining dozens of Jiang. All over the Eastern Wilderness. Nowadays, many dynasties, forces and families in the Eastern Wilderness are discussing this matter, and it is very lively. In this era, even in the Eastern Wasteland, such a heaven-defying monster can appear. The combat power of the Jiang realm is comparable to that of a celestial being, so terrifying. It seems that this generation of the Eastern Wasteland can also compete for the position of Great Emperor. It has been so many years since our Eastern Wasteland has produced a Great Emperor. Yes, now I finally see some hope. After hearing this news, most of the cultivators in the Eastern Wasteland were excited, because as long as a Great Emperor appeared in the Eastern Wasteland, the blessings and fortune of the entire Eastern Wasteland would be favored by heaven, and they would also be able to enjoy some of the Great Emperor's blessings. Why is the Central Region so powerful? It is because there are too many powerful emperors in the Central Region. Their blessings protect an area, allowing the people there to enjoy the glory of the Emperor. In terms of basic combat power, the average cultivation level of cultivators in the Central Domain is much higher than that in the other 4 domains. Like Dongwang, the average cultivation level in Dongwang is at the condensing vein stage, which means that most people are only at the condensing vein stage, or even at the cheer fighting stage. The middle region is much stronger, and the average cultivation level in the middle region is an 8. Completely 2 realms ahead of them. That's the gap. In the Eastern Wilderness, a force with a celestial being in charge can be called first-rate, but in the Central Region, only a quasi-saint realm can be called a first-rate force. Apart from those forces in the Eastern Wasteland that are hostile to the Su family and hate Zhu Xiao, almost everyone hopes that Suyu can achieve enlightenment. Those who developed hostility were thinking about how to get rid of Suyu. Right now, in the Northern Territory, in the Yaokai Holy Lands base in the central area of the Northern Territory, more than 10 celestial beings gathered in the lobby. Including Deacon Mo, who was stationed in the mining area. Sitting at the head of the seat was a woman who looked to be in her 30s. Her appearance was not the best, but she was the type of young woman who could make a middle-aged man fall in love with her at first sight. Although her appearance is so attractive to middle-aged men, the aura she exudes is also extremely strong. The peak level of cultivation of the celestial being. There was even a faint hint of holy power. This is a peak celestial being who is half a step away from being a quasi-saint. If she were to fight a quasi-saint from the outside world, she might not lose. The atmosphere in the hall was quite solemn. She glanced around, then fixed her gaze on Deacon Mo's face. She said calmly, "Who allowed you to take the initiative and spread the news?" Deacon Mo felt a little uncomfortable being stared at like this. She couldn't help but say, "Elder Shah, they stole our treasure. If we don't retaliate, in the future." Bang! Before Deacon Mo could finish his words, Elder Shah, who was sitting above him, suddenly slammed his hand on the table and shouted, "What do you mean by our treasure? That mine is shared by the Xuandian human race's top holy land. They can dig, that's their ability. We at Yaoqi have only provided some convenience for supervision, allowing people to freely collect the things inside. Do you know how those holy places will view me, Yaokai, if this matter gets out?" Elder Shah's tone became increasingly stern, his eyes filled with a look of dismay as he asked, "Are those treasures a huge loss to Yaokai? You let him take it away, and that's what they found. There are still a few life source stones in the Yaoqi treasure house that haven't hatched yet. Why bother with this little loss and let your reputation be ruined? Do you really think those people outside will be grateful to you after hearing this news? No, afterwards, people will find out that the news of the treasure being unearthed came from Yaoqi, and they will lose their trust in Yaoqi. Do you understand?" She looked at Deacon Mo with a look of disappointment, because this was her cousin. Once the Golden Age ends, everyone will discover the problem. Once people lose their trust in Yaokai, who would dare to come to the area where Yaokai is located to conduct business? Don't they think that if they obtain the treasure, will Yaokai take a fancy to it and try to kill them? After being awakened by this, Deacon Mo also lost her resentment. Her expression began to change. At this moment, she also realized that the situation was not good. She said in a panic, "Then, what should we do now?" Elder Shah sighed deeply. "Go, find him. Talk to him properly. I, Yaokai, will be responsible for his safety until the end of the Heavenly Dao cleansing period. At this point, this is the only way to remedy the situation. Although the other party is from Zhu Xiao, but in this matter my cousin really did something wrong. You shouldn't act on impulse." Okay, Deacon Mo nodded repeatedly without any dissatisfaction. Because she also knows how great the impact of this incident will be in the future. Just as she was about to set off to look for Suyu, a deacon in the middle stage of the Heavenly Man realm who was sitting below suddenly said, "Elder Shah. This might be a little different." Hearing his words, Elder Shah and Deacon Mo looked at her at the same time, frowning and asking, "What do you mean?" The deacon gathered his thoughts and continued, "Logically speaking, Suyu, being in a major sect, would have no shortage of ways to conceal his true identity. However, he doesn't seem to be trying to hide himself, but instead appears openly before the world. It's like I hope the world can find him." Hearing this, Elder Shah frowned and couldn't help muttering, "What does this little guy want to do?" The next moment, an absurd answer flashed through her mind. Isn't he trying to prove his invincibility? As soon as these words were spoken, all the gods and people present fell silent. The only one who is invincible is the Emperor of Heaven. Is he trying to emulate the ancient Heavenly Emperor? Thinking of this possibility, everyone's breathing quickened. Elder Shah even stood up and said, "Hurry and find him. Regardless of whether he succeeds or not, he is someone you shouldn't mess with. He's a genius with a strong background, not just a grassroots individual. If it doesn't work, we can naturally breathe a sigh of relief." If it does, Yao Kai will definitely be on our radar in the future. Find him first and express your attitude immediately. Go quickly. At this moment, this group of celestial beings also rushed out and began to join the team searching for Su Yu. It's just that their goals are different. There was only one reason why they were looking for Su Yu, and that was to explain to him. At the same time, in a small city in the Northern Territory. Boom. Su Yu, how long do you think you can hide? Get out here. Chapter 212, Su Yu's invincibility. Test the soul-devouring technique with a half-step celestial being. In the small border town, the residents living there were terrified, and their eyes were filled with fear and awe at the dozens of powerful pressures. They were forced to prostrate themselves on the ground by this indiscriminate pressure, murmuring and praying for forgiveness from the immortals. To these ordinary people whose highest cultivation level is only at the condensing vein stage, these Jiangs are no different from immortals. Each of them is like the sun in the sky, shining on the world, as if the slightest movement will bring down the world, destroying divine fire and burn the small city to ashes. Boom. Layer upon layer of pressure, like huge waves on the sea that can overturn a ship, constantly hit the small town. The houses made of white stone collapsed one after another. I don't know how many ordinary people were crushed to death. However, the group of bigwigs from Jiang who came from the sky and stood on the dome of the small town ignored them at all. To them, the lives of these ordinary people are like ants. It can be killed with just a breath. The leader, a powerful being who surpassed Jie Yang's peak combat power, stood in midair, hands behind his back. He swept his cold eyes over the small town and said in a cold voice, "Coward. Are you worthy enough to get your hands on the treasure?" He is the head of a first-class family in the Northern Territory. The family's most important person is about to fall. Now, he is mobilizing the entire family to encircle and suppress Su Yu. This time, he sent out 3 people in the late Jiang stage, plus himself, a half-step celestial being. And 20 people in the middle stage of Jiang. It can be said that all the fighting power of his family is here. If you fail, you will die. If he could successfully seize the source of life from Su Yu and survive until the arrival of the Great World, his entire family would ascend to heaven. It's impossible for him not to be moved, even though they knew that Su Yu was the holy son of the top holy land. But, so what? Even money can move people's hearts, let alone such a treasure that can change one's destiny. In his opinion, the failure of those peak Jiang masters was ultimately due to insufficient combat power, but he was different. He was also hailed as a genius in his day, and now his cultivation had reached the level of a half-step celestial being. At least 20 times ahead of Jiang's peak combat power. This is his confidence. Boom. Another wave of air erupted, causing the ordinary people crawling below to spit out mouthfuls of blood. But even so, they did not dare to show any anger or hatred. Only fear. Ants. Then destroy this place. I wonder how long you can hide. Seeing this, the half-step celestial being snorted coldly, then raised his hand and punched out. This punch directly caused the space to cave in. Finally, it exploded directly. The terrifying force, like a black hole exploding, fell on the small town. This city, which is only a few dozen miles in size, will be reduced to ashes in an instant. This is the crushing from the superior. At the moment when the fist was about to land, suddenly, the sound of a dragon's roar and an elephant's roar was heard in the tavern. Immediately afterwards, an even more terrifying punch erupted, directly defeating the attack of the half-step heavenly man. What? Seeing that his attack was defeated so easily, the expression of the powerful man who claimed to be half a step away from heaven changed slightly. Before he could make any move, a calm and gentle voice came from below. With just this few people, do you dare to surround and kill me? Next second, a figure in white slowly walked out of the tavern. With every step he took, the void seemed to become real, like climbing a ladder to heaven, step by step reaching the middle of the air, and finally looking at the other person with a slight condescending attitude. Su Yu looked at the other person with a smile on his face, which actually made this powerful man who claimed to be half a step away from becoming a god feel a little bit of pain. Very strong. It was just such an ordinary action, but it made the heart of this half-step god beat wildly, and his sense of crisis continued to rise. You, swish. Before he could finish his words, Su Yu's figure in front of him suddenly disappeared from the spot. Only a series of after-images are left to break the space. This scene caused the pupils of this half-step celestial being to shrink suddenly. So fast. He had never expected that Su Yu's speed would be so fast. There was almost no acceleration process. He instantly tore through space and rushed to the critical value of 100 times the speed of sound. Bang. Next moment, a huge fist suddenly appeared in his sight, leaving him no chance to react before he was knocked away by the punch. Boom. His figure was blown out of the small town. Even the space could not stop his body from shattering layer by layer. It didn't stop until it flew hundreds of miles and crashed into a huge stone mountain. The stone mountain collapsed, and the figure of the half-step celestial being walked out of it in a panic. Ahem, how is that possible? He spat out a mouthful of blood, his pupils trembled violently, and his internal organs were sending out signals of severe pain, but he had no time to care at this moment. Because in front of him, the family elders he brought with him were being beaten one after another. His body turned into blood mist, blooming like blood-colored fireworks. These blood mists fell into the city, which was a great blessing to the land and mortals here. It can nourish the birth of green plants and help ordinary people improve their physical fitness. This is the role of the strong. Just like a whale falling, all things come to life. Ah, beast, stop it. This scene was hurting his nerves. He let out a long roar to the sky, then swallowed a recovery pill and rushed out. This is their family's heritage. If they all die, their family will definitely decline. However, his roar that shook thousands of miles away did not make Su Yu stop at all. In his eyes, if you want to kill him, you have to pay with your life. No matter how many people behind you need your protection. If you attack me for money, then those people behind you are nothing but bullies who only bully the weak and fear the strong. What does their death have to do with me? Boom. It rushed out at a speed 100 times the speed of sound, and the huge roar was countless times stronger than a nuclear bomb explosion. The sonic boom alone was enough to turn the stones within 100 miles into powder. Stop it. Seeing that Su Yu killed his family elder with just one punch, the half-step celestial being roared with red eyes. Swish. It seemed that his movement attracted Su Yu's attention. After killing an old man in the late Jiang stage, Su Yu glanced at him. At this moment, the hair on this half-step celestial being's body stood up, as if he was being stared at by a wild beast. Next second, boom. Under his horrified gaze, the space in front of him where Su Yu was located was completely shattered. Immediately afterwards, in the empty and dark void, a huge sun rose brilliantly, like the divine sun walking out of the black hole and descending into the world. Just right, I'll use you to try out my soul-devouring technique. Before he could come to his senses, he heard Su Yu's devilish whispers. You, bang. This half-step celestial being couldn't even utter a word before a big hand grabbed his head and he suddenly disappeared into the city. After their breath completely dissipated, the group of mortals who were crawling on the ground like quails finally stood up tremblingly. The immortals left. Chapter 213. My soul-devouring power is not a magic, but an immortal power. After leaving the small town, Su Yu dragged this half-step celestial being for 1,000 miles and only stopped when night fell. After dragging it to a dangerous place, Su Yu threw it on the top of the mountain. At this moment, the half-stepped heavenly being who was so high-spirited and descended over the small town like a true god was now tortured by Suyu like a worm, curled up on the ground and trembling. What do you want to do? At this time, he no longer had that kind of spirit, and now he was only afraid of the fate that would happen to him next. Suyu looked down at him and said calmly, use your life to verify my soul-devouring method. The method of devouring souls was not something he figured out. But, always have. Being able to improve one's own cultivation by devouring the spiritual power of others is the same as the way of improvement of magic cultivators, but the effect is completely different. The demon cultivator's absorption is too chaotic and needs to be constantly sorted out. Suyu's soul-devouring method can directly refine all the spiritual power of the devoured person and transform it into the most refined spiritual energy for the person to absorb. Moreover, it can also refine the other person's soul and improve his own soul. This is the most incredible thing. The reason why demon cultivators are called demon cultivators is naturally because their cultivation methods are too cruel. They eat raw flesh and blood, swallow chaotic spiritual energy, and even swallow people's souls. If it devours the weak, it can still be refined. But if you swallow too much, you will develop multiple personalities in the after effects of cruelty and bloodthirstiness. Therefore, the appearance of evil cultivators often leads to massacres of cities and destruction of countries, which makes people hate them, but they are also extremely afraid of them. Hearing these two key words, the half-stepped heavenly being's body trembled noticeably, his eyes filled with fear, and he said in a somewhat timid tone, soul-devouring, are you a demon cultivator? Damn it, you're a member of a righteous sect, yet you dare to practice the magic techniques of the righteous sect. Aren't you afraid of being punished by the righteous sect? The soul-devouring method is a pain that makes people prefer to commit suicide rather than endure it. Once this technique is activated, it will crush and devour the spiritual power, blood, and soul in his body bit by bit. The soul is destroyed and there is no reincarnation. Moreover, during the process of devouring souls, he would clearly feel his power being lost. No one can bear that kind of tearing pain. Even the ascetic Buddhas in the Western Buddhist kingdom, who were famous for their hard practice, could not bear it and asked the demon cultivator to give him a quick death. This is all recorded. He never imagined that Suyu, the son of a righteous holy land, would secretly practice this kind of magic. Anyone who dares to defy the world will sooner or later get into trouble. But he certainly couldn't see that scene. The half-stepped heavenly man struggled to climb to the edge of the abyss and jump down. He would rather die than endure that kind of pain. At this moment, the hatred of the death of all the strong members of the family had long dissipated. He wanted to end his life quickly and didn't want his soul to be devoured. If you dare to do such a cruel thing, the reputable and upright sects of Xuantian will certainly hunt you down to the ends of the earth and uproot your family, leaving no one alive. Let me go, I can erase this memory myself. Otherwise, you will be found sooner or later. Looking at his actions, Suyu just smiled slightly. Then he took a step forward and walked closer to the half-stepped celestial being. Click. Next second, under the other person's horrified gaze, Suyu clasped his hand on his head. Let me go, please. At this moment, an extremely terrifying devouring force emerged from Suyu's body. The palm clasp on the other person's head was like a black hole that opened, and a suction force suddenly burst out. A scream rang out, and this extremely shrill scream made people's scalp tingle. The spiritual essence of the half-stepped heavenly man was dissipating, and the golden elixir was shattered by the devouring power, turning into essence of spiritual power that began to flow back along the meridians to the top of the head. Feeling the growing power in his body, Suyu's eyes were somewhat intoxicated. I'll feel relieved only after I kill you. Besides, my soul-devouring skill is not a demonic skill, but an immortal skill, Suyu chuckled. What kind of magic tricks are these? This is the purest method of immortals. Devouring soul. However, the soul-devouring method in the immortal family's method is to devour the spiritual energy of all things and plants in the world, and he just used it on humans. Although it's a bit counterintuitive. But, so what? When my strength becomes so great that even the strongest people in the world cannot catch up to me, everything I do will be the truth. The weak. Even if you possess magical powers, you will still be called a devil. This is the truth of the world. Spare me, give me a quick death. This half-stepped celestial being no longer dared to be stubborn. The intense pain of his flesh and blood drying up and turning into powder, and the feeling of his soul being gradually erased, made him want to die for the first time. I feel it would be more comfortable to die now without having to suffer all this torture. If there were other people here, and they heard such a cruel scream, they would probably look unbearable. But Suyu didn't feel that way. At this moment, he only felt that the vast dandian in his body was growing and filling up little by little. Even the flower bud transformed from the green emperor's immortal body became increasingly bright. All the growth stages of the body's constitution become stronger and more excited as a result. It's like a person who has been thirsty for a long time suddenly drinks a sip of the sweetest spring water. The feeling of comfort all over the body is intoxicating. Boom. During the process of swallowing, muffled sounds continued to be heard from Suyu's body. What followed was a crazy improvement in cultivation. The peak of the second level of Jiyang. The third level of Jiyang. The fourth level of robbery. The fifth level of robbery. Bang. Until his cultivation was completely stabilized at the peak of the fifth level of Jiyang, the body of the half-stepped celestial being in Suyu's hand had completely dried up. With a slight shake, he turned into powder, and then was swallowed by the void that Suyu broke with a punch, and completely dissipated between heaven and earth. This feeling no wonder the demon cultivators can't turn back from their wrong path. Suyu couldn't help but sigh as he felt the spiritual power in his body become many times stronger than before. For him now, devouring a person doesn't seem to be a big deal. Of course, only those who want to kill him. If he were asked to massacre a city and devour the flesh and blood of millions of lives like the demon cultivators, he would not be able to do it. All he dared to do was devour souls. Unlike the situation of the demon cultivator after absorbing spiritual power, after his breakthrough, not only was there no disorder at all, but his aura was extremely refined. It is more refined than the spiritual power of many geniuses. It was as if he had cultivated it naturally. There are no aftereffects at all. A powerful person who has reached the peak of the tribulation sun and touched the barrier between heaven and man, his total spiritual power can only allow me to break through 3 small realms. It's a bit of a loss. Although this method of improving strength is perfect, Suyu will only use it once. Just to deal with the celestial beings that are about to attack. Rather than taking this shortcut, he prefers to rely on fighting to compress the power in his body and gradually purify it. The spiritual power that is cultivated truly belongs to him. Just as Suyu stretched his muscles and prepared to study his physique. Suddenly, his eyes moved. The people from the Emperor's tomb, did they come here so quickly? Chapter 214. I have a technique that can transform everything. Once I use this technique, I will be invincible in the same realm as you. At this moment, Suyu felt a subtle sensation in his mind, which was a resonance with the martial arts practiced by his previous life. He simply looked down upon Emperor Tomb's martial arts. The restrictions are too great. Even an Emperor-level technique can be cut into countless small fragments, and has no appeal at all. Moreover, the holy light technique in his hand is also a natural nemesis of the Emperor's tomb. He was not at all worried about the people in the Emperor's tomb. Even though the other party was about to send out celestial beings to attack, he was not afraid at all. The Holy Light technique is a secret martial art created by simulating the origin of the chaos body. It can dissolve all kinds of magic and has invincible defense. It is like the chaos body and has no restrictions. Tomb of Emperor Tiong. Putting away his divine consciousness, Su Yu unconsciously showed an eager smile on his face and murmured, "Good timing. This is the third time I've met you. Finally, I can face you gutter bugs." The first time I encountered the Emperor's tomb in the true sense was when the Su family was robbed. The second time was when I met the young master of the Hu family when I left Jubao City. In this third time, it was the Jiang team that was actually dispatched by the Emperor's tomb to kill him. Su Yu has the memory file of the Emperor's tomb, so he naturally knows some of the secrets of the Emperor's tomb. The Emperor's tomb has branches throughout Xuandian, and each branch is extremely powerful. If it weren't for the period of Heavenly Dao's great cleansing, which forced all the saints from the branches to retreat, he wouldn't dare to be so reckless at this moment. Because when Emperor Tomb takes action, he will really suppress it with all his strength. But now, at most there at the Heavenly Man realm, and some quasi-saints trained from outside. As long as those people haven't found me, I won't panic at all. For example, if he were to encounter a peak celestial being or even a quasi-saint now, he would not be so calm and would turn around and run away. He wants to be invincible, but not brainless. His combat power seemed intimidating, but it was only limited to those non-celestial beings. He cannot shake the true celestial being. This is the truth. Buzz. Su Yu turned around, and a long black metal stick appeared in his hand. The moment he held the stick, Su Yu's temperament changed drastically. It is so sharp that it seems to be able to suppress the world. One stick can calm the sky. Swish, swish, swish. At this moment, hundreds of figures appeared one after another and surrounded Su Yu. Each of these hundreds of people has the combat power of the 9th level of Jiang. No one is below this level. Moreover, since the skills distributed to them by the Emperor's tomb were all castrated Emperor-level skills, even the combat power of these basic killers was far beyond that of the strong ones in the same level. It can almost be compared with the geniuses, but wanting to compete with the demon level or even higher levels like the Son of God is just a pipe dream. Each of these hundreds of figures has an extremely condensed aura. If an ordinary person saw this, he would probably be scared to death on the spot. Only Su Yu was not afraid at all. Hundreds of Jiang stood in the air, blocking all escape routes in all directions, trapping Su Yu in the center of this dead end. Apostate, why don't you surrender? With the talent you've shown now, if you return to the Holy Church and receive baptism, you still have a chance to redeem yourself. If you dare to resist, we have the right to kill you. The 9th level Jiang cultivator standing at the front looked at Su Yu with a cold gaze and said indifferently, "This is the last forgiveness the sect will give you. If you dare to resist, your family in the Holy Church will be destroyed." The predecessor who took over Su Yu's body was in the Emperor's tomb and had a family, otherwise he would not have been able to reach the position of the Holy Son of the innate realm. However, Su Yu sneered and said calmly, "Destroy it. It's not my family. Otherwise, why don't you pull them out and kill them one by one in front of me?" Such threats were of no use to him. The only family here that he recognizes is the Su family. The man was not surprised, because the sect had already reached a conclusion. They all believed that the Saint Son of the Xuandian realm had failed in his attempt to take over another body, and that Su Yu had mastered his memory and had been mediating with them for many years. It was not until he joined the Jushao Holy Land that he completely stopped pretending. Then there's nothing more to say. The man nodded, then with a fierce look in his eyes, he said in a stern tone, "Kill." As soon as one word was spoken, in an instant, the tiny white stones within a radius of 100 miles were shattered into dust by the terrifying sonic boom. In an instant, a layer of white mist rose on the battlefield. That is made of white stone powder blown up. You have used the name of the Holy Son of the innate realm to steal the secrets of our holy religion for many years. Even if you die 1,000 times, your sins will never be redeemed. The angry roar came through the white mist, causing the Bili stone land to tremble slightly. This power is too strong. Click. In the white fog, crackling sounds continued to be heard, and then a space crack as black as ink began to spread outward. The void is cracked. The oppressive feeling at the peak of the Jiang realm can almost make creatures thousands of miles away smell the breath of death approaching. Su Yu's existence was like a thorn in Emperor Fen's eye. So, Su Yu must die. If he didn't die, the people in the Emperor's tomb would be unable to sleep or eat. They couldn't guarantee that the secrets they had passed on would not be leaked by Su Yu. That is the secret of hunting geniuses, a heaven-defying method that can plunder the geniuses, special talents, spiritual roots, and physical fitness. Once it is leaked, the Emperor's tomb will be hated by all forces including the demonic path. Because they are digging up the roots of the geniuses and also digging up the foundations of various religions. This is absolutely not allowed. In the past, the Emperor's tomb was allowed to exist not only because of its mystery, but also because if there were any dirty things that were inconvenient to deal with, they could be handed over to him to do. He just needs to maintain this balance. However, once they set their sights on a genius, no one can guarantee whether their methods will improve until they can plunder the fate of a powerful saint. Therefore, Su Yu's existence is very conspicuous, to the point where he must die. Boom, the space rift is still expanding. After all, this is the terrifying combat power unleashed by hundreds of 9th level Jiang warriors at the same time. A combined attack is enough to split the sky. Snap. The crack in space is still expanding, as if it is going to turn into an abyss and swallow up everything here. Die! The angry shout rang out, and the next second, the crack suddenly shattered. Under this kind of attack, even the invincible one in the Jiang realm would find it difficult to resist. Can. Boom. The next second, a long metal stick as black as ink suddenly pierced through the white mist. The stick continued to extend and grow until it seemed to reach the dome before stopping. I have a technique that can transform anything. Once I use this technique, I will be invincible in the same realm as you. Holy light, transform into all things. Buzz. The moment the voice fell, an incomparably bright and holy light bloomed in the white mist, completely disintegrating all power. This is holy light. There was a hint of fear in the astonished voice, because that was the invincible technique that could dissolve their Emperor's tomb method. Before he could finish his words, he was drowned out by the sound of the futon stick breaking through the air as it crashed down. This stick will topple the heavens. Boom. Ding. Congratulations to the host for completing the hidden mission and receiving the reward. Chapter 215. This kid Su Yu, is he a fox? How can he hide so well? Ding. Congratulations to the host for completing the hidden mission. I'm the only villain, primary mission, and receive rewards. Villain value plus 10,000, Severed Galaxy. Star Severing, a holy swordsmanship martial art created by the great sage Star Severing in his later years. On the day when the swordsmanship is perfected, he draws his sword and cuts the stars in the name of the saint. Ding. Star River Severance has been added to the cultivation method list and has begun automatic cultivation. It has automatically achieved minor success. Listening to the still mechanical and indifferent voice of the system in his mind, Su Yu finally felt a sense of security. There are too many strong people in this world. The more holy martial arts you have in your hands, the greater your sense of security will be. Relying on others is never as reliable as relying on the knife in your own hand. That's it. I accumulate my strength bit by bit until I break through to the Saint realm, and then the power I unleash will be greater. Suyu is very satisfied with his current situation. He believes that the safest thing is to become stronger and stronger. Now, based on the foundation he has accumulated since the spiritual sea realm, when he breaks through to the Saint realm, he will be truly invincible in the same realm. As long as you are invincible in the holy realm, then above him, only the great sage and quasi-emperor can be taken seriously by him. Everyone else is not a concern. With the holy light technique, a martial art that can restrain the emperor's tomb, even if the opponent comes to attack the great sage, he can retreat with ease. Of course, when the golden age arrives, my goal will not only be Xuantian, but the entire universe and all races. Now Xuantian can suppress him to the point of suffocation, let alone the entire race in the universe. Going up further, but there's still the life forbidden zone suppressing everything. In this universe, no matter whether it is the top holy land, they are extremely wary of the life forbidden zone. Because this is a time bomb that can explode at any time. Harvest the universe, harvest all living beings. Except for a few major immortal sects that were able to completely escape the disaster, others like the great Zhou dynasty had to pay a bloody price to extricate themselves. Every time the restricted area is harvested, 90% of the creatures in the universe will be lost. A reincarnation every 200,000 years. Thinking of this, Suyu unconsciously clenched his fist and muttered, now that I've traveled here, I must change my fate. I want to see if I can find the way back after reaching the peak. When he was young, he just wanted to survive, to live a stable life. Now, seeing that his cultivation was about to succeed, he dug out the obsession that had been suppressed in his heart for many years. He doesn't believe in time travel, and he wants to break this cage. Let's see if it's a dream, a fantasy before death, or I really traveled through time. In the end, you have to let yourself relax completely. Isn't it just being a villain? As long as he can reach the peak, reach the end, and see what the true nature of this world is, he will do anything. Putting his thoughts back to reality, Suyu exhaled a breath, glanced at the ruins, and began to figure out how to go next. Now, half a year has passed since the news of my possession of the treasure spread. In the past 6 months, my cultivation has already reached the peak of the 5th level of Jiang, so next I must try to push my foundation to its limit. The perfection of the Green Emperor's immortal body, the fusion of the Titan sacred body and the Sun sacred body. There are still too many foundations in Suyu's body that have not been perfected and sorted out. His current combat power depends entirely on the changes caused by the accumulation and combination of this domineering foundation. Once he masters this mutation, it will be a revolutionary change. Push everything to the peak of Jiang, let the foundation be completely in a critical state of explosion, the battle of becoming a saint. Only then will Xuantian be shocked. He knew very well that once the golden age came, the top holy places would return to Xuantian from the void. Without any restrictions in heaven and earth, those great saints and even quasi-emperors would be free from their shackles, and it would only take them one day to reach the northern territory. In one day, the limit is exceeded. Therefore, he only has one day to break through in the future. As long as you can hold on, the sky is high and the birds can fly freely. Can't make it, then you will die. There are only two ways. This is the pressure Suyu puts on himself, the pressure from life, he has to move forward. Following the path of the ancient heavenly emperor, he was destined to not be able to stay for too long when the sun robbed the celestial beings. The longer he stayed, the more ruined his fate would become, until he was worse than an ordinary celestial being. What he wants to exploit is the time difference. The purpose is to catch those who know your situation off guard. Let all the first-rate forces and quasi-saint places in Xuantian keep their eyes on him, and all the top celestial beings and quasi-saints come to kill him at the same time. If they knew that as long as I broke through the realm of immortality, I would become more and more useless day by day, they would definitely stay away from me. Thinking of this, Suyu couldn't help but laugh again. I really have to thank Deacon Mo. If she hadn't spread the news in the name of Yao Kai, he really wouldn't have been able to do this. This trip to the mining area was really the right decision. When I become a saint, I will really have to thank Deacon Mo. Although we are in a hostile relationship, it is still something taken from someone else's territory, so we can just explain it properly when the time comes. With the inheritance of Yuan Tianchi, he and Yao Kai are destined to have a cause and effect relationship. Perhaps it was the influence of the inheritance that made him not bear any grudge against Yao Kai. This is quite peculiar. Well, let's lead them away in batches first, then retreat for a while. Every time I refine a foundation, I'll come out and fight to make myself completely stable. Fortunately, Master Yuan Tianchi's methods are extremely powerful. He was able to place a fake aura to deceive the heavens. Otherwise, it would be really difficult to deal with. What he had to do next was to use his own aura to create multiple clones, and then place them in various places in the northern territory. Led all the top powerhouses to different places. He certainly wouldn't dare to provoke those celestial beings, so he could only pretend to be a human to trick them away. When they find dummies one after another, they will probably get furious. Suyu's actions were decisive. After he had a target, he began to use Master Yuan Tian's methods to quickly shuttle through the northern territory. In the northern territory, the heavenly master lineage is almost the most almighty. Able to move quickly relying on the northern region's veins. Over the next 5 years, Suyu placed dummies that could deceive the heavens in various areas throughout the northern territory. Only after he had done all this did Suyu completely conceal his own aura and make himself invisible from the eyes of the heavens. From this day on, Suyu began a long journey of refining his foundation. And in the northern territory, the attacking celestial beings in the Jiang army went completely crazy. It's fake, all fake. The heavens are in chaos, and his figure can be seen moving everywhere. That little bastard Suyu must have a treasure that can interfere with the mysteries of heaven. Find all the origin master families in the northern territory. In this land, the source master's methods are more effective than ours. Yes, those powerful people who wanted to find Suyu and snatch the treasure were all crazy, including the people from the great Zhou dynasty and the Miaoyan holy sect. Certainly, the people from the Yao Kai holy land were as anxious as they were. This kid Suyu, is he a fox? How can he hide so well? He's just a fox, just like the people in Yuan Tianchi's lineage, throwing fake Tianji figures everywhere. Ah, Suyu, please come out quickly. Chapter 216, I will wait for you to reach the peak of Jiang and help you kill him to prove your Dao heart. Suyu's Tianji dummy directly confused a large group of first-rate sects and families with no background. Every time a dummy base was unearthed, this group of people would become irritable. 10 years passed in the blink of an eye. During this period of time, all the forces that were looking for Suyu were extremely anxious and furious. In order to find Suyu, they mobilized everyone. Even the Yuanqi family got involved. Certainly. The Zhang family, the most prosperous family of source masters in the northern territory, did not send anyone out. Only the lineage of the great elder joined the search team. This damn kid is really good at hiding. A mere Jiang Tianzhao is enough to make the celestial beings furious as thunder, forcing them to personally go out and search for him. Don't say that he is just a Jiang genius. He is an existence that can kill the peak Jiang. Even if dozens of peak-level Jiang masters attacked together, they couldn't stop him. In the rocky forest of the Northern Territory, hundreds of peak Jiang powerhouses from various forces joined forces to search this area. During the search, they were chatting and laughing. Anyway, 10 years have passed and no one can find it, so their coming here is just a routine matter. If I were to meet him, I would definitely turn around and leave. If he's dead, any reward is fake. If they can kill dozens of peak Jiang masters, our team of hundreds of people will just die if they go. Haha, if you find any traces, just shout for the gods to come and you'll stay away. Over the years, stories about Suyu have spread. He killed several waves of peak-level Jiang warriors who attacked him, including the feared Emperor Tomb Killer. Even so, they were all killed by Suyu. Its fame is so great that people are almost terrified at the mere mention of it. Even though all the peak Jiang masters are envious of Suyu's opportunities, if they really met him, they would have run away long ago because of his reputation. That is the real vicious person who will not leave a single person alive. Suyu's final attack wiped out the top fighters of a first-rate family, leaving no one alive. This is the scary part. If you meet him, there is no way to survive. Therefore, under the influence of this atmosphere, Suyu's reputation in the Northern Territory became extremely embarrassing, and even in the 5 major domains of the Xuantian human race, he was a person that people were afraid of. It's completely stinky. While they were searching, a young man at the 7th level of Jiang suddenly broke into their search area. Looking at the young man in front of them who was diligently practicing martial arts with a sword in hand, these peak Jiang level warriors couldn't help but laugh and said, "Another genius. Fellow Taoist, have you ever spotted anyone here?" Hearing this shout, the young man who was practicing swordplay stopped swinging his sword, turned to look at them, grinned and said, "Looking for Suyu." "No, I've searched here and found no trace of him. If there is someone familiar here, you will definitely be able to discover this person's identity." Dragon Wind. The leading Jiang peak nodded and said, "That's it, then it's all right. Let's retreat and move to the next place." After asking a few simple questions, this team of over 100 people at the peak of the Tribulation Young Realm turned around and left without any intention of staying. During this period, some people from top-tier forces also asked in confusion, "Sir, do you only believe his one-sided statement? Aren't you afraid that he's Suyu in disguise?" The leader was Elder Jiang, who came from a quasi-holy land. His cultivation had already touched the realm of heaven and man. He glanced at the person who asked the question and said calmly, "There's a salty smell of the sea about him. This person is either the offspring of a great sea demon in disguise or he just returned from the sea. Although the faint demonic aura on the body is not obvious, it can still be detected. And there's a dragon aura. He's obviously from the Jiaolong clan or has come into contact with them. It's not something we can mess with. The Deep Sea Dragon Palace is the dominant force under the sea with many great demons from the Saint Realm and Great Saint Realm in charge. Moreover, the relationship between the Jiaolong clan and the human race is harmonious, so naturally there are many contacts between the strong ones. There are also dragons in the Northern Territory. As a quasi-holy force in the Northern Territory, he naturally had a way to distinguish them." Hearing this, the man nodded and said, "So that's how it is. Let's go and keep searching. Anyway, our mission is almost over. 274 first-rate forces and 36 quasi-sacred places have joined forces and are preparing to ask that independent cultivator who just broke through to the Saint Realm to calculate the secrets of the universe. Once a Saint Realm expert skilled in divination takes action, Suyu's whereabouts will no longer be hidden. It has been 30 years since the great cleansing of heaven, and those influences have gradually faded. This world already has the spiritual conditions to support sainthood." Everyone was shocked when they heard this inside information. When the Holy Realm takes action to make calculations, who can cover it up? It seems that so many forces can no longer hold back. They all desperately want to get rid of Suyu. In that case, Suyu is doomed, ha ha ha. With so many forces attacking together, and with the great Zhou and Miaoyan holy sect backing him up, even the 3 Eastern Wasteland sects will have no choice but to swallow their anger after he's killed. Great, let's go, finish searching the next location quickly, and report back to Central City in a year. Yes, sir. A group of people were walking and talking. Their conversation was not concealed at all and was heard by Long Feng behind them. Listening to their conversation, Long Feng's smile grew brighter. "Ha ha ha, Suyu, I never thought you'd end up like this. Being targeted by so many forces, it would be unjust if you didn't die this time." Ha 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 ha. Although Long Feng's laughter was not loud, one could still hear the hidden joy in it. If it weren't for that bastard Suyu, how could he have not obtained the immortal phoenix body for so long? If it weren't for him, now, he has already upgraded his dragon god body to the immortal dragon phoenix body. If he now possessed the immortal dragon phoenix body, his cultivation would surely be able to soar up to 90,000 miles like a rock. Not to mention advancing 1 realm per day, at the very least one can reach the quasi-emperor level before the age of 100. As Long Feng laughed wildly, an illusory soul body gradually condensed and took shape beside him. This is a soul body in the form of a blue dragon. Boy, don't get carried away. Honestly practice the essence of this dragon slaying sword technique until it reaches perfection. This is the unique skill of my Azure Dragon Immortal clan. Although it is a castrated version from the lower realm, it is just enough for you. Hearing Long Zhu's voice, Long Feng's smile faded and he nodded solemnly, "Yes, Long Zhu." Looking at this boy who satisfied him, Long Zhu said in a gentle tone, "Boy, practice well. You have the blood of the dragon god in you. You can maximize the power of this dragon slaying sword technique. By then, breaking through the peak of Jiang and slaying the celestial beings in the lower realms will be a piece of cake." There was arrogance in Long Zhu's tone when he spoke. Because this is the unique skill of the Azure Dragon Immortal clan in the upper realm. If it is applied to the lower realm, it will be a dimensionality reduction attack. It's easy to kill a celestial being from the lower realm. Hearing this, Long Feng's eyes moved involuntarily, but he adjusted his mood and said seriously, "Long Zhu, I want to kill Suyu myself when the time comes. I hope Dragon Ancestor can lend me a helping hand." He had an obsession with killing Suyu, and he would not be at peace until the former died. "Good. When you reach the peak of Jiang, I will help you kill him to prove your Dao heart." Chapter 217 explodes again. Xuantian goes crazy, Earth Qilin, Void Beast, and Ancient Phoenix. Even though the incident had happened 10 years ago, news still came out from time to time due to the influence of the Tianjin dummy arranged by Suyu. After so many years without any news about the treasure, everyone's emotions gradually calmed down. There has also been news about Wang Heng, who obtained the Source of Life Stone together with Suyu in recent years. However, the pursuit from Wang Heng's side was much quieter. One reason is that the Wang family is the top imperial family in the world, with many powerful people in the family. In addition, Wang Heng is the heir of the Wang family who is known as the Second Void Emperor, so others dare not kill him. Certainly, except for those in the Emperor's tomb. Wang Heng's background and strength are stronger than anyone else. Killing him will drive a large imperial family crazy. No one dares to take this risk. The Wang family is too powerful. If they try their best, it will be easy to destroy a top holy land. Moreover, most of the imperial families are related. Once the Wang family takes action, other imperial families will more or less lend a helping hand. Therefore, Wang Heng feels more secure. Besides, During these 10 years, Wang Heng was also discovered. He had entered the realm of heaven and man and began to officially move towards the peak. No one dared to take the treasure in his hand. On Su Yu's side, there were originally many first-rate forces and quasi-holy places who were just trying to make a desperate attempt to seize the treasure. However, after all these years of not being able to find Su Yu, their enthusiasm gradually faded. After all, the time limit was almost up, so they had no choice but to retreat. Just when they were about to retreat, an even more devastating piece of news came out. Shocking secret. Deep within the ancient mining area, a descendant of the ancient royal family emerged. After the royal descendants learned of the appearance of the life source stone, they immediately went to investigate the mining area. They eventually traced the source and discovered that the 3 stolen life source stones were all passed down from the ancient royal bloodline. The last pure-blooded Earth-Keelan descendant in the world is among them. The remaining 2 life stones contain the bloodline of the ancient phoenix and the last void beast in this universe. As soon as this news came out, the entire Xuantian was completely ignited. Sealed in the 3 life source stones are all the strongest creatures in the world. Those forces that originally planned to withdraw and wait and see could no longer sit still. Their desire to obtain the treasure in Su Yu's hands reached its extreme. In the past, they just wanted to gamble with the source of life stone. Bet on the royal blood creature. But now, there is no need to gamble, it can directly make the saint realm and even the great sage jealous. The last Earth-Keelan in the world is the truly powerful creature, a natural companion of the Emperor. It is not a mount, but a partner. After the Earth-Keelan grows up, it will naturally become an Emperor. His fighting power is comparable to that of the Emperor. This is a creature that was born to belong to the upper realm. Earth-Keelan can directly create a top-level holy land. How can it not make people jealous? In addition to the Earth-Keelan, the ancient phoenix species is even more amazing. After growing up, it will become a magical creature that can ascend to the fairyland. Its status is comparable to that of a real dragon, and it can carry a secret realm to ascend to the upper realm. Raising an adult phoenix means you have a pass to the fairyland. Not to mention the void beast, the mysterious ancient beast that can survive freely in the void, carve out a territory in the void, fight in the void, and even kill the emperor. This is a sacred beast that is born with the power to master the laws of space. It is said that the void emperor had searched the entire universe for 10,000 years just to find a void beast as his partner. He wanted to use the power of the void beast to open the space blockade and sneak into the upper realm. Any one of them appearing alone would make the top holy places jealous and crazy. Now 3 have appeared. It can simply subvert the entire Xuantian. In the past, the forces below the top holy lands could only watch and envy and dared not even think of plundering. However, now is still the period of the great cleansing of the heavenly Tao. There are still 20 years left to fight for it. This is their last chance to change their fate. Such a divine object is actually in the hands of a mere Jiang realm cultivator. We must not allow it to remain so high and mighty. Immediately, at all costs, we must have the Cloud Sea Saint calculate Su Yu's divine secrets. Any price is acceptable. Next, if we can snatch 2 holy objects, all the sects will merge, and the first-class families and quasi-saint level families will merge to cultivate 1 each. There must be no disagreement. There is no room for disagreement when it comes to the opportunity to change your destiny. It is impossible for such a thing to be taken alone. If they do not unite, they will all die when the golden age comes. This is the real desperate situation. If we unite, we can at least raise some great saints. In addition to these crazy forces, the genius of the ancient royal family who walked out from the depths of the Taigu mining area also spoke arrogantly. These 3 creatures are all my ancient creatures. Whoever has taken the life source stone must return it immediately. If not, when the great age arrives, my clan of ancient creatures will certainly seek justice. When the time comes, we will destroy the forces you belong to. Although this arrogant shouting was a bit surprising, no one took it seriously. Not to mention whether the ancient creatures are all of one mind. Just talking about the forces behind Su Yu and Wang Heng, they are no less powerful than the ancient creatures you have united. Which of these 2 families doesn't have an ancestor buried at the peak of the quasi-emperor level? Do you dare to fight? I'm afraid that Taigu Biological has never experienced the days when they couldn't even leave the mining area. Somewhere in the northern territory. After learning the latest news, Longfeng did not react much, but the dragon ancestor in his body became uneasy after learning that Su Yu had the life source stone of the ancient phoenix species. Boy, if you want to join us, you must get the ancient phoenix seeds in advance. Longfeng, who had originally planned to try his luck at the gambling stone field, was stunned after hearing Longzu's urgent words. Longfeng asked in confusion, Longzu, why do you want to get the ancient phoenix seeds? The dragon ancestor took a deep breath and said, the phoenix and my azure dragon clan are one. The immortal dragon phoenix body you desire is also the result of a mutation caused by the combination with the immortal divine phoenix body and the connection with her bloodline. Now, a pure-blooded phoenix, even if it's mixed blood, has the true bloodline of the phoenix in her body. As long as you can obtain 3 drops of original phoenix blood and refine it, you can directly evolve and become even purer. And I can also rely on the phoenix's innate nirvana divine flame to directly merge with my body and be resurrected without any flaws. On the day of resurrection, I will have the fighting power of a quasi-emperor. Got it. After hearing Longzu's extremely solemn explanation, Longfeng was already stunned in place. After a moment, his face flushed with excitement. Longzu, is this true or false? Absolutely true. Hearing Longzu's affirmative words, Longfeng's mind went blank for a moment. Great, I finally have a new option for my immortal dragon phoenix body. We must fight for it. Now, join the search team immediately and go to the central city to wait for news. Yes, over the next period of time, the news spread throughout Xuantian, and all forces fell into extreme madness. On the edge of the eastern wilderness, close to the demon realm, a graceful figure leapt out from the demon realm. Su Yu got the ancient phoenix seed. Chapter 218 The final tempering of the holy body. I want to become an invincible saint. In the northern territory, everyone was frantically searching for Su Yu, as if they were going to dig deep into the ground to find any trace of him. Under a certain inconspicuous, even somewhat conspicuous stone mountain in the northern territory. This is the intersection of the land veins within a radius of thousands of miles. According to the Source Master, this is a place where source stones are abundant. But, this place is extremely hidden, and even the Source Master finds it difficult to discover its hidden nature. 10,000 meters underground, there is a hidden world underground here, with a huge magma lake underneath. At the top of the magma, the source gas generated when the veins converge continuously falls below the magma. The temperature of the magma here is much higher than that of ordinary magma. And, a unique magma spirit pool has actually formed here. The magma contains a large amount of chaotic spiritual energy, as well as the most refined fire essence. Above the lava lake, a figure sitting cross-legged was suspended in the air, with fire essence flowing around it, chaotic source energy entwined around it, and spiritual power washing away the fire poison contained in the fire essence. He was dressed in white, with his long hair gently rising as his spiritual energy surged. His handsome appearance did not seem like that of an ordinary person, like a banished immortal who was detached from the mundane world. In this environment, he looks like an immortal. The confluence of the lunar and solar energies made Su Yu even more extraordinary, like a god. And at the bottom, there is also a ball of green gas filled with rich vitality rising slowly, which seems out of place in this underground magma lake with no signs of life. The moon and the sun are filled with two different kinds of power. Infusing them with the vitality of the green emperor's immortal body can achieve the goal of harmonizing yin and yang. Chaos is about blending the two, not reconciling them. Suyu slowly opened his eyes and looked at the orange-red lava lake with golden light before him. He murmured, I have mastered 6 of the 7 different attributes of power: gold, wood, water, fire, earth, yin, and yang. Now, the only thing left is water energy. As for the metal energy, he possesses the Tiangong magical power, swallowing gold. The wood energy is based on the Qing Emperor's immortal body, and the fire energy also includes a series of fire attribute means such as the fire deity Zhurong body. The energy of earth, you can directly use the magical power, driving mountains, to master the most refined power of earth. And water. He still hasn't made contact. Here underground, I use the vitality of fire to give birth to the green emperor's immortal body. Now, I only need the final step to fully materialize this physique. All that's missing is the water energy. In these 10 years, he has almost refined his own foundation. All means have been elevated to their peak state and are no longer in the messy and clumsy state of the past. If he were to live today, even if he were to be picked out alone, he could still perfectly defeat the Saint Sun level genius. Boom. After saying that, Suyu slowly stood up and stretched his muscles. However, it was such a simple action, but it emitted a roar like thunder. The huge movement coming from the body even caused the magma lake below to riot with the sound. In this extremely hot and fire-filled space, Suyu lived a vigorous life. In the past 10 years, my cultivation has progressed by leaps and bounds, and my foundation has been refined very smoothly. I only need one final step. I will be able to completely fuse yin and yang in the 5 elements, transforming into chaos. A gleam of brilliance flashed in Suyu's eyes, which was the expectation for the future. He is almost there and he will succeed. As long as we overcome this hurdle, the sky will be high for birds to fly and the sea will be wide for fish to leap in the future. He will dominate this world in an invincible manner. After 10 years of seclusion, I wonder how many of the Tianji dummies I originally arranged are left. Thinking of this, Suyu's eyes flashed. After sensing for a while, his brows furrowed a little, and he murmured, there are 3 left. It seems that I need to set up a new confusing secret here. Following the earth veins, I can reach the frigid north. There lies a lake that has never frozen over for millions of years. Perhaps there, I can comprehend the true sacred body of water. What if I could use the sun's sacred body as a foundation to create a completely new physique, the frost and dark fire body? Thinking of this, Suyu's eyes suddenly brightened. This seems very feasible. Now, he has already incorporated this training mode into the online game, and tried to produce new mutants through attribute synthesis. Anyway, he has a high tolerance rate and is not panicked at all. That's it. Suyu did what he said without delay and left the lava lake where he had stayed for 10 years. However, before leaving, he specially set up a Tianji dummy here. After all, the influence of the Dharma ending age has begun to decline. He is the one who can best feel this change. There must be a saint appearing in the outside world now. This time, I'm going to create a few more Tianji dummies and circulate them throughout the Earth's veins to delay the process for a while. I just don't know if the outside world's obsession with me has finally subsided. This is what Suyu is most worried about now. Because he had been in seclusion for a long time, he had no time to go out and investigate the situation. The only enemies that are certain are the Emperor's tomb, the Great Zhou, and the Miaoyan Holy Sect. These 3 top forces will definitely pursue him relentlessly. If they find out something, and don't come in the end, that would be a huge loss. Therefore, Suyu did not dare to blindly choose to break through the realm and enter the celestial realm. It is necessary to bring everyone together. At the very least, there must also be top-level celestial beings present. Well, let's take it one step at a time. I'll come out of seclusion a year in advance and create some trouble in the central city to attract more attention. Suyu sighed helplessly. Of course, this is because he doesn't know the current situation in the outside world. If he knew that the news that the Earth Keelin and the ancient Phoenix were sealed in the life source stone in his hand had already been revealed, he probably wouldn't worry anymore and would directly lead people to the place of breakthrough. At this moment, Suyu was still worried that there might not be enough enemies to kill. If he knew that now in the entire Xuantian, more quasi-sacred places and first-class forces have joined the team to hunt him, he was probably a little nervous or even looking forward to it. After all, the team that will be formed next will be extremely large, even beyond the limits of his cognition. Except for those who can restrain themselves, it can be predicted that once everyone finds his trace in the future, Suyu will be greeted by at least thousands of celestial beings and dozens of quasi-saints, or even a true saint team. This is the most terrifying thing. Of course, a Saint Realm expert would not take action unless it was absolutely necessary, because if a Saint Realm expert took action, it would really be a violation of the rules. When Jushao comes out, they will surely die. The destruction of the family and the massacre of all the members of the sect are the basis. Therefore, Suyu has a lot of room to operate. Of course, with more people, the qualitative changes that occur can also pose a death threat to Suyu. A real breath of death threat. He had been making arrangements here for a long time, and only when he had placed hundreds of Tianji dummies did he feel completely relieved. Then, following the flow of the earth veins, it flowed towards the extreme north of the northern territory. Now he is completely invisible. Before a powerful being removes his cloak of invisibility, he is no different from a dead person. After following the flow of the earth veins for a whole year, Suyu also comprehended the power of earth. The increasingly abundant 4 elements and yin and yang power in his body brought his body to a critical value. Even though his body was extremely abnormal, it now had cracks on it. If he doesn't comprehend the neutralization of the water attribute holy body, he will explode and die before he even reaches the realm of heaven and man. A year later, Suyu emerged from under the earth veins in the far north. After a year, he lost the suppression of the fire essence. His body was like a piece of porcelain, his skin was covered with cracks, and his face was covered with dense cracks. Just like cracked blue and white porcelain. After drilling out of the earth veins and arriving in this extremely cold place, the cold air that hit his face calmed his restless body a little. Suyu took a deep breath of the extreme cold air that could freeze a person in the Xuantian realm. His eyes lit up and he grinned. Let's begin. The final step in the training of the holy body. I want to become an invincible saint. Chapter 219. The boiling cold lake, the ice clan's holy peak emerges. In this extremely cold land, huge glaciers and mountains that have not melted for billions of years stretch across the land, like the edge of the world. This is the land of polar night, and there are only 30 days in a year when you can experience daylight. Therefore, people living here have almost no concept of day and night. Moreover, the people here are naturally corroded by the cold air and are born with a mysterious body of ice. Every few hundred or thousand years, an alien species will be born. Ice divine body, or even ice spirit holy body. Therefore, this place is almost a talent pool for the 2 top holy places in the northern territory. Male possessors of divine bodies and holy bodies enter the Tiandao holy land to practice the ice-sealed 10,000-mile sword technique. The female divine body and holy body will enter the Yaoqi. Therefore, the indigenous people who can live here are guaranteed by the 2 major holy places. Even if the highest level of cultivation of these indigenous people is no more than the holy realm, the interests of the 2 major holy places are involved behind them. Boom. As Suyu unleashed the unbalanced power in his body, the extremely scorching fire attribute erupted completely. Even the glacier continent that has not melted for thousands of years was burned into endless white mist by the scorching air waves. Comfortable. That's the feeling. Feeling the heat in his body being suppressed by the extremely cold air, Suyu felt physically and mentally relaxed, just like drinking a glass of ice water in one gulp on a hot day. That feeling made my whole body feel comfortable. Take advantage of this opportunity to begin absorbing the extremely cold spiritual energy with all your strength. Combined with my skills, refine the holy ice body. The cold and dark fire body, this was his idea. Only when the extreme cold spiritual power and the fire attribute constitution in his body reach a perfect balance, he can make a preliminary attempt. This process cannot be achieved overnight, but it takes a long time. If you are lucky, more than 10 years will be enough, but if you are unlucky, it will take hundreds of years. That's the difference. This cold lake right now is my chance to gather my destiny. I have to seize the moment. Once the natives feel the temperature dropping, they will surely come over to investigate. Once they find me, they will definitely report me. After all, this is the talent pool of the two holy places, and he can't take it lightly. Boom. Thinking of this, Suyu immediately lowered his suspended body and fell to the bottom of the cold lake like a heavy weight. Only one day passed under this extremely cold lake. White mist began to rise from the originally calm surface of the cold lake. 7 days later, the lake surface, which was originally just white mist, suddenly began to have extremely fine bubbles emerging from the water and exploding. As the bubbles exploded, a scorching air wave followed. If someone comes into contact with the bubbles when they burst, the high temperature of hundreds of degrees will instantly steam the person. One can imagine what kind of temperature is burning under this cold lake. A few months later, the surface of the cold lake has been completely covered by heat wave mist. The cold lake, which was originally cold enough to freeze a congenital cultivator to death, has now been boiled. The boiling lake water, along with the rising temperature, caused the glaciers near the cold lake to crack with creaking sounds. Such strange phenomena also made the indigenous people of the extremely cold land feel something unusual. However, due to the obstruction of heaven's secrets and aura, no one could sense any human presence. At this time, in a village thousands of miles away from Hanu Lake, a strong man frowned slightly. All the buildings in this village are made of ice. Inside the ice house, there was a faint light flickering. It was an oil lamp made from the fat of a special sea beast in the extremely cold land. It could burn in this extremely cold land with a temperature of nearly 200 degrees below zero, releasing light to illuminate the night. It can also make the temperature of the igloo reach a more comfortable point. The residents of the village would originally leave their igloos only once every 3 months to discuss important matters and go hunting. In this time, however, they woke up from their cultivation state early. Gradually, someone walked out of the ice house holding an oil lamp, the first one, the second one, until more than 300 people walked out. Everyone looked at each other, confused. Did you wake up suddenly too? The same to you. Yes, the concentration of the extremely cold spiritual energy has suddenly decreased. Now I can only maintain the spiritual sea realm cultivation. What happened? The igloo hasn't melted, and the polar snow hasn't stopped falling. This shouldn't be due to interference from some powerful being. Could it be that someone is absorbing the extremely cold spiritual energy to break through to the safe realm? Generally speaking, the extreme cold spiritual energy can only be reduced if someone within 1,000 miles breaks through to the holy realm, but this is their territory and only their own people can break through to the holy realm. Even if people from Yaokai and Tiandao want to break through, they have to greet them in advance. How could someone come here quietly? Don't know the rules. Amidst the chattering, an elderly man came out tremblingly, leaning on an ice crutch. Seeing him come out, everyone stopped talking and shouted to him respectfully, "Village chief. Village chief, can you figure out what's going on?" Yes, village chief, the concentration of the extremely cold spiritual energy suddenly dropped, causing our cultivation to stagnate. Should we do something? A group of people gathered around and started complaining to the old man. Ahem, the old man coughed lightly, and everyone fell silent again. Obviously, the old man has an extraordinary status here and is a leader in their eyes. This is indeed the case. The old man is the village chief of the Ice Clan village. He is also the most powerful person here and a powerful figure at the peak of the holy realm. However, his life is almost coming to an end. Now, he can only hope that a saint will appear again to protect the village and take his place. The old man clenched his fist to his lips, coughed lightly, and then said in a voice as hoarse as a branch scratching against glass, "This matter is caused by a problem at the Holy Lake." Holy Lake is the respectful name given by their ancestors to this cold lake that has never frozen for billions of years. Since the cold lake is not frozen, there are still creatures in it for them to capture. It is a holy lake that is like a mother that nourishes them, and it has a very high status in the Ice Clan. A middle-aged celestial being from the Ice Clan frowned upon hearing this and said, "Village chief, let's go over and investigate now. We can't just sit back and watch when something goes wrong at the holy lake." "Yes, village chief, we will organize people to go there right away." The villagers were very enthusiastic and almost everyone wanted to go and find out what was going on. However, the old man raised his hand to interrupt them. His eyes, which were so cloudy that they almost extinguished the light of life, glanced at them and said, "No need. You can't go there below the safe realm. I'll go and find out for myself." After hearing this, the villagers immediately lost their enthusiasm. Even the village chief said that it was impossible to go below the holy realm, as it must be extremely dangerous. "Then I'll have to trouble the village chief." The village chief waved his hand, then turned back to look at a girl in the corner with a beautiful face and a very cool temperament, and said kindly, "Xiaoshuan, come with me. This time, maybe it will be your chance." When they heard the village chief call out this name, all the villagers were stunned and looked towards the corner. In the corner, the girl who seemed out of place with the Ice Clan slowly stood up. "Okay, Grandpa." Chapter 220, the goodwill shown by the peak of the holy realm, Suyu was stunned. One day later, on the shore of the cold lake, looking at the lake in front of her that looked like boiling water, Lang Yushuan's beautiful little face was filled with shock and confusion, and her clear and pleasant voice was filled with great shock. "Grandpa, is the holy lake boiling? This kind of thing has never happened in this holy lake in the recorded history of the Ice Clan. And there is no extremely cold spiritual energy around the cold lake. Instead it was replaced by an extreme heat. Although the glacier has not melted, it has shown signs of cracking. If this continues, the glaciers here will melt within 10 years. Green life begins to emerge. What happened here? Lang Yushuan suppressed the shock in her heart and asked. In front of her, an old man leaning on an ice staff, his skinny body visible, stared straight at the cold lake. After a long moment, he slowly said, "There's someone down there." People. Lang Yushuan was startled for a moment, then asked, "Is he a saint realm powerhouse like you, Grandpa?" Don't be fooled by her young appearance, but her cultivation has reached the level of a celestial being. Moreover, he is a peak celestial being whose fate has reached its decline. Moreover, judging from the youthfulness of his spirit and soul, he is an ultimate monster who is no more than 100 years old. This kind of qualification has completely reached the level of immortals and emperor's sons. Logically speaking, with such qualifications, Lang Yushuan should have been sent to the Yaokai Holy Land for careful training when she was young. But she didn't, but stayed here. Obviously there's a reason. Hearing this, a smile appeared on the old man's withered face, and he said softly, no, 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 the person under the holy lake is an interesting little fellow. Little one, Lang Yuxuan was stunned and didn't understand. A little guy, what is grandpa laughing at? The old man did not explain, but walked towards the edge of the cold lake. Immediately, from his tiny body, which was like a candle in the wind, a terrifying roar that shook the heaven and earth burst out. Like a revived tiger, it is gradually recovering its peak. Under his pressure, even the so-called celestial beings, quasi-saints, and even saints, they would tremble and surrender to this pressure. Boom, just after the old man released his own breath, the boiling lake water exploded instantly, like a hydrogen bomb exploding under the water, creating a huge bubble. Swish, then, Su Yu, dressed in white, rushed out from the bottom of the lake. At this moment, he felt as if he was facing a formidable enemy, his whole body tense and his eyes revealed a deep fear. Holy Land, looking at the old man, Su Yu muttered. I was still careless. I thought that the Holy Land would not appear in this world so soon, but who would have thought that after just 1 month of seclusion to absorb the extremely cold spiritual energy, the Holy Land would descend. And the person in front of you is very likely a super powerful person at the peak of the Holy Realm. The kind that is only one step away from becoming a great sage. He is not afraid of ordinary saints. However, this peak Holy Realm was unable to resist and could only try his best to escape. Fortunately, he also has a trump card in his hand. A holy level talisman, the Heavenly Escape Talisman. Just as Su Yu was about to use the Sky Escape Talisman to escape, suddenly, the voice of this terrifying old man came into his ears, causing him to stop. My friend, wait a minute, listen to me. I have no ill intentions, old man. Hearing this kind voice, Su Yu couldn't help but pause. Then, he turned and looked at the old man. Although he didn't make many movements, he was always ready to use the Sky Escape Talisman to escape. Su Yu said in a deep voice, I wonder what you mean, senior. The person in front of him exuded an extreme coldness, and was obviously a native of this extremely cold place. He also knew how inappropriate his behavior was. If he rashly entered someone else's territory to practice, he would definitely anger them. But there's no way around it. Time was running out and he had no time to communicate. You can only practice in one place, and if you are discovered, you have to turn around and escape to practice in another place. It was wrong of me to rashly enter your precious place to practice. I am willing to pay the price for the damage. Su Yu gave him a fist bump and said solemnly. The old man heard this and smiled, no need. My name is Lang Yuan, and I am the patriarch of the Ice Clan and the village chief. The one next to me is my granddaughter, Lang Yuxuan. Listening to the old man's self-introduction, Su Yu couldn't help but be a little stunned, his eyes filled with confusion. He doesn't quite understand. What exactly does the old man mean? I see that you're absorbing this extremely cold spiritual energy to suppress the excess fire element in your body. Also, I sense that you seem to be condensing an ice-type holy body. After hearing the old man reveal his background, Su Yu's eyes became serious for the first time. Because this was the first time someone was able to see through his true intentions. He could even sense what he wanted to condense. It was obvious that the old man in front of him had an extraordinary vision. Su Yu remained silent, but his attitude was very clear. Seeing this, the old man continued to smile and said, Don't worry, my friend. I have no ill intentions. I just want to remind you that your method of concealing the secrets of heaven cannot be hidden from a saint. Although he couldn't hide it from the saint, Su Yu's method of concealing the secrets was very unique. Certainly, to those saints who are good at calculating the secrets of heaven, it seems a little pale. News from the outside world has reached my Ice Clan. Those who covet your treasure and those who have grudges against you are already preparing to ask the Unhigh Sage, who has just broken through to the Saint Realm, to calculate your location. You won't be able to hold out for long. The old man said slowly, if you want to delay time, I can help you. The other party, Yunhai, is just a person who has just broken through the Saint Realm. And he is a veteran and powerful person at the peak of the Holy Realm. His actions were enough to help Su Yu conceal the secret. Hearing this, Su Yu's expression gradually changed from alert to astonishment, and finally to confusion and disbelief. Is the peak of the Saint Realm so easy to talk to? Why, if an ordinary person faced the goodwill of a peak saint, he would probably jump up in surprise and agree. But he won't. It's not like he hasn't seen the peak of the Saint Realm before, he's even seen the quasi-emperor, so there's nothing to be excited about. On the contrary, he felt that there was something fishy going on. But my strength is so weak, even if he wants to take action, he doesn't have to pretend to be nice to me, right? After thinking about it, Su Yu asked, why? What will it cost me? A powerful person at the peak of the Saint Realm will not be unconditionally kind to you when he helps you, unless he is a family member. But he has no relationship with the Ice Clan leader, so why would he help him? After much thought, Su Yu could only focus on the possibility that the other party was attracted to something in him. If it's not important, he doesn't mind exchanging it with the other party. After all, he can only enjoy the help that comes from equal exchange with peace of mind. Lang Yuan seemed to be waiting for Su Yu to say this. After Su Yu said it, his haggard face suddenly broke into a bright smile. Ah, the price. Just let my granddaughter practice with you for a while. These words made the air quiet. Su Yu, Lang Yuxuan. Grandpa, what do you want to do? Chapter 221, paving the way ahead for you, lighting up the future for you. Lang Yuan's words shocked Su Yu and Lang Yuxuan. Coming back to her senses, Lang Yuxuan's pretty face was filled with anxiety, and she said, Grandpa, you are getting old and confused. What are you talking about? How can I, a girl, stay with a man like him? Although her realm has reached the peak of the celestial being, he can still feel a little bit of oppression brought to him by Su Yu. It even sounds a bit threatening. Su Yu's fire attribute is a natural counter to her ice constitution. Not only her, Su Yu also said seriously, Senior, don't say this carelessly. If a man and a woman are alone together, it will be bad for their reputation if it gets out. Woman, oh, it will only affect the speed of drawing the sword. In fact, Su Yu is not interested in matters of love between men and women, and it can even be said that he is completely indifferent to them. It was impossible for him to be with a woman. The threat posed by 3 sisters and a fiancée is already very strong. How could he bear it if there was another one? He also secretly used the system to check Lang Yuxuan in front of him. Golden Destiny, a natural-born water queen. This kind of female genius is usually quite proud, and I don't have the patience to explain. What's more, the other party's cultivation is much higher than mine. There will definitely be many conflicts if I stay with this kind of proud girl. Reject. Seeing the two people's intense reactions, Lang Yuan just smiled and said, Don't think too much, my friend. My granddaughter has some physical problems that are difficult to discuss in detail. I asked her to stay with you. I don't mean that you will be in close contact, but I want her to practice around you for a while. No more, no less, just enough time to get you out of quarantine. As long as you agree, you can continue to practice without any worries until you come out of seclusion. Leave all your problems to me and I will handle them for you. As the strongest person in the world, Lang Yuan has the confidence and the right to say this. He alone is enough. As long as the so-called teams of those who have just entered the holy realm, quasi-saints, and celestial beings dare to come, he can make them never return. This is confidence, the confidence that comes from one's own strong strength. He did not say anything threatening, but simply explained the current state of the world to Suyu, letting Suyu know that he was not as safe and calm as he thought. Someone from the saint realm is trying to track him down, he can't hide. It must be said that Suyu was really convinced by these words, and he remained silent. Because he knows it too. He had made a big move and hadn't anticipated many unexpected events, let alone the source of life in his hand, which actually sealed an ancient sacred beast. This is the biggest change. Without enough power, all plans will fail. With strong support, you can achieve your goal perfectly even if you are only single-minded. This is the truth. Seeing Suyu silent, Lang Yuan didn't rush him to answer. He just stood there, looking at him with a kind smile. It's like looking at a junior that you are most satisfied with. For a long time, Suyu looked at Lang Yuan and said seriously, "Senior, I agree." Bai Li is the base. Although it was extremely inappropriate to behave like this in front of a saint, Suyu had the confidence and background to do so. He is the one who can communicate with the saint realm on an equal footing. It's just 100 miles, not a problem. Moreover, the fire attribute in my body is meant to evaporate, so it is not impossible to use it to release some residual heat to benefit others. Anyway, he is the biggest beneficiary of this transaction. 100 benefits with no harm. Seeing that he agreed, Lang Yuan's face, which was full of wrinkles and age spots, suddenly showed an extremely bright smile, and he said with a smile, "Okay, okay. That's fine as long as you agree. Next, I will block your secrets for a while until the golden age arrives." How? Upon hearing this, Suyu immediately said, "No need. I hope you can do something for me in the next few days. Keep their appetites whetted, and reveal my whereabouts from time to time, and bring out some treasures to attract them. Until the moment this great cleansing period of heavenly Tao ends, let everyone gather here." Lang Yuan was also a little surprised when he heard Suyu's words. Although Suyu did not say it explicitly, it was obvious that he had guessed Suyu's ambition. The desire to be invincible is evident everywhere. This kind of ambition is really rare. He has lived for so many years and witnessed the emergence of too many geniuses. Some of them were like the sun in the sky, shining the brightest light since they were born, but when they reached the level of celestial beings, they all wanted to get through it safely. They all wanted to steadily survive the decline of heaven and man until they became saints. Suyu is fine, I just want to lure everyone here. This kind of ambition is really too big. Although he was surprised, Lang Yuan was happy to do so because he thought it would be very interesting to witness the birth of the invincible emperor during this period when his life was about to come to an end. Ha ha ha, if you, Su Xiaoyu, have such courage, then I, an old man, will be happy to busy myself for you during this period of time. Lang Yuan laughed heartily and continued, "Alright, my friend, you can continue your retreat beneath this holy lake. As long as I am here, no outsider will come here." This was his promise to Suyu. Suyu nodded gratefully and bowed to Lang Yuan, saying, "Thank you for your help, senior." If he hadn't had Lang Yuan's help, his life would have been intermittent for the past 20 years. Now that he can settle down, everything will be much easier. Lang Yuan waved his hand and said indifferently, "Everyone has their own needs. Go, and look forward to the day when you become a saint." Then, under the gaze of the two, Suyu dived into the bottom of the lake again and began to accumulate his strength again. Watching Suyu disappear, Lang Yuan also turned his cloudy gaze towards his granddaughter and said softly, "Xiaoxuan, you should go to the bottom of the lake too. He smells like the sun. It can help you transform your physique into Xiaoyan. If you are lucky enough, you may be able to enter the ranks of Taiyan Saint body. From now on, get rid of this so-called talent pool. Their tribe is not willing to be the talent pool for the two holy places. The members of the Ice Clan who were sent to the Holy Land since childhood, they were all brainwashed into die-hard fans of the two holy lands. Even if they became emperors, they would not remember the Ice Clan, but would only remember that this was their talent pool. He wants to change this situation. Coincidentally, his granddaughter was born in this optimal time period and is the most likely person to lead the Ice Clan to independence. There's only one. Lang Yuxuan's beautiful eyes trembled slightly when she heard this. She seemed to have foreseen that perhaps after this retreat, when she came out. The last relative I have in the world, I will never see him again. Lang Yuan also knew clearly what his granddaughter, whom he had raised since childhood, was thinking deep down at this moment. He leaned on his ice staff and trembled as he walked to Lang Yuxuan. He stroked her hair with his old, skinny hands and whispered, "Grandpa has been a coward for too long in his life. Your parents both died in front of Grandpa, but I was powerless to do anything. I could only secretly resent the injustice of heaven. Now at this special moment, in this final moment, Grandpa, I also want to do one last thing for you, to keep you safe throughout your life. Even if you're powerless to struggle in the future, just live your life well. Grandpa can rest in peace in his grave." When Lang Yuxuan heard this, her eyes fluctuated violently and her voice became choked. "Grandfather, go, Xiaoxuan," Lang Yuan said softly. Looking at her grandfather's eyes, which had become cloudy and no longer angry, Lang Yuxuan's delicate body trembled, but soon she calmed down and nodded heavily. "Yes, I understand, Grandpa." Crash. After saying that, Lang Yuxuan didn't dare to look back. She walked towards the cold lake with firm steps, then jumped and disappeared into the cold lake. Sure, Lang Yuan stood there for a long time, not moving at all even though the lake water splashed against his feet. After a long time, he turned and left. Only a whisper was left. "Nanan, Grandpa is at his most incompetent now that he can't protect your father and mother. Next, let this broken body of Grandpa, let us pave the way for you and light up the future for you. He's not bad." Swish. Chapter 222. One day, you will reach the peak and break out of the cocoon and be transformed from an ordinary person. Under the cold lake, Lang Yuxuan's delicate body continued to sink and finally reached the bottom of 100,000 meters. The bottom of the lake was as flat as a plain, without any ups and downs. However, at this moment, the creatures in the lake were scrambling to escape. Holy lake, it's not just this big, this is just the outer lake. Beyond it is a truly holy lake that is even more vast and looks like an ocean. However, even though this is just an outer lake, it is also very huge and can nurture a tribe to create a holy land. This is the horror of the holy lake. It is said that there are quasi-emperor level creatures living in the center of the holy lake, but no one has ever seen them. Even the two holy places have never sent anyone in to search for it. Because if there really is a quasi-emperor creature living in it, and if it angers it, even a top-level holy land will have a headache. At the bottom of the lake, a steady stream of cold air surged out, but before it could spread, it was absorbed by Suyu's aura. Suyu was like a bottomless pit, devouring the extremely cold spiritual energy unscrupulously. Looking at the scene in front of her, Lang Yuxuan couldn't help but take a breath. This guy, why does he feel even more terrifying than my swamping divine body? This was the first time that Lang Yuxuan intuitively felt that there was a genius of the same age as her. Moreover, Suyu's behavior was far more perverted than hers. After Suyu absorbed the extremely cold spiritual energy, it neutralized the fire spiritual power in his body and directly released a large amount of high-temperature boiling lake water. This is also the reason why the surrounding temperature rises. However, this high temperature is fatal to ordinary people, but for Lang Yuxuan, it is a good medicine. Let the coldness in her body that had begun to freeze her meridians gradually melt away. The spiritual power that had been sluggish began to return to normal. She enjoyed this long-lost feeling of comfort very much. After adjusting for a while, Lang Yuxuan thought to herself, no wonder Grandpa wanted me to come and practice near him. It turns out that this extremely young fire attributed aura can melt the profound ice. Perhaps I have a chance to rely on the suppression here to transform the Xuanbing divine body into the Shaoyan treasure body. A normal Xuanbing divine body would not cause damage to the meridians, but she was different. Deep within her Xuanbing divine body, there was a hidden force of extreme yin. As Lang Yuxuan grew up, this extremely yin power gradually revived and eventually began to affect the Xuanbing divine body and cause mutations. If there is no extreme yang force that can restrain the extreme yin force, even if a saint or even a great sage took action, she could not return to normal. This is a gift, but also a test. If she could turn this power into a gift, then she could take this opportunity to cross the dragon gate and become the owner of the holy body. If you can't, the mutated black ice affected by the extreme yin force will gradually freeze the meridians, and finally the whole body, until even the soul is frozen and death occurs. Well, I must practice and never let Grandpa down. Lang Yuxuan suppressed all emotions and began to enter the state of practice. Soon, as Lang Yuxuan entered the state of cultivation, a cold air that was even more powerful than the coldest spiritual energy began to emanate from her body. Even the boiling lake water was cooled down a bit. The cold air gradually spread, and soon, Suyu felt something unusual. He opened his eyes and looked around, and soon found Lang Yuxuan's figure within 100 miles. Looking at the cold air emanating from her, Suyu was a little surprised. Because this coldness is better than what he is eating now. Innate cold power, Suyu murmured thoughtfully, this should be the reason why the old man placed her here. If the innate cold energy from deep within the body cannot be transformed into one's own strength. She'll die. Suyu suddenly realized, what he was emitting now was the most young and intense solar power of the holy sun body. This sun was not the star sun hanging in the sky. That is the most powerful force in the world. Therefore, it can effectively suppress the natural cold power in Lang Yuxuan's body and guide her to release it. It can also give her some buffer time to start adapting and then replace the Xuanbing divine body. It just so happens that you are naturally more susceptible to cold than me. Improving your diet might speed up my progress. Suyu smiled slightly, then closed his eyes and began to practice. Boom. As the two of them completely fell into a deep state of cultivation, they were not afraid of being disturbed by external factors, and the changes in their bodies were changing with each passing day and were extraordinary. At this moment, both of them were like a spring silkworm spinning a cocoon, beginning to wrap themselves in the power of transformation. One day, when both of them reach the pinnacle and break out of their cocoon, will be completely transformed. High-level monks go into seclusion for 10 or even 100 years, and time passes in the blink of an eye. Soon, 5 years have passed since Suyu officially went into seclusion. Ice Tribe Village. On a large pile of fire ignited by the fat of sea beasts, the spread of the heat source made the area within a radius of 100 meters a warm area. And in this field, there are dozens of powerful people gathered here, including those at the peak of heaven and earth and those at the quasi-saint level. This group of human cultivators, who were clearly different from the Ice Clan, bowed to Lang Yuan and said respectfully, Senior, we are here only to search for the whereabouts of one person. I hope you will approve. Even though they came from a holy land, they would not dare to disrespect a peak saint. Because, this is absolute power. Lang Yuan was still leaning on his ice staff, his scrawny frame draped in a coat made of animal skin. His aged voice sighed, people from the holy land have come to this small village of our Ice Clan. Who are they looking for? His words were soft, but his body exuded an aura of pressure that would make even quasi-saints feel nervous. It seemed as if they would be crushed to death as long as they made any unusual movement. Everyone wiped their cold sweats, and then explained, a Jian cultivator who has a grudge against our great Zhou and Miaoyan. We suspect that he hid in this extremely cold place. So, his next sentence was that he wanted to go into the cold lake to find out what was going on, but he was suddenly interrupted by Lang Yuan. The holy lake is a sacred place guarded by our Ice Clan. No one can enter. Do you think someone can sneak in right under my nose? Lang Yuan's voice gradually faded, and he said, Holy Lake, outsiders are not allowed to enter. If you want to force your way in, that's possible. Hearing this, everyone's back suddenly broke out in a cold sweat, and someone laughed dryly and said, this. Lang Yuan didn't say anything, and the powerful Ice Clan members around him also closed their eyes to rest, with no intention of explaining at all. Seeing this scene, they couldn't help but curse inwardly, damn natives. These natives are really stubborn. If they were not caught between the two major holy places in the eastern wilderness and had not been guaranteed by both sides, they would certainly not be so easy to talk to. However, the atmosphere became deadlocked, just when both sides were silent. Suddenly, among this group of outsiders, someone's communication jade pendant made a sound. Hurry and head south. Suyu's presence was detected there. Go and investigate immediately. Chapter 223, my remaining body can still do something for you within my ability. Hearing the urging from the sound transmission jade pendant, everyone's tense emotions relaxed quietly. After all, they really couldn't break into the Ice Clan by force. A powerful person at the peak of the holy realm is pressing down on them, which is like a mountain that they will never be able to overcome in their lifetime. Want to break in by force? Hee hee. How many lives will be lost to fill this hole? After finishing the voice transmission, the leader breathed a sigh of relief, then bowed to Lang Yuan and said, excuse me for disturbing you, senior. I'll leave right away. Lang Yuan nodded slightly without saying anything, and showed no intention of seeing him off. The people of the Ice Clan also did not move, because they don't need to deal with such people, even if the Holy Land behind them comes, they can't do anything to them. Unless, you want to anger the two top holy lands in the Northern Territory. This is a place guaranteed by two top holy places. Who dares to act rashly? After they left, the Ice Clan members stepped forward and said to Lang Yuan, Village Chief, what on earth happened over at the Holy Lake? In Shaoshuan, she hasn't shown up in this period of time. Yes, Village Chief, the Golden Age is about to arrive. Isn't it time for his Ice Clan to go out for a while? Although we don't have much ambition, it's good to go out and see the world. Although life here is hard, the people of the Ice Clan have never thought of moving away. Because here, their cultivation progress is several times faster than that of ordinary people. Those with talent will join the two holy places. Except for those children who have shown amazing talent since childhood, everyone else is free. But that doesn't stop them from wanting to go out for a walk. Looking at the expectation on the faces of his family members, Lang Yuan sighed, suppressed his emotions, and continued, well, okay. Everyone, pack up now. Those who want to go out for training can come and go freely. For the next 15 years, our Ice Tribe's territory will be closed. Wait 15 years, then come back. The Ice Clan has a special physique that allows them to leave extremely cold places for a period of time. However, if they do not reach the Holy Realm, their bodies will mutate after being away for 100 years. Therefore, they have to come back at most after being away for 100 years. When they heard Lang Yuan's order, they were stunned at first, and then they cheered. Okay, village chief, what about you, village chief? Some people were happy, but naturally others smelled something unusual. Some thoughtful people couldn't help but ask, village chief, aren't you going out? Given your lifespan, if you go out, perhaps you'll have the chance to become a great sage and extend your lifespan for another 1,000 years, right? This is the pillar of their ice clan. If they can make further progress, it will naturally be very good for them. A great sage can lead them to open up more hunting grounds. Lang Yuan looked at the person who asked the question and smiled. As for me, I will stay here with the ice clan and guard the village for you. If there's a chance, maybe I can break through. I'm an old man, so I won't go out anymore. I will renovate the village in the next 15 years so that when you return, you will have a better living environment. If he had a choice, he would also walk out of the extremely cold place and try to comprehend the heaven and earth and break through to become a great sage. But time is running out. His potential and foundation have been exhausted, and being able to reach the peak of the holy realm is already his limit. If he had followed the normal process, he would have actually reached the end of his breakthrough into the saint realm. Where else can I have the chance to reach the peak of the holy realm? Thinking of this, Lang Yuan couldn't help but sigh, and then he said softly, okay, you don't have to worry about my old bones. Go ahead, young people should try their luck. When you return, the ice clan may have a few more quasi-saints, or even saints. The arrival of the great era fills these young tribesmen with infinite possibilities. Breaking through the holy realm is naturally no problem. Seeing the village chief like this, the ice clan members put aside their excitement and expectations, and looked at the chief one by one, as if they had thought of a possibility in their hearts. Someone whispered, village chief, okay, go ahead. The future belongs to you, not to my old bones. Seeing the village chief sitting by the fire, his old face full of a kind smile, everyone choked up a little, but in the end, they all walked into the ice house and began to pack their bags. Not long, everyone packed their luggage and walked out. They came to Lang Yuan and lined up in an orderly manner. Boom. Then, everyone bowed to Lang Yuan. Village chief, we will definitely live up to your expectations. We will never look back until we achieve something. They remained in this bowing position for a long time. Then, everyone straightened their backs at the same time and strode out of the village with firm steps and without any hesitation. And behind them, Lang Yuan sat by the fire, watching the future of the ice clan leave with a smile. He has lived long enough. The lifespan of a saint is 3,000 years. Up to now, he has lived for a full 2,990 years. It has reached the limit of the holy realm. He sat on the ice bench, holding the ice pole in front of him, supporting himself with both hands, and a different light flashed in his cloudy eyes. These are the final future of the ice clan. More than 2,000 years ago, the ice clan still had tens of thousands of people. Now, there are only a few hundred left. I hope you can break the cage and reshape the future of the ice tribe. My remaining body can still do something for you within my ability. Lang Yuan murmured. The smile on his face gradually faded, and he didn't know how long he sat by the fire, until the sea beast's oil gradually burned out and the originally bright firelight became dim. Swish, an unknown amount of time passed before the faint flames completely died out, and the ice clan village was once again swallowed by darkness. In this polar region, night is the eternal melody. There is no sign of life, only the biting cold wind blowing all year round. As the last bit of human activity on this frozen land left, this place finally fell into dead silence. In front of the extinguished fire, Lang Yuan's thin body did not move, as if he had lost his life. In this deserted village, only a ray of terrifying holy power remains, interfering with the heavenly secrets that want to invade and blocking any sight that wants to explore this place. 1 year, 2 years, 3 years, 4 years. The outside world was changing rapidly, and information was changing with each passing day. Information about Suyu was completely pushed to the forefront. Everyone is in turmoil and feeling repressed. The army had already gathered outside the polar regions. Although terrifying pressure rolled in, it was blocked by an invisible force. There was no possibility of leakage, and it did not affect the changes in the cold lake. There are over 10,000 people at the peak of Jiyang, 1,732 celestial beings, 18 quasi-saints, and 1 saint. Everyone closed their eyes, as if waiting for an opportunity to appear. Soon, there was only 1 day left before Suyu had been in seclusion for 10 years. In the ice clan village that has completely deserted all traces of human life. Buzz, in an open area not covered by ice and snow, the old man who had been sitting here without moving for 3,649 days suddenly opened his eyes one day. The deadline has arrived. Boom. Chapter 224, The Last Light of Life, the strongest power from the peak of the holy realm. Lang Yuan leaned on his ice staff and slowly stood up from the ice chair. In an instant, an extremely terrifying aura began to revive from his body. It is like a giant dragon awakening from sleep, gradually showing its power. This pressure is greater than what he had felt in the previous 50 years. That is a kind of power that reaches the peak. It's like a peak saint in his prime, and he already has the ability to reach the great saint realm. This kind of state should not appear in an elderly person. But it happened anyway, nothing else, because Lang Yuan's time has come, and this is his last day of glory. Last day, the peak state when the countdown of life begins. At this moment, the dragon revived. Lang Yuan stood up and threw away the ice staff. Then he put his hands behind his back and glanced at the village where he had lived for 3,000 years. The emotion in his eyes was beyond words. In these final moments, my remaining body will allow this place to bloom with its final warmth. Next, it's up to you. He concealed the secrets for Suyu and interfered with the world for Suyu. He did all of this. Now, at this final moment, there are only 5 years left. He was going to accomplish this at the cost of his life. He does not kill people. Because this is left to Suyu, it is his battle for sainthood. I can't see it myself. However, he believed that this little guy whom he met at the last moment of his life and whom he could trust so much would succeed. Lang Yuan walked out of the village step by step, and every step seemed to be using the power of space. One step can cover dozens or even hundreds of miles. This is the signature method of the powerful saints, which can initially master space. And, able to comprehend the power of the domain. The reason why the Holy Realm is called the Holy Realm is because the means of the Holy Realm are incomparable. In the realm of the Holy Realm, he is invincible. In almost a moment, his body, which was as thin as a rotten wood, disappeared. Beyond the polar regions, with this massive army approaching, everyone held their breath, waiting for the charge. And in this army, there is a truly transcendent being. Holy Land. The former Taoist Yunhai has now advanced to the Saint Realm and has completely consolidated his realm, so now he is also known as the Saint Yunhai by the world. He was wearing a grey Taoist robe, his hair was tied up with a wooden hairpin, and he was sitting cross-legged in the air with a whisk placed on his legs. The aura of the Holy Realm is revealed, making people dare not make any unusual movements. Buzz. In the twisted space, the Yunhai Saint, who was sitting cross-legged to comprehend the world and trying to defy the will of heaven, slowly opened his eyes. In an instant, golden light shot out from his eyes. If someone stood in front of him, this light would probably penetrate his body in an instant. This is a saint, who can kill with just one look. Here it comes. Saint Yunhai just uttered 2 words softly. His vicissitudes of life eyes were gradually replaced by fear and solemnity. Because the person who came was the top existence in the world. He would never want to get involved unless it was necessary. Even though he is also in the Saint Realm, when facing the peak of the Saint Realm, the opponent can kill him with just a wave of his hand. He didn't know whether he would die on this trip. But he still came, because Suyu had something he must have, that was the blood of the Qilin. He needed the blood of the Qilin to harmonize yin and yang, thus laying the foundation for reaching the great Saint Realm and quasi-emperor realm. This is the only thing related to his path of cultivation he has to come. In addition, the price paid by the Miaoyan holy sect and the great Zhou dynasty was extremely high, so he could not refuse. Seeing Saint Yunhai rise from the void and walk out of the virtual space into reality, everyone's emotions suddenly became tense. Because they all know what they're facing. No one spoke at this moment, only solemnity and fear were expressed. Looking ahead, everyone swallowed secretly. Next second, buzz, an even more terrifying pressure swept over, as if the might of destruction was descending, causing people to be greatly shocked. Then, a clear sound of footsteps came into their ears. Then, in their sight, a thin old man was walking out of the void with his hands behind his back. With every step he took, the void seemed to condense into substance. Is this the power of the peak Saint Realm? Even though he didn't make any unusual movements, I feel like a giant beast is approaching. What a strong sense of oppression. Bang bang bang. As the old man gradually approached, the pressure gradually became more condensed. Soon, those at the peak of the Jiang realm could not withstand the erosion of this pressure and fell down directly. Jiang Peak lost consciousness and fell into a coma, foaming at the mouth, and his body was still shaking instinctively. This is the power of the peak of the Holy Realm. Just the pressure is enough to make Jiang lose his fighting spirit. Even the celestial beings were trembling constantly, they only felt that a wild beast was approaching them. That feeling is no less than someone pinching your heart. It will be crushed with just a little force. Boom. Upon seeing this, Saint Yunhai couldn't help but frown. Then, he took a step forward and stood directly in front of everyone, blocking most of the pressure, which made the people below feel better. Ice Clan leader, Senior Lang Yuan. Lang Yuan stopped and looked at the Saint of Yunhai. However, his status was always higher than that of the Saint of Yunhai. A supreme saint who was promoted during the Great Purge of Heaven, Lang Yuan looked at him and smiled. In the eyes of others, the Sage of Yunhai is an insurmountable mountain. But in his eyes, he was just a young man with decent ability. His strength has reached the peak of this realm. Even if it is not invincible, it is definitely enough. I don't know why the most powerful saint came to my Polar Ice Clan territory, Lang Yuan said softly. The Yunhai saint didn't argue with him, but got straight to the point and said in a deep voice, I hope Senior Lang Yuan will do me a favor and hand over the person. Although he was known as the most powerful saint, he did not dare to be presumptuous in front of an old and powerful man. Those who were promoted to the Saint Realm during the great cleansing of heavenly Tao will endure tribulation power several times, or even 10 times greater than usual. Therefore, his combat power is definitely not that of an ordinary saint, but that of a supreme being who can fight across levels. Lang Yuan smiled when he heard this and said, if I don't hand it over, what will you do? Then I can only ask for advice from my seniors. The Cloud Sea Saint said in a deep voice, this time, I am not the only Saint Realm cultivator here. There are also 2 Taoist friends in the rear. If we summon them, they may not be able to withstand a few moves from you, senior. Besides, senior, your lifespan is short, right? If you retreat this time, I, Yunhai, will give you a great sacred medicine that can extend your lifespan by 100 years. Lang Yuan shook his head and sighed, I have lived long enough. This great holy medicine is useless to me. Seeing his refusal, Yunhai took a deep breath. He didn't say anything, but silently took out a long sword. Then I can only learn from senior's methods. Seeing this, Lang Yuan couldn't help but laugh and said leisurely, little guy, you are not qualified to draw your sword in front of me. What a pity I can't beat you to death. You left him the grindstone. Upon hearing this, Yunhai frowned and asked, what do you mean? Before Yunhai could figure it out, he saw Lang Yuan pull out his hands from behind his back. Nothing else. Today, I will trap you here for 4 years. In the future, you will understand what I mean. The Sky Trapping Formation. Rise. Rumble. Chapter 225. When I was born, the sun set. When I died, illuminate my remaining life with this morning light. Lang Yuan, who was at the peak of the Saint Realm and was proficient in formations and divination, caused chaos in the crowd by creating a formation out of thin air. Because they felt that as Lang Yuan's hands began to form seals in the void, the formation was taking shape quickly. And it's not just a single large formation. It's a double formation directly. One hand forms a formation. Even the sage Yunhai was stunned by this move. The Sky Trapping Formation and the Soul Confusing Formation. Using both hands to create different formations at the same time, Saint Yunhai shouted in a panic. This scene really shocked him. He had never seen a formation being used in this way. You know, even if he sets up the formation, he needs the assistance of formation flags, and they need to be arranged in advance. Faced with his shock, Lang Yuan simply responded softly, this polar region originally belongs to our Ice Clan. If we don't make the slightest preparation, won't our Ice Clan be like pork on someone else's chopping board? I have to set up a formation to deal with you. I'm really helpless. Lang Yuan's words were full of emotion. If it were in the past, he would not have set up a formation and would have directly killed the enemy with his ice sword. Even though he is the so-called most powerful saint, he is a saint who has become a saint alone in the Dharma ending age. It is obvious who has stronger combat power. Now that we have trapped them with a formation, we are giving them face. They should be proud of themselves. Run, quickly escape from the range of the formation. If we are trapped by the formation, we will definitely not be able to escape on our own. If we fall into the Soul Chaos formation, you and I will definitely fall into a deep sleep. Go. Those celestial beings and quasi-saints roared at the top of their lungs and retreated for their lives, fearing that they would die here if they were a step late. However, but they couldn't escape at all. When someone was about to escape from the formation, he bumped into an air wall. Then, no matter what they did, they could not break the air wall. Lang Yuan looked at this scene and said lightly, don't do useless work anymore. If you can escape from my holy domain, it would be the biggest joke. Upon hearing this, the faces of these strong men suddenly turned pale. Snort, I don't believe you are so invincible. How can a crippled saint stop me? After being surprised, Saint Yunhai snorted coldly and then burst out with his own holy power. This power was extremely strong, and the moment it burst out, the space was broken. He swung out a sword, trying to cut off the Lang Yuan holy land. But at the moment when the sword light burst out, a huge force of heaven and earth came down in the holy land and suppressed him. No, Saint Yunhai was completely stunned at this moment. After he came to his senses, there was fear in his eyes. No matter how he struggles, he cannot escape the suppression of the power of heaven and earth. It's useless. You are just a beginner in the Saint Realm. How can you compete with me? Just be at ease and let me suppress you. Boom. Lang Yuan's voice was extremely calm. With a light push of the Sky Trapping Array in his left hand, it quickly rushed towards the direction of the Yunhai Saint. Then he suppressed it with unparalleled force. The next second, the voice of Saint Yunhai disappeared, but on the ground, there were traces of a formation left. Obviously, he was suppressed underground. Not good. Seeing this scene, the faces of the army that came with the sea of clouds changed drastically. This moment, only then did they understand how big the gap between the holy realms was. Like a chasm, looking at this so-called army, Lang Yuan glanced at them from the corner of his eye and immediately laughed. You, too. Buzz, the soul chaos formation is done. Lang Yuan pushed with one hand, and the soul chaos formation rushed out, then continued to expand in the air, and finally suddenly pressed down. Don't want. However, it didn't work at all. Under their horrified gaze, the soul chaos formation fell, and in an instant, the effect of the formation took effect. Celestial beings and quasi-saints fell down in row after row. Everyone fell into a deep sleep. Although they have lost their perception in reaction to the outside world, this group of people are, after all, powerful people at the peak of Jiang or above. Even if they sleep in the open air in a place like the polar regions, they will not be harmed at all. With a wave of his hand, he suppressed the so-called approaching army. This kind of consumption is insignificant to Lang Yuan. He is in his last moments of life, and his combat power and everything else are at the peak of their peak. After doing this, Lang Yuan withdrew from the Holy Land. As his breath subsided, the world returned to peace. As if nothing had happened. If it weren't for those powerful men who were sleeping soundly underground and looked like lost souls, everyone would probably think that they had disappeared out of thin air. You are here to deal with the little guy, not a dying man like me. Lang Yuan smiled slightly. It was left to Suyu because Suyu asked him to do so. Otherwise, he alone could kill all the invaders. Provoking the peak of the Holy Realm. How much confidence does it take to feel that you have the strength to fight against the peak of the Saint Realm? Lang Yuan couldn't help but sigh. After all, he is old and even has lost his reputation. But, just as he was sighing, suddenly, his eyes glanced into the distance. The next moment, whoosh, two sounds of breaking air suddenly rang out, and immediately afterwards, two old men with bodies exuding strong holy power descended here. The first thing they saw when they arrived was the tragic scene on the ground. Seeing this scene, and then seeing Lang Yuan with an expressionless face in front of them, their expressions suddenly changed, and they said, You. Bang. Before they could even say what they wanted to say, they saw Lang Yuan in front of them stretching out a hand and slapping them. I can't kill them, but you two are looking for death, so it would be nice if I could kill you to vent my anger. Lang Yuan's cold voice echoed in their ears, instantly frightening them to death. Senior, let's go now. Boom, it's too late. This palm strike was like the collapsing sky, smashing down heavily on the two of them. These two are just ancestors of the quasi-holy land. They had a lucky breakthrough in recent years, so they wanted to get a piece of the pie. But he didn't get a share of the soup, and he lost his life first. For those who have just entered the Holy Realm, let alone 3, even if 30 of them joined forces, it would be difficult to shake Lang Yuan. This is the charm of high-level monks. The class system is strict and cannot be crossed. A genius who is not above the level of a saint's son cannot fight in a higher level. Even if he can, it is only a small level. How could anyone contend with him, a supreme being who had already touched the great sage's barrier? Boom, the illusory palm print pressed down, and the space was blown up as well. Until the palm print finally dissipated, the blasted space could not heal for a long time. However, the physical bodies of the two saints disappeared, without even a trace left. After doing all this, the hidden dangers are completely eliminated. Lang Yuan stood in place, his originally sharp eyes gradually becoming dull and even a little distracted. The aura at its peak was also rapidly fading away. Feeling this change, Lang Yuan couldn't help but smile bitterly. Then he turned and walked towards the Ice Clan village. This time, his back looked a little dead. After returning to the Ice Clan village, his pace slowed down. He took out the ice staff again and leaned on it. His body began to tremble mechanically and sluggishly as he struggled to walk through the village. His palms caressed every igloo. His eyes were full of memories. Oh, what a distant memory. 3,000 years have already passed without me noticing. He walked past every igloo until finally he returned to the fire that had been extinguished for who knows how long, took out a large piece of sea beast fat and put it on the fire to light it. As the oil ignited, a warm and comfortable glow illuminated the place again. However, the warm firelight did not soothe his trembling body. He came to the ice bench and sat down again, looking at the fire in front of him, his eyes changing emotions constantly, and no one knew what he was thinking. It seemed like he was thinking of something beautiful, but it also seemed like he was recalling some heartbreaking memories. Time passes by little by little. The holy aura on his body was gradually fading away, like a candle that was about to burn out, flickering unsteadily. Until the eternal night ushered in the dawn for the first time. The candle of life was completely extinguished. As the last ray of life in his eyes dissipated, a light of formation lit up under his feet, and the infinite power in his body seemed to turn into nutrients and was gradually absorbed by the Ice Clan village. Let this broken body make a contribution to the Ice Clan. When the eternally silent earth rises for the first time in a year. When I was alive, the setting sun was my backdrop. After I die. With the first ray of light in the morning, light up. This remaining life. Chapter 226. In the blink of an eye, the saintly sons of the gods and quasi-saints have gradually become. In a blink of an eye, the news of the disappearance of the army spread throughout the entire northern territory. The quasi-holy land where the two powerful saints killed by Lang Yuan were located also sent out shocking news. The Saint Realm Patriarch is dead. This piece of news was too explosive. It was because chasing after a cultivator who was not even at the level of a celestial being could result in the loss of two saints. The team consisting of tens of thousands of Jiang disappeared mysteriously without any trace. From this moment on, the entire northern territory was alarmed. No one dared to covet Suyu anymore. Even the Saint Realm is dead, what can they use to seize the treasure? Life. Their lives are worthless. From that day on, the hunt for Suyu became the talk of the town throughout the northern territory and even the four Shuanian territories. Tisk tisk, this first saint son from a foreign family among the 3 religions of the eastern wasteland is truly remarkable. That's right, anyone who goes to find him will die. It's really terrible. Don't say it anymore. The hearts of the people in the Great Zhou and the Miaoyan holy sect must be bleeding because they invested most of their Jiang, celestial beings, and quasi-saints to hunt down Suyu. Now a lot of their resources in the northern territory have been robbed. Well, even though it was robbed by a first-rate force, everyone knows that it was the work of those sects behind the scenes. That is, all the resources originally developed were sent back. Otherwise, their losses would be enormous. These topics are everywhere in tea houses and pubs. Over time, as this matter spread, it gradually changed its meaning. What was originally a mysterious disappearance of the army was eventually spread as a rumor that Suyu alone killed them all. Gradually, Suyu's name became a symbol of mass murder. This massacre of tens of thousands of people did not kill ordinary people. But there are tens of thousands of Jiang cultivators. This is what makes people feel scared. Some adults even use this incident to scare children, saying that if they don't eat and work well, they will be hunted down and eaten alive by a massacre. In the end, Suyu's name became like a devil among ordinary people. Time flies by quickly. In the blink of an eye, several years passed. Today, the power of the heavenly Tao has weakened countless times. At this final moment, even ordinary people can feel the emotional changes of the heavenly Tao. That is unwillingness and regret, because the cleaning effect this time was not very ideal. The 49th year. This year, winter is coming to an end. There's only 1 month left before the end of the heavenly Tao great cleansing period. Within this month, countless geniuses also began to emerge, and their appearance was all accompanied by the occurrence of thunder tribulations. The calamity of heaven and man, the calamity of fate and the calamity of quasi-saint. After Suyu attracted most of the firepower, the living environment of this group of geniuses walking in the world became extremely good, and not many of them died. Many people got the opportunity and chose to overcome the 5 signs of decline in the heavenly realm and become quasi-saints in this final period. Even, the most exaggerated one is the Wang family's strongest sequence seed, Wang Heng. In this last month, Wang Heng passed the quasi-saint tribulation and achieved the status of a true saint. Saints are the strongest people who have truly reached the pinnacle of this universe. Wanting to have the right to speak without the cultivation of a saint is simply a pipe dream. Even the so-called quasi-holy land and quasi-saint are no more than this. From that day on, people's topics no longer revolved around Suyu, but began to discuss which genius would be promoted to a saint, and what kind of top-level immortals and emperors would be sent out after the top-level holy places were born. Northern Territory, Central City. With the completion of the heavenly Tao great cleansing, all the experienced saint sun-level powerhouses have returned. No need to hide, the experience is over, and they all achieved celestial beings or quasi-saints within 50 years. There is huge progress in cultivation. If nothing unexpected happens, within 10 years after the arrival of the Golden Age, these celestial beings and quasi-saints will break through to the saint realm one after another. At that time, they had only 2 choices. One was to succeed their fathers and be trained as the successor of the Holy Lord. The other was to venture into the imperial path and compete with the geniuses of the universe. Still no news about Suyu. In the urban area that Zhu Xiao is in charge of, Jinhao, Zhao Wudi, and the experienced Yu Yan and others have all come out of confinement. This was the first time the 3 of them met in these 50 years. At this time, the 3 of them had already broken through to the quasi-saint level. Facing Zhao Wudi's question, Jinhao shook his head and said, "No, it's as if he disappeared. Even if I break through to the quasi-saint level, all I can measure is a vague area in the far north." Yu Yan chuckled as she drank her tea. "We shouldn't need to worry. He might be planning something bigger." "Hasn't it always been like this?" Jinhao nodded when he heard this. Yes, he said at the beginning that he wanted to make a big noise before the end. "Maybe it's time to start. Maybe we can go and take a look." Just as they were chatting, suddenly, the communication jade pendant on the table suddenly lit up. Immediately afterwards, a hurried voice sounded. "Holy Sun, the location of Holy Sun Suyu has been located. He is in the far north. Right now, the Central City's geniuses in the Central Region Alliance, led by Wang Heng, are already heading there." Hearing this, the 3 of them stood up instantly. "Okay, we'll be there soon." Upon hearing this, Jinhao immediately stood up, a strange light flashing in his eyes, and said, "Let's go and take a look together." Good. The 3 figures disappeared at the same time. On this day, after receiving the news, all the geniuses in the Central City rushed to the far north. It takes about 20 days to get from here to the far north. Because it is located in a remote area and is in the middle area under the jurisdiction of the 2 major holy places, it is not allowed to set up teleportation arrays there, so if you want to go there, you can only use warships, flying boats and the like. Of course, if you are in the Holy Realm, you can also travel through space. There's movement not only in Tianzhou City. At this time, at the entrance to the far north, a figure quietly appeared, and this person exuded the aura of a quasi-saint. Behind him, he carried a huge sword, which was extremely eye-catching. "Longzhu, Suyu's retreat location should be not far from here, right?" The current Longfeng is no longer the same as before. His expression is cold and his edge is fully revealed. With the help of dragon ancestors' increasingly recovered spiritual power, he only needs to find an opportunity to set foot in the real Holy Realm, and then obtain the ancient phoenix seeds in Suyu's hands so that he can refine a physical body for dragon ancestor. As long as dragon ancestor is resurrected, he will have a true quasi-emperor as his backing. The dragon ancestor's soul floated out, looked ahead, and said with certainty, "It's right in front." "Okay," Longfeng nodded. The next second, Longfeng moved his body and crossed countless miles. However, when he took his first step into the far north, he was stunned by the scene before him. This is, those people who were looking for Suyu back then. They're not dead. Chapter 227. A small holy land also wants to change their fate. Looking at the powerful men who were sleeping on the ground, Longfeng had a look of surprise on his face. After taking a look, Longzhu said calmly, "Back then, a powerful person took action and set up the sky-trapping formation in the soul-confusing formation here. Look below, those traces of the formation are still working, but it's almost over. There's also a sky-trapping formation, which will be unsealed soon. A saint is sealed underground. As a fairy dragon, he could see through the mystery at a glance, and these methods of the lower world could not be hidden from him at all." Hearing Longzhu's words, Longfeng couldn't help but be shocked and asked, "Is there a strong man here to protect him?" These are not the key points, the key point is the strong person behind it. If there really is a powerful person who can seal the Holy Realm and protect Suyu here, then wouldn't he have come here in vain? Thinking of this, he actually felt a little unwilling. Upon hearing this, Longzhu chuckled and said, "No, the person who made the move is already dead. I can sense that there is no strong person in these billions of miles, don't worry. Even if only 1 in a billion remains of his soul, he can still be compared to the great saints in the lower realms." Hearing this, Longfeng finally breathed a sigh of relief. That's good, it would be fine if he died. If he hadn't died, wouldn't his wish to steal Suyu's treasure have been dashed? I was thinking of killing him. This formation will take some time to become ineffective. Let's go around it and find Suyu before they do and capture him. This is also our opportunity. Longfeng was eager to try. If there were a lot of people around, he would have to think about how to snatch the treasure from under the eyes of so many people. Now that they have all fallen, everything Suyu has will belong to him. And no one can see it yet. The ancient phoenix species and the earth Qilin cubs are all mine. Thinking of this, Longfeng's heart couldn't help but feel hot. By hatching the ancient phoenix species and taking 3 drops of its blood, one can obtain the most perfect immortal dragon phoenix body. Breaking through the holy realm will then be a piece of cake. Well, let's get going quickly. The closer we get, the better I can locate Suyu. Longzhu urged. In fact, he was also looking forward to it. After all, this is the closest he has ever been to obtaining his ideal physical body. With the skeleton of the ascended immortal dragon's remains, plus a holy medicine that he collected during this period that can nourish flesh and blood, as long as it is calcined with the Phoenix clan's unique Nirvana divine flame, he can perfectly integrate a new body. By then, he would not be without hope of rebuilding his immortal foundation. Good. After saying that, Longfeng crossed the entrance and flew towards the cold lake. However, as he gradually approached the cold lake, his expression actually changed slightly. Huh, dragon ancestor, the temperature in this far north is a little strange. One moment it's extremely hot, the next moment it's extremely cold. This was something he had never expected. After all, the far north was extremely cold, and it was really strange to see such a scorching temperature. 3 days later, Long Feng finally approached the area of the cold lake. When he arrived at the cold lake, he was completely stunned by the scene before him. Because the cold lake ahead was completely different from what he had imagined. The cold lake was boiling, while at the same time, an extremely cold air was floating in the air. The two incompatible energies strangely formed a balance at this moment. On one side, the melting ice and snow revealed the barren land, and some light green shoots sprouted out. On the other side, it was still covered with ice and snow, but it was bitterly cold. Both extremes made Long Feng lose his mind. What's going on? After the dragon ancestor's soul floated out, he took a look and then said in a deep voice, there are two living beings practicing below. There's another Shaoyan body Taiyan. What's going on? It's neither like the sun's sacred body nor the moon's sacred body. Instead, it shows signs of fusion. Wait a minute. Suddenly, a possibility flashed through dragon ancestor's mind, and then his eyes widened as he asked incoherently, is this the fusion of the moon and the sun? Someone wants to achieve a chaos body. The physique formed by the fusion of the two most powerful forces of the moon and the sun is not comparable to the acquired chaotic physique formed by the fusion of all things. This is an innate physique, a true chaotic body. What? When Long Feng heard this, his eyes almost popped out. Chaos body, a heaven-defying body that is even more powerful than his immortal dragon phoenix body is actually going to appear in the world. We can't let him blend in smoothly. After the shock, a terrible thought flashed through Long Feng's mind, that is, he must not let it merge smoothly. If he were to merge, I would definitely not be able to compete. He must be interrupted. Boom. Thinking of this, Long Feng decisively jumped into the air and looked down at the cold lake. Clang. Long Feng placed his hand on the giant sword on his back and pulled it out with force. As the giant sword was unsheathed and passed through space, wherever it passed, the sharp blade cut a void crack in the space. Dragon slaying sword technique. Long Feng's actions were very decisive and there was no dragging of feet. This sword is like a dragon slaying sword. Wherever the sword passes, all space is cut. If a quasi-saint of the same level saw this attack, he would be so scared that he would run away. Can. Buzz. When the dragon slaying sword fell less than 100 meters away from the cold lake, a light blue barrier suddenly lit up in the void, completely blocking Long Feng's sword. The attack was fruitless, and Long Feng quickly retreated. Looking at the barrier in front of him that was gradually disappearing, Long Feng's face looked a little grim. Shield. Is this another backup plan left by the deceased saint? Long Zhu, what should we do next? With his ability, he would never be able to break this barrier, even if he tried his best. The only one I can ask for help is Dragon Ancestor. Long Zhu took a look, then his tone became quiet, with a hint of coldness in his voice, and said, yes. Find his physical body and destroy it. This will naturally resolve the issue by making it unable to supply energy. Hearing Long Zhu's words, Long Feng nodded heavily, okay. Where's his physical body? It's just destroying a dead person's body, no big deal. Anyone who stands in his way must die. Back in the village. After Long Zhu finished speaking, Long Feng immediately set out to return the way they came. They crossed countless icebergs along the way, and finally, they arrived at the Ice Clan village. After entering the village, Long Zhu took a look around and couldn't help but sneer, a small holy realm thinks you can change their fate. What a fool's dream. Without any delay, they headed straight towards the fire. Soon, they came to the extinguished fire and saw Lang Yuan's body. Looking at the formation under his feet that was still continuously absorbing his power, Long Zhu said indifferently, destroy him. Yes, boom. Chapter 228 The Arrogant Dragon Ancestor, even the Emperor himself can't stop him. Looking at Lang Yuan's corpse, which had been sucked into an almost mummified state by the magic circle, there was no emotion in Long Zhu's eyes, as if he was narrating a trivial matter. It turns out that this is indeed the case. He and Lang Yuan were not related or familiar with each other. Even if it was a real person, let alone a dead body, anyone who dared to block his way would be destroyed. The dragon ancestor's soul in the form of a blue dragon floated in the air, observing where the formation in front of him led to. In the end, he was very surprised to find that this dead peak saint in front of him was actually using his insignificant power to try to change the nature of this land. He also left most of his strength in this village. As long as the magic array absorbs all its energy, it will automatically nourish the entire village. As long as you live here for a long time, you can change some physical problems. Moreover, he even extended part of his power to the cold lake. Obviously, he wanted to protect Suyu for a while. He's a good person, but unfortunately, this has nothing to do with me. Soon, under the guidance of his spiritual power, the magic circle that was supposed to protect Lang Yuan's body gradually became ineffective. Seeing the formation withdrawn, Long Feng took a deep breath, then raised the giant sword, gathered his strength and was about to chop off Lang Yuan's body. It is naturally impossible for anyone below the level of a god to destroy a holy body. But Long Feng's realm has long been that of a quasi-saint. It is easy to destroy a holy body that has been dead for a long time and has had its energy sucked away by the magic circle. Cut the world. Boom. Long Feng gathered his strength for a strike, then jumped up and slashed at Lang Yuan's body. This attack had the power to destroy the world. Stop. Just as the sword light was about to hit the flesh, a Shaoyan force burst out from the void and blocked the attack with an almost crazy posture. Looking at this scene, Long Feng was also stunned. Immediately, a rapid sound of breaking through the air was heard, and the next second, a graceful figure appeared. Under Long Feng's astonished gaze, a beautiful face roared with rage. What do you want to do? The person who came was none other than Lang Yuxuan, who had practiced with Suyu under the cold lake for 20 years. She had been awakened by Long Feng's attack on Hanhu. Fortunately, she had already completed the transformation of the Ice Divine Body at that time. She even relied on the solar power and lunar power emitted by Suyu to gradually merge the Ice Divine Body into the Ice Spirit Holy Body in one fell swoop, and even gain some Shaoyan power. If she were given some more time, perhaps the Ice Spirit Holy Body could be transformed into the Shaoyan Holy Body. However, there's no time. Although the barrier blocked most of the damage, it still caused some vibrations under the cold lake. Originally, after she woke up, she wanted to wait for Suyu to come out of confinement before going out together. However, as soon as she came out of the quarantine, she felt a palpitation, and then she came out on her own. I wanted to go back to the village to take a look. Unexpectedly, as soon as he arrived near the village, he saw a scene that made Lang Yuxuan's eyes bloodshot. Lang Yuxuan's eyes were red, filled with grief and disbelief, but more than that, her consciousness was filled with anger. What do you want to do to my grandfather? Grandpa is really gone. She was sent to change her physique to prevent her from being frozen by the mutated cold air, but as a result Grandpa's life came to an end. My grandfather passed away, but I was unable to see him off for the last time. Just like that, I walked alone. I am the only one left. At this moment, all that remained in her mind were the memories of her and her grandfather. Those were the heartwarming scenes from those days. But now it's all just a memory. Grandpa, I'm cold. Be good, don't be afraid, as long as Grandpa is here, everything will be fine. Grandpa, why haven't Mom and Dad come back yet? Little girl, your parents went to a very beautiful place. They went there first and are waiting for Grandpa there. Is that so, Grandpa? Then can Xiaoshuan go with us? Nanan, be good, Xiaoshuan is not allowed to go to that place. When Nanan grows up, Grandpa will go find them. Bits and pieces of memories flooded into my mind like a tide. At this moment, Lang Yuxuan could no longer hold back her emotions. Looking at the somewhat shriveled body of the old man below, her eyes instantly became moist. Grandpa, Lang Yuxuan murmured. The next second, those eyes filled with grief suddenly became sharp and full of edge. Boom, in an instant, a force that almost crushed the space burst out from her body. This force was so strong that it almost suffocated people. Quasi-Saint Peak, feeling this pressure that was even more powerful than his own, Long Feng's eyes widened in disbelief. The extremely beautiful woman in front of me is actually a peak Quasi-Saint. Call. Before Long Feng could come to his senses, Lang Yuxuan had a divine sword emitting cold light in his hand. In an instant, the temperature within a radius of 500 miles dropped sharply. Even this sudden drop in temperature can cause frostbite to a powerful Jiang warrior, and even the spiritual power in their bodies can be frozen. Who are you? How dare you attack my grandfather? You are looking for death. Lang Yuxuan's eyes showed murderous intent. He shouted angrily and then rushed out with a sword. With one thrust of the sword, even the void space seemed to be frozen. Wherever the sword passed, the space was frozen bit by bit. Seeing this scene, Long Feng couldn't help but widen his eyes, because he felt an extremely dangerous aura rapidly approaching him. If he took this sword with his current cultivation level, he was afraid that even his tendons and veins would be frozen, causing hidden injuries that were difficult to repair. It may even affect your own foundation. Dragon Ancestor, help me. Long Feng did not dare to be arrogant and shouted loudly. If you want to compete with an extremely dangerous quasi-saint at the peak level, it is absolutely impossible to do so without a certain level of cultivation. If he wanted to survive this attack, he could only call upon his golden finger. Hearing Long Feng's call, Long Zhu did not hesitate. The illusory soul body in the form of a blue dragon suddenly fell down and merged with Long Feng. Boom! After fusing with the spirit of Dragon Ancestor, Long Feng's eyes flashed with a green light, and he rushed forward with a huge sword in hand. Clang! The two powerful forces collided with each other, and the space within a radius of hundreds of miles was cracked. The Ice Clan's village was safe and sound under the protection of the formation set up by Lang Yuan during his lifetime. Rub, rub, rub. After the attack, the person who flew backwards in the shattered space was Lang Yuxuan, who was at the peak of Quasi-Saint. After retreating for more than 100 steps, Lang Yuxuan finally stopped. Her eyes were somewhat solemn as she looked at Long Feng, who suddenly seemed like a different person. She said nothing, but just clenched a cold sword in her hand. After being possessed by the Dragon Ancestor, Long Feng looked indifferent. He swept his sword across the void, then looked at her and said calmly, no one can stop me from doing what I want to do. Even if the Emperor himself comes, it won't work. Click. Chapter 229. Why would I need a second blow to kill a stray dog like you? Long Zhu's words revealed a strong sense of confidence. In this lower world, he was confident that no one would be more powerful than him. When he was in the fairy world, he was at the peak of his cultivation and was a powerful immortal king, able to rule a region. It is one level higher than the true immortal. If it were placed in the lower realm, a large realm might not be uncommon, but in the upper realm, a small realm could crush a large number of immortals. What's more, it is a great realm. Even though he was seriously injured and his spiritual power was only 1/10,000th of what it was, he was still far beyond the reach of those in the lower realms. Not to mention the invincible quasi-saint in front of him, even if a saint himself came, he would be able to remain calm. This is his confidence. It is also one of Long Feng's most solid supporters. Over the years, he has helped Long Feng escape safely from the brink of death countless times. You are only a quasi-saint. I won't make things difficult for a girl like you. You just need to get out of the way and move this corpse away. I won't make things difficult for you. You are not my target. I don't want to waste too much energy on you. If he took action, he would certainly be able to capture Lang Yuxuan, but there was no need. Even if he could take it down, he would have to expend a lot of energy to get out. Instead of this, it would be better to turn hostility into friendship. His goal from the beginning to the end was not the corpse in front of him, but to destroy the formation set up by the corpse so that he could kill Suyu. The strength that Dragon Ancestor has recovered now is all prepared to take down Suyu with full confidence. After all, this concerns whether he can be resurrected perfectly. There must not be any accidents. When Lang Yuxuan heard this, there was even more coldness in her solemn eyes. She was not a fool, so she naturally knew who the target of this person in front of her was, Suyu. The young man that Grandpa has high hopes for. You're dreaming. This is the territory of my Ice Clan. It's not your turn to run wild. Lang Yuxuan shouted. Not to mention that Grandpa is optimistic about Suyu and is even willing to risk his life to make friends with him. Let me single out this for a moment. This place is the territory of the Ice Clan. Even if the two holy places come here, they have to be polite. He is just a quasi-saint. Why is he so arrogant? My Ice Clan is not without people. Boom. Thinking of this, Lang Yuxuan's delicate body shot out at such a fast speed that she left a trail of after images on the spot. Her cultivation level is at the peak of quasi-saint. In addition, this is an extremely cold place, which is where her attributes can be perfectly displayed. Fighting here, Lang Yuxuan's combat power is almost close to the true holy realm. Frost Moonfall. When this sword was thrust out, frost and snow fell from the sky. Each snowflake seemed light, but the power contained in it was enough to make the strong take it seriously. Because every snowflake is filled with the ultimate frosty sword intent. Even a quasi-saint would have to dodge carefully under this sword. But in front of the powerful spiritual power of the Dragon Ancestor, Lang Yuxuan's move was full of loopholes in his eyes. After a light sneer, Long Feng's body moved. The movement speed was different from before. Now that he was possessed by the Dragon Ancestor and his body was covered with the Dragon Ancestor's powerful spiritual power, Long Feng's body actually rushed forward in an extremely brutal manner. The frosty sword intent that could freeze a person's soul seemed to be ineffective in front of his body. It was like ordinary snowflakes falling on Long Feng's body. How is that possible? Looking at this scene, Lang Yuxuan's eyes narrowed, with disbelief in them. How is that possible? How can you, a possessed spirit, block the erosion of my Xiaoyan Qi? She couldn't understand how the other party did it. This attack of hers was much more powerful than the previous one. Moreover, this move, Frost Moon Falling, can cause enormous damage to the soul. Result: the other party's soul just managed to get through it safely. This scene simply left her unable to react. There was a hint of arrogance and disdain in the old voice of the Dragon Ancestor. This was his disdain for these ants, as well as his arrogance as a former immortal king. Little girl, you are just a native of the lower realm, a mere ant. In the past, someone like you wouldn't even be qualified to see my face. As an immortal, he should have the arrogance of an immortal. In this world, not even the Emperor has the qualifications to meet him. Let alone looking at him directly, just looking at him will make one feel a severe shock to the soul. That is the greatness of an immortal. How can this group of weaklings understand? Okay, I'll give you one last chance. Do you want to move or not? At this point, Longzhu's patience was almost worn out. Because he had a vague feeling of unease in his heart, he wanted to finish it quickly. We can't delay any longer. Upon hearing this, Lang Yuxuan put away her look of disbelief. Then, a look of determination appeared on her beautiful face, and her tone was filled with absoluteness. Impossible. You're dreaming. Seeing that she refused to accept his toast, Longzhu's expression turned cold. Alright, a mere Shaoyan saint body dares to show off like this. If you had the power of Tian, I would still be a little bit afraid of you, but you are just a Shaoyan, you are nothing in front of me. Bang! The next second, the dragon ancestor no longer held back, and his spiritual power surged like the vast ocean, impacting the surrounding space. Make the surrounding space become distorted. Die. The first move of the dragon slaying sword technique, dragon slashing might. Buzz. The moment he finished speaking, the black giant sword began to burst out with an extreme pressure, a power that could destroy an entire world. Although it is extremely weak, it already has its momentum. If he were in his prime, this sword would be enough to destroy an entire universe. The dragon slaying sword is the royal sword intent of the Azure Dragon clan, and it has an absolute crushing power over those miscellaneous dragons. If one learns the dragon slaying sword, even with just the quasi-saint status, one can kill miscellaneous dragons in the saint realm. This is the most strict bloodline level suppression among the dragon clan. Break. Looking at the shadow of the giant sword slashing towards her, Lang Yuxuan's eyes became more and more solemn. She took a deep breath and used all her strength to launch an attack to block it. Can. The moment he came into contact with the giant sword's shadow, he was hit hard and flew away. This, Lang Yuxuan spat out a mouthful of blood, his eyes full of horror. What kind of spiritual power is this that can unleash such a powerful attack? Swish. The next moment, Long Fang's body disappeared from the spot. Before Lang Yuxuan could steady herself and check where he was, a cold voice came to her ears. The voice sounded so condescending that it made people feel uncomfortable. But it does have a hint of judgment. An ant from the lower realm, you can let this immortal lord personally kill you. You should be proud of yourself in this life. People like you don't even deserve my attention. Die. Boom. Just as Long Fang's eyes revealed a crazy murderous intent and he was about to give Lang Yuxuan the final blow. Suddenly, buzz, an extremely terrifying spiritual power and pressure came crashing down, and wherever the pressure passed, the space became distorted like water waves. The pressure swept over, and Long Fang's hair stood upside down in an instant. What? Before the dragon ancestor could react, a demonic whisper, like one crawling out of hell, rang in his ears. Why would I need a second blow to kill a stray dog like you? Corpse Immortal Sky Severing Sword. Chapter 230. This is the greatest kindness to you two stray dogs. When he heard the calm whisper, Long Fang's body suddenly broke out in goosebumps. The feeling made him feel creepy, like a hedgehog encountering a wild beast, with its spines instantly standing up all over its body. Swish. Without any hesitation, dragon ancestor controlled Long Fang's body to retreat instantly. Only after arriving at a relatively safe area did he dare to stop and turn around to look. Immediately following, he saw a white-clothed figure slowly appearing in the distorted space in front of him, and it looked as vague as a flesh body reconstructed in the void. Looking at this scene, Long Fang's eyes were filled with solemnity. Suyu, dragon ancestor's old voice was filled with shock. This lower world human race. So scary, it actually gave him the same feeling of shock he had when he faced the geniuses of the immortal world before he became an immortal. He was puzzled. Why does a mere human from the lower realm have such a powerful aura? Even a fallen immortal dragon from the immortal world could feel this way. Suyu held the saint-level combat weapon, the killing knife, in one hand, with his right hand behind his back, his expression indifferent as he walked towards here step by step. After stopping, he first glanced at Lang Yuan's body sitting on the ice chair below, with no emotion in his eyes. He accepted the old man's favor. Well, don't even think about anyone making any unusual moves under his nose. Long Feng, the owner of the dragon god body, has the destiny of being the future supreme being, and he also has the residual soul of the dragon ancestor from the upper realm in his body as a golden finger. But so what? He is no longer the same person he was before. Besides, he had wanted to kill Long Feng since a long time ago. He was the first person who dared to openly want to kill his son of destiny. Hearing the other party call out his name, Suyu's mouth curled up slightly and chuckled. I didn't expect that my name would be remembered by the immortal realm dragon ancestor. I am fortunate. When Suyu finished speaking, Long Feng's eyes froze instantly. You know my identity. Dragon ancestor found it hard to believe that there was someone in this lower world who knew his identity. Not an emperor, just a little young genius. Suyu laughed when he heard this and said, there's nothing I don't know. Back then, it was because of your guidance that Long Feng dared to show his murderous intentions towards me. He exposed this matter without hesitation. Long Zhu did not deny it and said, yes, it's me. To achieve great things, one must clear away all obstacles before them and leave no hidden dangers behind. Do you understand? Back then, I saw that you were only at the first level of the spiritual sea, so I thought it wouldn't hurt to kill you. I never thought you would have such a brilliant talent. Speaking of this, he couldn't help but sigh. Back then, he had taught Long Feng that if he wanted to achieve great things, he had to be ruthless. After all, in the eyes of the dragon ancestor at that time, Suyu was just a small spiritual sea. Who would have thought that he could get this far? Suyu nodded in agreement with these words and said, that's right. To accomplish great things, you must not be obsessed with trivial matters. So, your presence in front of me is extremely annoying to me. Dragon ancestor paused when he heard this, and felt a sense of arrogance coming towards him. This kid is really arrogant. I don't know what gives him the confidence to be so arrogant in front of me, and I don't know how he knows my identity. But there's one thing he still doesn't agree with. That is, he didn't think Suyu could kill him. Although he felt a sense of crisis about Suyu's strength, he had too many ways to escape. Escape is not difficult. After Dragon ancestor calmed down his breath, he laughed and said, little fellow, I admit that your talent is indeed close to that of an immortal, and you have already begun to show the signs of a human immortal, but in front of me, you can't even talk about killing me. Even though my strength is less than 1/1000th of what it was in my prime, I'm not someone you can just kill in this lower realm. Not to mention Suyu, even if the quasi-emperor of the time appeared, he couldn't do it. This is the confidence of being an immortal. Seeing his confident look, Suyu laughed and said quietly, what is immortal? What is unkillable? You were able to be turned into what you are now. If that's the case, it's ridiculous that I can't kill your soul, which is like a stray dog. If I can't be killed, how can I hope to achieve invincibility? You little remnant soul thinks too highly of yourself. Ha ha ha, then, you can try it. Dragon ancestor laughed loudly, his words full of disdain. Click. However, as soon as he finished speaking, a crisp sound of space shattering came from the front. Next second, a force that made his heart palpitate suddenly revived. Unparalleled dragon capture. Snap. Immediately afterwards, the space in front of him suddenly shattered, and an illusory giant hand quietly condensed and appeared. He felt a threatening aura from this giant hand. That is the power that restrains him. Facing the attacking giant hand, Dragon Ancestor's eyes widened, and he swung out a sword with all his strength, barely able to defeat the giant hand. How is that possible? Even though he defeated the handprint, his whole body was still a little unstable. This sudden change shocked him. He controlled Long Feng's body to retreat continuously, and only after retreating 10 miles did he stabilize his body. What kind of martial arts is this? Facing his somewhat panicked questioning, Suyu remained motionless and said indifferently, unparalleled dragon capturing hand. You can capture a real dragon. This martial skill was created by the peak quasi-emperor of the human race based on the characteristics of the dragon race in the dark ages of ancient times when monsters ruled the entire universe and humans became blood prey. It is extremely aggressive against both the dragon's body and soul. Suyu looked at the doubt and increasingly solemn expression on Long Feng's face and couldn't help but laugh. Look, I only made a slight move, and you couldn't resist. How can I not kill you? Hearing these sarcastic words, Longzu's face became even uglier. He really didn't expect that Suyu actually had this skill. He took a deep breath and was about to use his status as a higher realm to tempt Suyu to give up, but his heart began to frantically warn him. It was because his instinct smelled the scent of death that he had such a violent reaction. This sudden change made Longzu look horrified. The next moment, he saw Suyu's figure in front of him disappear instantly. Immediately following, an incomparably vast martial art that made him feel the aura of immortals quietly condensed and appeared. How do you know immortal martial arts? Dragon Ancestor raised his head and looked at Suyu, who was standing above him. He was holding a knife in one hand and looking down at him. He said in horror, you are immortal lord level. Before he could finish, Suyu showed a hint of sarcasm and then slashed out with a knife. Corpse immortal heaven severing sword. Boom. Endless corpse immortal energy began to dissipate crazily. When the energy reached its peak, Suyu's indifferent words fell into the ears of Dragon Ancestor. Letting you live for so long is already the greatest kindness I can show you, two stray dogs. This time, I'll send you on your way. Chapter 231, watch my battle to ascend to sainthood. Tens of thousands of tribulation suns, 8,000 celestial beings, and 18 quasi-saints. Kill. The power of this sword is too strong. The residual force alone can tear the sky apart and make the snowflakes stagnate in midair. This kind of power has already reached the threshold of the peak of quasi-saint. One sword can split the sky. Moreover, Suyu used this sword strike according to the characteristics of Dragon Ancestor. Isn't he a soul? Then, strike with a blow that can cause devastating damage not only to the body but also to the soul. The former immortal soul, his corpse immortal technique, Jia Dian, also surpassed the emperor level techniques and reached the true immortal level. The corpse immortal energy came like a tsunami. Facing this extremely strong attack, Longzu only felt his scalp tingling and he felt like screaming in panic. Because he truly felt that this knife could cause huge damage to him. No, how can you, a lower world immortal, master this kind of martial arts that targets immortal souls? He shook his head frantically and even wanted to turn around and run away. After this blow, he lost all his fighting spirit. If he is hit, he will suffer irreversible damage even if he doesn't die. Unless he has an elixir of immortal king level to repair himself, he will have no hope of rebuilding the fairyland in this lifetime. Swish, he controlled Long Feng's body and wanted to escape, but was horrified to find that he could not tear the space here apart. What's going on? While he was stunned, Lang Yushuan's cold voice sounded not far away. This is the birthplace of our Ice Clan. It's not like our Ice Clan has never had powerful people appear before. An Ice Clan ancestor at the peak of the quasi-emperor level has already laid out his plans here. No one can easily break through the space and escape. Although she could not cause any harm to an immortal soul, the Ice Clan was not without strength. The Ice Clan was once prosperous in the past. During the Ice Age, the Ice Clan once stood at the top. Upon hearing this, Longzu became furious. But before he could react, Suyu's attack was already close to him, and this blow left him no time to take care of anything else. It's too early for you to kill me. Seeing that there was no escape, Longzu roared. Boom. At this moment, the Dragon Ancestor used his own strength, which was to fuse the Dragon Soul with the Dragon Wind body at high intensity in order to achieve the purpose of activating the Dragon God body. As long as you activate the Dragon God body, Longfeng can also transform into a human dragon form. As the Dragon Ancestor merged, Longfeng's body began to grow rapidly, 3 meters, 5 meters, 10 meters. After it suddenly expanded to 10 meters, a green dragon tail appeared behind Longfeng. His clothes burst open, and green dragon scales gradually appeared on his skin. Dragon Man form. Blue dragon breaks the sky. Snap. Transformed into a human dragon, Longfeng's eyes revealed a beast-like posture. This is his method. This time, the Dragon Ancestor did not use a sword, but relied solely on his physical body to shatter the space with his dragon fist, creating an aura that made all the beasts submit to him. This is the power of the sacred beast. Rumble. The two forces collided, and in an instant, the terrifying aftermath swept across 1,000 miles. The Ice Clan village protected by the formation suffered no damage. However, outside the formation, the thick snow armor covering the snow-capped mountains was instantly vaporized under the influence of this force. The stone mountain collapsed and turned into powder flying all over the sky. This blow, faintly surpassing the power of quasi-saints, reaching the true holy realm. Rub, rub, rub. Soon, the sound of space being crushed was heard. Looking in the direction of the sound, one could see that the Dragon Ancestor in human dragon form was constantly retreating. After he steadied himself, drops of blue blood flowed down his trembling arms. Injured. Can a little human bastard from the lower realm be capable of such an attack? Dragon Ancestor was horrified. He tried his best, but still couldn't block this attack. What's more crucial is that with this blow, 1/10 of his spiritual power was cut off. If he were to fight with his soul form without Longfeng's physical body, I'm afraid it might be destroyed on the spot. At this moment, Suyu was surprised to see that Longzu had only suffered minor injuries. He then nodded with a serious expression and said, not bad. I underestimated the people in the fairy world. 2 slashes may not be enough to take you down. Sure enough, after coming out of seclusion, I still felt a little proud. The strong people in the higher planes, even if they were seriously injured, were not something I could defeat. You still have to give it your all. Hearing Suyu's words, Longzu almost choked. Soon, he adjusted his mentality, looked at Suyu, and said in a deep voice, little bastard, I admit that I underestimated you. Your power is indeed strong. It seems that I can't take all the opportunities from you for myself. As he spoke, he glanced towards the entrance to the far north. Gradually, his eyes became stained with gloom and hatred, and he said, since I can't take it all for myself, then let them take care of you. After saying that, Longfeng, in human dragon form, began to form seals with his hands. This power was non-aggressive. Just to unblock, open, buzz. As this force swept across, the sky-trapping formation and the soul-confusing formation in the distance were instantly broken up. I can't deal with you, so let the real saint come here. Dragon Ancestor's tone was filled with resentment. Obviously, he was angry because Suyu had cut off 1/10 of his spiritual power. Suyu has the means to restrain him, so he will let others come out to deal with Suyu. This is enough. Suyu watched his movements without stopping him. He just stood there with the knife in hand and watched him quietly. It was as if he had no idea what the other party was trying to do. Rumble. Soon, the ground began to shake. Immediately afterwards, a breath of air began to revive and spread in all directions. The first thing to be hit was the aura of the peak of Jiang. Hundreds, thousands, until tens of thousands of Jiang peak force fields filled the area. Then came the celestial beings. 1,732 celestial auras rose into the sky, distorting the space. Then, it's the quasi-saint. A total of 18 quasi-saint auras were revealed, covering the sky and the sun, like the end of the world. The aura of this army of middle-class practitioners is fully revealed, and their aura alone is enough to collapse the void. Buzz. As everyone's fighting power began to be released, the space began to distort. At this moment, the space could no longer withstand the burst of such power. Sizzle. The breath rose, and from outside, the distorted space began to rise up into irregular black lines. That is a sign of a hidden crack in space. Boom, boom, boom. The army is resurrected. The ground was shaking, and soon, not far away, figures began to emerge, rushing towards here rapidly. Feeling the human presence approaching, the dragon ancestor in his human dragon form began to go crazy and roared, Suyu, you forced me to do this. Originally, if you had just handed over the ancient phoenix seed, you and I could have lived in peace. But, if you insist on seeking death, then you can't blame me. Swish. Under Suyu's calm gaze, figures so powerful that they caused the space to begin to distort appeared one by one. Wait until they are all gathered. The 18 quasi-saints stood in front like gods, looking at Suyu with a look of judgment. The leading quasi-saint general of the great Zhou dynasty was filled with endless rage. After glancing at the dead Leng Yuan, he turned his gaze to Suyu and roared, what a Ice Clan. What a Suyu. Today, the Ice Clan will be annihilated. You, Suyu, will be ground to dust and scattered into ashes, never to enter the cycle of reincarnation. Your spirit will burn for thousands of years. A group of them were trapped for more than 10 years. All of this is really damnable. Facing their pressure and oppression, Suyu remained calm, as if he could not feel it at all. The huge army in front of him was like a bunch of chickens and dogs in front of him, and he did not notice it at all. Just like that, you come to kill me. Are these few people enough? Before the quasi-saints could answer, a cold voice came from the void. So, what about me? Snap. The next second, at the hidden crack in space, an extremely tall and majestic figure exuding a strong holy power stepped out from the void. Boom. When he walked out of the void, even the space was trembling. Suyu, I had no intention of killing you, but that old bastard from the Ice Clan was so ruthless. If I don't kill you this time, I won't be able to relieve the hatred in my heart. Boom. As soon as the words fell, a gust of wind suddenly swept across an area thousands of miles in radius. The holy power is unstoppable. In this terrifying aura, if there were any low-level cultivators here, they would probably be frightened to death by this holy power. Not to mention the low-level cultivators. Even Leng Yuxuan, who was already a quasi-saint, was so frightened when he saw such a terrifying lineup that his face turned pale and he looked like an idiot. But Suyu still didn't move. At this moment, under this kind of pressure, his white clothes had already been rustling in the wind. After he looked around, finally, a brilliant smile slowly appeared on his handsome face that looked like a banished immortal. Ha ha ha. Under everyone's cold gaze, Suyu suddenly burst into laughter. After laughing, Suyu stopped smiling, raised the corner of his mouth, glanced at the pale Leng Yuxuan behind him, and said with a smile, seal off the space for me. Boom. As soon as he finished speaking, Suyu's aura was no longer mysterious. His cultivation, which was at the peak of Jiayang, suddenly broke free from its shackles and began to rise rapidly at a crazy momentum. The peak of Jiayang, broken, reached the realm of heaven and man. However, the divine might he had just achieved after breaking through to the level of a celestial being was different from the aura of those 1,732 celestial beings. It is a more majestic and terrifying power that fits the great way of heaven and earth. Under everyone's dazed gaze, Suyu instantly stabilized his celestial realm. Clang. The next second, Suyu swung his hands left and right, and a mysterious knife shining with the color of glass appeared in his hands. Rumble. The overwhelming pressure made the quasi-saint become serious. Then, under their gaze, Suyu's figure suddenly began to twist. Click. In an instant, the space above their heads exploded. Next, let's watch my battle to ascend to sainthood. Exchange your lives for my invincible martial arts. Chapter 232. Then let me tell you, what the Emperor of Heaven is, why can't I do it? Feeling the oppression coming from above their heads, everyone was horrified. Looking up, they saw a dazzling glass light blooming in the broken sky. It swept down with a depressing pressure that made people feel depressed. It was like the sky was falling. He just broke through to the celestial realm. Is this really the kind of pressure a celestial being can possess? Why do I feel like he's no less powerful than a true saint? Retreat. Retreat quickly. Those at the peak of Jiang Peak, retreat immediately. Some people screamed, while others were frightened by the sword energy and their legs went limp. Because this sword is filled with true holy sword intent. In other words, Suyu's realm is at the celestial level, but the level of his sword intent has already entered the true holy realm. With this one sword, you can cut down the peak of heaven and man. This is the horror of the holy realm sword intent. Since ancient times, few people have been able to comprehend the holy sword intent at the heavenly level. Anyone who can break through at this level, as long as he does not die, will become a sword saint in the future, and a great sword saint. Puff. At the moment when the glazed blade light swept across, those at the peak of Jiang who wanted to escape turned pale, and then spat out a mouthful of blood, and were pressed to the ground by the pressure. Nothing else. Suyu's divine power was too strong, coupled with the power of the holy realm sword, they had no way to resist. Snap. The crisp sound of bones breaking continued to be heard. It was the sound of the bones of the peak Jiang masters being directly broken by the pressure. Tens of thousands of peak Jiang warriors joined forces. There is no way to resist the power of a celestial being. Such combat power is already 100 times greater than Jiang. It is no exaggeration to say that he is a quasi-saint. Attack together. Seeing this, the more than 1,700 celestial beings gritted their teeth and growled. We're all celestial beings, and I don't believe he can withstand our attacks on his own. So what if he is at the peak of heaven and man and on par with a quasi-saint? How are they not celestial beings? It is still unclear who is stronger and who is weaker. Boom. Just as they had this thought, the glazed blade light that fell from the sky instantly changed its tracking target and directly locked onto this group of celestial beings. Boom. Before they could fully react, the terrifying glazed blade light suddenly burst out. Just one hit. Most of the 1,700 celestial beings were knocked away. What's worse, some people even vomit blood. Only those top-level celestial beings who have reached the third stage of decline or above can barely keep their bodies steady. Even so, the spiritual power in their bodies will still be disrupted for a moment. The embarrassment of the celestial beings and the thousands of people at the peak of Jiang who were killed by this sword, this scene directly shocked everyone's mind. This. At this time, Suyu's attack fell. Outside the Ice Clan village, hundreds of celestial beings and quasi-saints arrived one after another. They are people from various top forces. They just came to watch the battle, not to participate in it. Among them were Qin Hao and Wang Hang from the Wang family. They were all stunned. Even Wang Hang, who has already broken through the realm of true saint. They all became stunned. There's no solution to this knife. After roughly reviewing the knife he had seen earlier in his mind, Wang Hang actually felt a palpitation because even he felt a sense of crisis about this knife. So strong, but then, he felt incredible. He is in the saint realm, yet he actually feels a sense of crisis about Su Yu's sword. You know, 30 years ago, deep in the Taigu mining area, he and Su Yu had fought each other. At that time, he was still able to deal with it, but this time, he actually. I feel like I may have to use all my strength to fight against Su Yu. Is this kind of combat power really something that a celestial being can possess? If the two of them don't use their trump cards, it seems that he can only draw with Su Yu, who is emitting a divine aura. He is indeed a peerless evildoer. Wang Hang sighed. Seeing Su Yu's strong performance, his heart became even more excited. One more day, the golden age is about to come. When the constraints of the rules of heaven and earth end, he will immediately return to the Wang family and give birth to the void beast with massive resources. As long as he can obtain the essence and blood of the void beast, he will be able to possess the most perfect void holy body. By then, the combat power will soar to a whole new level. A strong rival on the road to becoming an emperor. Wang Hang thought secretly in his heart, and the look he gave Su Yu was filled with expectation and fighting spirit. This is your lifelong enemy, but maybe he can also become your best friend. Under everyone's shocked gaze, Su Yu stood on a high vantage point, looking down at everyone and said with a faint smile, "You are really too weak. Can we have some real pressure?" Jiang and Tianren have also come to join in the fun and hunt me down. They really look down on me. Still, swish, Su Yu pointed the long sword in his hand at the 18 quasi-saints who were still in shock, as well as the one behind them, a true saint. Looking at them, Su Yu raised the corners of his lips slightly and said in a loud voice, "Let you, the group of quasi-saints and saints, come." Too weak. With this kind of lineup, even 20% of my combat power can't withstand it. Now he has the combat power of a saint. Now, he can also officially call himself the Seat. This is a self-proclaimed title that only those who are in the saint realm can use. Those who are not saints are not worthy of it. If it were in the past, if a celestial being dared to shout out the word, the Seat, he would definitely be refuted by everyone, but now when it came to Su Yu, no one dared to say a word. Nothing else. The fighting power won everyone's recognition. Arrogant, too arrogant. Hearing Su Yu shout, the 18 quasi-saints immediately became furious, and felt that their faces were being rubbed to the ground by Su Yu. Superior, let this ignorant brat know what the holy realm is. Bang, the next second, the space beneath the feet of the 18 quasi-saints exploded instantly, and then they attacked Su Yu at a speed exceeding 100 times the speed of sound. Wherever he went, the space was distorted by the brute force. Click, joining them in taking action was the true saint, the Yunhai saint. Although I have just started, I have not made any progress in the past 10 years. But, he is also a true saint. He was sealed in the heaven trapping formation in order to suppress his cultivation at the initial stage, in order to put some desperate pressure on Su Yu. This day has finally arrived. Boy, although I don't know why that old ghost did this, don't underestimate the cultivators in the world. Do you really think you are invincible? For countless epochs, who dares to claim to be invincible? I tell you, there is only one person who dares, and that is the Emperor of Heaven. Holy power flowed in the eyes of the Yunhai saint, and the pressure from his body caused the surrounding space to shatter continuously. Wherever he passed, the void was revealed. Don't you think you can be on par with the Emperor of Heaven? Flowing clouds seal the sky. Boom, looking at the Yunhai saint and the 18 quasi-saints who were controlling the holy soldiers to attack him. This kind of pressure is enough to make one's heart and liver break. However, in this extremely high-pressure atmosphere, Su Yu not only did not retreat at all, but his heart became hot. That's it, come up. To lay the foundation for invincibility, you're the best stepping stones. Please don't let me down. Snap. The next moment, Su Yu held the glazed knife in his hand and laughed loudly. Then let me tell you, what the Emperor of Heaven does, why can't I do it too? This knife splits the earth. Buzz. Chapter 233, One sword stops the true saint. Kill the quasi-saint in 3 breaths and kill the son of golden destiny. Su Yu didn't say much. After a loud laugh, he slashed with his sword. This time, the sword was different from the previous ones. The glazed blade light burst out, cutting through the void and making the ground tremble. There was no change on the ground in the Ice Clan's village. However, 100 miles away, the ground outside the protection of the formation suddenly cracked, forming a straight abyss. Wherever the sword strikes, there is no escape. This knife made the quasi-saint look very solemn. 9 nether sword technique. The quasi-saint was stopped by the sword and could only stop and unleash his martial arts to block the attack. Boom. The violent vibrations caused the surrounding space to explode continuously, as if nuclear bombs were exploding one after another, making it impossible to cope. Swish. The next second, Long Zhu controlled Long Feng's body and came behind Su Yu. The hand that looked like a dragon claw suddenly clenched and punched him in the back. Go to hell. There was ferocity and madness in Long Feng's eyes. Long Feng's body is that of a quasi-saint. With the blessing of dragon ancestor soul power, this punch is enough to rival the peak of a quasi-saint, and even has a wisp of true saint power. He was unwilling to accept it. Why was Su Yu so strong? How could a human from the lower realm have the qualifications to be so arrogant in front of me? At the moment when so many people attacked, he would not confront Su Yu head-on, but would only attack from behind. As long as he could kill Su Yu and seize his body in an instant, he could escape. You can also get the ancient phoenix species. Together with the young son of Earth Qilin, he is invincible in this lower world in the entire Golden Age. Even without the guidance of an immortal, he can break through to become a true immortal and ascend to heaven on his own. As long as he returns to the upper realm, he has many ways to return to the Qinglong clan. As long as he returns to the Qinglong clan, he can quickly recover his cultivation to the level of an immortal king. This is his ultimate goal. Only by killing you can my resurrection plan be perfect. If you don't die, I will not be at peace, and neither will my disciples. You are such a nuisance. In the past, you were nothing but dust in my eyes. Dragon Ancestor was a little crazy. He had been waiting for this day for too long. Now that he finally had the hope of a perfect resurrection, how could he miss it? Billions of years. He waited for billions of years. I have just waited for such an opportunity, a most perfect disciple, a most perfect time, and the ancient phoenix species. With the help of the Nirvana divine flame of the ancient phoenix, he might be able to obtain a better destiny. Why would a lowly ant from the lower realm dare to compete with me? I am the immortal Lord Qinglong. If he still has the cultivation level of an immortal king, he can destroy a lower universe with just one punch, and the ants inside are not even as good as dust. Now, he was actually blocked by the dust. How could he accept this? Facing Long Zhu's sneak attack, Su Yu was prepared. Turning around and looking at Long Zhu's almost crazy look, he couldn't help but laugh and said, I've already told you that killing you isn't too difficult. Even though you are a dragon from the upper realm, in my eyes. Su Yu paused for a moment, then sneered, now he's nothing more than a powerless, furious ant. Corpse immortal prison blade. As soon as he finished speaking, Su Yu turned around and drew his sword without caring about the attacks from the quasi-saints and Yunhai saints. The corpse immortal energy in this strike is more than 100 times stronger than the previous one. This is the difference between a celestial being and a peak Jia Yang. How to stop him? As the knife swung, everyone within 1,000 miles seemed to see a sea of blood and corpses piled up in front of them. The bloody smell and the thick aura of death that hit them in the face created fear in the depths of their souls. How is that possible? Seeing Su Yu casually draw out the knife, his soul trembled. This sudden change made Long Zhu's expression change drastically. But at this moment, it was too late for him to escape. With one knife, the dragon claw was cut off. Ah! The pain that Dragon Ancestor felt was not the pain in his body, but the severe pain that came from his soul. Escape. At this moment, Long Zhu's mind suddenly became clear. There was no more anger and greed, only death filled his consciousness. He wants to escape. If he doesn't escape, he will die. Just when Long Zhu wanted to escape, Su Yu looked at his back and laughed. Escape. A perfect soul, perfect for sowing a corpse immortal. Where are you escaping to? Unparalleled dragon capture. Su Yu broke through the void with one foot, and the power of movement exploded under his feet. In the blink of an eye, he was behind the Dragon Ancestor and instantly grabbed the other's head with his dragon-catching hand. Under the influence of the dragon-catching power, the Dragon Ancestor's control over Long Feng's body was rapidly fading. Feeling this sudden change, he became even more terrified. No, I am a fairy dragon from the upper realm, you can't do this to me. Swish. Before Long Zhu could finish his words, Su Yu pulled him hard, and in an instant, an illusory green dragon soul flew out of Long Feng's body. Su Yu used the corpse's immortal energy as a cage to directly imprison the Dragon Ancestor's soul. Looking at the azure dragon soul struggling in his palm, Su Yu smiled with satisfaction. This is the perfect corpse immortal soul I want. The corpse immortal tribulation heaven can condense endless death energy into corpse immortal energy, and he has long had no shortage of corpse immortal energy. The corpse immortal tribulation heaven has another function, which is to raw the power of heaven and earth to sow the corpse immortal. The corpse immortal just lacks a perfect soul. No, spare me, I am an immortal dragon, I can teach you the true immortal skills, even the immortal king level skills. When Long Zhu heard Su Yu's words, his fear became even greater. In this cage of corpse-like energy, he discovered that he couldn't even unleash any strength, and couldn't even die. It is conceivable that if he fell into Su Yu's hands, he would definitely not have a good ending. Haha, I don't like these. After saying that, Su Yu collected Dragon Ancestor's spirit and then looked at Long Feng, who had not yet regained control of his body. At this moment, he has lost the spiritual power of the Dragon Ancestor to activate the human dragon form of the Dragon God body. Long Feng, who was in human dragon form, gradually returned to human form. Seeing this scene, Su Yu moved and came in front of him in an instant. Then he suddenly grabbed his head with his big hand, clamping him like a pair of pliers. When Long Feng recovered, he discovered this. In an instant, Long Feng's eyes changed from anger to horror because he felt that the Dragon Ancestor had disappeared. Looking at Su Yu's godlike appearance, Long Feng felt fear growing in his heart. At this moment, he no longer had any resentment or jealousy, only fear of death. Su Yu, please let me go. I am your sister's fellow disciple. Before he could finish, Su Yu said calmly, fellow disciple. If you want to kill me, don't even mention that you're from my sister's sect. No matter who you are, if you show any killing intent towards me, you're already dead. Die, in this life, you are not worthy of being considered my enemy. Hearing Su Yu's words, Long Feng was horrified and shouted, no, you can't kill me, I am Tianchuan. Bang, the next second, with a sound like a watermelon breaking, Long Feng's head was crushed by Su Yu. As the head was crushed, the soul also disappeared. Long Feng's struggling body suddenly fell down powerlessly. When the people around saw this scene, they felt a chill in their heads. Too cruel, a quasi-saint was killed in almost 3 breaths. So strong, this was the only thought on everyone's mind. This is definitely an invincible celestial being. Ding, congratulations to the host for successfully plundering the protagonist cheat code and receiving the reward. Ding, congratulations to the host for successfully breaking the protagonist Dao heart and receiving a reward. Ding, congratulations to the host for successfully killing the son of Golden Destiny and receiving a reward. Chapter 234, Take action, let me see the means of the so-called Saint Realm. Ding, congratulations to the host for receiving the rewards. Villain value plus 1 million, Sky Smashing Hand, Sunfire God Plate, Soul Refining Banner. Heaven Destroying Hand, a martial art of the great sage, created by a mighty being who has trained his physical body to become a quasi-emperor. One palm can destroy the sky of an entire world. The Sunfire Divine Plate, a quasi-emperor level weapon, it uses the sun's fire as its source and can refine all things. If a quasi-emperor is trapped, his immortality, blood, body, and soul can be worn away, and he will die without entering the cycle of reincarnation. Soul Refining Banner, the great saint's war weapon. Once the Soul Refining Banner comes out, it can refine all the heavens. There was once a quasi-emperor who used the Soul Refining Banner to refine the creatures of the 10 realms. The refined creatures could be turned into ghost soldiers for his own use. It is an advanced treasure that grows with the quality of the refining master and has no upper limit. The reward has been deposited into the system warehouse. Listening to the system prompts in his mind, Su Yu's heart gradually became hot. Finally it's coming. After working so hard for so long, I have finally started to unlock quasi-emperor level weapons and martial arts to meet my daily needs. You know, he has always been fighting against opponents of higher levels. The higher the grade of the weapon in his hand, the stronger the power he can unleash. Like now, he can rely on the trump cards he has accumulated over the years to fight against the strong ones in the realm of true saint, although he may not be able to win. However, he was able to escape safely. Oh my god, a quasi-saint was killed by him just like that. Is he really in the heavenly man realm, not the saint realm? This cross-level combat power is simply too outrageous. When Su Yu reaches the saint level, won't he be invincible? Seeing this, the geniuses who had just rushed over to watch couldn't help but gasp. Many of them have already reached the celestial realm, and there are also many quasi-saints. However, after seeing Su Yu's abnormal combat power, they couldn't help but feel a chill down their spines. Too powerful. Who dares to resist this kind of combat power? It is totally unstoppable. Qin Hao was shocked when he saw this scene, but he couldn't help but smile afterwards. It really is going all the way through with invincibility. When he and Su Yu met for the last time, he already knew the path Su Yu would take next. Even though I already knew this, I was still shocked when I witnessed it with my own eyes. During the past 50 years, Zhao Wudi has been training according to the path prepared for him by the Holy Lord. Although it was a bit thrilling, it was also relatively stable. His cultivation has been honed well, and his horizons have also been broadened a lot. But when he saw the fighting power displayed by Su Yu, he was still shocked. The gap is too big. Fortunately, I didn't rush up to challenge him before, otherwise my heart would have collapsed. He almost had a sparring match with Su Yu before, but at that time he felt it was unnecessary and gave up. This time, he was right to give up. At least his Dao heart was not damaged too much. And Qin Hao is the one who has actually sparred with Su Yu. Before the competition, he thought that all the geniuses in the world could fight him. After the competition, he was thinking that there are thousands of ways of cultivation in the world, but my ambition is not to be invincible, but to live forever. Snort. Boy, don't be so arrogant. Don't think that you can compete with me just because you killed a quasi-saint. At this time, just as everyone was still in shock, a loud voice penetrated their ears. The next moment, they looked up and saw a clear light blooming in the shattered space in front of them, and the true aura of holy power was reviving. Boom. Then, the light gradually dissipated, and a tall figure walked out of the light. This is a Dharma body that is 3,000 meters tall. The divine power was revealed, shocking people. Moreover, in the palm of this 3,000-meter tall Dharma giant, there is the power of domain spreading. This is the power exclusive to saints, the domain. An early-stage saint can build a holy area covering 100 miles. In the Holy Land, the power of the saints is invincible. If you want to defeat a saint in the saint's domain, first of all, you must not be suppressed by the saint's domain, and secondly, you must have the power to defeat the saint. If you want to achieve this, it is impossible for you to do it unless you are a cultivator of the same level. This is the separation between heaven and earth, and even more so the separation between immortals and mortals. Buzz. As the holy space in the palm of Saint Yunhai expanded, the area within a radius of 100 miles was covered by it. No one can match this kind of power. All living beings in the Holy Land are completely suppressed. Even those quasi-saints felt an inexplicable sense of oppression. In my Holy Land, I am God. The voice of Saint Yunhai was calm and full of strong confidence. He was born in the last days of the Dharma and attained enlightenment during the period of the great cleansing of the heavenly way. To be the most powerful saint, he is a powerful saint in the middle stage of the saint realm in the Holy Land who can fight against those at higher levels. With his full strength, he was confident that no one below the saint realm could escape, let alone dodge his punishment. As expected, when the Holy Land enveloped them, those Jiang and celestial beings, regardless of their injuries, knelt on one knee on the ground. Although they looked somewhat unwilling, they were mostly filled with awe. So what if they don't want to kneel down to others? The person standing before them was a saint, a level they would never be able to reach in their lifetime. In addition to them, the 18 quasi-saints were also in a bad situation. After all, this is the true holy power, which is incomparable to those of them who have only half a foot in the holy realm. It is said that he is halfway to becoming a saint, but the gap is really too big. The power of a domain alone can crush everything. After the Yunhai saint released his own holy domain, his 3,000-meter tall Dharma body stood with his hands behind his back, appearing extremely majestic in the domain, like a god in heaven. He put his hands behind his back and looked at Su Yu in front of him with disdain in his eyes. He said indifferently, "You must kneel before the emperor." "You, why don't you kneel?" Buzz. In the Holy Land, words came into being, and the power like the laws of heaven and earth spread in the Holy Land and pressed towards Su Yu. This kind of force tried to make Su Yu kneel down on the spot. Is this the power of a true saint? Even if we are not within the domain, we are still affected by this power. If a cultivator below the Dharma were to meet a saint, he would have knelt down long ago, right? Outside, the group of celestial beings and quasi-saints who were watching couldn't help but sigh. They had seen saints before, but they had never seen a saint take action. This is the first time in the Dharma ending age, that we see a saint use his full strength. If it were them, they would have knelt down at the first moment. The holy power is unstoppable. As they watched with inexplicable emotion, within the Holy Land, the power that could make words come true was encroaching on Su Yu's surroundings. When everyone couldn't help but wonder whether Su Yu would succumb to the holy power. In the sanctuary, Su Yu's body moved. He glanced around at the power of the holy rules pressing towards him, but couldn't help laughing after it was eliminated by his skills and his own physique. What is he laughing at? Some people are puzzled. Before they could think about it, Su Yu's next behavior made them completely stunned. Boom! Su Yu took a step forward, and his body began to glow with light of different colors. As the light wove, a human-shaped outline constructed from various attribute powers appeared. One step, 2 steps, 3 steps, with every step, Su Yu's body became bigger. Boom! As he took 7 steps, Su Yu's body reached an astonishing length of 4,900 meters under the horrified gaze of the audience. Early stage of the saint realm. Ha! You are no longer qualified to show off your power in front of me. Make your move, and let me witness the methods of a so-called saint realm powerhouse. Chapter 235, Crazy Tribulation, either I die or you die. Follow the laws of heaven and earth. The great sun suppresses the prison body. The heavenly emperor's Dharma image is here. Su Yu shouted loudly, and in an instant, his body began to merge with the constructed human figure, and his body began to grow at an extremely terrifying speed. 4,900 meters. The Yunhai saint is far beyond the early stage of the saint realm. Moreover, his Dharma power is far different from the superficiality displayed by the Yunhai saint. He is truly profound. From the inside out, there is nothing superficial. It can even be said that this 4,900-meter long Dharma body can be called a real flesh and blood body. Crunch. At the moment when the holy domain law of the Yunhai saint attacked, Su Yu, who had completed his Junization, was shining with the light of the scorching sun, the black air of the prison, the vitality of the green wood, and the divine light of the glazed glass. The superposition of multiple attributes has brought his strength to an alarming level. Su Yu stretched out his palm and grasped the power of the Holy Land law that was attacking him. After he broke through to the level of a celestial being, the power of the laws of the holy realm that was originally visible but intangible had now been fully materialized in his eyes. Even the power of law can be grasped by him. Bang! With a slight force, the power of the law collapsed instantly. Next second, Su Yu's mouth curled up strangely as he said with a smile, "Since you, as a saint, are so confident, why not let me see if I can slaughter you right here and now?" Boom! As he spoke, Su Yu's huge body seemed extremely flexible, and the process of running was also able to break the limit of 100 times the speed of sound. This kind of body can break the speed of sound by 100 times, which is no less than a walking supernuclear bomb. Try this bomb. Destroy the sky. In less than a breath, Su Yu came close to the shocked Yunhai saint. Looking at the saint's body that was much shorter than his own, Su Yu laughed and then slapped him with his palm. This palm directly shattered the space. The power of a saint, shattering space. Oh, my physical body can shatter the void without any external force. This is the confidence. This palm strike had the power to destroy the sky. Faced with this palm that shattered the void and changed the color of the sky and the earth, the originally calm and composed Saint Yunhai also changed his expression drastically at this moment, and his eyes were filled with horror. What kind of power is this? Is this a power that only celestial beings can possess? No, you can't take this blow head on. With a body that rivals that of a saint, and coupled with this top-level saintly physical martial art, he would definitely not be able to withstand close combat. He is a saint of magic, not a warrior of physical body. He had never seen a perfect cultivator like Su Yu who focused on magic and also took into account the synchronization of his physical body. Even if they are low-level cultivators. Escape. At this moment, the Yunhai saint was not indifferent at all, nor did he have any integrity that could not be insulted in the holy realm. He only cherished his own life. He doesn't want to get hurt for no reason. As soon as he thought of it, the power of the holy domain instantly penetrated the space and pulled his body away, barely avoiding Suyu's palm. Looking at the power of the palm that just brushed past him, he breathed a sigh of relief with lingering fear. You, what kind of monster are you? Sage Yunhai looked at Suyu. There was no more contempt in his eyes, only deep fear. This is not a power that a celestial being can control. Why do you do that? Saint Yunhai found it hard to accept. He had gone through many hardships and, during the period of the great cleansing of the heavenly Tao, he survived a heavenly tribulation that was 50% stronger than usual and successfully ascended to the most powerful saint. As a result, he was threatened by Suyu's power. Even though Lang Yuan had used the heaven trapping formation to weaken him a lot, he was still able to fight against ordinary saints in the early stage. How could it be like this? The others were equally terrified, looking at Suyu as if he were the god of death. This is completely beyond their comprehension. Monsters are not that powerful. Under their gaze, Suyu calmly retrieved the soul refining banner he had just acquired from the system space. After glancing at it, he smiled and said, "This lord, what I want is to achieve invincibility. If I can't even achieve this, how can I talk about invincibility? Okay, next, it's time to send you on your way. Repent before this emperor's banner. Call." Suyu held the soul refining banner in his big hand and waved it lightly. In an instant, a cold wind blew up. At this time, it was just an ordinary cold wind. If there were thousands of cultivators, souls being refined in the soul refining banner, then a wave of the soul refining banner in his hand would cause people's souls to explode and die. Although it can only interfere with the cultivator's soul at present, it is enough. Hearing Suyu's matter-of-fact words, these strong men couldn't help but breathe hard, their faces gradually became ugly and they couldn't help but curse in their hearts. Shameless. The soul refining banner is the soul refining banner, and the human emperor banner is returned. Human race, since the three sovereigns of ancient times, who dares to call himself the emperor? Unman. The three emperors are the holy emperor Taiyan, the holy emperor Taiyang, and the first human emperor truly recognized by all human beings, Emperor Shi. Which of these three emperors has ever possessed such an evil weapon? But before they could curse out their true feelings, the sky above their heads suddenly exploded. Boom. In an instant, the sky and the earth changed color, and endless calamity came from all directions. This kind of power makes people's hearts palpitate and makes monks feel fear instinctively. Because, this is the breath of tribulation. Who is here to survive the tribulation? As they were horrified and looking everywhere for the person who had survived the tribulation, a black magic lightning suddenly struck down from the sky. Then, under their dull gaze, the black magic thunder went straight towards Suyu. Bang! The sound of thunder exploded, and the first black magic thunder fell. The power of this thunder that even quasi-saints feared fell on Suyu, but it only caused his skin to peel off slightly. Looking at this scene, everyone was completely stunned. A moment later, accompanied by the second thunder, everyone's brain seemed to explode. Someone gasped and screamed sharply, he dared to cause a calamity to fall during a battle. Is he crazy? How dare he endure the erosion of the power of the heavenly tribulation while also withstanding the pressure from the Saint Realm powerhouses? Are you trying to kill yourself? It's no wonder they were so shocked. After all, when a cultivator goes through the heavenly tribulation and breaks through to a higher realm, every cultivator would prepare for a long time before daring to trigger the heavenly tribulation. And they must ensure that no one around will smell the odor and come forward to interfere. After all, the power of the heavenly tribulation is beyond the level of the person who made the breakthrough. As long as one person interferes, chaos will occur. Just like a cultivator at the peak of Jia Yin, he may look down on a cultivator at the first level of Jia Yin at ordinary times, but when he breaks through, he must treat him seriously. Once a cultivator breaks in, the rules of the heavenly tribulation will judge that there are multiple people undergoing the tribulation, which will increase the power of the heavenly tribulation. It would be fine if I were alone, but now Suyu has included all the cultivators in the Holy Land in the scope of tribulation. The appearance of 18 quasi-saints and one saint. It is enough to make this natural disaster a symphony of destruction. Under their shocked and puzzled gazes, Suyu raised his head and looked at the sky with longing in his eyes. Come on, let this life and death battle ignite thoroughly. All those who want to kill me, come on. Either I die, or you die. Boom. Chapter 236. So, now you can go all out and die. As soon as he finished speaking, Suyu's body moved suddenly, waving the soul refining banner in his hand. In an instant, a gust of dark wind and ghostly energy swept across the battlefield. Suyu's huge body was bathed in lightning, and against the backdrop of thunder, it looked particularly shocking. It's like a thunder god has descended. It's you. In the blink of an eye, Suyu arrived in front of a quasi-saint. This was a female quasi-saint from the Miaoyan holy sect, and she was already an old woman. His cultivation level is not low either, it is enough to be at the mid-stage of quasi-saint. Even though her cultivation was much higher than Suyu's, when she saw Suyu coming towards her, her withered and wrinkled face suddenly changed color and she said in horror, "Don't come over here." She kept stabbing with the sword in her hand, and each strike could pierce through space. If other celestial cultivators encountered this, they would not be able to withstand even a single sword strike. But Suyu in front of her seemed to be blind and allowed the other party to stab his huge body. Compared to these quasi-saints, after Suyu summoned his Dharmakaya body and Dharmakaya, he was much taller than them. In front of him, the Dharma bodies of these quasi-saints looked like children. Not threatening at all. Come, sit inside my human emperor banner. Suyu laughed loudly, and the soul refining banner in his hand instantly covered the old woman. As the old woman's eyes became more and more terrified, the soul refining banner finally covered her, and in the blink of an eye, it completely refined her. The body turned into nothingness, leaving not even a trace of ash. Another instant kill of the quasi-saint. Seeing this scene, everyone's pupil shocked. Killing the quasi-saint is like slaughtering a chicken. This is just a celestial being. If he could survive this thunder tribulation, wouldn't he be able to achieve the realm of true saint immediately? By then will there be anyone who can check and balance him? I'm afraid it will take the intervention of the great sage to suppress it, right? Everyone was thinking absent-mindedly. Boom. In the Holy Land, the more than 1,000 celestial beings had all become background figures at this moment, falling continuously under the bombardment of thunder in the coverage of the soul refining banner in Suyu's hand. After their death, their souls turned into a ray of clear light and were absorbed by the soul refining banner. Their spirits will be continuously refined in the soul refining banner, and finally, they will be completely transformed into Suyu's spirit ghost soldiers. Never enter the cycle of reincarnation and be completely removed from the six realms. Damn it. Seeing their people dying one after another, the quasi-saints gradually turned from anger to fear. At this rate of death, it wouldn't be long before all the people in the heavenly realm here would be dead. Devil, he really is a devil. He even possesses this forbidden weapon that can refine the human soul. He is simply a demon cultivator. Some quasi-saints couldn't help but scold angrily. However, facing their angry faces, yet they were righteously trying to accuse him of being a demon cultivator, so you couldn't help but sneer, demon cultivator. Why, you come here with an army to strangle me, and this is what you call righteous behavior. I'm not even a demon cultivator, yet you treat me like one. Then if I use some unusual means, are you afraid? Swish, just as Su Yu was speaking, the sage of Yunhai rushed up with a sullen face, holding a long sword and stabbing it at Su Yu's heart. If I let you continue to slaughter people so easily, wouldn't my reputation as a saint be in vain? Damn Lang Yuan, if he had not destroyed so much of his cultivation, he would not be unable to kill Su Yu even if he had the fighting power comparable to that of a true saint. The power that Su Yu unleashed now was not much different from those ordinary people who had just entered the saint realm. If he had such fighting power before, he could kill him. Great wilderness prisoner Heaven Finger, one finger, shatters the universe. Facing the attack from the Yunhai saint, Su Yu remained calm, freed his left hand, and pointed out. In an instant, a desolate and lonely fingerprint with a destructive aura appeared, and Su Yu's fingers collided with the top-level celestial sword in the hands of the Yunhai saint. With this finger, the desolate void energy was spreading, and the surrounding space was cracking like a spider web. The moment the heavenly sword in the hands of the Yunhai saint made contact, the sword body bent down. The sword body kept shaking, as if it had reached the limit of the force it could withstand. Boom! Su Yu's finger directly forced back the Yunhai saint. After taking a few steps back, Saint Yunhai stabilized his body, his expression changing constantly as he stared at Su Yu, feeling timid for the first time. He felt it. Under the influence of the heavenly thunder, the power in Su Yu's body seemed to be constantly merging. It's as if some new power is about to be born. His intuition as a saint told him that if the power in Su Yu's body was completely integrated, he would undergo a transformation. And it has transformed to an extremely high level. That is, a level that is enough to kill a saint. Moreover, he also smelled a hint of extraordinary divine secret. The sage of Yunhai was proficient in the art of divination and was extremely sensitive to the scent of heaven's secrets. Therefore, at the moment of close contact, he sensed the changes in Su Yu's body. That was the breath of destiny waiting to transform. It seems as long as a certain situation occurs, Su Yu can transform his mediocre fate. Transformed to a terrifying level. At this moment, his brain began to work rapidly, and finally, a look of disbelief appeared in his eyes. It can't be. Boom. At this moment, the enraged thunder in the sky began to mutate, and an even more powerful thunder force erupted and descended. When it hit Su Yu, his skin began to crack. The blood energy that contained countless essences of spiritual power began to dissipate. Most people would be scared out of their wits if they suffered such an injury. Because this is a thunder tribulation that can kill people. In the eyes of the Yunhai saint, Su Yu did not change at all, but the smile on his face became more and more intense. He seemed to be enjoying the current situation. Madman. Saint Yunhai regretted coming here rashly without investigating the matter earlier. It's difficult to leave now. Su Yu has completely locked him up. Even if he is allowed to escape now, the thunder tribulation will remember him and start chasing him with thunder tribulation. If he wants to avoid it, he must kill Su Yu. So he no longer has a choice. Either kill Su Yu or survive the heavenly calamity. Only then did he understand what Lang Yuan meant by those words. It turned out that he wanted to keep him as a whetstone for Su Yu. Let him imitate the Emperor of Heaven and enter the heavenly realm one day to save himself from the decline of his fate. In this catastrophe, escape from the desperate situation of death and become a true saint. He became a stepping stone. Either he kills Su Yu or he is killed by the heavenly tribulation or Su Yu. There is no third option. At this moment, Saint Yunhai's heart was bleeding and his face was extremely gloomy. Looking at Su Yu, he gritted his teeth and said, "You're so confident that you dared to do such a heaven-defying thing. Even if the young emperor came, he would not have the courage to do it." Su Yu smiled brightly and said, "Thank you for the compliment. So, can you give it your all now? If you can't kill me, you'll die." Hearing Su Yu's arrogant words, even though Yunhai Saint was furious, he roared, "You want to use me as a stepping stone? Then let's see whether I will crush you to death with this stone, or you will step on me to ascend to sainthood." Cloud Sword Formation, Rise, Chapter 237, a great battle with thunder and lightning overhead, a sudden crisis, and a strange holy land coming to kill. The Yunhai Saint's expression turned cold, and then he threw out his sword. He had studied formations and divination in depth, and now that he had become a saint, he could naturally use these methods at will. And this Zongyun sword formation is his famous martial art. It was created by him when he was in the Dharma realm. From the earth grade quality at the beginning, it was gradually improved to the heaven grade, a peerless and heavenly martial art. Now, it is close to the holy realm of martial arts. This kind of achievement is amazing. Being able to continuously improve the martial arts that one has created is something that many people dare not even think about. Only powerful people are qualified to create a martial arts book, a technique, a formation, or a weapon refining method. For ordinary people, even practicing is difficult, let alone creating. It is impossible to do this unless you are an extremely talented person. Coincidentally, the sage of Yunhai is a man of extraordinary talent. Once when he was still a quasi-saint, he used the Zongyun sword formation to annihilate a peak quasi-saint and destroy an entire quasi-saint land. This is also the reason why Saint Yunhai has such a reputation in the Northern Territory. Since you want to use me as a stepping stone, then let me see if you have the ability to do it. Strangle. Saint Yunhai frowned and shouted angrily. The index finger and middle finger merged and pointed at Su Yu, and an invisible power burst out instantly. The invisible sword energy condensed and continuously cut through the space. This kind of power would make even a saint in the early stage look solemn. Naturally, one has the most perfect control over the martial arts that he created. It can be said that self-created quasi-saint level martial arts can be more powerful than a person practicing true saint level martial arts. Swish, the invisible sword energy flashed with murderous aura, and under his command, it instantly attacked Su Yu. The space was thus shattered, and the power of the thunder tribulation was greatly reduced. Looking at the dense invisible sword energy surrounding him in the form of a formation, a hint of surprise flashed in Su Yu's eyes. This holy land is very unique. Being able to integrate martial arts and formations makes one a genius. If he had enough talent, he might be able to reach the level of quasi-emperor with this martial art. But, it's still a little bit worse. Su Yu suppressed his surprise, and the soul refining banner in his hand was immediately replaced by a mysterious knife that shone with a glazed light. This was refined by him during his retreat. With all the collected refining materials, he refined his own real lifelong fighting weapon. A soldier who can change his form according to his fighting style. 10,000 soldiers. This is Su Yu's Wandao soldier. Although it is just a prototype, it is enough. Already reached the celestial level. Although its grade is not as good as that of holy weapons, if used, the hardness and feel of Wandao soldiers far exceed those of the so-called holy weapons. The galaxy is broken. The moment Su Yu held the 10,000 Dao soldiers in his hand, his entire aura changed instantly. Become sharp and unparalleled. Draw your sword and cut the stars. Buzz. Su Yu slashed out with his sword, and the glazed sword light burst out, colliding with the Zongyun sword energy. In an instant, the space within a radius of 50 miles between the two of them suddenly collapsed. 50 miles away, the space within a radius of 1,000 miles became distorted. After the attack, the two did not stop at all. They both held their weapons and attacked each other. The sword and knife cut through everything with such power that the faces of the quasi-saints and celestial beings who were watching turned pale. Boom. The occasional thunderstorms from the sky served as a backdrop. In the battle with the Saint Realm, Suyu actually still had the energy to withstand the damage of the Thunder Tribulation. This scene was shocking. The two figures shuttled through the collapsed space. Although the space healed quickly, it would be broken at the moment of healing. Dragon catching hand, Cloud Sea Fist, from combat to physical competition, and then to the comprehension of magic, Suyu was not at all inferior. Saint Yunhai, show us your trump card. Your attack isn't enough to kill me. If you keep dragging it out, your Thunder Tribulation will descend. Will you still be able to fight me then? Suyu's voice penetrated the roar and fell accurately into everyone's ears. Youngster, stop being so arrogant. Do you think you are invincible? Look at your cracked body. I only need to delay it for a little longer to disrupt you and make you unable to defend yourself against the damage of the Thunder Tribulation. Within 3 days, you will die from the Thunder Tribulation. The Golden Age will begin in 3 days. After 3 days, you will die without a burial place. Under the influence of the Golden Age, at the last moment of retreat, the power of the Thunder Tribulation will double. Let's see how you can withstand it. You don't need to worry about this. Just think about how to kill me. Ha 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 ha. Everyone's eyelids twitched as they listened to the conversation between the two. Yes, the moment the Golden Age arrives, all holy places will reappear. At that time, the Tianao Holy Land in the northern region, the Miaoyan Holy Sect in the central region and the Great Zhou Dynasty will join forces to kill. How can Suyu block it? Unstoppable. They almost forgot that whether Suyu could survive depended on whether he could survive before the arrival of the powerful man. From the central region to the northern region. But it is 1 hour faster than Dongwon. An hour may seem short, but in the eyes of a strong person, 1 second can kill you thousands of times. This is the real murderous intent. The best solution is for Suyu to break through the Saint Realm and then immediately escape to the eastern wilderness. Otherwise, only death awaits him. The battle between the two became more and more intense, and finally, it reached a white-hot stage. Moreover, because of the Thunder Tribulation, those quasi-saints who wanted to avoid it had to join forces and join the battle. Although rashly joining the Holy Land battlefield would cause them to get hurt, they couldn't care less at this moment. Because the thunder that strikes them is getting stronger and stronger. Although they couldn't kill Suyu, it was enough for them to interfere with him. The rest is left to the Saint of Yunhai. A day passes in a flash. During these 12 hours, the battle between them never stopped, and the space was broken and healed countless times. Within thousands of miles, all low-level creatures had either fled or been killed. In the sky, the Thunder Tribulation was twice as intense as at the beginning. And every time it strikes, Suyu's body will be torn apart. But every time Suyu's body cracked and his aura began to decline, a green light would surge out of his body, instantly repairing his injuries and even restoring a lot of his spiritual power. Only 2 days left. Every 6 hours from now, the power of the Thunder Tribulation will double. Can Suyu still withstand it? Among the crowd of onlookers, Jinhao and his companions were all nervous. Because Suyu was already unable to hold on any longer. This is not only a showdown of strength but also a contest of spirit and soul. In such a high-intensity battle, he must not only maintain his strength but also ensure his spirit and soul. This is a huge consumption. While they were observing the battle, in the evening of the next day, the Thunder Tribulation doubled again. That power has caused the heaven and earth to tremble. This is the revival of a power that even the saints are wary of. Boom! As the doubled thunderstorm struck, everyone's heart was in their throat. As expected, the moment the thunderbolt struck, Suyu, as usual, forced everyone back, then raised his head to face the thunderbolt and slashed it with a single blow. Phew! However, unlike before, just when Suyu resisted the attack of the first Thunder Tribulation. Suddenly, an unfamiliar aura of saint rushed into the battlefield carrying 10 auras of quasi-saints. When they rushed into the holy land of the Yunhai Saint, without a moment's pause, the extremely dangerous holy aura instantly approached Suyu and stabbed him into the body with a knife. Seeing this scene, everyone's face changed drastically. Your presence is too much of an eyesore. This heavenly tribulation you brought upon me today, and the lightning fluid within, can be considered your final contribution. Chapter 238, I have some sense, so please go all out to kill me next time. The sudden change shocked everyone, because this group of people came so quietly that no one noticed their trace at all. When they discovered them, this group of people had already broken through the holy domain of the Yunhai Saint and were directly approaching Suyu. Without stopping for a moment, they rushed straight to Suyu's huge body and stabbed him with a knife. You are indeed extremely talented, but since you have chosen to betray the Holy Church, I cannot let you stay. The Saint Realm expert who had thrust a knife into Suyu's body spoke coldly, but you are still somewhat useful. You were able to trigger a heavenly tribulation of this magnitude. The lightning fluid within can be considered your final contribution to the Holy Church. Die. Phew. As he finished speaking, he increased the strength in his hands a little bit, and the holy aura penetrated into Suyu's body and began to destroy his internal structure. Looking at this scene, everyone's expression changed drastically. Seeing this, the powerful men from the 3 sects of the eastern wasteland stared intently and roared, "Damn it. They are from the Emperor's tomb. Grass, fight in. How dare these bastards show up at this time?" When the others heard this, their expressions also changed. Emperor's tomb. This holy land is not a pushover. It is the world's top killer organization with unfathomable strength. As long as the price paid is high enough, they will dare to accept it even if it means assassinating a quasi-emperor. In the past 50 years, many powerful saint sons have fallen into their hands. The Yin family and several other powerful men from other major sects were furious when they saw that it was someone from the Emperor's tomb. They shouted, "Kill! Damn beast, you killed my clan's holy son, and now you dare to show up again. Do you really think we don't have temper?" They could not bear it any longer and immediately stood up and rushed out, calling out the soldiers one by one, as well as the holy soldiers given to them by the Holy Land to protect their foundation. In an instant, the heaven and earth began to distort under the influence of the holy power. However, just as they were about to reveal their cards and rush in to kill the people in Emperor's tomb, Suyu's shout rang in everyone's ears. "No one is allowed to come in. This is my disaster. Whoever dares to come in, no matter who you are, I will treat you as my enemy." Boom. These words, accompanied by the sound of thunder, exploded in everyone's ears. Everyone looked at Suyu in surprise and doubt, with confusion in their eyes, wondering why he was still holding on. The two holy realms have joined forces, and this is something you can't contend with. Tick. Drops of blood with a faint glassy color kept dripping from Suyu's body. His breathing was a little disordered, and the clean and clear light in his eyes was gradually replaced by scarlet. Looking at the powerful Emperor tomb in front of him, who was wrapped in a black robe and had a cold and vicious temperament, like a venomous snake, Suyu raised the corner of his mouth and grinned, "Whatever tomb, what traitor. Why don't I remember that I joined your imperial tomb? A bunch of rats in the gutter, only daring to come out and commit suicide when no one is paying attention. Little do you know, a mouse is a mouse. No matter how weak a person is, he cannot be killed by a mouse like you." Bang. The moment he finished speaking, Suyu's big hand fell instantly, directly slapping the holy killer away. Swish. Suyu reached out and pulled out the long sword that had pierced his body. He then took a look and sneered, "The saint is only using a top-level celestial warrior. If it is a holy soldier, it can pose a fatal threat to me." Click. Suyu crushed the celestial warrior with one hand. At this moment, his body had been strengthened in countless ways and was already comparable to a quasi-saint weapon. Such celestial warriors are simply not worth mentioning. The saint who was slapped away by Suyu looked at this and his expression changed drastically. When others saw this, they were even more confused. When did Suyu's combat power become so strong? He had clearly fought back and forth with Saint Yunhai before, so why did he act more relaxed when a more sinister Saint Diffin came to kill him? Holy Light. Upon seeing this, the saint of the Imperial Tomb couldn't help but exclaim, "You actually mastered the Holy Light technique. This is a perverted martial art that is a natural counter to his Empress Tomb martial art. Why did the Holy Light technique, which should have disappeared in the long river of history, reappear and be mastered by Suyu?" Hearing the exclamation of the saint from the Emperor's tomb, all the powerful men held their breath. Holy Light technique, a secret technique created by the third female emperor, is an ultimate secret technique created by simulating the chaos body. It can dissolve all kinds of magic and is known as the best secret technique under the Emperor realm. The most important thing is that the Holy Light technique is the only secret technique of Tianq Emperor's tomb. It is said that the Empress was attacked and killed by Emperor Fen in the past, and her brother was even killed by Emperor Fen. Therefore, the Empress specially developed this secret technique to deal with Emperor Fen. However, for some reason, this secret technique was lost for millions of years. I thought it would disappear completely, but who would have thought that a million years later, it would be controlled by Suyu. Suyu didn't hide it either. He raised his hand and summoned a ball of chaotic light. He smiled and said, "You have some foresight. So, please go all out and kill me from now on. Now you have this chance. Two saints, even if you are not a big threat, the opportunity has finally come. Take action." After hearing Suyu's words, their faces completely darkened. Court death. You dare to face the two great saints with such an attitude despite the multiplied heavenly tribulation. You are too arrogant. Although Saint Yunhai disdains to join forces with the people from Emperor's tomb. But now, he has no choice. If you want to kill Suyu quickly, you must work together. He wants the ancient blood of the Qilin. Swish. The saint of Yunhai and the saint who came from the Emperor's tomb looked at each other and reached a brief agreement. Kill. Boom. In an instant, with the addition of Emperor Tomb, the situation changed. The 10 quasi-saints from the Emperor's tomb were fearless and rushed towards Suyu together with the saint from the Emperor's tomb. Seeing this, the group of quasi-saints who were originally a little afraid of fighting were also full of hope. They burst out with the strongest aura and joined forces to kill Suyu. When the two sides clashed, the space within a radius of 1,000 miles suddenly collapsed. The power is so strong that even a slight overflow would make the gods extremely uncomfortable. Cloud Sword Formation. Annihilation. The saint of Emperor's tomb and the saint of Cloud Sea joined forces. This is not just a simple 1+1, but a multiplied power. What's more, there are more than 20 quasi-saints coming to kill them behind them. This kind of situation is more than enough to destroy not only a celestial being but even an ordinary holy land. Ha ha ha, just in time. Suyu felt a tingling sensation between his eyebrows, but instead of feeling any fear, he felt extremely excited. Heaven-destroying hand, Suyu shouted in a low voice. In an instant, a huge hand condensed and fell down. The terrifying collision of power annihilated all the broken space fragments in an instant. Puff. However, after this attack, Suyu's huge body was severely damaged and flew backwards instantly. Along the way, only the blood mist with a glassy glow illuminated the darkness. You little bastard, the next moment is your death. Die. Chapter 239, Fighting against two powerful Saint Realm Masters. Want to kill me, in exchange for my life. Suyu's huge body flew backwards the moment it was bombarded by energy. This is the upper limit of the power he can withstand. A mouthful of blood gleaming with the luster of glass spurted out, and people finally breathed a sigh of relief. I don't know why. When they saw Suyu was injured, they actually breathed a sigh of relief. Perhaps. It was probably because Suyu's current performance was too incredible. After all, there had never been a record of someone being able to face two great saints in the celestial realm and remain undefeated. It is a miracle that Suyu has been able to hold on until now. It can even be said that a new limit of combat power has been witnessed. Seeing Suyu finally fly backwards, the saints and the others all retreated dozens of steps. Among the powerful onlookers, someone couldn't help but sigh, his fighting power is unparalleled. I'm afraid it has already touched the forbidden realm of the gods. If he doesn't die, there's no need to say that he will have a seat on the throne of the world. Obviously, it is impossible to kill Suyu now. At least, it is difficult to do so with the current group of people. If Suyu was really defeated and began to ask for help, many people present would save his life out of respect. And will escort him away. Of course, only some people have this idea. After all, killing a powerful opponent is what many people hope for. In the camp of the three eastern wasteland sects, the peak quasi-saints of the three holy lands had grim expressions. They clenched their fists and gritted their teeth, saying, should we take action? Are we just going to watch them beat the holy sun to death? The quasi-saint peak elder of Jushao felt very aggrieved. Let's see when the time is right. If we see them about to kill us, we rush out and rescue Suyu. The quasi-saint of Zaiwei Holy Land said in a deep voice. However, Qin Hao, who was standing by, heard this and immediately shouted, no one is allowed to make a move. Let Suyu handle it himself. Unless he asks for help himself. Hearing this, several people looked at him with confusion in their eyes. Qin Hao took a deep breath and said, he's on an invincible path. If he thinks he can challenge something, then let him do it. If you rush in, you'll ruin his path. Even if we rescue him, he will stop here and won't make any further progress. It's either life or death. This is the path Suyu has chosen. Neither you nor I can interfere. Since he is here, he will keep the rhythm for Suyu and will not allow anyone to help him. Suyu, either you leap over the dragon gate and turn into a real dragon. Or it will perish and disappear in the long river of history. Short-lived glory is not what he wants. Qin Hao knew Suyu's thoughts very well. The sun. Upon hearing this, the expressions of these elders at the peak of quasi-saint level also changed slightly. Qin Hao's sharp eyes swept across their faces and he said in a deep voice, this is his way. No one is allowed to take action. Do you understand? Seeing Qin Hao so serious, even though the elders had a lot to say, in the end, they could only nod and say, I understand. Click. After Suyu was knocked away, his huge body was now a bloody mess. There were many sword scars on his chest, the deepest of which was so deep that the bone was visible. It's chilling. Boom. At the same time, above the sky, the long accumulated thunderbolt fell again. This thunderbolt was no weaker than the previous attack. It struck Suyu, and suddenly a flash of lightning appeared. As the smell of burnt flesh and blood spread, Suyu's breath gradually weakened. However, this state did not last long. It was covered by the Qingwu spiritual energy and finally recovered some strength. Ahem. Suyu coughed weakly. The power is not weak, it is indeed capable of killing me. The two Saint Realm Masters steadied themselves, and their faces darkened when they heard Suyu sigh. You're not going to die. Upon seeing this, the powerful saint from the Emperor's tomb turned and shouted to the Saint of the Cloud Sea, retreat from the holy domain and unleash your strongest form in this battle. If this drags on, even if you kill him, the heavenly thunder won't be able to dissipate. The Cloud Sea Saint nodded heavily and replied, okay. The next second, the Holy Land covering this area began to withdraw. As the Holy Land dissipated, the aura of the Yunhai Saint also began to rise. Finally, it stabilized to the peak of the early stage of the Holy Realm. Domain is the means of the saints, and it is also one of the important forces for them to increase their own combat power. It can continuously absorb the energy of heaven and earth to restore itself. Kill. As the Holy Land retreated, the saints of Yunhai and Emperor's Tomb attacked Suyu again. This attack is even more powerful than the previous one. After the domain was withdrawn, the faces of the onlookers changed, and then they quickly retreated out of a range of 2,000 miles, leaving enough space for their battle. Of course, it is also to avoid being locked by the thunder. Lang Yuxuan didn't dare to stay and left quickly. She knew very well that with her strength, staying here would only cause trouble, so it would be better for her to leave and let Suyu fully display his power. The two saints arrived in front of Suyu in an instant, stabbed out with a sword, and the signature method of the Saint Realm strong men appeared in the space within a few feet, breaking the space blockade in an instant. The murderer's intent is terrifying. Clang! Suyu raised his hand to summon the warriors and slashed with his sword. Although his sword intent at the Saint Realm was enough to kill a peak quasi-saint, or even a Saint Realm warrior. But, these are two holy realms. If they join forces, it will be the limit of what Suyu can endure. After this sword was slashed out, it only blocked the attack of the two saints for a moment. Finally, with the attack of more than 20 quasi-saints, Suyu's block was instantly defeated. Boom! Without the blockade of the Holy Land, Suyu's huge body was blown away for hundreds of miles, crashing into one snow-capped mountain after another along the way. Don't give him a chance to breathe, kill him. They are all veteran warriors with rich combat experience, and naturally know the principle of taking advantage of the enemy's weakness to kill him. When the two men moved their bodies, the space under their feet shrank, and one step covered dozens of miles. When they rushed in front of Suyu, there was a strong murderous intent in their eyes. A sword was slashed out, heading straight for Suyu's head. Boom! However, Suyu managed to avoid the fatal damage from this attack. Although it did not kill him, his Dharma body and Dharma form were also disintegrated. A bloody mist exploded from his body, and his body continued to shrink. Finally returned to normal physical state. Seeing this scene, the two were delighted again. He can't hold on any longer. Keep going. If you do it 2 more times, he will definitely die. This is hope. However, when they used the closed space again, not giving Suyu any chance to react. Below, Suyu, whose body was covered in blood and whose breath was weak, had a red light in his eyes. The secret of Lin Zi. Open. When the two of them approached, Suyu suddenly raised his head, and a sharp light flashed in his eyes, so intense that it almost turned into substance, as if he could kill the saint with just one look. The two were already very happy, but after hearing the 4 words Suyu shouted, their faces changed color. Next second, Suyu stood up instantly, his aura instantly restored to its peak state, and after drawing out a black magic knife that exuded a strong murderous aura, the knife light suddenly appeared. Open the sky. The light emitted by this knife tore through the darkness. Want to kill me? Give me your life in exchange. Chapter 240. What is the realm of true sainthood? What is the power of saints that cannot be touched lightly? At this moment, Suyu lost his huge body and returned to the size of a normal human, but his aura did not weaken much. On the contrary, it's actually somewhat enhanced. As soon as the secret of the word, Lin, was revealed, his combat power instantly surpassed the level of heavenly beings and reached the peak of quasi-saint. With his super strong foundation, at this moment, he can still compete with the Saint Realm. The moment he held the killing knife, it was like a killing saint descending. With one slash of the knife, the sky was torn apart in an instant, and the dark void swept over, swallowing everything. The power of the Cadian sword reached the two saints in the blink of an eye. Seeing the sudden attack of the knife, the two men's expressions changed, and then they used all their strength to resist. Bang! The two men roared angrily and attacked with all their strength. Even so, the two saints could only barely withstand this attack. What's wrong? Aren't you going to leave me to die? Why don't you fight me with all your might? What's wrong with you? Are you weak? Try to kill me with force. Ha ha ha. The moment the two of them blocked the knife's force, Suyu rushed up with a big laugh. The Holy Realm martial arts, divine movement, provided him with the strongest movement speed. In just a moment, he arrived in front of the two men, swinging his sword one after another, as if he was tireless. The sword light poured down, and it even seemed to light up the void. Facing the huge suction force of the void, Suyu had no defense measures. Now he is no longer afraid of the void. Madman, this madman. Saint Yunhai resisted Suyu's attack and roared in his heart. The more he fought, the more frightened he became. It's shocking that Suyu, this madman, has such rich combat experience. Facing the siege from two holy realms, he was able to seamlessly use the holy light technique to resist the killing move of the Saint of the Emperor's Tomb, and then quickly use the holy realm martial arts to kill him. Is this really the realm of heaven? At this moment, he had already regretted taking on this task. I thought that controlling Suyu would be easy with just a few gestures. Who would have thought? Suyu's combat performance was so abnormal that even a supreme saint who was promoted during the Great Purge of Heaven was unable to cope with it. If he were to become a saint, who in the realm of saints could restrain him? Only the great sage can be defeated. This is his true evaluation of Suyu. However, it was useless to regret now, because his sainthood tribulation was already tied to Suyu's, and the heavenly tribulation had locked him. Unless he kills Suyu and understands the source, the heavenly tribulation that is locking him can dissipate. Otherwise, whether he escapes or not, the heavenly tribulation will target him. Don't give him any chance to regret. Boom, the three of them were fighting. After 6 hours, Suyu's aura began to weaken and decline. Similarly, the auras of Saint Yunhai and Saint Diffin were also declining. The fifth thunder tribulation came crashing down. This attack is enough to make the eyelids of a saint realm expert twitch. Because this thunder tribulation can definitely hurt a saint. However, Suyu just looked up, then chopped the two men away with a knife, then jumped up and faced the lightning column with a diameter of hundreds of meters. His wanton and arrogant look was deeply imprinted in people's minds. Ha ha ha, my death, I want to be invincible. No matter what heavenly thunder tribulation you bring, it can't stop me. Break it for me. Click. Suyu slashed with his sword, and under the horrified gaze of everyone, he split the lightning pillar with a diameter of 100 meters in the middle, splitting it into two. The lightning pillar was split apart, and a stream of lightning liquid containing vitality fell from the sky. Suyu absorbed it all without any hesitation. As the thunder tribulation liquid entered his body, the chaotic flesh and physical aura in his body were actually removed of many impurities and showed signs of fusion. Cut into the holy thunder tribulation to refine the body. Is he really from this world? Could it be the reincarnation of some powerful being from the immortal realm? Otherwise, how can we explain this combat power that transcends the extreme realm? The aura of his body is so strange, it has an unreal feel. It seems that his physique is about to be sublimated. The onlookers were shocked. This scene was truly too shocking. Even though historical records contain many strange people and events, how could written records compare to the impact of seeing it with one's own eyes? No, he's not human. This is the step towards becoming invincible. He holds the killing sword in his hand, yet no one dares to call him a demon. This is recognition. The geniuses who were watching were even more shocked, but at the same time, a sense of indomitable spirit arose in their hearts. This was the target figure that their younger generation wanted to catch up with. Immortal seed, Emperor's son sequence. Those people who were buried in the divine source and the immortal source were the guys who did not dare to compete with the geniuses of the time. How can it be an object of worship? If they were really powerful, why would they seal themselves in the source of God and wait for the arrival of the golden age? Isn't it just to fight for the 12 seats of the immortal emperor? Isn't it because in the golden age, there are more emperor positions that can be achieved? Suyu is the person that people in this world should worship. When the older generation of quasi-saints saw this scene, they felt even more ashamed. If it were them, they would not have the courage to challenge the saint realm. Not to mention surviving the siege from the two holy realms. Suyu, a person in the heavenly man realm, actually did it. If you can get along with an invincible person, don't offend him. If you do, use all your strength to kill him. They witnessed Suyu's invincibility with their own eyes, which further strengthened their belief. At this moment, they actually felt fortunate that they had chosen to remain neutral and not offend him. Now, they just have to wait for Suyu to successfully break through. As long as he breaks through, they will definitely try their best to let Suyu escape from here. This is called providing timely assistance. Thinking of this, they also strengthened their belief and began to take out the communication jade pendants to transmit information to the outside world. At least, when your own holy land descends, rush here as soon as possible. After absorbing the vitality of the thunder tribulation liquid, Suyu recovered a little, and then descended with an arrogant attitude, instantly killing in front of the two men. Come on, keep going. I sense your murderous intent. If you want to kill me, go for it. If you hold back, I can't guarantee you won't be the ones to be chopped in half next time. Ha ha ha. Suyu's extremely arrogant words made the two men look gloomy. At this moment, those quasi-saints had already hidden aside, fearing that they would be affected by the thunder tribulation. However, when the thunder tribulation ended, they were fearless and rushed forward with crazy looks. Because at this point, if they don't fight hard, they will die anyway. Ants, don't join in the fun. Looking at the quasi-saints rushing towards him like locusts, Suyu sneered, stretched out his right hand, and the soul-refining banner appeared. With a light wave, the ghost energy instantly eroded several quasi-saints, refining them into nothingness, and their souls were absorbed into the soul-refining banner. Seeing this scene, the two powerful saints took a deep breath, and then launched the strongest attack with the means of the saints. Suyu, you forced me to do this. This next attack will make you understand what it means to be a true saint and why the power of a saint cannot be touched lightly. Space Strangulation. Snap. Chapter 241. Scorching Holy War. Today, I, with my heavenly body, will slay the saint. Space strangulation is a method unique to the saint realm. However, it is extremely difficult for a saint realm cultivator to perform it. Only those at the great saint level can perform true spatial strangulation. But, even so, the two saints working together can barely unleash a power that exceeds their combat strength. Strangling with the power of space is a force that cultivators below the saint realm cannot resist. Snap. The crisp sound of space shattering continued to ring out, and pieces of space seemed to turn into substance, eventually forming a square that trapped Suyu inside. If this kind of force is squeezed and exploded instantly, its power will be far stronger than shattering space. Broken. The eyes of Saint Yunhai and Saint Diffin were bloodshot, and their old faces turned red. It was obvious that the use of their spiritual power exceeded the capacity of their physical bodies. Controlling space is not something they can do, as their grip tightened. In an instant, the square space that covered Suyu shrank instantly and squeezed towards him. After reaching a certain distance, the square space shattered instantly. Boom. The might created in an instant made it impossible for the strong men under Jiang to look directly at it, let alone get close to it within 1,000 miles. Once you get close, you will be completely strangled by this broken space force. Not even a residue left. This kind of power explosion is beyond the ability of ordinary people to withstand. But, boom, in the center of the collapsed space, a ragged and extremely embarrassed figure slowly emerged. Everyone was even more shocked when they saw this. Looking closely, he saw that Suyu had several difficult-to-heal wounds on his body. These wounds were still emitting residual power from the space, making it impossible for him to heal on his own. Several wounds were deep enough to reveal the bone. In some cases, Suyu's internal organs were faintly exposed. Seriously injured. One blow seriously injured. This scene shocked everyone even more. The shock was not because Suyu was injured, but because he was shocked that Suyu was able to survive. Is he really not at the same level? You can even survive the spatial strangulation. Wang Heng, who had been watching the fight from a distance, kept his frown on his face for a long time. He stared at Suyu as if trying to see through him, muttering, "What's your limit? Could it be that you have completely gotten ahead of me?" Surpassing the immortal seed sequence. He had always thought that he had overestimated Suyu, but who would have thought that until today, he still underestimated him. He survived as a celestial being, although I used the Lin Z secret. Yes, the Lin character secret. Even though everyone knew that Suyu had mastered the Lin character secret, everyone had already ignored it, because even the 9 secrets were not as shocking as this scene. When Qin Hao saw that Suyu was alive, his clenched fists unconsciously relaxed. You're the first person to survive the spatial strangulation with a cultivation level below the saint realm, right? Qin Hao was happy for Suyu from the bottom of his heart. He really became invincible. Puff. Compared to the shock of the onlookers, the two Yunhai saints spat out a large mouthful of golden blood, and the blood spurted out, shaking the space. The space that was constantly healing was shaking. Obviously, it was extremely difficult for the two of them to perform this attack. It can be said that this was their limit. Impossible, why is he still alive? The two men were almost mentally broken. They had already used so many of their best tricks, but they still couldn't do anything to Suyu. Drag. After seeing Suyu come out alive, even though he was seriously injured, they did not dare to talk about killing him. Because not only Suyu was seriously injured, they were also injured. Let's wait until the great age arrives and the Holy Land descends, and let the new saints or even great saints come and kill him. Although by doing so, they may also die in the thunder tribulation. But, better than dying now. Thinking of this, the two of them no longer stood there to rest, but rushed out instantly, not intending to give Suyu any chance to breathe. Although the spatial strangulation was powerful enough, they did not have the ability to use it a second time. Now, we can only rely on fighting to delay time. Watching them rushing up, Suyu placed his hand on his abdomen, feeling the wound that almost cut him in half, with a look of madness on the corner of his mouth. I almost died. If his body hadn't been so abnormal, he might have died. But, boom, Suyu bent his knees slightly, then jumped hard, and the space under his feet exploded instantly. He also rushed out with a killing knife in his hand. The murderous intent and madness in his eyes made his temperament even more demonic. Even a quasi-saint would tremble with fear upon seeing him. This murderous intent is too terrifying. You were very good. You almost killed me, but you were at the end of your strength, right? Next, let's see who will have the last laugh. Prison suppression. Suyu raised his hand and slashed with his sword without any hesitation. Even though he was seriously injured, he was still able to burst out with all his strength. Faced with this knife, the two men tried their best to resist it. However, the two different forces collided, and the power exploded, knocking the three people away. The Cloud Sea Saint said in a cold voice, "Little beast, we are indeed at the end of our strength, but could it be that you are in good condition now? You've used every possible means. You still have to contend with the thunder tribulation and face the attacks of both of us. How long can you hold on? Today, no matter what, I will kill you. At this moment, it is no longer about the so-called ancient creatures, but a battle for dignity and survival. If Suyu doesn't die, he will definitely become his inner demon. Compared to harmonizing yin and yang, the inner demon is even more terrifying. Being infected by inner demons is equivalent to cutting off one's path to becoming an emperor. Ha ha ha, you'll know if you try it, right?" Suyu laughed and rushed out again. At this moment, no one could intervene. More than half of the quasi-saints had been killed or injured. Even those who were not dead were seriously injured and no longer had any fighting power. Suyu fought alone against two powerful Saint Realm masters. After shocking their minds with a roar, he slashed with a sword. This knife almost split the head of the Saint of Emperor's tomb. Even so, half of his head was chopped off. Boom. Another 6 hours passed, and the sixth thunder tribulation fell quietly. This thunder tribulation is thicker than the fifth one, and its destructive power is even stronger, which can almost make a strong man at the peak of the early stage of the Holy Realm feel a fatal threat. Everyone changed color at this blow. Even the sage Yunhai was shocked. After witnessing the terrifying power of the sixth sainthood thunder tribulation, sage Yunhai shouted, "Go! Kill him while he's dealing with it." Okay, the Saint of Emperor's tomb nodded heavily. Looking up at the huge thunder tribulation, a sense of panic spread in the hearts of both of them. However, facing this thunder tribulation, Suyu was still not afraid. There was madness in his eyes and the potential in his body was burning. In an instant, the breath of life belonging to the Green Emperor's immortal body was completely drained. After Suyu's strength recovered a little, he leapt towards the thunder. Behind him, Saint Yunhai and Saint Diffin came to kill him, but he did not even look at the two of them. His eyes were fixed on the lightning pillar that was about to wipe out his life. "My destiny is in my hands. Do you want to take it away?" Heaven-cutting sword, break, boom. As Suyu's roar, which had begun to become hoarse, sounded, a flash of a knife appeared, and the power of cutting the sky burst out. With one knife, he broke the thunder tribulation. Crash, the lightning pillar split apart, and the lightning liquid spilled out. Suyu quickly captured it and recovered some strength. Then he turned around quickly and looked at the two people rushing towards him. Suyu's eyes were filled with enthusiasm and he laughed loudly, "Ha ha ha. Today, I, with my celestial body, will slay the saint." Heaven-cutting sword, buzz. In an instant, a sky-cutting sword energy that was no weaker than the previous one burst out and headed straight for the Saint of the Emperor's tomb. In the reflection of the dazzling sword light, fear was reflected in the eyes of the Saint of the Emperor's tomb. No, boom, as the sword light annihilated his body and vaporized it, a powerful saint fell completely. Ding, congratulations to the host, you have successfully killed the saint. Received your reward. Chapter 242. This sword is of quasi-emperor grade, and its name is 9 Nether Prison. Ding, congratulations to the host for receiving the Saint Slayer reward, plus 1 million villain value, star picking hand, soaring cloud step, 9 Nether Prison blade. Star picking hands, a holy physical martial art. When you practice it to perfection, you can pick the stars in the sky with your hands. Lingyun step, as light as clouds, one step can cover 1,000 miles, the martial arts of the great sage. 9 Netherworld hell suppressing blade, using the 9 Netherworld's power to transform into a blade aura, it can suppress hell and suppress all evil. Quasi-emperor level swordsmanship. The reward information in his mind made Suyu smile even brighter. Even though his body was severely damaged, he couldn't help but feel happy. Quasi-emperor level swordsmanship, refreshed. Sure enough, as your enemies become stronger, your rewards will become more generous. If you kill the son of luck that you raised before now, the reward will be maximized, right? Ha ha ha, Suyu laughed wildly while coughing up blood. Kill the saint, I have finally reached this point and I'm getting closer and closer to my goal. First of all, you must reign over this world. Then, conquer the fairy world. Although it is just the beginning, it is enough. This is a milestone improvement, symbolizing that I have officially taken the first step into high-end combat power. Bloody and crazy, that's all. To others, Suyu's condition looked so crazy that it made people's hearts flutter. They had never seen such a madman. He was at the celestial realm and was still in the period of tribulation, but he could kill a saint. Just one of them could shock the entire Xuantian and even the ancient stars of cultivation in the entire universe. This is a scene worthy of being engraved in history, and now, they are fortunate enough to witness it with their own eyes. If you don't die, you will become an emperor. No, there's hope of ascending to heaven. Someone murmured to himself. This was the highest praise they could give Suyu, immortality and the hope of ascending to heaven. How could this happen? You, why haven't you reached your limit yet? The Yunhai Saint's eyes were bloodshot, and his scarlet eyes stared at Suyu like a mad beast. Obviously, he saw that Suyu had reached his limit. Why? Another sudden burst of sword strikes. The effect of the Lin character secret should have begun to fade. If he continues to consume it, Suyu's lifespan should be shortened, right? Saint Yunhai was also feeling bad at this time. His body was covered with wounds, and there was a hideous scar on his face that almost chopped off half of his face. Suyu stopped laughing when he heard this and stared at him. Limit. It's already the limit. However, you can't kill me when I'm at my limit. As he spoke, Suyu raised his head and looked at the last thunder tribulation that was gathering. The power of that thunder tribulation far exceeded all the previous ones. Almost it's fatal. Can you make it through? Suyu didn't dare to guarantee whether he could hold on, but at least before that, he would kill the Yunhai Saint and offer a sacrifice to the heaven. This is the real thing. Even if he couldn't survive and was destroyed by the heavenly calamity, he would drag the two saints down with him. Killing one is no loss, killing two is a huge profit. This is a thought engraved in the soul. Hearing Suyu's answer, which seemed to be filled with regret, Sage Yunhai's face twitched constantly. He felt that this answer was particularly harsh and difficult for him to accept. He has already become a saint. How can a mere ant like you, at the heavenly human realm, be on par with the saint realm that I have worked so hard to break through? I won't give in. Thinking of this, the eyes of Saint Yunhai were almost replaced by hatred, which was unwilling and unacceptable. Boom. As soon as he finished speaking, Saint Yunhai suddenly burst out at extreme speed. At this time, he... Burning life. It's not about life or death, it's about face. He will never allow his dignity to be trampled upon, especially by the weak. Absolutely not allowed. Even if I die, I will kill him and clear my name as the most powerful saint. Burning his lifespan and blood allowed the Yunhai Saint to recover to his peak state again, with the combat power of the early stage of the Saint realm. Cloud sword formation, space strangulation. This time, Saint Yunhai went crazy, continuously unleashing the highest intensity of combat power, including his famous martial arts and the space strangling power exclusive to the Holy Realm. Before this, he could only barely break out by joining forces with the Saint of the Emperor's tomb. This time, he used up all his lifespan to unleash some power on his own. I will die anyway, but I will never allow myself to die at the hands of a young boy like you, Sage Yunhai roared at Suyu. He can die, but he must die with dignity. Even if his lifespan is exhausted and his blood is drained away, he will accept it. Die for me. The Yunhai saint holds the cloud sword formation in one hand and the space in the other. Such a posture makes people look up to him. The onlookers exclaimed in amazement. The cloud sea saint has burned his own lifespan and efforts. Has he completely abandoned everything? He's crazy. In order to defend his dignity, he has completely cut off his own life. The flames that burn one's lifespan are difficult to extinguish, and the blood and sweat that release the gates is even more difficult to close. Even if the Yunhai saint wins, he will die. Some people sighed. The sage of the Sea of Clouds was a powerful sage who was born during the heyday of the great cleansing of heaven. The practice of a path should lead directly to the realm of great sainthood. Now, he has stopped at being a saint. Such a bright future was ruined by the younger generation. Such a way of ending is really sad. Boom. At this moment, the space that had finally been able to breathe for a moment was compressed again, little by little into a square, covering Suyu. Burst. Seeing the spatial stranglehold forming, Saint Yunhai's eyes became sharp. He let out a low roar and clenched his hands instantly. The compressed space exploded instantly, and the invisible and intangible space turned into the sharpest knife, constantly chopping the area where Suyu was. Go. The space was crushed and the Yunhai saint vomited blood, but he did not care at all and controlled the Zongyun sword formation to descend. The terrifying sword intent erupted, and even a saint would be terrified at this limit. The space within a radius of 100 miles was like a pool of muddy mud. There are no rules or order, only chaos. Mixed with the suction force of the void, everything is annihilated. Such power is beyond the ability of an early-stage saint to resist. Without the cultivation of a mid-stage saint, it is difficult to withstand the fatal blow. Wow, Saint Yunhai's lifespan was rapidly burning out, and his blood and energy were beginning to dry up. His body is aging at a speed visible to the naked eye. But his eyes were still sharp, without any ripples. He no longer cared about life or death. I just don't believe that after reaching my limit you can still be alive. The voice of the Yunhai saint began to become hoarse. However, just as the Zongyun sword formation continued to strangle the void. Tick, the sound like water drops falling suddenly rang out. Then, footsteps were heard. Hearing the strange sound of dripping water and footsteps, the pupils of Saint Yunhai suddenly shrank. He stared at the front. Under his bloodshot gaze, the chaotic void in front of him. A figure covered in blood and wounds, with bones visible all over his body, walked out with a staggering gait, but still able to stand steadily. At his side, a hand that had turned into bones was holding a black magic knife that exuded monstrous demonic energy and murderous intent. This scene completely exploded the mind of Saint Yunhai. Before he could finish his words, a terrifying and oppressive feeling that made him smell the breath of death rose up. Your limit, I have resisted it. Next, be at ease on your journey, Yunhai saint. Suyu's weak voice was heard, revealing a firm killing intent and unstoppable determination. This knife is my last gift to you. This sword is of quasi-emperor grade. Its name, Nine Nether Prison. Click. Chapter 243, Slaying the Cloud Sea Saint, the Dharma ends, the Golden Age arrives. The Final Tribulation. Juyu Prison, this sword strike is a small success. The flesh and blood on half of Suyu's body had disappeared, and only a few pieces of flesh remained on the white bones. But, he now looked even more ferocious and more powerful like a demon. The bony hand grabbed the killing knife, leapt up, and in the blink of an eye broke through the space blockade and came close to the Yunhai saint. When the sword was slashed out, demonic energy surged out from the void. It was as if the gate to the underworld was wide open, and countless evil spirits were trying to crawl out. The terrifying roars made people's hearts tremble, as if the cries from the underworld could draw out people's souls and take them away. Send you on your last journey. Buzz. When the sword was chopped out, the other half of Suyu's body instantly dried up and became withered. Obviously, this knife had drained all his energy and spirit. This also means, Suyu has reached his limit, has completely reached the brink of death. The light emitted by the magic sword was black and purple, and the sword swept across, destroying everything, as if a hell appeared in front of it. This sword was going to suppress the hell back to the underworld. Watching the knife coming towards him, Saint Yunhai's eyes widened. This moment, his mind replayed all the great events of his life. The difficulty of becoming a spirit from a casual cultivator and obtaining a scroll of images of gods from 100 years ago from a secret realm. When he attained enlightenment, he became famous. When he reached the quasi-saint stage, all quasi-saint places were polite to him, and even ordinary holy places treated him as a guest of honor. The divination inheritance he obtained when he was a quasi-saint made him even more famous in the Northern Territory. Over the next few hundred years, he accumulated immense wealth and fame. Until his foundation accumulated to the peak, during the period of the great cleansing of the heavenly Tao, he chose the scene of breaking through the holy realm. He is a saint recognized by the heaven. Am I going to die just like that? The images in his mind began to become clear. He knew very well that he was on the verge of death. His past experiences were like a revolving lantern, playing one scene after another. At this moment, the originally sharp eyes of the Yunhai saint began to blur and finally lost focus. I am truly the most ridiculous and powerful saint. A casual cultivator who should have a bright future and would surely surpass the great sage. However, it was because of his ambition and desire to get a glimpse of the scenery of the quasi-emperor realm that he developed greed towards a weak cultivator. Step by step you will destroy yourself. If there is an afterlife, I will no longer be a stepping stone for the proud. His final voice was filled with regret, relief, and a hint of unwillingness, but at this moment, he lacked resentment. He was not as skilled as others and died at the hands of a genius. He can't blame anyone. Buzz. As the black and purple devilish light completely devoured him, under the illumination of this final blooming light, everyone could clearly see that the flesh and blood of Saint Yunhai was torn apart and annihilated bit by bit by the light. Until the end the body of Saint Yunhai completely turned into ashes and dissipated. Even when the light disappears, everything is settled. Everyone was stunned for a long time. The Cloud Sea Saint has fallen. The second Saint Realm, a supreme Saint Realm, died just like that at the hands of Suyu. The most powerful genius in the world, a genius capable of competing with ancient monsters. Everyone gradually came back to their senses, and then fixed their eyes on Suyu, who stood tall in the sky, his body not hunched at all from beginning to end. Even at this moment, half of his body had turned into bones, and the other half was so withered that only skin and bones remained. However, that strong aura makes people feel so warm. It's like a shining sun stands there quietly, awe-inspiring. At this moment, whether it was the celestial beings or the quasi-saints, they all had awe towards Suyu. Yes, awe, respect him like an immortal and fear him like a devil. Someone was watching him, his eyes gradually becoming blurry as he murmured, next, we will face the final crisis of the heavenly tribulation. If he can survive he will recover and have an unparalleled destiny. When someone heard this, he shuddered. Yes, one day he entered the heavens, thus beginning the tribulation of becoming a saint. Although 3 days had passed. However, that is the time from entering the celestial realm to the start of the heavenly tribulation. In theory, it only took Suyu 1 hour to become a celestial being and overcome the tribulation. The strongest record, he walked the path of the ancient heavenly emperor, and he is even stronger than the heavenly emperor. His destiny is unparalleled in this world, no one in history can compare to him. Boom. While they were distracted, the seventh thunder tribulation of sainthood was completely brewing in the sky, and the thunder exploded, shaking the earth. This sound, the earth shook as if there was a major earthquake, making it impossible for people to stand steadily. Boom. Another muffled thunder rang out, and cracks appeared in the space. How can we stop him? Everyone couldn't help but think about it. Then, they looked at Suyu and saw that a green light representing vitality was emerging from Suyu's body, covering his flesh. Some flesh and blood grew on his bones, and the withered half of his body was also recovering. Although it was impossible to recover everything, Suyu no longer had any worries at this time. The three religions of the Eastern Wasteland, including the Imperial Yin family and many geniuses who wanted to meet Suyu, all asked their own strong men to protect him. They had to ensure that Suyu's next tribulation would not be disturbed by anyone. Regardless of success or failure, they have accepted it. Recognize this genius. The quasi-saints, celestial beings, and robbers who had joined in the siege of Suyu earlier had already been shattered by the aftermath of the battle between Suyu and his men, and their souls were even taken into Suyu's soul-refining banner for refinement. As long as there is no accident, no one can rush out to disturb him. Ahem. Suyu coughed up a ball of black blood, then calmed his breathing and looked up at the thunder tribulation that had been accumulating in the sky for a long time. Finally, it's your turn. But Suyu stared at the thunder tribulation for a long time, then the corners of his mouth raised leisurely. I will not sit and wait for death. A natural disaster. Even though he was seriously injured, he was not afraid at all. The worst that could happen was death. What's more, will he definitely die? No. Suyu was waiting, absorbing the little spiritual energy around him bit by bit to restore himself. When he was in a desperate situation, he did not rely on external forces, but relied entirely on the energy of heaven and earth. Such a breakthrough is the true tribulation of becoming a saint. Everyone is waiting, including the thunder tribulation, is also accumulating strength, and there is still some time left. Time passes by little by little. Soon, a ray of sunlight suddenly broke through the thick black clouds, illuminating this far northern land, and as the first ray of sunlight rose again here. Buzz. The essence of the sun comes with the light. This abnormal phenomenon obviously represents something. At this moment, Suyu, who had closed his eyes to recover, suddenly opened his eyes, and a gleam of light as hot as the sun flashed in his eyes. Boom. This time the thunder no longer caused cracks in the space, but directly cracked the space. As the sun rose completely, the originally barren world suddenly moved. Everyone felt something in their hearts and looked into the distance. The great cleanup period is over. The golden age has arrived. Bang. As the golden age began to revive, the thick thunderclouds above the sky began to surge up completely, and a thick pillar of world-destroying divine thunder crashed down. Ha ha ha. Come on, whether you will become a saint or perish, just watch this sword. Boom. At the same time, in the entire Schwandian, and even in the entire universe, in the former Holy Land, the space there began to distort. The Holy Land has arrived. The holy places of the 5 regions, namely the Central Region, the Eastern Wasteland, the Western Region, the Southern Wasteland, and the Northern Region, have returned to the world. In the Central Region, the great Zhou dynasty and the Miaoyan holy sect no longer had any scruples, as if they were afraid of an explosion. They no longer used the so-called flying boats and warships, but rushed to the Northern Region with their ultimate cultivation. Little bastard, I won't let you go this time. Even if the 3 Eastern Wasteland sects come, they will kill you. Chapter 244. Today, I have attained the status of an invincible saint. Crisis. The 5 saints are attacking. In the Northern Territory, the far north, Suyu looked up at the dark clouds of thunder and lightning that filled the sky, revealing an aura that made one's soul tremble. He looked at the falling thunder tribulation, raised his knife and aimed it, his eyes full of wanton arrogance, and laughed loudly. Ha ha ha. I have survived the siege by 2 great saint realms. Could it be possible that I could be killed by mere thunder tribulation? You are not qualified enough to stop me. He has been practicing since he traveled through time and space, taking one step at a time, and constantly consolidating his foundation. The purpose is to be invincible in the world with one's own strength. Thunder. Not worthy of being taken seriously by him. Today, either you die, or I ascend to sainthood. My fate is decided by me. You, the heavenly Tao, cannot control my destiny. Suyu shouted loudly. Boom. The next second, an extremely powerful aura burst out from Suyu's body, shattering the space. We have reached this final step. He won't back down. As long as he jumps over this hurdle, he can go anywhere in this universe, and no one can control his destiny anymore. Even a quasi-emperor needs to think carefully. The Holy Realm is invincible. This is his goal at this stage. In this battle, he tried his best, burning his energy to kill the saint. Killing 2 saints, wasn't it just to lay the foundation? In this battle, he still has a trump card to play. Dozi am I. The secret of the word, soldier. Buzz. As Suyu's belief gradually became firmer, the energy between heaven and earth continued to gather, including the greenwood spiritual energy, the power of destruction, and the 2 sacred energies of the moon and the sun. Then, under everyone's horrified gaze, Suyu began to condense illusory bodies around him. Those were the phantoms of his physical body. Shit, am I dazzled? Why do these phantoms exude such a terrifying aura? Each one carries the pressure of a peak quasi-saint. This scene made everyone excited. On the side of the 3 religions of the Eastern Wasteland, in the Jushao camp, the quasi-saints and Zhao Wudi were even more shocked. Fuck, is it the Green Emperor's immortal body? Suyu actually managed to condense the Green Emperor's immortal body. This is one of the 9 major skills separated from their Jushao immortal skills, and there is also physical fitness. They naturally recognized its attributes. It can be seen at a glance that the green shadow standing behind Suyu and closely connected to Suyu is the Green Emperor's immortal body. Not only that, other knowledgeable and powerful people could not help but be shocked. Prison-suppressing body. There's also a shadowy figure emitting the essence of the sun. Could this be the Holy Sun body? Not only that, there's also the holy body of the moon. The merger of the moon and the sun, is this refining chaos? This is impossible. How can one person possess so many physical abilities? It's incredible. What is his identity? Could he be the reincarnation of a true immortal from outer space? When they were so shocked that they couldn't close their mouths, the 2 major physical elements of Taiyin and Taiyang around Suyu began to merge. Immediately afterwards, a chaotic energy exploded. The gust of air swept all around, causing all the onlookers to freeze in place. No one could remain calm as they watched the 2 sacred bodies of the moon and the sun gradually merge together. The body of all things, the body of chaos. He actually mastered it. As the chaos body appeared, everyone's body shook. For Suyu, he had already mastered the chaos body when the chain method atlas appeared, but that was only acquired. Now, while going through the tribulation, he has successfully gained enlightenment. He drained all his energy and himself in the extreme situation, impressing all his potential, just to let his body fall into a state of withering and death. Thus, this acquired body is transformed into true innate chaos. He may not feel that shocked, but for these monks who do not have so many plugins, the chaos body is the biggest plugin they can access. Ignoring the influence of the Dharma ending age, the body of all things, a body that even the heavenly Tao dares not control. Even in the Dharma ending age, once the chaos body emerges, he can become emperor on his own. This is the body of immortality. As the fusion of Taiyang and Suyu's bodies was completed, the white bones began to grow flesh and blood at a speed visible to the naked eye. After the soul, strength, origin and body are exhausted, they are revitalized with new vitality. Moreover, it is much better than before. This is the result of Suyu's ambition that he has persisted for so long. This is a miracle that cannot be replicated. If others want to replicate his path, then there is only one way out, death, there is no chance of survival. He is different. He had the assistance of the destiny villain system, so he was able to complete it without any danger. If an ordinary cultivator wanted to take this path, the chance of becoming an immortal would be even greater. As the power of his soul, strength, origin, and body began to recover, Suyu's temperament became even more extraordinary. If he looked like a banished immortal before, then the rejuvenated Suyu now could be said to have the appearance of a true immortal. Boom! The airwaves shook the space, and Suyu's aura continued to rise, from celestial being to quasi-saint, to the peak of quasi-saint. We've reached this point in the blink of an eye. Feeling the huge changes coming from his body, Suyu roared towards the sky. The sound was so terrifying that it almost dissipated the calamity clouds covering 1,000 miles. Heaven's slashing sword, Suyu stomped his foot into the air, causing the space beneath him to suddenly explode. He turned into purple lightning and rushed towards the lightning pillar. Suyu held the blade horizontally, his eyes fixed on the world-destroying lightning pillar in front of him. The lightning pillar that had previously made him feel the breath of death, even though he had broken through, he could still feel the threat. It is conceivable that if he did not have the courage to merge the moon and the sun, he would surely die this time. This sword declares to the world that even the heavens cannot take away my life. My destiny is in my own hands. Open, bang. As soon as he finished speaking, Suyu's sword slashed out completely. This sword had the power to split the sky, break through the void and chop towards the lightning pillar. Swish, the lightning column was torn apart, and the harsh sound filled my ears. Suyu followed the space cracked by the lightning column and continued to rush up to the clouds. In the end, the whole person was completely submerged in the sea of thunder. Crash! In an instant, thunderclouds surged, like an ocean hanging in the sky, creating endless waves under the attack of the hurricane. The power of destruction was rampant, and countless thunders kept falling, like an enraged beast, launching indiscriminate attacks. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds, the violent thunder began to weaken. Everyone just watched quietly, maintaining a strange posture without moving. Soon, time passes by little by little. A day later, the dark clouds completely exploded, and soon, the dispersed thunderclouds disappeared without a trace. Boom! The thunderbolt dissipated, and the belated explosion shook the heaven and earth, even shaking off the snow thousands of miles away. At the same time, a dazzling holy light began to appear between heaven and earth. At this moment, holy power is everywhere. As the clouds dispersed, above the clear and cloudless sky, in addition to the bright moon and stars, there was also a figure as dazzling as the sun. Today, I will be certified as an invincible saint. Boom! Everyone was shocked when they saw this sacred figure. However, at this moment, Kachacha, the sound of space constantly shattering suddenly rang out. Immediately afterwards, a cold yet shocking voice came from the void. You little bastard, I never expected you to be promoted to the saint realm. But that's fine too. If I kill you, those old men in Jushao will probably be furious, right? Go to hell. Click. As the voice fell, the space covered with spider web-like cracks suddenly exploded. One after another terrifying figures walked out. Saint Peak. 5 people. Chapter 245, the peak of the saint realm. No threat to me, the great sage is coming. At the moment Suyu became a saint, those people rushed over and wanted to stop him, but it was too late. I can only watch Suyu become a saint. If Suyu's fate had not changed, they might have been able to successfully stop Suyu at the critical moment. However, everything changed when Suyu achieved a life transition. All of it will be useless. At this moment, the 5 peak saints carrying knives on their backs had cold eyes and stared at Suyu's face, as if they wanted to cut Suyu into pieces with their eyes. These are the 5 most powerful saints at the peak of the heavenly sword Holy Land. He rushed over as soon as the sect was born. The Saint Lord level doesn't dare to take action, but the peak saint level has no problem. What a lucky kid, he was able to break through to the saint realm at the last moment and stabilize it in an instant. It's really powerful. The old man in the lead spoke in a cold tone, and the aura surrounding him made it impossible for the broken space around him to heal. But your life ends here. The Tiandao Holy Land and Jushao are mortal enemies. The Lord of Heavenly Sword is still waiting for an opportunity, waiting for the arrival of people from the great Zhou dynasty and the Miaoyan Holy Sect. The 3 holy places will join forces to kill him and share the responsibility at the same time, so that they will not be afraid of Jushao's revenge. So, they came here to stop Suyu from leaving. The eastern wasteland arrived here much later than the central region. Therefore, this 1 hour is enough for them to solve everything. Everyone was shocked when they saw the saint suddenly appear. This is no ordinary saint, but the peak of the holy realm. This is not something that can be compared between 2 people in the early stage of the saint realm. On the side of the 3 eastern wasteland sects, everyone's eyes were bloodshot and they shouted in horror, Suyu, run away quickly, don't stay here. Hide and wait for all the sect members to arrive. If he was a saint, they would not be afraid. Even if he was in the late stage of the saint realm, they would have some confidence in Suyu. What appeared at the same time were 5 saints at the peak of their realm. Suyu's fate has already completed the leap, and it must not be damaged here. Now that he has broken through to the saint level and still possesses a chaos body, Suyu will surely become an emperor in the future and must not perish here. However, facing their shouting, one of the 5 saints only glanced over at them out of the corner of his eye, then raised a hint of disdain at the corner of his mouth, and with a wave of his sleeves, an even more vast holy power swept across the scene. Shut up, when is it the ant's turn to speak here? Boom, the moment his sleeves were waved, the holy power instantly defeated the troops of the 3 religions in the eastern wilderness, causing them to cough up blood and fly backwards for hundreds of miles. This scene stunned everyone. Facing the pressure from the 5 peak saints, Suyu seemed to feel no pressure at all. Instead, he glanced at them with interest and said leisurely, you think highly of me. If I make a move, I'll have 5 peak saints surround me. Suyu paused for a moment, then raised the corners of his lips and said with a smile, if it were in the past, I would have been so scared that I ran away. But now even at the peak of sainthood, I might be able to fight. Bang! As soon as he finished speaking, an extremely terrifying aura of the holy realm erupted from Suyu's body, and it was the middle stage of the holy realm. Heaven-cutting sword, Suyu didn't hesitate at all and drew his sword to strike out. This blow is 1,000 times more powerful than the previous one. The space of 100 miles was shattered the moment he drew his sword, and the desolate void appeared, making people feel uneasy. The moment they saw Suyu draw his sword, the 5 saints first showed a hint of sarcasm, but when the aura burst out, their expressions changed drastically. Then they drew their swords and unleashed their holy martial arts at the same time, finally defeating the force of the sky-cutting sword. Only 5 people can resist together. How is this possible? The 5 saints were horrified. Not only them, but even the onlookers had strange expressions on their faces. Facing their shock and confusion, Suyu twisted his wrist, swung his sword, and then said with a smile, "Don't you think that the saint realm that I have worked so hard to break through will be so unbearable? What he wants is to break through and become the strongest. How can these saints who have achieved breakthroughs in their own small world in the Holy Land be compared with him? You are no longer superior to me." Suyu looked at them with disdain, and glanced at them, looking like a devil. The murderous aura was so overwhelming that it almost solidified into substance. When the 5 strongest saints heard this, their old faces twitched and their hands holding the knives shook non-stop. It was obviously repulsed by the force. Just as the atmosphere was silent, a cold voice filled with brutality and murderous intent sounded again in the void. "If they can't, then how can this holy lord be so high and mighty in front of you?" Boom. This voice is full of vigor and indescribable dominance. Bah, the aura of a tyrant. Someone's voice trembled as he stammered, This is the aura of the great Zhou Emperor. He's coming." When they heard the words, Emperor of the great Zhou, everyone held their breath and focused. For a moment, they even forgot to breathe and all looked in the direction of the sound. Then, under the gaze of everyone, figures with powerful auras walked out from the twisted void. The leader was wearing a dragon robe and standing with his hands behind his back, exuding the aura of a king. Beside him, there were 2 middle-aged figures with extraordinary demeanor. A woman and a middle-aged man holding a knife. Their appearance and their aura alone can cause the void to collapse. Because this is the great saint realm. The Emperor of Great Zhou who was in the lead and the middle-aged man holding a sword beside him had the most powerful auras, both of them were at the peak of the great saint realm. A saint lord level figure has arrived. Someone was dumbfounded and murmured. Everyone expected to encounter someone at the peak of the saint realm, and even the great saint realm would take action. This was already an extremely high standard. After all, Suyu is just a junior, so this kind of speculation is already extremely optimistic about him. But when a saint lord level powerhouse arrives, the situation will go beyond all speculation. All plans will become nothing, because the saint lord level represents the strongest combat power in the world. "You little bastards, they are no match for me. What will you do when this holy lord comes?" The great Zhou Emperor had a dignified look and was full of domineering aura. In front of him, ordinary people could not even explain themselves. Just being able to stand before him was already considered an act of extraordinary courage. Boom. As soon as he finished speaking, the domineering aura surrounding the Emperor of Great Zhou suddenly burst out, carrying the aura of a peak great sage. The space within a radius of thousands of miles was shattered. This is the power of the great sage at the peak of his powers. Even if you just stand there and don't move, you can still crush everything. This is absolute crushing strength. The great Zhou Emperor stared at Suyu's face, his eyes gradually filled with murderous intent. He said in a fierce voice, "You killed my son and cut off my inheritance. Today, no one can save you. Now, do you regret killing my son today?" Suyu met his discerning gaze, a brilliant smile on his lips, and responded in a resounding voice, "How can I regret killing someone I've killed?" Buzz. Upon hearing this, the Emperor of the Great Zhou dynasty instantly became furious. "You bastards, die for this holy lord." Boom. The Emperor of the Great Zhou dynasty made a move instantly, and his hand instantly crossed the space and headed straight for Suyu's head. This blow is enough to smash the head of a great saint. However, just as his hand was about to grab Suyu, the space in front of Suyu suddenly solidified and then shattered. Upon seeing this scene, the great Zhou Emperor's eyes narrowed and he shouted, "Who is it? Get out." As he finished speaking, figures emitting the aura of a great saint walked out one after another. "Ha ha ha, Zhou Zong, have you lived like a dog in this life? How dare you kill a junior?" Chapter 246. After today, I will live in anxiety and wait for death. Then, in the stunned gazes of the crowd, figures began to walk out. All of these people had tall and straight bodies, standing in front of Suyu, showing a powerful aura. These are powerful saints at the saint lord level. Each of them is the holy lord of one of the top holy places. The person in charge, he is the head of the Yin family, the imperial clan from the central region, Yin Tiansheng. The Yin family and the Great Zhou dynasty are mortal enemies. If either side is given a chance, they will not hesitate to defeat the other side and slaughter the entire clan and exterminate the entire race. The Yin family's dynasty was usurped by the Zhou family, and the Yin family was almost destroyed at that time. Under such hatred, it is impossible not to hate. This is a hatred that is almost engraved in the bones. As for the others, they are from holy places that are on good terms with Dongwang, and there are also imperial clans that are on good terms with the Yin family. At this time, they all came, and all stood in front of Suyu, protecting him behind them. Yin Tiansheng's eyes, gleaming with sharpness and brilliance, stared intently at the gloomy face of Zhou Zong, the Emperor of the Great Zhou dynasty, and sneered, "The Great Zhou dynasty is indeed a group of useless people, bullying the weak and fearing the strong, and devouring their masters." A person at the peak of the Great Saint realm actually openly bullied a junior who had just broken through to the Saint realm. What a rotten family that's living in the belly of a dog. Hearing this unbearable taunt, Zhou Zong's face turned grim, his sinister eyes flashing with a terrifying light. He said in a low voice, "The Yin family, you want to be slaughtered again, right? When is it your turn to act so recklessly here?" As he spoke, he looked at the others and said in a deep voice, "As a force in the central region, you are actually protecting outsiders. Could it be that you think our Great Zhou is weak?" His words carried a subtle threat. However, if these small families heard this, they would surely be scared out of their wits. After all, a top power that is at its peak is not something they can afford to offend. But how could the people present be weak? They don't care about what the Emperor of the Great Zhou said. Immediately, a powerful Saint Lord laughed out loud and said, "Zhou Zong, you are used to bullying the weak, right? Do you really think we're afraid of you? If you have the guts, let your quasi-emperor crawl out and declare war on us and see if we dare to accept it." These words completely choked Zhou Zong, and he couldn't utter a word for a long time. Quasi-emperor. But it's not something he can order around. Even if he breaks through to the quasi-emperor level, does he really dare to declare war on this group of top Holy Land forces? Impossible. In the entire Shuandian, it is not only the top holy places that have quasi-emperors. Some old ordinary holy places and some families also have some people hidden behind them. If he dares to move, there will definitely be forces that will take advantage of the opportunity to attack and annex his Great Zhou. Snort. The Great Zhou Emperor snorted coldly, then his eyes flashed with murderous intent, and he said in a cold voice, "I will definitely kill this brat today." Are you sure you want to protect him? He would not be at peace until Suyu died. Since they had already formed a mortal enemy, he naturally had to cut off the roots. There must be no leniency. In the past, he would only feel the pain of losing his son to Suyu, but today, it was different. Not only was it the revenge for the murder of his legitimate son, but also Suyu's talent was too strong. The potential he showed already made him feel threatened. As the owner of the Chaos Body in the Invincible Holy Realm, all his actions represent that Suyu will become an emperor in the future. Once the other party becomes emperor, his huge Zhou will be destroyed in an instant. Therefore, Suyu must not be allowed to live. The best outcome is to try your best to kill Suyu. It's not just him. This is also true even if the sect is trying to please everyone and marry the outstanding female disciples to the top Holy Land, the Miaoyan Holy Sect. Once you offend someone, there is no room for redemption. There's only one way to go. Upon hearing this, Yin Tiansheng sneered and immediately drew his sword. A vast aura instantly rose into the sky and he shouted, Zhozong, what are you talking about? We are already standing in front of you. What threats are you making? If you want to kill him, try my sword. Don't think I don't know. My son's whereabouts were sold to the Emperor's tomb by those beasts from your great Zhou. New grudges and old accounts are settled. As long as your Zhou family is not destroyed, the ancestors of my Yin family will never rest in peace. As he spoke, Yin Tiansheng's eyes began to turn red. After learning of his son's death, Yin Tiansheng was on the verge of collapse. The only belief now, it is to destroy the great Zhou. Destroy the great Zhou and destroy this Emperor's tomb. Even if he doesn't have the power, he still has to kill all their minions and never let them have an easy time. Zhozong's face darkened, and his domineering aura began to surge. He shouted, okay. You're just a stray dog, yet you dare to bark in front of me. I'll kill you dog today. Boom, Zhozong stretched out his hand, and a golden battle axe appeared out of thin air. The moment he grasped the battle axe, the aura of a king instantly rose up, burning the void. Die. The great saint realm moves, and the moment a thought arises, it is enough to cross 1,000 miles. Carrying the aura of destruction, Zhozong instantly crossed the limitations of space and chopped down Yin Tiansheng's head with an axe. Seeing this, Yin Tiansheng did not panic at all. Instead, he turned around and looked at Suyu calmly, smiling and said, my friend, I will take this calamity for you. If there is a chance in the future, help me destroy the Zhou clan and the great Zhou. He believed in Suyu very much. He was a genius who had walked the path of becoming the heavenly emperor and had even accomplished deeds that surpassed the heavenly emperor. If he couldn't do it, who else could? The emperor's tomb doesn't expect anyone to destroy it, but the great Zhou can certainly dream of it. Meeting Yin Tiansheng's expectant gaze, Suyu grinned without hesitation and said, Master Yin, I accept this matter. The great Zhou must be destroyed. Speaking of this, Suyu's tone was full of confidence. The great Zhou must be destroyed. The Dazhou had long been on his kill list. One day, he would rush to the Dazhou with a knife and kill all the people in the Dazhou. And this is the only favor Yin Tiansheng wants, and he has a very good impression of this person. This time, he remembered all those who were able to stand in front of him and protect him from disaster. When he has achieved success in cultivation, he will definitely report today's events 1,000 times over. He believed that this day would not be far away. The arrival of the Golden Age is the real stage for you to defeat everyone and become the Emperor of Heaven. No, surpass the Emperor of Heaven. This is his ambition. Seeing Suyu agreed without hesitation, Yin Tiansheng's eyes were immediately filled with relief. He then turned his head and looked at Zhozong with a sarcastic smile in his eyes. Ha ha ha, Zhozong, after today, you, the great Zhou, will live in anxiety, waiting for death. Ha ha ha, let's fight. Boom. The next second, Yin Tiansheng's body instantly rushed towards Zhozong, and the aura of the peak of the great saint realm burst out, which was not weaker than the domineering aura of Zhozong, the emperor of the great Zhou dynasty. Hearing the other party's words, Zhozong looked furious. Shut up. How can a dying man have the qualifications to destroy our great Zhou? He is just a saint. He did have this uneasy feeling, so he couldn't let Suyu go. All of you, die. Split the sky. Chapter 247, Peak of the Great Saint Realm. You dare to attack my junior brother. Boom. With one sword and one axe, the duel between the two top saints almost pierced through the sky. The breath swept across in an instant, melting all the snow covering an area of 100,000 miles. The heaven-splitting strike used by the great Zhou Emperor was a billion times better than the one Zhou Wudao had used before. Within a radius of 100,000 miles, a crack in the void with a diameter of 100,000 miles appeared at the moment the axe was struck, as if the sky was split open. It makes one's soul tremble. Is this the oppressive feeling of the Great Saint Realm? If they were to use their full strength, I'm afraid this far north would be completely submerged, right? It's so terrible, there's no escape. Even the space talismans were completely ineffective under their attack. The space was disrupted and there was no way to escape. Some people's calves were trembling as they watched the battle between the two top powers. They only felt that the power they once took pride in was so insignificant in front of these powers. Some strong men tried to crush the talisman and escape, but the effect of the space talisman was completely ineffective. This is why some people say that without the life-saving means bestowed by the quasi-emperor, a low-level warrior encountering a great sage, you can only wait for death, because the great sage's mastery of space has exceeded the scope of people's cognition. Not only can they break up space, they can also control it and use it for their own benefit. Even a saint who is extremely good at hiding in the void cannot escape the sight of the great sage. Even if they are not space monks, you can also master the power of space. Bang! Yin Tiansheng and Zhozong fought again, and this time, the 100,000-mile-long crack enlarged again. It was like a giant beast, opening its bloody mouth to devour the world. What should we do? We are in the center of the storm. If even a little bit of our aura leaks out, we will all die here. A single breath from the peak of the great saint realm can crush us quasi-saints. Some celestial beings and quasi-saints were so frightened that they lost their voices. Because standing under the sky, they felt the approach of death. It's like there's a god of death standing next to you, swinging his scythe, waiting for the right moment to reap your soul. The feeling of oppression was so strong that they could not think or breathe at all. The battle between the two Saint Lord level powerful men made it impossible for ordinary cultivators to see their movements clearly. Although only a moment had passed, for this group of top experts, it felt like they had already exchanged dozens or even hundreds of moves. If they had not been protected by Yin Tiansheng and others, they would have died under the pressure long ago. There is no possibility of survival at all. Yin Tiansheng, do you really think you can protect him? Thousands of miles in the sky, Zhozong stared at Yin Tiansheng's face with a murderous look in his eyes, and said with a serious smile, do you really think that we're the only ones who want to kill him? Seeing the teasing in the other person's eyes, Yin Tiansheng felt uneasy. He said in a deep voice, what do you want to say? He knew Zhozong too well. This person really likes to take advantage of others and scheme against them. Back then, he relied on this method to suppress Zhao Hongjun. Otherwise, with Zhozong's combat power at that time, there was no chance of defeating the opponent. Ha ha ha, Zhozong burst into laughter when he heard that. Then, he glanced down and shouted, go ahead, don't let me down. Buzz. Just as he finished speaking, the originally calm space below suddenly began to ripple and then distort. Then, another aura of the top great saint realm rises. Seeing the person coming, Yin Tiansheng's face suddenly changed color, and then he wanted to rush down to protect Suyu, but was interrupted by Zhozong's axe. Zhozong, Yin Tiansheng dodged in a panic, turned his head and looked at him with gritted teeth. Faced with his selective gaze, the great Zhou Emperor Zhozong didn't care at all. Instead, he laughed and said, I said, this little beast must die today. Do you think what I said is bullshit? Upon hearing this, Yin Tiansheng's eyes were bloodshot and he roared, you're looking for death. Boom. When he failed to save the man, he attacked Zhozong again, and his fighting power became even more violent than before. Boy, you betrayed the Holy Church. Do you really think you can live peacefully in this world? Today, I will harvest your chaotic body and imprison your soul. Return to the Holy Land to atone for your sins. The chaos body you cultivated just saved the Emperor's son some useless work. In an instant, a voice so cold that it chilled one's soul suddenly rang out, and then an old man in a black robe walked out of the void. His aura is also at the peak of the great saint realm. He was not like Zhou Zong and the others who were afraid of everything. As soon as he appeared, his aura was not restrained at all. Hundreds of onlookers were directly crushed to death. They were powerful beings in the heavenly realm belonging to various major forces. The consequence of doing this would undoubtedly offend all forces. For ordinary forces, this is a reverse scale that cannot be touched at all. But the great sage in front of him is not a simple person. But it is the powerful great saint from the Emperor's tomb. After his figure walked out of the void, without any hesitation, he stretched out his hand and attacked Su Yu. Look at the person coming. Su Yu also laughed. Who gave you the confidence to think you could kill me? Now, as he possesses a chaotic body, he no longer cares about this kind of pressure. Therefore, this pressure from the great saint realm that could make everyone unable to straighten their backs or raise their heads had no effect at all on Su Yu. Upon hearing this, the great sage at the Emperor's tomb peak laughed out loud. Ha ha ha. How can I not kill a mere newly promoted saint? A character like you, this saint can kill thousands of times with just a wave of his hand. Come here to me. Letting this old man extract your spirit, essence, and physical strength will atone for your sins. Your death is worthy of your contribution to the Emperor's grand plan. Boom. After that, he said no more and rushed towards Su Yu. The speed is so fast that it exceeds the speed of sound by an unknown amount. No, it can be said that at this level, speed alone is no longer enough to measure his movement speed. Haha, you're so confident. Seeing the other party's confident look, Su Yu couldn't help but shook his head and laughed. As a peak great sage, this is my confidence. Bang. However, just as he came close to Su Yu, he saw Su Yu breaking free from his energy shackles, and then he saw that a jade slip suddenly appeared on Su Yu's body. Click. Then, under his astonished and doubtful gaze, Su Yu decisively crushed the jade slip. In an instant, an invisible force of space condensed and eventually converged into a space vortex channel. Immediately, a breath so terrifying that it made the old man's hair stand on end suddenly rose up. Ta ta ta. The actual sound of footsteps made the old man feel like he was facing a great enemy. Who is it? Under his harsh questioning, a figure slowly walked out from the vortex of space. At the peak of the great saint realm, you dared to attack my junior brother. Chapter 248. The 17th Emperor of the Great Zhou Dynasty respectfully invites the ancestor to appear. The moment this figure walked out of the space passage, an aura that was much more terrifying than the old man suddenly rose. Next second, the figure disappeared instantly. When the great sage Diffin saw this scene, his hair stood on end instantly because he felt the beast's gaze was fixed on him. As expected, before he could make any movement, the disappeared figure suddenly appeared in front of him. Unlike the initial state, Zhao Hongjun now had a spear flashing with cold light in his hand. Arcs of lightning moved on the gun body like thunder dragons. The divine thunder surrounding his body exudes an aura of destruction. Just based on your own strength, do you have the confidence to kill the holy son that I, Zhao Hongjun, personally supported? Shen Xiao's spear technique. Zhao Hongjun laughed loudly, then thrust out a spear, like a swimming dragon, towards the center of the eyebrows of the great sage of Emperor Tomb. Feeling the suppression of this force, the great sage Diffin was horrified. Impossible. We are both at the peak of the great sage level, so what makes you so special? He really wanted to say why, as they were both at the peak of the great sage level, Zhao Hongjun could pose such a huge threat to him. This is absolutely unfair. However, Zhao Hongjun sneered and said, peak great sage. Boom. The moment he finished speaking, a stronger aura rose from Zhao Hongjun's body, shaking the space. The area within a radius of 100,000 miles, or even a million miles, could feel this terrifying pressure fluctuation. Without the suppression of the heavenly Tao, he can now display his truest cultivation without restraint. The peak of the great sage, half a step to the quasi-emperor. A true half-step quasi-emperor. At this time, Zhao Hongjun had already surpassed all the great saints and had a trace of imperial aura. The aura of a quasi-emperor. This is the ultimate transformation, even a hint of it can be fatal. Being able to become an emperor in the path of cultivation means that he has reached the true pinnacle of the realm. Below the emperor realm, everyone is an ant. Half-step quasi-emperor. The old man from the emperor's tomb screamed and was immediately frightened out of his wits. He immediately used his strongest move to block the casual shot from the holy lord Zhao Hongjun. But even if he tried his best to resist, he was still blown away millions of miles. Rumble. The sounds of space explosions rang out one after another, shaking millions of miles away. When the aftermath of the space dissipated and the old man at the peak of the great sage level returned here after traveling a distance of millions of miles, everyone was shocked to find that a strand of holy blood was slowly flowing down from the other's brow, dyeing his old face hideous and terrifying. A single strike can render even the peak great sage powerless to resist. Oh my god, Lord Zhao has truly entered the realm of half-step quasi-emperor. The first holy lord in the world to set foot in this realm. All the powerful men who followed were shocked, because there is a world of difference between a quasi-emperor and a great sage. There can be many great saints, but the quasi-emperor is just that little. Even if the entire universe were added together, there might not be enough people to gather thousands of quasi-emperors. Seeing that the old man was only slightly injured, Zhao Hongjun's eyes were filled with regret. He said regretfully, tisk tisk, it's just a minor injury to the soul. What a pity. As expected, none of the cultivators who can reach the Lingao realm were simple. Hearing this, the expression of the great sage Emperor Tomb became even uglier. A casual attack left him with no way to avoid it. He tried his best to resist and was able to barely offset most of the force. Even so, he was still injured. Even so, you, Zhao Hongjun, still feel it's not enough. He didn't say anything, but his tense body showed his mood at the moment. Seeing him staring at him without saying a word, Zhao Hongjun glanced at him and said, what are you looking at? If you don't agree, show me your Emperor's Tomb's killer move. Does the rat in the gutter really think he's a tiger? Although the Emperor's Tomb is very powerful and a single holy land cannot match it, there's a peak great sage here and he will not be afraid of him at all. Even if it was Emperor Tomb's killer move, he was confident that he could break it. Upon hearing this, the great sage of the Imperial Tomb's face turned extremely grim. He said, Zhao Hongjun, you are shielding a traitor from the Imperial Tomb. You know that the Imperial Tomb will never let you go. When the quasi-emperor recovers and adapts to this world, I will descend into the ninth heaven to destroy your sect. Hearing this, Zhao Hongjun sneered. The Emperor's Tomb has been wanting to swallow up the three religions of the Eastern Wasteland for a long time. If they really have the ability to do so, why would they have to wait until this era? Go away and don't get in the way here, otherwise, this holy lord won't mind killing you first. The Emperor's Tomb and the three religions of the Eastern Wasteland have had a blood feud since ancient times. They all want to destroy each other, but they have never done so in millions or tens of millions of years. If he really had this ability, would the Emperor's Tomb have been hiding until now? Stop joking. The great sage Diffin was speechless after hearing these words, and he couldn't utter a word for a long time. After scolding the other party, the elegant Saint Zhao Hongjun looked up at the sky and looked at Zhou Zong, who became agitated because of his appearance. He smiled. Then, under the gaze of everyone, Zhao Hongjun clenched the Shenshao spear in his hand and looked up at the sky with a fierce look in his eyes. Shenshao spear technique, God-killing spear. Call out. In full view of everyone, Zhao Hongjun suddenly threw the divine sky spear in his hand towards the two people in the sky. This shot had absolutely no resistance at all. Before the tip of the gun arrived, the space had already shattered under the pressure. A single shot swept across 1,000,000 miles, and all living creatures had expressions of fear on their faces. It was a fear that came from the depths of their souls. The monsters even crawled on the ground, burying their heads in the thick snow, just like an ostrich. Those creatures living in the cold lake fell to the bottom of the lake, like a tiger lying on the ground, motionless. Boom! Yin Tiansheng and Zhou Zong, who were originally fighting fiercely, were frightened by this breath and retreated thousands of miles in an instant. The moment they retreated to a safe distance, the aura of the divine sky spear swept between them, making them break out in cold sweats. After the battle was interrupted, Yin Tiansheng looked at Zhou Zong with a smile, and then his body quickly fell to the side of the Holy Lord Zhao Hongjun. Brother Zhao, I haven't seen you for 50 years. Your cultivation has become even more advanced. Yin Tiansheng smiled and bowed to Zhao Hongjun. Zhao Hongjun smiled and responded after hearing this, saying, Brother Yin is quite good too. He has reached the peak of great saint. I believe that in this golden age, he should be able to get a glimpse of the middle to late stage of quasi-emperor. Ha ha ha, thanks for the good words, Brother Zhao. Yin Tiansheng smiled bitterly. The middle and late stages of the quasi-emperor, how does one feel about that realm? The strongest ancestor of the Yin family who is still alive is only at the 5th stage of the quasi-emperor. Zhao Hongjun smiled but said nothing. Then, he looked up at the sky, at the sullen face of Zhou Zong, the emperor of the great Zhou dynasty, and said loudly, Zhou Zong, do you really think I'm good-tempered and won't bother with you? I failed to kill you that day, and now that the golden age has arrived, where can you escape to? You can't afford to play the game of bullying the weak with your strength, so I'll play with you to my heart's content. Hearing this, the great Zhou dynasty emperor Zhou Zong's expression darkened even further. He muttered in a low voice, Zhao Hongjun, do you really think I, the emperor, came here without any preparation today? I said before, I have no hatred towards anyone except this little bastard, he must die. Suyu ruined his grand plan. Not only did he kill his descendants, but he also completely blocked his path to becoming an emperor. A mortal feud had already been formed between the two sides. The survival of a man who was determined to become an emperor was a devastating blow to him and the great Zhou. Therefore, Suyu is destined to die here. Today, I will let you know my determination. After saying that, a teleportation jade slip appeared in Zhou Zong's palm. At the same time, a jade slip also appeared in the hands of Miao Yin Saint Sect and Tian Now Saint Lord. Seeing this scene, everyone's eyes fixed. Next second. Click. As the three of them crushed the jade slips in their hands at the same time, a terrifying aura slowly rose in this far northern land. Boom. With the formation of the space channel, a vast and unparalleled aura suddenly descended, making the heaven and earth change color. Even the energy of heaven and earth began to become disordered and even surrender. The 17th emperor of the great Zhou dynasty respectfully invites the ancestor to appear. Please, ancestor, take action and kill the enemy. Boom. The aura of the quasi-emperor burst out instantly. At this moment, everyone's eyes were filled with fear. This is the arrival of a quasi-emperor. Chapter 249, the quasi-emperor ancestor appears. 3 quasi-emperors. The voice of Zhou Zong, the emperor of the great Zhou dynasty, was extremely cold, with a hint of determination and madness in his tone. Obviously, Suyu's existence has become a thorn in his side. Over the past 50 years, not only has his hatred not faded, but it has become even stronger. Especially at the moment of his birth, when he received news from the outside world again, he made up his mind completely. Suyu must be killed. Zhou Wudao is the fruit of his years of hard work, and is also the cornerstone he has laid for his future as an emperor. As long as Zhou Wudao understands the overlord intentions, he will be able to take over the body of his own son. Thus, he will be reborn with a new physique, a new body, and a new destiny. But, all of this was ruined by Suyu. During these 50 years, he had tried to have another child with his concubine, but no matter how hard he tried, the offspring he gave birth were not satisfactory. As a result, he hated Suyu even more. That was the genius born from the union between him and the holy maiden of the Miao Yin Holy Sect. The reason why Miao Yin Holy Sect can keep marrying is naturally not because its saint daughter is so stunningly beautiful, but because they have a method, which is to make sure that the first baby born to the disciples they train will inherit the father's qualifications. This is the key to their survival and continued prosperity. Many top holy places need them. However, only one can be born. Buzz. As his voice fell, in the vast space vortex in the sky, a heart-pounding black light was revealed, as well as the domineering aura brought by the unique imperial level skills of the great Zhou royal family. It is completely different from the domineering aura of the emperor of the great Zhou dynasty. This breath is stronger and carries the aura of an emperor. The peak power of the quasi-emperor level. Please, ancestor, take action to clear the obstacles and kill the enemy. Zhou Zong's tone was cold and crazy. Together with him, he summoned out the quasi-emperor ancestor, along with the heavenly sword Saint Lord and the wonderful sound Saint Lord. The three of them spoke in an extremely firm tone. At the level of the great sage, one's consciousness is extremely firm, and any decision made will not waver. If they were an ordinary saint, they would not do this. But Suyu is different. A person who possesses a chaotic body and is immortal and destined to become an emperor, such an enemy, now that we have offended him, we must spare no effort to strangle him in the cradle. We must never give him a chance to get up. Otherwise, when the Holy Land is liquidated in the future, even if it is not destroyed, it will suffer heavy damage, and even a quasi-emperor will not be able to emerge. This is the deterrent power of the emperor, and this is only the deterrence of an ordinary emperor. For someone with a chaotic body like Suyu, who can ignore all laws and curses, the deterrence is even more terrifying and is enough to destroy a holy place. A similar incident has occurred in history. A remnant of an immortal sect provoked a chaotic body, and finally the chaotic body rose up and proved the truth. Directly destroy the remaining remains of this immortal sect. You have to know how terrifying the sect's foundation left by the immortal is. It is an existence that even the emperor cannot break through. But it was destroyed by a chaos body emperor who had just attained enlightenment. So, encountering this kind of situation, since the three of them have already chosen to take action, they can only go down this path to the end. This is a situation where there is no end but life and death. Boom! As the voices of the three top saints fell, terrifying imperial power erupted simultaneously from the three space vortexes. The momentum is horrifying. It's a power they have never seen before. This is also the first time that all the-level cultivators have faced the deterrent power of the quasi-emperor. Even with the protection of the aura of the great saint, one still felt the suffocation and was unable to breathe. Is this the power of a quasi-emperor? Oh my god, just the aura alone can cause our bodies to show signs of collapse. If it weren't for the protection of the great saints, we would have been crushed into mud the moment the quasi-emperor aura appeared, right? Bang! The next second, the space within 1,000,000 miles was completely shattered, leaving no fragments behind. All turned into nothingness. The sky disappeared and turned into an abyss, as if it was going to swallow everything. The world was instantly plunged into darkness, and one could not see one's hand in front of one's face. The cultivators present were all powerful ones who had already left their mortal bodies, otherwise they would not be able to see anything clearly. Boom. Then, in the sky, in the space vortex that emitted a faint glow, 3 old men in coarse linen clothes walked out at the same time. It was the aura of the 3 men that collapsed the space. Quasi-Emperor. 3 quasi-emperors. The 3 of them were flowing with divine aura, which was the power of rules, majestic and sacred. Mortals could not even look directly at the faces of the quasi-emperors. The moment they actually appeared on this earth, all the monks below the same realm had the urge to kneel down. The quasi-emperor is indeed supreme. Even with just a glance, I felt like he had noticed my presence. One look could kill me. It's so scary. Will we really die here? Impossible, he won't die. Some powerful celestial beings have begun to feel fear and are talking nonsense. Obviously their minds are disturbed by the aura of the quasi-emperor. Who do we need to personally kill? The 3 quasi-emperor elders were covered in divine aura, although they were dressed in coarse linen clothes, but the aura made their temperament sublime to the extreme. The quasi-emperor, who exuded a domineering aura, glanced at Zhou, his face expressionless and his tone cold. How many peak great saints? Being stared at by his ancestor, Zhou lowered his head and said, that same realm. After saying that, he pointed his finger in the direction of Suyu. Upon hearing this, the old quasi-emperor was stunned. Then, an invisible spiritual sense that made Suyu frown instantly swept over him. After a moment, the old man's face showed some emotion and asked, Chaos body. Zhou nodded heavily and replied, that's right, old ancestor, we have offended this man. This is our mortal enemy. Now he is protected by Jushao, the infamily Saint Master and others. We are powerless to kill him. Please, ancestor, take action and kill the threat in advance. After hearing this explanation, the old man nodded, expressing his deep agreement. Indeed, the chaos body's mortal enemy must not be let go, otherwise we will be the ones to be destroyed in the future. As he spoke, his tone paused, and then he continued, there's also an unexpected gain. The Yin family is truly hunting us. We are rising up in obedience to the will of heaven. What on earth are they complaining about? Well, let's just crush a little bug first. Just as the old man was about to take action, the quasi-emperor of the heavenly sword Holy Land beside him spoke up to stop him. Wait a minute, brother Zhou. Upon hearing this, the Zhou family ancestor turned his head to look at him and asked, when? A smile graced the aged face of the quasi-emperor of the heavenly sword Holy Land, and he said, there's no need for you to personally deal with such ends. Let me crush these 2 little bugs to death, and then we can sit down and discuss the Tao. Okay. Upon hearing this, the Zhou family's ancestor nodded and agreed happily. Ha ha ha. Upon seeing this, the quasi-emperor of the heavenly sword Holy Land laughed immediately, and then his extremely terrifying gaze instantly fell on Suyu and the Holy Lord Zhao Hongjun. You 2 ants are not even qualified to let me draw my sword. Die. Boom. The moment he finished speaking, he clapped his hands. This moment, the void exploded. Desolation sweeps across the land. Buzz. However, before the palm could fall, the breath that solidified the void suddenly burst out. Who is it? Chapter 250, Pretending. You were lucky enough to see this before you die. The moment the quasi-emperor made his move, the surrounding environment instantly disappeared, and everyone looked at the desolate void beside them in horror. Only the disciples from the top holy places can remain calm. These quasi-emperors are not blind, so they can naturally see Wang Heng and others in the crowd. They are not stupid enough to attack these people. Unless you want to offend the Wang family, the most powerful imperial family in the world. In the Wang family, there are powerful people in the late quasi-emperor realm, and there's more than one. It would be a lie to say that the Wang family wasn't furious after Wang Heng was killed. Therefore, those neutral forces were not threatened at all, only those small forces and hostile forces were trembling under the majesty of this quasi-emperor. To refuse to kneel before the emperor is truly presumptuous. This quasi-emperor of the heavenly sword Holy Land simply exploded the surrounding void, which could also be said to be a blockade. So that they cannot use the transmission jade slip to ask for help. That is to say, the void has now been taken over by him. It is impossible for anyone except the strong ones above the 5th level of quasi-emperor to descend. It is extremely rare for the Holy Lord of a Holy Land to be able to summon the arrival of a 3rd level quasi-emperor. The quasi-emperor of the heavenly sword Holy Land looked at Suyu and the elegant Saint Zhao Hongjun as if he were looking down at an ant. With a look of sarcasm on his face, he sneered, ants, how dare you look at me like that? In front of me, the strength you are so proud of is nothing but the strength of an ant. Quasi-emperor is the truth of the world. Others are great Dharma masters who cannot be insulted, but who can know that the appearance of a quasi-emperor is something that cannot be seen by anyone below the heavens. This is an extremely powerful being who is close to the great Tao, and mortals cannot look directly at him. It's even hard to see its true appearance. This is even more true for the great emperor. Mortals are not allowed to peek at the great emperor's appearance. Even if it is a copied portrait, the laws of heaven will conceal his true appearance and prevent mortals from seeing it. This is the power of almighty power. Boom, boom. The quasi-emperor of the great Zhou dynasty and the female quasi-emperor of the Miaoyan holy sect also walked to a place not far from the quasi-emperor of the Tianao holy land and surrounded Suyu and others in a triangle. 3 quasi-emperors, what a lineup, just to kill Suyu. This scene really shocked everyone. What do you mean? Are you sure you can break out? At this time, the eyes of the Yin family's Saint Lord were solemn. He took a deep breath and said to several Saint Lord level strongmen. Upon hearing this, the Holy Lord of Luguang Holy Land shook his head and said, difficult. The space here has been sealed off and even dug out into the void. No one except a mid to late stage quasi-emperor can locate its specific location. The spatial jade slip I carried with me was also useless and completely ineffective. Mine too. I'm afraid we're going to suffer a great disaster this time. After hearing everyone's answers, the Yin family's Holy Lord's eyes became even more gloomy. He never thought. Zhou and the other 2 were so crazy that they even prepared a backup plan for the quasi-emperor. There is no time to react at all. Brother Zhao, what should we do now? The Holy Lord of the Yin family exhaled, looked at Zhao Hongjun and asked. If we use all our strength, we might still have a chance to break the blockade. With a great saint leading the others to escape, it shouldn't be a problem. Zhao Hongjun's combat power is close to that of a quasi-emperor, but only close. There is a world of difference between him and the quasi-emperor. But if you take action, you will have a chance to escape, or open a corner of the blocked space to call for a strong person. Zhao Hongjun smiled when he heard this and said, don't panic. At this moment, even facing 3 quasi-emperors in front of him, he was not at all panicked. It seemed as if he had anticipated this scene. Not only him, but also the Holy Lord of the Yin family and others were surprised to find that even Suyu did not have any panic on his face, but instead seemed very calm and composed. This made these Saint Lord level powerhouses seem inferior to him. He was confused when he saw this scene. Although he was secretly anxious, he still chose to believe Zhao Hongjun. After all, the latter was a legendary figure in his era. If he is not worried, then I have nothing to worry about. So he nodded and said, okay, I trust the judgment of brother Zhao and young friend Suyu. After saying that, he no longer thought about how to escape, but concentrated on resisting the erosion of the quasi-emperor's aura, giving those strong men behind him who were not yet at the same level a chance to breathe. Zhao Hongjun smiled, then glanced at Su Yu and said with a smile, "Junior brother, are you afraid? 3 quasi-emperors all came here to kill you." Su Yu turned his head to look at him, and after a moment's silence, he asked, "What does senior brother Shengju want to say?" Ha ha ha. Seeing Su Yu's reaction, Zhao Hongjun laughed and said, "You have only been in the Holy Land for a few years. Your rise to prominence was too fast and without any setbacks. This time." At this point, he paused, his tone amused. "I want to hear you ask me for help once." Haha, as long as you beg me, it will give me, as your senior brother, a sense of accomplishment. Ha ha ha. Everyone, listening to Zhao Hongjun's words full of bad taste, everyone was upset. Even Zhao Wudi, his descendant, wanted to cover his face. My father is really playful. It's urgent, but you still want to play. Qin Hao and Yu Yun laughed softly upon seeing this. Qin Hao nudged Zhao Wudi with his elbow and whispered, "Your father is so interesting. You're still thinking about playing the rescue game at this time. How come your personality is so different from your father's?" Zhao Wudi covered his face in shame when he heard this. "I always thought my father was very serious, but who knew? It turned out to be like this." Even Su Yu was stunned after hearing what senior brother Shengju said. He said speechlessly, "Senior brother Shengju, your hobby is really weird. It's already this late, and you're still thinking about playing." Upon hearing this, the elegant sage Zhao Hongjun laughed heartily and said, "Ha ha ha, after all, this is also a crisis, so what do you think?" After saying that, he waved his hand, and a jade slip emitting a faint imperial aura appeared in his palm. "Just ask me to crush this jade slip, and our Jushao ancestor will come in person. He is also looking forward to coming." Everyone was stunned after hearing these unscrupulous words. What a guy, carrying a high-level quasi-emperor jade slip with him. At this moment, everyone was no longer calm. In the void, the 3 quasi-emperors who were like gods could naturally hear their conversation clearly. The moment they saw Zhao Hongjun take out the jade slip, their pupils suddenly shrank. This is a spatial jade slip bestowed by 7th level quasi-emperor. Seeing this, the quasi-emperor of the Heavenly Sword Holy Land drew the sword from behind him and shouted in a cold voice, "Okay, okay. If you don't take the quasi-emperor seriously, then just die for me." Seeing him draw his sword, Zhao Hongjun's eyes turned cold. Just as he was about to crush the teleportation jade slip, he was suddenly held down by Su Yu's hand. Seeing this, Zhao Hongjun looked at him in confusion. Facing everyone's questioning gazes, Su Yu simply raised his head and looked towards the sealed void, and he fixed his gaze directly on the 3 quasi-emperors, and said slowly, "I'm biding my time. What are you trying to show off your presence?" Hearing Su Yu's words, the quasi-emperor of the Heavenly Sword Holy Land, who had always been arrogant, looked cold and sneered. "Since you are so arrogant and are trying to threaten me with the quasi-emperor's transmission jade, I will reluctantly strike you with this sword. This sword, which embodies the quasi-emperor's will, is a blessing for you to see before you die. Die, you bunch of ants." Boom. As soon as the words fell, the quasi-emperor of the Heavenly Sword Holy Land instantly slashed out with his sword. With this strike, the emperor's sword intent burst out, suddenly cutting off everything. Even time was cut off for a moment. However, at the moment when the sword was about to be slashed out, suddenly, the sword force that almost exceeded the speed of light was frozen in place when the sword was less than 1 meter away. It's like time has stopped. Next second, suddenly, a tearing sound was heard in the void. Swish. After discovering this sudden change, everyone, including the other 2 quasi-emperors, all changed their expressions drastically and looked up at the void. Who, before their scolding had even finished, the void was torn apart by a pair of boundless giant hands. Boom. Immediately afterwards, a huge head appeared from the void and looked in. This one glance made everyone's blood freeze, and even their spiritual power was frozen. This is. Feeling the trembling of their souls and the quasi-emperor's expressions of fear as they faced a formidable enemy, everyone trembled and said, "What monster?" However, while everyone was shocked by the oppressive feeling brought by this huge head, Su Yu took a step forward, bowed to the void with a smile, and shouted loudly, "Master." Boom. At this moment, everyone's brain exploded instantly. The owner of this huge head before him is actually Su Yu's master. Chapter 251 Tearing through the void. Idudian, how dare you insult my disciples? When everyone was almost stunned, and even their souls were frozen by this sudden breath, the giant hand supported the void and exerted force bit by bit. The void continued to shatter, and finally, the true appearance of the giant was completely revealed. This is a huge body that is billions of miles tall. And, the most crucial thing is that the aura from his body has made people completely unable to feel the existence of imperial energy, but it makes their souls tremble and have a heart of submission that comes from the source. Just like facing the avenue. The feeling of vastness is hard to describe, let alone describe. This is a supergiant that is countless times larger than the stars. Boom. When the void was torn apart and the giant stepped into this isolated space, everyone was frozen in time. It's not just the low-level cultivators who are like this. Even the 3 quasi-emperors were trembling under the steaming of this aura. The body trembled continuously, especially the quasi-emperor of the Tian Now Holy Land who was locked by the qi. His pupils were trembling violently, and his hands were shaking non-stop. Everything about him was frozen, making him unable to move at all. He looked at the giant in front of him. In front of him, his own body was just a speck of dust. Small, too small. The fact that a strong man at the 2nd level of the quasi-emperor realm could lose his composure like this could only prove that the giant before him was far beyond the early stage of the quasi-emperor realm, and even surpassed the middle stage. His heart was roaring in disbelief. Impossible, impossible. How could an ant possibly catch the eye of a quasi-emperor? Moreover, the quasi-emperor before me doesn't look like a quasi-emperor at all. The great emperor. No, his aura is slightly weaker than the great emperor's. But, his brain was working frantically, but he still couldn't figure out what kind of cultivation level this giant in front of him had. Boom. The giant stepped into the independent space, and in an instant, an aura that seemed to pierce the sky rose into the sky. Fighting against the sky. Everyone can feel a will, a strong belief that transcends everything and dares to fight against the heavens. Unable to put it into words. Looking at the giant, Wang Hang, who had been enriched by various honors since childhood and even had his family's dusty quasi-emperor unable to help but probe his consciousness to check on him, was filled with mixed emotions and couldn't help but sigh. This is the mighty power that stands at the pinnacle. It's impossible to see clearly, let alone speak. Such a state one day, I will be able to reach it. Thinking of this, Wang Hang couldn't help but touch his storage ring. There, contained his hope for transformation, and it was his chance to surpass the achievements of his ancestors. Void Beast. The Emperor of the Great Zhou looked at the giant that appeared before him, and he felt that he had become so small. He was confident that he could become a quasi-emperor. Even when meeting the quasi-emperor ancestor, he could maintain a neither humble nor arrogant attitude. Because he has the confidence to become a quasi-emperor. But after seeing this powerful existence with his own eyes, his heart of Taoism actually collapsed for a moment. And then it became even more distorted. If it weren't for this bastard ruining my grand plan, I might have had a chance to achieve my true form in the future. Damn it. However, this resentment only lasted for a moment, and then fear overwhelmed the brain. Because, he saw Suyu take a step forward and smiled at the giant, saying, "Congratulations, master, on regaining your physical body." Hearing this, the giant looked at Suyu. A hint of satisfaction flashed in his eyes, which were as big as planets. He smiled and said, "Haha, but I have just recovered. I still need 10 years of recuperation to recover my original strength. But, for now, it's enough." Boom. The fighting spirit of the sky surged out like waves, constantly beating the heartstrings of everyone. Many people who were hostile to Suyu almost had their hearts broken. So strong. This background is beyond words. None of them had expected that Suyu was just the young master of an ordinary first-rate force, and that his background should be like this because he joined a holy place like Jusha due to his talent. But who knew? When he was away, he actually had such a powerful being as his backer. With such a backer, even if it is a top-level holy land, it must be treated with courtesy. A force that can suppress a quasi-emperor by its aura, such combat power can only be possessed by a quasi-emperor in the late stage. As he spoke, the giant looked at Suyu and said with a smile, "I told you when you first became my disciple. When the golden age arrives, I will be your strongest supporter. Behind you stands me. If anyone dares to attack you, I will destroy his lineage." Boom. At this moment, the energy was vibrating. If he hadn't deliberately restrained it, it would have been enough to shock all these people to death. Hearing these words, the three quasi-emperors trembled in their hearts. After the fear dissipated, the quasi-emperor of the Heavenly Sword Holy Land said in a deep voice to the giant, "Dao Yu, we are the quasi-emperors of the three top holy lands, the Heavenly Sword Holy Land, the Great Zhou Dynasty, and the Miaoyan Holy Sect. Fellow Taoist, please let us go, and this matter can be dropped. Otherwise, we have a late quasi-emperor behind us, and fellow Taoist doesn't want to be." "Get out!" An angry shout rang out, almost shattering his soul. Bang! The next second, before he could finish his words, the giant's palm slapped down instantly, knocking the quasi-emperor of Heavenly Sword away. The quasi-emperor's blood sprayed, shaking the void. Boom. However, when he was knocked away for an unknown distance, the giant's palm clenched into the air, as if crossing time and space, and directly grabbed the quasi-emperor of the Heavenly Sword Holy Land who was flying backwards. "You, a mere quasi-emperor of the second level, dare to threaten me? What the hell is this Heavenly Sword Holy Land? Do you dare to attack me?" The giant held the Heavenly Sword quasi-emperor in his hand, and his eyes revealed a strong sense of disdain. That is a disdain for him in the Holy Land behind him. "You, crunch." Just as Tiandao quasi-emperor was about to speak, he was pinched and spit out several mouthfuls of imperial blood. Everyone was trembling with fear at this scene. Quasi-emperor. Like an ant, being played with in the hands. At this moment, the quasi-emperor of the Great Zhou Dynasty, who had been as arrogant as a god, also spoke in a trembling voice, "Senior, may I know your imperial title?" He is not a stubborn fool like Tiandao quasi-emperor who does not know the seriousness of the matter. The gap between quasi-emperors is even greater than the heaven and earth. Every level is different. The person in front of him is so powerful, he must have a powerful background, or he must have high cultivation level. He is only at the second level of quasi-emperor, so how dare he offend such a powerful being? When everyone heard the quasi-emperor of the Great Zhou Dynasty ask the key question, their ears pricked up. They are also curious. What is the identity of such an existence? In response to his question, the giant glanced sideways downwards, and the aura that was so vast that it was close to the way of heaven was released from his body even more wantonly, shocking the two quasi-emperors to the point that they wanted to kneel down. The aura emanating from the giant grew stronger, and he slowly said, "This Emperor Dudian." Puff. As soon as the words fell, the giant's hand exerted force instantly, and the quasi-emperor's physical body of the Holy Land of Heavenly Sword was instantly crushed into blood foam and sprayed into the void. Bang bang bang. The fighting spirit of heaven swept over and submerged everyone. Only a few substantial, bang, sounds were heard. Following the sound, seeing that the two quasi-emperors and the Great Zhou Emperor and others were all kneel down, these four words made the whole audience silent, and everyone's mind went completely blank. At this moment, there are only four words lingering in their minds. Quasi-Emperor Dudian. Chapter 252. Today, I will destroy the Holy Land of Heavenly Sword to congratulate my disciple on reaching the invincible Holy Realm. This is a taboo name, extremely dazzling. 70,000 years ago, it was the Dharma ending age, a time when resources were most scarce, and the spiritual energy of heaven and earth could not even support the emergence of a saint. However, Quasi-Emperor Dudian ignored the rules of heaven and earth and broke through to the peak of Quasi-Emperor. The value of such a powerful person is naturally self-evident. In that era, most of the top holy places in Xuanyan continent had been found by Dudian Quasi-Emperor, and they had even gone to the mountain gate to beg for resources. At that time, Dudian had unparalleled combat power and ignored the rules of heaven and earth. Even the way of heaven chose to ignore his existence. I thought he had died. Who would have thought? Surprisingly, 70,000 years later, he lived a second life. Even the emperor found it difficult to live a second life, but he actually succeeded. Moreover, he became Suyu's master. The blood of the quasi-emperor was spilled, and those drops of blood that could penetrate the planet shook the void, but they could not have any effect on this giant who was billions of miles tall. Dudian quasi-emperor looked at Suyu and said with a smile, "How is it, your chief master, did you arrive in time?" He was also very satisfied with his disciple, although he had almost no time to train him. But he really values Suyu. Maybe in the future when the road to immortality appears, Suyu will be able to fight side by side with him and ascend to the immortal road. Suyu smiled and said, "Just in time. I have never said that the only support behind me is the Jushao Holy Land." Into the Golden Age, his greatest support is a quasi-emperor who can take action at any time, masters the secret of fighting, and can fight against the emperor. Quasi-emperor Dudian reshapes his true body and his destiny. Today, he has truly made up for the shortcomings left behind in the Dharma ending age. At this point, the throne was almost secured. Is there any quasi-emperor in the entire universe who can be compared with quasi-emperor Dudian? Maybe, but very few. Moreover, once the quasi-emperor Dudian who has mastered the secret of the word Do completely recovers his cultivation to the peak of the quasi-emperor, he will be able to fight with the emperor. Who can stop him? With him around, who would dare to attack him recklessly? Maybe, but I will never bully the young with my old age. Ha ha ha. Quasi-emperor Dudian laughed, then glanced sideways at the two quasi-emperors kneeling in the void. At this moment, their faces had become frightened and terrified. They thought that Dudian's identity might be very unusual. But they never imagined that standing behind Suyu was the forbidden figure Dudian. This is a ruthless person who doesn't even care about the Holy Land. An existence that can break through the Holy Land alone. For example, the top-level foundation of the Tiandao Holy Land is only the 7th level of Quasi-Emperor. Combined with the secret method of Quasi-Emperor Dudian, it is enough to sink and penetrate this Holy Land and completely annihilate it in Xuanyan. Although the Great Zhou Dynasty also has powerful people at the 8th level of the Quasi-Emperor, if they want to resist Dudian. We also need to respond with all our strength and use all the backup plans left by the Emperor. Master Dudian, please spare us. We didn't know he was your disciple. Please spare us for the sake of the ancestor of the Great Zhou Dynasty. The Quasi-Emperor of the Great Zhou Dynasty no longer had an air of superiority, only fear. He was born much later than Dudian, but he had also heard of Dudian's name. Facing this legendary figure, he had no desire to resist at all. Even the arrogant emperor of the great Zhou dynasty wished he had never been here. If he had known that there was a quasi-emperor standing behind Su Yu, he would never have dared to cause trouble. After this battle, the great Zhou might even be destroyed because of him. The old woman from the Miaoyan holy sect kowtowed and begged for mercy, shouting, "Master Dudian, I am the ancestor of the Miaoyan holy sect. In our sect, there is an unmarried saint girl of the great saint realm who can give birth to the most outstanding bloodline for you. She is also very beautiful. I am willing to give her to you as a maid." Compared with the great Zhou and the heavenly sword holy land, the Miaoyan holy sect's foundation is much worse. In the sect, there was only one ancestor at the 5th level of quasi-emperor, who was unable to withstand a slap from quasi-emperor Dudian. Moreover, the destruction of the sect is a small matter, but one's own life is a big matter. She had worked so hard to cultivate to the level of a quasi-emperor, and she still had plenty of life left to enjoy, so she couldn't die here. Don't look at her old appearance now. In fact, the skills of the Miaoyan holy sect can keep a person's appearance forever young. She only needs to consume a little bit of her essence to restore her body to its youthful and beautiful appearance. She wanted to have fun. I don't want to die. Everyone held their breath in concentration. They had never imagined that these high-ranking figures would behave in such a humble manner. Faced with their pleas for mercy, Dudian quasi-emperor ignored them and looked at Su Yu and asked, "Good disciple, what do you want to do with them?" "You can do whatever you want with it." Su Yu heard this and asked, "How can we handle it?" Dudian quasi-emperor nodded and said, "Of course. On this continent, apart from the restricted areas, the branches of the immortal sect, and the emperor's tomb, I cannot make a decision. Any other forces can be destroyed." These words made everyone tremble. Strong. They only felt a strong sense of confidence coming over them, which was convincing. But when you think about it, it's true. Dudian quasi-emperor is at the peak of the ninth heaven and has mastered the secret of the word do. His combat power is almost that of a real emperor. Even the emperor has a headache with him. It is understandable that he could say this. For a moment, everyone envied Su Yu. I thought this guy's most powerful background was Jushao, but who knew that he had a master who doted on him so much? It's true that comparing yourself to others makes you feel thwarted. From this perspective, it is no wonder that he has such an invincible talent. After all, the person standing behind him is quasi-emperor Dudian. An extremely powerful person who can reach the peak of the ninth level of the quasi-emperor in the Dharma ending age, and he also masters the Do-Zi-Mi, a top-level secret method that focuses on killing. This also means that Su Yu may have mastered the secret of the word, fight. When they thought about it carefully, they couldn't help but shudder. Su Yu had previously revealed that he had mastered the secret of the word, lin, but he had not yet used the secret of the word, do. Does this mean that quasi-emperor Dudian also mastered the secret of the word, lin? If that's the case, they, the master and the disciple, will probably both attain the status of emperor in this life. Hiss. For a moment, all the strong men couldn't help but gasp. If that's the case, it's too scary. Upon hearing this, Su Yu's smile suddenly became bright. He pointed his finger in the direction of the great Zhou emperor, scaring him so much that he began to tremble. Su Yu's next words frightened him even more. Then kill all these people. Heavenly sword holy land, could master destroy it? Upon hearing Su Yu's answer, Dudian quasi-emperor was stunned for a moment, then burst into laughter. Ha 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 ha. What can't be destroyed? Boom. As soon as he finished speaking, quasi-emperor Dudian stretched out a hand, pointed it at the emperor of great Zhou and others from a distance, turned a deaf ear to their pleas for mercy, and squeezed it hard. There was a loud bang, like a star exploding, and the void shook endlessly. In just a moment, the figures of the great Zhou emperor and others were crushed into blood mist and then swallowed by the void. Next second, everyone's eyes blurred, and they felt as if their bodies were shifting. In the blink of an eye, they walked out of the independent void and arrived in an unfamiliar place. When their vision returned, a magnificent building suddenly appeared in front of them. The knife intent that made people feel a sting in the skin spread. This is the territory of the heavenly sword holy land. Next second, suddenly, a crack appeared in the clear sky, and the terrifying fighting spirit spread, shattering the uncomfortable sword intent. Today, I will destroy the heavenly sword holy land to congratulate my disciple on reaching the invincible holy realm. Boom. Chapter 253. I said, today, the heavenly sword holy land must be destroyed. Break the sky. Who is it? Hearing this voice that spread throughout the entire northern territory, countless people raised their heads and looked in the direction of the heavenly sword holy land in horror. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. In the holy land of Tiandao, all Tiandao disciples were still immersed in relaxation due to the joy of having just been born. However, when this voice sounded, they looked towards the sky with horror. Above the sky, a space crack was tearing apart at a terrifying speed. Finally, a figure whose height was unknown how many tens of thousands of miles stepped out of the space crack. The moment the giant appeared, the entire Tiandao holy land was alarmed. Terrorizing roars erupted from the depths of the heavenly sword holy land, followed by figures that continued to emerge. Dozens of saints and dozens of great saints appeared at the same time. Who dares to come to my heavenly sword holy land and act wildly? When these saints and great saints saw this scene, they couldn't help but swallow their saliva, but some of them drew their swords and pointed them at the giant, questioning him harshly. However, facing their questioning, the giant's huge eyes only revealed disdain. Buzz. In an instant, it was as if the breath of heaven suddenly descended, carrying with it the imperial aura and the power of fighting against the sky, sweeping past and suppressing all the saints and great sages who were flying thousands of miles high in the sky. Bang bang bang. The sound of artillery shells hitting the ground rang out one after another. Puff. After being swept by the aura, the great saints were immediately seriously injured. Some looked up at the majestic figure in front of them with fear on their faces, and said in a trembling voice, "This is a quasi-emperor." After saying these words, even the great sage fainted instantly. This scene was so shocking that it made people lose their souls. Boom. At this moment, in the depths of the Tiandao holy land, several terrifying auras were reviving. They were auras of quasi-emperors. The quasi-emperor patriarch broke the seals of the divine source and the immortal source and then soared into the sky. 4 quasi-emperor figures appeared, all of them exuding a decaying aura. Obviously, these are old monsters that have been sealed by the divine source and the immortal source for countless tens of thousands of years. We didn't know you were coming, sir, and we failed to welcome you in person. I hope you will forgive me. I wonder how our heavenly sword holy land has offended you, sir. The skeletal quasi-emperor who was leading the group and had turned into skin and bones without a trace of flesh and blood on his body bowed to the quasi-emperor Dudian, his hoarse voice filled with humility. This is a powerful being of the 7th level of quasi-emperor realm. However, he has been sealed in the immortal source marrow for countless tens of thousands of years and has long been decayed. This state is already hanging on by a thread, and exists only to protect the sect from the powerful enemy. Seeing the humble look of the skeleton quasi-emperor, the elders and disciples of the heavenly sword holy land were all shocked, because they all felt that the old man's face was very familiar. It was the ancestor who was still alive in the records of their Tiandao holy land. The supreme ancestor of the 7th level of quasi-emperor. As a supreme being of the 7th level of quasi-emperor, the old ancestor actually bowed his head to the giant in front of him. What kind of existence is he that can make the old ancestor humble himself like this? This is definitely a being on the same level as the ancestor. No, it is definitely a being more powerful than the ancestor. Why would such a being descend upon my heavenly sword Holy Land? All the disciples and elders of the heavenly sword Holy Land collapsed. Because the giant in front of them has bad intentions. The previous words were to prove that the other party came here to destroy his Tianda Holy Land. Facing the old man's respect, Dudian Quasi-Emperor put one hand behind his back, dragged Suyu with the other, and chuckled. The Holy Lord of the Heavenly Sword Holy Land and the Quasi-Emperor of the Heavenly Sword Holy Land went to attack and kill my only disciple. In your opinion, how have they offended me? Boom. These words were like a heavy hammer, hitting the hearts of every disciple of the Heavenly Sword Holy Land. The great saints and sage elders even swallowed their saliva. This matter they know about it, because the Holy Lord went there with the Emperor of the Great Zhou Dynasty and the Patriarch of the Miaoyan Holy Sect. The purpose is to kill Suyu, the Holy Son of Jushao. Result. He actually has such a profound background that he can directly summon such an almighty being that even the ancestor of the 7th level of Quasi-Emperor would bow down to him. They originally thought that bringing a Quasi-Emperor with them was already the limit. Who knew the limit was not enough? Upon hearing this, the skeleton Quasi-Emperor's eyes froze in silence, and he said dully, how could I, the Heavenly Sword Saint, kill your disciple? After coming back to his senses, the skeleton Quasi-Emperor took a deep breath, and in his hoarse voice, with a hint of solemnity, he asked, my lord, what is your imperial title? My name is Dudian, do you know? Quasi-Emperor Dudian did not hold back at all and openly stated his title of emperor. As soon as these 8 words came out, the entire Tianda Holy Land became dead silent. Even the Quasi-Emperor's spiritual consciousness in the sky, which wanted to spy on the situation here, was frightened and retreated. Dudian Quasi-Emperor, the peak of the Quasi-Emperor who has mastered the secret of the word, fight. If it were an ordinary Quasi-Emperor, they would still dare to stay here and take a look, but if it was a Quasi-Emperor at the peak level, they would not have the courage to do so, for fear of being targeted by this lawless Quasi-Emperor Dudian. After all, this is a ruthless guy who dares to challenge a restricted area. Although they retreated, they also received shocking news. That is to observe the breadth and state of Quasi-Emperor Dudian. They can conclude that Dudian has definitely lived up to the state that all elderly Quasi-Emperors dream of. Second life, direct rebirth, boom. As soon as the word Dudian came out, the old skeleton Quasi-Emperor's body was struck by lightning. He staggered back several steps with a look of horror on his face. You're not dead. Upon hearing this, Quasi-Emperor Dudian said meaningfully, why, are you surprised that I have lived a second life? Gurgle. These words undoubtedly made everyone swallow their saliva. A Quasi-Emperor who lives out his second life is equivalent to being in his prime, and the state of the second life is far stronger than the first life. Who would dare to provoke such an existence? Quasi-Emperor Dudian swept across the entire Tiandao Holy Land with one glance, and that one look made everyone feel as if they were falling into an ice cellar. I just felt like my soul was frozen. So, is your heavenly sword Holy Land ready? Quasi-Emperor Dudian held Suyu with one hand, slowly pulled out his left hand which was behind his back, raised his hand and pointed it in the direction of the heavenly sword Holy Land, his eyes slightly narrowed. The crime of attacking and killing my disciple should be punished by death. This emperor will destroy everyone in the heavenly sword Holy Land. Boom. The moment he finished speaking, the aura of Quasi-Emperor Dudian surged like a raging wave, and the terrifying aura seemed to engulf the entire Tiandao Holy Land. The skeleton Quasi-Emperor's expression changed in horror when he saw this scene, and then anger appeared on his face. Dotian Quasi-Emperor, do you think that my heavenly sword Holy Land is easy to bully? Do you really think that you, at the peak of Quasi-Emperor level, can humiliate my great Emperor sect? Puff. The next second, the skeleton Quasi-Emperor spat out a mouthful of blood with a rich golden color. As the blood of the Quasi-Emperor came out, the entire space instantly distorted. Call the Emperor's soldiers. Boom. In an instant, the 3 Quasi-Emperors beside him also spat out a mouthful of blood from their heart. As the blood came out, their breath instantly weakened. At the same time, deep within the heavenly sword Holy Land, a terrifying imperial might began to revive. The power of the Supreme Imperial Army. However, facing their actions, Dudian Quasi-Emperor just laughed disdainfully. The Supreme Emperor's weapon this old man has also been shaken before. I said, boom. Quasi-Emperor Dudian raised his leg and took the first step. In an instant, the vast space suddenly shattered, causing the world to fall into darkness in an instant. Today, the heavenly sword Holy Land must be destroyed. Break the sky. Chapter 254. The Emperor's soldiers have revived, so let me, with my will, wield the heavenly sword to fight again. One step, and all the stars fall. Here, it is dark without the sun or the moon, and all the starlight has disappeared. At the peak of Quasi-Emperor, with one step, the stars can fall and the sun and the moon can be destroyed. This is the means of cultivating to the ultimate level of supreme existence. Even if you do nothing, just one step can shatter the void. Help, help, what kind of terrifying existence is this? Why would they attack over a disagreement? Can't they just sit down and talk it out? Damn it, why would the Holy Lord and Quasi-Emperor Butcher follow the idiot Emperor of the Great Zhou Dynasty to provoke such a being? Even if it's Jushao, we can't afford to offend him, okay. Although the Tiandao Holy Land and Jushao had a grudge, a war of genocide had never broken out. Even though they had targeted Jushao in the past, no strong man had ever attacked the mountain gate. But this time, however, Suyu ignored you and directly called for his master who was at the peak of Quasi-Emperor level to come on the scene. He was going to wipe out the whole family if they disagreed with him. Snort. This step was not just about breaking the void. The aura of the great Tao came towards them, causing the auras of the 3 people to become disordered at the same time, and even their internal organs were damaged to a certain extent by the impact of the aura. The sweet and fishy smell coming from their throats made the 4 Quasi-Emperors groan in pain. Such an existence is simply not something they can resist. The peak of Quasi-Emperor, especially since he is a top-level powerful man who has reached the extreme and dared to punch hard into the penalty area. Hold steady. Please revive the Imperial soldiers. Only when the Imperial soldiers are out will we have a chance to resist. The skeleton Quasi-Emperor suppressed his blood and shouted in a deep voice. At this moment, his lifespan was rapidly slipping away. His lifespan, which was already limited, was reduced to nothing after such an ordeal. Even if he defeated the Dudian Quasi-Emperor afterwards, he would still pass away within 10 years. Not to mention, he is not sure of defeating Dudian Quasi-Emperor now. The 3 of them said nothing, but just kept exerting their strength. They are afraid of death too. Now, Quasi-Emperor Dudian is coming with great force, and it is obvious that he is not going to let any of them go. There's no point begging for mercy. We can only place our hopes on the Imperial soldiers. Boom. At this time, the vast holy land of Tiandao was shaking violently, and it seemed as if something was reviving at the bottom. The power of the extreme became more and more intense, and even in the broken void, a shocking aura was awakening. Open. The 4 of them once again spat out a mouthful of rich heart essence and blood, and the Quasi-Emperor blood spread into the void and burned, turning into the most refined power and merging into the ground. Boom. The next moment, deep in the Tiandao Holy Land, a knife-shaped stone mountain shattered instantly. Immediately afterwards, a golden sword flashed with divine light, which shocked people's hearts and minds and made them want to kneel down. The gigantic heavenly sword broke free from its seal, and its aura of dominance dominated the entire world. The disciples and elders of the heavenly blade Holy Land, who had been struggling to hold on, suddenly felt their bodies become relaxed with the emergence of the power of the extreme Tao. Buzz buzz buzz. The extreme heavenly sword spanned the void, and the aura it exuded was no less powerful than that of a strong man at the 8th level of the quasi-emperor realm. The Holy Land has encountered enemies, and we are no match for them. Please ask the spirit of the weapon to revive, repel the invaders, and protect the safety of our Tia now Holy Land. The skeleton quasi-emperor shouted hoarsely, his tone very heavy. The imperial soldiers did not fly towards him, but just quietly stretched across the void. Because mortals are not qualified to command the emperor's army. This is true even if he is at the 7th level of quasi-emperor. Only when he reaches the peak of the 9th level of quasi-emperor can he barely wield the ultimate imperial weapon in its prime. The ultimate imperial soldier, the ultimate soldier that has reached the limit. How can a mortal bear the power of the Tao? The imperial soldiers revived, and with the power of one Tao, they killed the enemies. The quasi-emperor was unstoppable. This is the method the emperor left for future generations. Buzz. As the old men continuously injected their essence, blood, and energy into the imperial weapon, the aura of the ultimate imperial weapon became increasingly powerful. This is exchanging my life for the revival of the imperial soldiers, just for the safety of the sect. If there are no more quasi-emperors in the sect, then the blood of the sect disciples will be used as a blood sacrifice to revive the emperor's soldiers. This is the sect's last resort. Therefore, many times, no one would provoke a top Holy Land. Even if there was no quasi-emperor in his sect, as long as there was an ultimate emperor soldier, no one would dare to provoke it. After the imperial soldiers are revived, they are enough to kill all invading enemies. This is also the reason why the Holy Land can overlook Xuantian, because it has the foundation of the sect. As if it had heard the call of the skeleton quasi-emperor, a human figure was condensing around this magical heavenly sword that was emitting golden light. Even though this human figure has not yet been fully formed, it still has a vague face. That is the face of the great emperor. The appearance of the weapon spirit of the supreme emperor's weapon was condensed based on the appearance of the great emperor, so even if it was copied, it would still be difficult to see clearly. The imperial aura was spreading bit by bit within the supreme imperial weapon. That majestic and transcendent aura made people feel respect. This is the breath of a powerful being that overlooks an era. The power of heaven cannot be violated by mortals. To a certain extent, the emperor is almost the spokesperson of heaven. In his era, he acts on behalf of God. Is this the figure of the heavenly sword emperor? He is so majestic, it makes people worship and revere him from the bottom of their hearts. The extreme emperor's weapon has revived, and indeed, as recorded, it can carry the emperor's will for a moment. If the emperor's weapon is revived at its peak, it would be equivalent to the emperor leaving behind a wisp of his will to control the weapon. The imperial soldier has revived. Can quasi-emperor Dudian still resist? After seeing the revival of the imperial soldiers, some people couldn't help but have a doubt in their hearts. Can the Dudian quasi-emperor who can shatter the air with one kick really resist the revival of the will of the emperor? Seeing that the younger generations were questioning, the quasi-saints and celestial beings who were familiar with the records of the grand historian could not help but scold them. Stop talking nonsense. Dudian quasi-emperor is at the pinnacle of quasi-emperor status and has mastered the Do character secret. Even a battle with the great emperor is possible. Even if the emperor's soldiers are revived, they may not be able to stop them. The severity of the elders made the pupils of a group of Saint Sun level geniuses shrink. A quasi-emperor can fight against the emperor. Is this the value of the strongest quasi-emperor? Just then, the weapon spirit of the supreme emperor's weapon has already taken shape. When it has completely condensed into a human form, the weapon spirit grasps the heavenly sword. In an instant, the power of the extreme way reached its peak. At this moment, the void was shaking continuously, and even the void showed signs of twisting and breaking. This is the rhythm of shattering into nothingness. Buzz. When two golden lights flashed in the eye area of the blurry face, an ancient voice that seemed to have spanned countless epochs suddenly exploded in everyone's ears. After hundreds of thousands of years, the heavenly sword Holy Land I found it has finally faced an invincible enemy. Whatever. Today, let this strand of my will wield the heavenly sword once again to fight. Chapter 255. The so-called justice is written by the victors. Click. The shadowy figure of the weapon spirit held the heavenly sword, with the tip of the sword pointing at quasi-emperor Dudian. The edge flashed, tearing apart all the oppressive feelings. Obviously, this is a complete recovery. Under the influence of this powerful ancient aura, everyone's heart couldn't help but tremble. So strong, it seemed that if he showed any hostility, he would be pierced through the body by this knife in the next second and nailed to death here. Is this the might of the supreme emperor's weapon? As expected, if you haven't seen the emperor, you will never know how powerful he is. You know, this is just the emperor's imperial weapon. It's unimaginable that a mere imperial soldier could possess such power. If the emperor himself were here, what a deterrent it would be. Those spiritual consciousnesses confused in the shattered void couldn't help but sigh. Even if they are at the quasi-emperor level, they cannot resist the erosion of the power of the extreme way. This force is too hard to resist. When they thought that a great emperor would be born in the future, they felt even more yearning. After all, when they reach the quasi-emperor level, they also have the opportunity to prove their truth. I just don't know if it can succeed. All practitioners want to achieve the supreme existence. However, faced with a power that would terrify even a quasi-emperor, Dudian quasi-emperor simply chuckled and said calmly, if the great emperor were to resurrect, I might still treat him with respect. But the mere resurrection of a weapon spirit is nothing compared to me. Many years ago, he had reached the limit of quasi-emperor. If it were not for the shackles of heaven and earth, the aura of the emperor would not have disappeared. He could have achieved enlightenment and become an emperor long ago. Now that he has come out of his second life, he is destined to become an emperor in this life. He dared to fight against the heavens, so how could he be afraid of the emperor's imperial soldiers? Said. Dudian quasi-emperor moved his mind, put Suyu down, and then took 3 steps forward. These 3 steps were more than 10,000 miles away. It was not difficult to see from the look of the weapon spirit's shadow changing from calm to solemn that quasi-emperor Dudian gave it a great sense of oppression. Gun. As Dudian quasi-emperor shouted softly, he stretched out his right hand forward. Buzz. Accompanied by a dazzling flash of green light, a green spear suddenly emerged from the void in front of the figure of Dudian quasi-emperor and was firmly grasped by him. In an instant, the fighting spirit swept over and roared like a tsunami. Blooming with unparalleled vigor, this spear, Tianyuan. The moment he grasped the Tianyuan divine spear, a look of nostalgia flashed in quasi-emperor Dudian's eyes. This was his natal divine spear that he had spent countless efforts on and refined with his own essence. In terms of grade, it had already surpassed the quasi-imperial weapon and was already on the path to becoming a half-step imperial weapon. Now, the only thing this magic gun lacks is the ability to carry the great Tao. Carrying his Dudian avenue, as long as he breaks through to the great emperor, the Tianyuan divine spear will be influenced by him and will become a quasi-imperial weapon in one day. He already has enough resources, all he lacks is the path. Snort. Under the extreme way, no matter how many tricks you use, no matter how rare materials you use to forge your war weapons, they are still just ordinary soldiers. When the Imperial army appears, all the soldiers will submit. Seeing this, the shadowy figure of the weapon snorted coldly, and then he rushed out with the heavenly sword in his hand. This knife has the power to split everything, if there were a war outside the universe. Galaxies will be torn apart. Looking at the incoming heavenly sword, Dotian Quasi-Emperor was not afraid at all. He laughed heartily and said, "Ha ha ha, today, I will destroy your weapon spirit and take this heavenly sword as a trophy." A battle outside Schwandian. As he spoke, Quasi-Emperor Dotian clenched his hands towards the void in front of him. In an instant, the sky turned and the stars moved. His figure, the shadow of the weapon spirit, and the 4 Quasi-Emperors disappeared from the spot at the same time. Only the long unhealed void remained, still struggling to erode his influence. Boom. The moment they left, a huge explosion was heard across the entire Schwandian continent. Everyone looked up in shock and saw the dome of Schwandian. Crack. The stars not far from Schwandian suddenly exploded, turning into the brightest stars and lighting up the darkness. All the Quasi-Emperors withdrew their spiritual consciousness and did not dare to go out of the universe to investigate. In a battle at the peak of the Quasi-Emperor level, everything would be burned to ashes. Their spiritual consciousness couldn't even withstand a trace of the power that leaked out. Right now, outside the Tiandao Holy Land, many powerful people are already rushing here. The 3 religions of the Eastern Wasteland, the 4 sects of the Southern Wasteland, the 7 Buddhist kingdoms of the Western region, the Yachi of the Northern region, as well as the 6 holy places and the 2 top dynasties of the Central region have all sent people over. Each one of them is in the Great Saint realm. Seeing everyone gathered, the elegant Saint Lord also stood up and smiled at the group of Great Saint realm experts who still had expressions of shock on their faces and asked, "Everyone, are you interested in dividing up the wealth of the Heavenly Sword Holy Land?" As he spoke, he looked at the people from Yaokai, his gentle smile radiant to the extreme, and said, "In this northern territory, the Yaokai family is enough. The existence of Tiandao seems redundant." Hearing this, everyone looked at Zhao Hongjun. For a moment, they were a little dazed. "Good job. You really don't wait at all. You don't even know whether Dotian Quasi-Emperor can win, but you've already started thinking about dividing up the Tiandao Holy Land." The Arhat from the 7 great Buddhist kingdoms of the Western regions took a step forward, clasped his hands together, and chanted the Buddha's name, Amitabha. Saint Lord Zhao, the Heavenly Sword Holy Land is one of the top holy lands of our human race. If it is destroyed, our human race's combat power will be greatly reduced. This move is probably inappropriate. Holy Lord Zhao Hongjun glanced at the group of Arhats and immediately smiled and said, "In the Holy Land of Heavenly Sword, there's a divine sword sutra that is useful to the monks below the Vajra warrior monk of the Buddha kingdom. This sutra can be given to the Buddhist kingdom." Upon hearing this, the eyes of the 7 Arhats flickered slightly. Then, the Arhat whose body was covered in gold lacquer clasped his hands together again and said with a look of compassion, "Well done, well done. This sutra can help my Buddhist disciples enhance their life-saving abilities in the initial stages of cultivation. This is a good deed, and I'm sure the donors of the Heavenly Sword Holy Land will also be pleased. My Buddha kingdom has no objection." Seeing the expressions of these Arhats from the Western Buddhist kingdom change so quickly, the powerful great saints from other holy lands were also puzzled. What happened to your promise to live in peace with the world? Zhao Hongjun smiled without saying anything. Only he knew the origin of this divine sword scripture. It was a sword scripture that these monks could not refuse. We've long heard of the evil deeds of the Heavenly Sword Holy Land in the Northern Territory, so naturally we have no objections. I am willing to follow Saint Zhao and help eliminate the evil in the Northern Territory. The Northern Territory's bitter Heaven Sword Holy Land has ruled for a long time. The Arhats of the 7 Buddhist kingdoms all agreed, so naturally the major forces no longer had any concerns. After all, being able to share the heritage of a top-level Holy Land, even if it is shared by so many people, they can only get 2 or 3 points of it. Now, the Heavenly Sword Holy Land became notorious in a few words. Now that the basic operations of the Holy Land have been released, they have become the reason for them to do justice. Seeing this scene, Suyu couldn't help but sigh. This is really a case of everyone pushing down when the wall falls. Listening to Suyu's sigh, Saint Lord Zhao Hongjun turned around and looked at him. There was no smile on his face, only seriousness. "Junior brother, you must know that if this matter cannot benefit all parties, you will be feared by everyone in the future, including your master. Although the peak Quasi-Emperor is invincible, there are also such strong people in other top-level holy places. If one isn't enough, then come with 2, 3, your master can't stop him." He did this to clean up the mess for Suyu and Dotian, so as to avoid being envied and hated. Only by appeasing the top holy land can we shut everyone up. This sky. Oh my god, it's still a top holy place. Suyu was startled when he heard this, then he smiled, looked up at the sky, and said slowly, "Senior brother Shangju, you are wrong, this is not what I meant." Zhao Hongjun nodded and said, "That's good." After saying that, he turned and walked towards the group of great saints and began to discuss the next move against the Heavenly Sword Holy Land. As Suyu looked at their backs in their righteous conversation, his eyes lowered and became deep. I mean, as expected, so-called justice is written by the victor. There is no absolute evil, and even less. This is what is called righteousness. Chapter 256, the predecessors were able to achieve enlightenment over 100 years, so why can't I become an emperor? Suyu watched as they were preparing a formation to cover the Heavenly Blade Holy Land, but he remained unmoved. He is not interested in such things. The destruction of the Tiandao Holy Land was just a casual mention by him. The destruction of a top holy land was caused by him, and more importantly, he wanted to give those people a warning. In a fight between people of the same level, he would not let the old one take action. He was not afraid of anyone, and he would not vent his anger on the forces or families behind anyone. But if he bullies the young with his age, he has people behind him. Let me put it this way, if he can accept you sending strong men of the same realm to fight against me, I will not be afraid, and my grudges are only with you, and when people die, the debts are settled, and I will not care about the forces behind them. But if you call the older one for no reason, then I will call someone even older. That's his character. Now, as long as you don't send out a great sage, he is not afraid of anyone who comes to the Holy Land. Now that things here are done, it's time to go back to my family. Suyu withdrew his gaze from the group of great saints and sighed inwardly. In his hand, he has the Earth Gilin source of life stone in the ancient phoenix species. It can be said that this is the cornerstone for suppressing a religion or a clan. But he couldn't use it. The blood of the Earth Gilin has the effect of harmonizing yin and yang. For him, now that yin and yang are already formed, he can't use it, but the greatest role of the Earth Gilin is to become the strongest fighting force in the world. Suitable for the Su family, and he really couldn't integrate into a strange family. Let's leave these 2 ancient species to the Su family. This is the best I can do. From now on, try to fade away. His existence will cause the Su family to suffer some unnecessary difficulties. After he fades away, perhaps this cause and effect can be severed. He can provide protection, but cannot negotiate too deeply. People like him will bring disaster. Perhaps this is the best protection for this human family. Suyu looked into the distance, his eyes became deep, and he muttered to himself. Although the Su family has descendants of the 3 female emperors with destiny, But he couldn't stand up to this troublemaker himself. Just let the three sisters of the Su family protect the family, and I will just be a stranger. I am destined not to stay here for too long. Su Yu murmured, my chaos body is complete, my destiny is invincible, and my supreme foundation has been established. From now on, my cultivation will truly advance by leaps and bounds. Today, he dares to call himself invincible in the holy realm. Therefore, all that remains is to practice step by step. He has already reached the quality standard, and the only thing missing is the amount of spiritual power. Just wait for the quantity to increase. He can directly become the great sage. This is not comparable to ordinary destiny. According to the Holy Lord and his companions, in the Golden Age, the path to emperorhood and the path to immortality will appear simultaneously. Everyone is waiting for the final path to immortality. But I'm different. Su Yu's eyes gradually revealed a sharp edge. In the Golden Age, spiritual power is revived, the road to the emperor and the road to the immortal will appear in 500 years, and 100 years of enlightenment for the great emperor, invincible in this world for 400 years. Once the road to immortality opens, I will step onto the sky and go. This is what he is pursuing now. No matter who the genius is, I will trample him under my feet. In the past, there was a Faxian Wudi who cultivated for 100 years and directly became an emperor. He had a Faxian body and was on the road to becoming an immortal. There are also celestial emperors who build an unparalleled foundation, become great emperors in 80 years, establish the heavenly court in 200 years, and conquer the universe in 230 years, overwhelming all forbidden areas and daring not to act rashly. They are revered as celestial emperors by the world. How can I not become an emperor in 100 years? Su Yu's heart was filled with pride. I am at ease in the world, striving to obtain all the resources and become an emperor as soon as possible. Possessing a chaos body is my greatest asset in ignoring the rules of heaven and earth. His path to becoming an emperor had already been opened since he cultivated the chaos body. Now, he just had to quickly advance himself to a higher realm. Kill. Just as Su Yu was planning his next move, he heard countless roars and shouts filled with murderous intent. I came to my senses and looked. The mountain gate of Tiandao Holy Land had been broken down by many great saints and powerful men. There's more. Those saint sun-level geniuses, under the leadership of their elders, began to charge towards the Holy Land of Heavenly Sword, fighting with those celestial beings, quasi-saints, and even saints. The Tiandao Holy Land, which seemed sacred before, was now covered by the flames of war. Countless Tiandao disciples rose up to resist, but to no avail. At this time, Wang Heng from the Imperial Wang family had already come to Su Yu's side. He stared at Su Yu with a scorching gaze and said, how about a competition? There are many holy realms here. Let's compete. Before Wang Heng could finish, Su Yu shook his head and refused. No, I have some things to do, so I'll leave now. Brother Wang, let's fight again when we have the chance in the future. Su Yu bowed to him, then used his spatial skills to escape into the distance through the void. Watching Su Yu leave so gracefully, Wang Heng stood there in a daze. Some didn't react, because he actually felt different emotions from Su Yu, he seemed to be sublimated. Or rather, I no longer care about this kind of competition. In short, this feeling was very strange and made him feel a little uncomfortable. Because, this is not the emotion a person under 100 years old should have. He had only seen it in those great saint realm experts and quasi-emperors, and Su Yu was the youngest one. Wang Heng stood there and fell into deep thought. Of course, Su Yu's departure did not alarm anyone, and no one noticed that he was gone, because they were all immersed in this real life and death battle. Slaughter and division of the spoils are what should be done now. But Su Yu had no interest in getting involved. This catastrophe that will destroy the Holy Land of Heavenly Blade will still take a long time. Even if so many great saints from the Holy Lands join in, it will still take some time. At the very least, it would take a while for the battle between Duty and Quasi-Emperor and the Heavenly Sword Spirit outside the sky to be decided before it could be truly destroyed. The battle between Quasi-Emperors will naturally take a long time. It will take at least half a month. This conclusion is based on the combat power of Duty and Quasi-Emperor. If the two Quasi-Emperors are equally matched, even if they have to go through a life and death battle, the fight can last for 10 or 20 years. Because they have reached this level, their bodies are able to absorb the energy of heaven and earth to restore themselves at all times, almost like a perpetual motion machine. Therefore, when fighting at this level, it comes down to who has mastered stronger martial arts and who has deeper foundation. Quasi-Emperor Dudian possesses the Do character secret, which is a secret method among the 9 secrets that is known to be unparalleled in attack. Therefore, there is no doubt that Dudian Quasi-Emperor will win this battle. The battle of destruction lasted for a long time. And in this crazy and exciting time, Su Yu arrived at the teleportation array leading to the eastern wasteland 3 days later. But, as soon as Su Yu arrived outside the teleportation array, he was stared at with hatred by some tall people from the northern territory. Go away, Eastern Wastelander, you are not welcome here. Chapter 257 Return to the Eastern Wasteland, a golden age of turmoil. Su Yu stood there, and these people from the northern territory had already surrounded him, each of them showing their greatest malice without any concealment. They have the Shandian realm, the Ningdan realm, and even the Yunshan realm. Get out of here, people from the East Desert. This place is not open to you. If you don't want to die, get out now. The dogs in the East Wasteland are just annoying. A group of people were chattering and shouting that they wanted to teach Su Yu a lesson, and they were all ready to rush over and beat him up. However, after seeing that Su Yu was unmoved, the condensation pill expert suddenly became annoyed. I told you to get out, did you hear me? As he spoke, the cultivator in the condensation realm raised his hand and punched Su Yu. Puff, however, as soon as his figure entered the 9-foot range of Su Yu, he was instantly crushed into a pool of meat paste by an invisible force. This is a celestial being. This scene made everyone's pupils shrink suddenly, as if they had seen a ghost. The people surrounding Su Yu immediately retreated 10 meters, not daring to get close to him at all. In their impression, only celestial beings have the power to crush cultivators without any physical effort, just by using their own spiritual power to protect themselves. Everyone immediately avoided them as if they were snakes and scorpions, not daring to get any closer. I dare not even speak. However, there was fear and hatred in those eyes. Because the Holy Land in the eyes of the people of the Northern Territory. It was destroyed by someone, and the culprit is the Holy Land of East Wilderness. Therefore, they hate everyone in the Eastern Wilderness. Su Yu had no mercy or guilt towards their hatred. If they wanted to kill me, could it be that I could have killed them? Not to mention their Holy Land in the Northern Territory. Even if they were from the Northern Territory, even if they were low-level cultivators, they dared to offend me. Kill them all the same. No matter whether you are weak or strong, whoever provokes me will die. There is no so-called mercy in Su Yu's heart. If you show kindness to those who are hostile to you, you will be the only one who dies. Get lost. Su Yu calmly withdrew his gaze and uttered a word lightly. This word, accompanied by holy power, suppressed their minds completely, making this group of people feel as if they were facing the horror of a prehistoric beast. Run, run. No one could hold on for even a moment before they were overwhelmed by the fear in their hearts and fled in all directions. And he came to the teleportation array and threw a piece of immortal source to the manager, who was also trembling with fear, saying lightly, Eastern Wilderness. Yes, sir, I will do it for you right away. After collecting the items, the manager tremblingly completed all the procedures for Suyu. When everything was ready, Suyu stood on the teleportation array. As the light flickered, his figure disappeared. In the past, it took a month to teleport from the northern territory to the eastern wasteland, because it was the Dharma ending age, a period when spiritual energy and the energy of heaven and earth were exhausted, and it was under the watchful eye of the heavenly Tao. Now that the Dharma ending age has ended and the golden age has arrived, the teleportation array can be turned on at full power. It only takes 7 days to return to the eastern wasteland. During this period of time, the news about the northern territory has also spread throughout the 5 major human territories of Xuandian. Everyone was shocked by this sudden change. What was more shocking was the shock to all parties involved, because in this era, the first supreme power at the peak of the quasi-emperor level appeared. Moreover, he was the Dudian quasi-emperor who was so powerful back then. You know, if a quasi-emperor wants to appear in the world, he still needs to go through some adaptation before he can step out of the immortal source marrow. But it wasn't long before quasi-emperor Dudian came out. Apparently this is living a second life. Only when your body is in line with the rules of this era can you get out of it in the first place. The rest of the quasi-emperors are still slowly absorbing the energy of heaven and earth in the immortal source and rebuilding their own rules. The reason why those quasi-emperors in the northern territory broke the seal and came out was because of the coming catastrophe of the sect. When this matter is over, they will die naturally. Eastern Wilderness. Tisk, this is truly remarkable. Our Eastern Wasteland's 9 Heavens Saint Son, besides having the background of our Eastern Wasteland Holy Land, is also unexpectedly the only disciple of quasi-emperor Dudian. It's incredible. I heard that when our Eastern Wasteland Saint Son became a saint, countless powerful people tried to kill him. I was so worried for him back then. Haha, now that the Holy Son has overcome the difficulties, our Eastern Wasteland will officially take off. Yes, among the great emperors of this world, there must be a place for me in the East Wilderness. All the major pubs and tea houses are now discussing Suyu, and the discussion is so heated that almost everyone knows about him. Moreover, every person in the Eastern Wasteland has a faint admiration and pride in Suyu. In other words, this situation. Humane destiny. By the way, besides Saint Suyu, there's also a peerless genius who has achieved sainthood in the Tianshuan Holy Land in the Eastern Wasteland. Are you talking about Yu Junsheng from Tianshuan? Yes, Yu Shengxi also became a saint on the first day of the Great World. I've heard about that, too. When Saint Yu attained sainthood, there was a massive display of support. Not only did the phantoms of saints chant scriptures and congratulations, but purple air also descended from the east, paving a path to heaven for him. Saint Yu has even been praised by powerful beings as a reincarnated sage, a man destined to become an emperor in the future. Our Eastern Wasteland is incredible in this life. With the advent of the Great World, the barrier between us and the demon realm is also weakening. I believe that it will not be long before we will experience the exchange of all races. The ancient stars of life in various parts of the universe will probably also send people to Xuandian. I'm really looking forward to it, to being able to witness the arrival of the Great Era with my own eyes. Well, these have nothing to do with us ordinary people. What really matters is the restricted area of our Eastern Wasteland. Restricted area? What happened to the restricted area? Don't you know yet? Some people have seen creatures appearing in the restricted area. It seems that creatures have appeared in the restricted area. Moreover, a powerful figure has appeared in the restricted area. Is darkness about to fall again? Oh my god, what should I do? Throughout the Eastern Wilderness, with the end of the Great Era, many methods that require the support of spiritual energy and the energy of heaven and earth can now be used. Therefore, news is transmitted very quickly, and many major events can be spread at the first time. If you want to get information, you can easily gather it by going to these pubs and tea houses. Of course there is also some exaggerated fake news. At this time, on the way to Treasure City, Suyu walked in the air with his hands behind his back. It seemed like a simple step, but in fact it contained the meaning of space. One step could cover a distance of tens or even hundreds of miles. Walking in the wilderness, you can feel the spiritual energy and energies of heaven and earth reviving. Moreover, the rules of heaven and earth are becoming more and more perfect, providing a better environment for cultivation. Those cultivators who were able to break through to the Dharma realm in the past, with the help of the Golden World, would probably be able to reach the level of Tribulation Sun or even the Heavenly Man. A golden age, Suyu couldn't help but sigh. However, there was one point that puzzled him greatly. That is, after experiencing so many great eras, why are the world's top holy places, and even ordinary holy places, so rare? It shouldn't be like this. What exactly is the reason? Suyu always felt that there was a fog ahead that blocked his sight, preventing him from finding out the details. Perhaps only when his cultivation reaches the peak of this era. Only then can there be no more secrets in this world. A few days later, after Suyu became familiar with the power of the Holy Realm, a familiar yet unfamiliar sci-fi city appeared before him. Treasure City. Just as he was approaching within 200 miles of Jubao City, a familiar voice suddenly came to his ears. Is that Brother Su? Chapter 258, Returning to Jubao City, a disciple of the Su family. Oh, isn't this Su Shengxi? Suyu was startled when he heard the voice next to him, and then responded, it's me. The familiar voice then said with joy, Brother Su, wait for me here. I'll come out to greet you right away. Okay, Suyu nodded. The owner of this voice was none other than Jin Duoduo, who had not been seen for decades. Although he didn't know how the other party knew his whereabouts and transmitted the message to him, Suyu was not overly surprised by this god of wealth who was the only one with a purple fate. After all, the Jin family even built a sci-fi city, so what else is impossible? In the future, the other party will be the god of wealth who controls the wealth of the entire universe. As long as the other party doesn't plot against him, Suyu feels there's no harm in building a good relationship with him. After all, who would refuse a god of wealth? After waiting there for about 10 minutes, a sound similar to the roar of a fighter jet suddenly rang out, coming from far away and getting closer. When the other party got closer, Suyu could see clearly that Jin Duoduo was driving a vehicle similar to a hovercraft. Seeing this scene, Suyu was very surprised. He walked up to Jin Duoduo, looked at him, and couldn't help asking, what is this thing? Why can't I sense any spiritual energy fluctuations? What's the power source? Jin Duoduo has not changed much compared to 50 years ago. If there is any change, it is that his figure and face have become rounder and more blessed. Looks like a god of wealth. Hey, this is a new technology developed by our Jubao City Science and Technology Department over the past 50 years. It doesn't rely on spiritual energy or spiritual stones as a driving energy source. It relies entirely on a magnetic levitation device laid underground. As long as it's within the radiation range of the magnetic levitation device, the flying car can always operate without adding any energy. And the top speed can exceed 6,000 miles per hour. Suyu was shocked to hear this answer. 3,000 kilometers per hour, converted into the speed of sound in the previous life, is 2.45 times the speed of sound. If converted here, it is comparable to the speed of a cultivator in the soul condensation realm. Jin Duoduo's face was filled with a hint of pride as he continued, because the flying car relies on magnetic levitation, and the materials on our Xuandian continent are all extremely strong. We only need to use a little bit of the power of spirit stones to create protective chi, and an ordinary person with no cultivation can easily control the flying car to reach a speed of 6,000 miles per hour. We in Jubao City are currently developing things that can be used by cultivators. It's said that there are also life planets in the universe that rely on technology. They focus on genetic enhancement and can even achieve cultivation levels comparable to those of great sages by injecting genetic drugs. There are also mechanical life forms and methods specifically designed to use mechas to restrain monks. When the great world is stable in the future, I also plan to expand my business to the entire universe. The Jin family is now firmly established in the ranks of Saint Realm families and has some ability to protect itself. Jin Duoduo seemed like a chatterbox, constantly talking about the changes in Jubao City and the achievements of the Jin family over the years. In fact, he was still low-key and didn't explain many things to Su Yu. For example, the Jin family hired a number of so-called time travelers who were unable to practice cultivation, as well as some scientific researchers from technological planets who fell from space cracks with high salaries. Now the power that the Jin family has secretly developed has become extremely strong. There are many members of the Jin family who are comparable to the saints. Therefore, the expansion of business was naturally extremely smooth, and an unknown amount of wealth was accumulated secretly. This also allowed Jin Duoduo's cultivation to advance from the original Linghai realm to the current Jiang realm. To be honest, even Su Yu was a little shocked by this speed. According to what Jin Duoduo said at the time, he had been stuck in the spirit sea realm for a long time. He thought it was because of his lack of talent, but it seems that it was because he had not accumulated enough wealth. Now he has been promoted to the 7th level of Jiang. Su Yu couldn't even imagine how much wealth the Jin family had amassed in the past 50 years without the Holy Land's support. I'm afraid it would make the great sage or even the quasi-emperor jealous. He is worthy of being the reincarnation of the god of wealth. Thinking of this, Su Yu was really moved from the bottom of his heart. As the Jin family broke through the original saint limit. After the Jin family has cultivated humans, genetic warriors, mechas, and mechanical life forms that have made tremendous breakthroughs, and the Jin family's industries have spread throughout the entire universe and accumulated endless wealth, Jin Duoduo's cultivation level will be able to reach the level of an emperor right away, right? Brother Su, come with me to Jubao City. There are also disciples from your Su family visiting my Su family in the city. If I hadn't gone to the monitoring room today, I wouldn't have noticed you were here. However, when I told her that it might be you, she didn't seem to like you, ha ha ha. Jin Duoduo invited enthusiastically. Hearing this, Su Yu was stunned for a moment, and asked in surprise, is someone from my Su family visiting you? Are the Su family's disciples now starting to go out for training? And he came out under the name of the Su family. Aren't you afraid of being targeted? Logically speaking, my adoptive father and grandfather should understand how deeply I am involved, right? I should have warned my disciples. And Jin Duoduo also said that the other party doesn't like him very much. I don't quite understand the rules. No matter what, I am still the young master of the Su family. Jin Duoduo nodded, his eyes narrowed into slits, and he smiled, yes, it really is fate. My sister went to the border city between the eastern wilderness and the monster territory to gain experience, consolidate the family business, and by the way, establish early connections with the monster clan to lay the foundation for future business. Then, over there, like me, she revealed her whereabouts for some reason, was discovered by her enemies, and they sent people to hunt her down. In the end, she met someone from your Su family, who rescued her. Well, it just so happens that she recently came to visit my treasure city. Su Yu suddenly understood after hearing this, and then said, then come in and sit down. It just so happens I also want to see who this person from the Su family is. Speaking of which, it's time for me to criticize the people of the Su family. When going out to gain experience, they must remember to hide their identities. Otherwise, if you encounter those people targeting. But you will suffer a great disaster. Su Yu went there with a critical mindset this time, and when he returned, he had to explain everything clearly to the Su family. By the way, give the opportunity back to the Su family and fulfill an obsession. That's all I can do. Ha ha ha, brother Su, get in the car. I have arranged for someone to prepare the banquet and I'm waiting for you. Jin Duoduo waved at him, motioning him to get in the car. After Su Yu got on the car, this futuristic magnetic levitation car instantly broke the speed of sound and flew out. Not long, Su Yu rode Jin Duoduo's flying car into Jubao City. It was still a futuristic city full of science fiction. Even a saint like Su Yu couldn't help but sigh when he saw it. It really is a flow of wealth that comes from the gathering of thousands of sources, and everything has developed. Monks are developing, and technology is developing. The Jin family is still too low-key. Soon, they arrived in front of the huge mansion located in the center of Jubao City, and Jin Duoduo led Su Yu out of the car. After entering the yard, the two went straight to the living room. Outside the house, Jin Duoduo still whispered to Su Yu, brother Su, this disciple of your Su family has a very high level of cultivation. He has already reached the peak of quasi-sage. He must be a genius disciple of your generation. Besides, she has a very good temper. According to her, the Su family has her protection and doesn't need you. It seems that she has a grudge against you. Hearing this, Su Yu laughed even more angrily. Okay, I want to know who dislikes me so much. Is there anyone in the Su family who hates me so much? Jin Duoduo was also stunned when she saw him like this, then she quickly opened the door and took Su Yu in. Walking into the hall, Su Yu glanced around the hall and then froze in an instant. Su Miao. Oh, who did I think it was? It turned out to be Su Shangxi. Chapter 259. Come on, I want to solve this ridiculous farce with you. When they saw each other, their eyes were different. Su Yu's eyes were full of confusion, while Su Miao's eyes were filled with a sneer and a hint of shock. Because the latter has also known about Su Yu's affairs during this period. Saint Realm. Before he even attained the Saint Realm, he was able to kill a powerful saint like the Saint Yunhai with his sword, and even survived the joint attack of two Saint Realms and made a breakthrough. Such a record is really too dazzling. So dazzling even she lost her confidence. In the past, she believed that Su Yu felt that his talent was mediocre and was extremely jealous, so he attacked her and her sisters, wanting to plunder the supreme bones, double pupils and immortal phoenix bloodline of the three sisters. But, when Su Yu showed such fighting ability, she began to doubt herself again. Did Su Yu really want their things in the first place? They possess these talents that others envy, but their achievements are not as good as Su Yu. What kind of mentality did Su Yu have at that time? After these years of experience, she has also heard many rumors, that is, there is no construction without destruction. In ancient times, there was a person who possessed the supreme bone. His bones were dug out, but after self-healing and breakthrough, the supreme bone gradually grew back. Moreover, the newly grown supreme bone is much stronger than the previous one and more suitable for his physique. There are also people whose double pupils were blinded and disabled, and then they were reborn and became eyes with fairy pupils. There are also those whose bloodline is exhausted and regenerates to the purest original bloodline. There are real-life examples. The immortal phoenix body she possesses also has the blood of the phoenix, and she is naturally very fond of people with true dragon blood. This is also a disadvantage. Like a dragon wind. She obviously hated someone, but she always ended up thinking of him unintentionally, which scared her to death at the time. However, if it is the most refined and powerful ancestral bloodline, it will not be attracted by this. Because the ancestor is the strongest, there is no need to rely on other bloodlines to further purify it. Thinking of this, Su Miao felt a little dazed and shaken. She didn't know whether Su Yu attacked them with this mentality. But on the surface, she still had to sneer and mock Su Yu. Oh, great Saint Son, I didn't expect you to return to the Eastern Wasteland. I thought you were going to conquer the world. Su Yu, who was originally still in a daze, gradually calmed down when he heard Su Miao's mocking words. He chuckled and said, come back and rest for a few days. As for you, I thought you would hide in Qinchuan Holy Land and not come out to train. I didn't expect that my third sister has become a quasi-saint. Congratulations. If father and others knew about this, they would probably be proud of you. Su Yu clapped his hands perfunctorily. In the past, he might have been afraid of the talents of Su Miao and the other two sisters, fearing that he would be retaliated against after they rose to power. But now, he was confident that even if he was the so-called son of golden destiny, it would be useless. Their methods are so simple, but I have already reached the forefront and am invincible in the Holy Realm. If they dare to take action, suppress them. It's that simple. Seeing Su Yu's calm and indifferent look, Su Miao felt her teeth itching. She snorted coldly and turned her head away from him. Su Yu smiled and did not continue to tease her. A little quasi-saint can be easily crushed to death. Looking at the two people confronting each other and from their conversation, Jin Duoduo could hear their relationship. So Brother Su and Miss Su are siblings. We should cultivate a good relationship. Both siblings are geniuses and will surely become powerful figures in the future. If you have a good relationship with them, you will have a tiger skin to pull for yourself in the future. Jin Duoduo thought secretly. After coming back to his senses, Jin Duoduo quickly called out, Brother Su, please sit down and eat first. This is the snake dragon meat I bought at a high price from the East China Sea, and the extremely cold sturgeon fish I fished out from the Northern Territories Polar Night Sea. They are all beneficial supplements for the Holy Realm. Su Yu nodded after hearing this and then sat down under his guidance. This lunch was of extremely high standard, with snakes and dragons emitting the aura of the Jiang realm, and sturgeon meat that lived 100,000 meters below the ice sea, which could hardly be salvaged by anyone other than the Jiang realm. It can be seen that the Jin family is so wealthy that they can even get something like this, immortal material, to satisfy their taste buds. After Su Yu sat down, Jin Duoduo introduced, this luncheon is just for my sister, Miss Su, you and me, so it can be considered a small gathering. My father went to the Tianji Tower in the central region to look for the old man of the world, so he can't come here. I hope Brother Su will forgive me. With Su Yu's apparent power and cultivation, he really needs the head of the Jin family to meet him. But he doesn't care about that. Anyway, he was just passing by and was invited by Jin Duoduo. Don't worry about it, you and I are friends. It's great to be treated by you. Su Yu smiled. Su Miao, who was standing by, muttered under her breath when she heard this, what a big air. Hearing this, Su Yu glared at his cute third sister without hesitation and said, Su Miao, you're nagging. What's it to you? Did I tell you? Just take it as it is. Oh, little quasi-saint. Su Yu, the tit-for-tat between the two left the Jin brothers and sisters dumbfounded. After all, what kind of relationship between siblings would be so incompatible? Ha ha ha, Brother Su, Miss Su, let's eat first. I have arranged a flying boat to take you back to the Su family later. Jin Duoduo quickly tried to smooth things over, and the atmosphere returned to normal. At the dinner table, Su Yu noticed that Jin Duoduo's sister and he were really different. Jin Duoduo's sister looks very quiet and well-behaved, and she is also very beautiful, but her temperament is inherited from her brother Jin Duoduo and her father Jin Yuanbao. They all have that kind of extremely shrewd temperament. You can tell at first glance that he is a good material for doing business. Although this dinner was just an ordinary gathering, its scale was no less than that of entertaining a quasi-saint or even a saint. After all, the value of the ingredients and desserts on the table alone was enough to be worth thousands of high-quality spirit stones. Huge specifications. After dinner, Su Yu and Su Miao, hosted by Jin Duoduo and his sister, strolled around Jubao City for a while and received many gifts from them. It was not until near dusk that the two were sent to the flying boat docking port in Jubao City. Under the enthusiasm of the two, he promised to come again next time, and was then reluctantly let go by the other party. Especially Su Miao and Jin Duoduo's sister, the relationship between the two is very good. Only after the flying boat took off and completely flew out of the surveillance range of Jubao City did the two of them dare to get on the flying car to return to the Jin family. Now, on the flying boat, Su Miao glanced at Su Yu, who was about to return to the cabin to rest, and said, Su Yu, are you ready? My eldest sister, second sister, and Yanxi are already waiting at the family. What are you preparing for? Let's face the duel we talked about back then. Su Miao saw that he seemed to have really forgotten, so she took a deep breath and said slowly. Su Yu paused when he heard this, then laughed. Come on, I want to resolve this ridiculous farce with you guys. After saying that, he entered the flying boat without looking back. Chapter 260. They are back. It is the young master and the third miss who are back. Looking at Su Yu's back as he walked into the cabin, Su Miao felt a little uncomfortable and didn't know what he was thinking. It was not difficult to tell from the complex emotions on her face that she still seemed unable to figure out the matter. Su Yu, what kind of mentality did he have at the time that made him act so perverted and want to kill them? In the past, they thought that Su Yu was jealous and unwilling to accept his mediocre talent. But judging from the current development, the three sisters are more mediocre. What on earth were you thinking? When you were still a child, what kind of mentality did you have to attack your own sister? I hope you can give a perfect answer this time. Su Miao stared blankly for a while, then began to mutter to herself, and finally all her emotions turned into a sigh and dissipated. For some reason, she felt that Su Yu might do something that she couldn't understand this time. It takes at least 10 days to take a flying boat back to the area where the Su family is located. Since it is not a void shuttle, it will take a long time. Along the way, they passed through the territories of many first-class forces, but each force chose to ignore it after discovering that it was a high-level flying boat. After all, those who can afford to drive a high-end flying boat either have powerful forces behind them or have extremely strong cultivation. No one would want to be contaminated by this stench. A few days later, in the Su family's territory. The Su family today is no longer what it used to be. Thanks to the influence of Su Yu and the three sisters Su Miao, the three major holy places in the eastern wilderness have all known about this first-class family. Therefore, the tolerance and treatment towards them are excellent. The Su family's territory has now moved to the area of the Jushao Holy Land. Because the threat of the Emperor's tomb is always lingering, the Su family dare not return to their original territory. However, the development is better now, and the cultivation environment and resources of everyone in the Su family have been greatly improved. Su Yu's adoptive grandfather Su Tianming was only at the heavenly man realm, at the stage of soul decline. Now, 50 years later, his cultivation has successfully advanced to the quasi-sage realm. The Su family has also officially entered the ranks of quasi-saint level forces and is a top-notch first-class force. My cheap father Su Yuxing's cultivation level has also been promoted from the Jiang realm to the fate decline among the 5 declines of heaven and man. He is only one step away from becoming a quasi-saint. And, according to the elders of Jushao, although Su Tianming was seriously injured when his soul was declining, fortunately he was able to restore his original state in the end. Because the repair was good, when his fate was declining, he entered the quasi-saint realm with a strong attitude. There's hope that he can reach the saint realm in the future. Su Yuxing had good talent. If he had not been burdened by the position of the head of the family and had focused on cultivation, he would have become a quasi-saint long ago. Of course, it's not bad now, according to the words of the ninth elder. A saint is expected. Therefore, the Su family is now at its peak. The Chen family, which had a life and death intersection with the Su family, naturally rose with Chen Yanxi's status and moved to a nearby area. However, compared with family power, none is as prosperous as the Su family. 10 days later, in the Su family's square, many Su family disciples were walking back and forth, and everyone had a smile on their face. There are hundreds of tables in the square, and chefs are preparing food outside. Today is the 700th anniversary of the founding of our Su family. I heard that the young master and the third young lady are on their way back. Oh my god, I can finally meet the young master in person. Ha ha ha, the young master is still easy to talk to. Just don't offend him. When the young master comes back, I must get his autograph. Young master's reputation is too great. When we go out to gain experience, it's best to hide our identities and not mention that we are from the Su family. Otherwise, we might encounter someone with bad intentions and catch us and cause trouble for the family. I know, the disciples coming and going in the Su family square were all chatting happily. Although they cannot go out in public under the name of the Su family, they are very happy as members of the Su family to see the Su family being mentioned more frequently in the outside world. The Su family's educational method is still very successful. Although not everyone is like a dragon, at least the vast majority of people have a strong sense of identity with the Su family. Even if I kill them, I will not betray the family. This is a point that the family is most proud of. At this time, in the Su family's reception room, the ninth elder and elderly from the Tianxun Holy Land were sitting here, chatting and laughing with Su Tianming, Su Yuxing, and Chen family's patriarch Chen Zongtian. At the same time, Su Qingying, Su Wanqing and Chen Yanxi sat aside and listened quietly. The two family heads really gave birth to several true phoenix seeds. While chatting, elderly, whose cultivation had reached the peak of the holy realm, couldn't help but glance at the three women and then sighed. The Su family and the Chen family are really lucky. The emperor level qualifications may not appear once in 1,000 years, but in the Su family they are sold in bulk. The three sisters all have top level emperor level qualifications, and their brother is even more terrifying, almost becoming an immortal. The Chen family is even more terrifying. The initial test showed that she was only at the emperor level. But some time ago, Tianxun was born, and after they returned and retested her talent, it turned out that Chen Yanxi had the talent of an immortal. Another one with outstanding talent. In this life, everyone has the hope of becoming an emperor. They dare not dream that the 12 emperors are at the level of immortals, but if these people can catch up with the right time and do not die, they can also be promoted to ordinary emperors. This is what's most exciting. The 12 great emperors didn't dare to think that ordinary emperors were able to overlook the entire universe. Being able to achieve such a level of cultivation would make one have no regrets in this life. Ha ha ha, elderly, you're joking. My daughter is still young, and it's not known whether she can become a true phoenix. Chen Zongtian smiled modestly when he heard that. Although he said that, the smug look on his face was too obvious. Ha ha ha, it's definitely a real phoenix, elderly also laughed. He was Chen Yanxi's master. Although Chen Yanxi's display of immortal talent eventually alarmed the quasi-emperor supreme elder and led to him being accepted as a disciple, he also carefully trained Chen Yanxi back then. Otherwise, he wouldn't be here now. Elderly glanced at the time, then stood up, bowed to the group, and said, it's getting late, and I should return to the Holy Land. I won't bother you anymore. It's time for me to go back. The sect has just been established and there are still many things that need to be dealt with. The ninth elder also stood up and said slowly. Upon seeing this, Su Tianming and Su Yuxing immediately stood up to persuade him to stay, saying, Two elders, today is the 700th anniversary of the founding of our Su family, and the banquet is already being prepared. Stay and have a quick meal before leaving. Elder 9 and elderly hesitated for a moment after hearing this and said, no. Seeing this, Su Yuxing hurriedly said, my son and the three daughters are on their way back. Let's have dinner together before going back. They all have to go back to the Holy Land anyway. After hearing Su Yuxing say this, the two of them became a little excited. After all, they also wanted to see Su Yu at this moment. Just as the two were still hesitating, suddenly, an excited voice shouted outside the living room. They're back. The young master and the third miss are back. Upon hearing this, everyone in the reception room's eyes flashed, and then all their figures disappeared from the spot. Outside the Su family's secret realm, a high-level flying boat slowly sailed in and stopped after entering the secret realm. On the flying boat, Su Yu and Su Liao, brother and sister, walked out at the same time. Dad, we're back. Chapter 261. Dad, I have a big treasure for you. Seeing Su Yu and Su Liao getting off the flying boat, the people who came to greet them were all excited. Especially when they felt the faint sense of oppression emanating from Su Yu, their bodies were suddenly shaken. Saint Realm, he really broke through to the Saint Realm. Although the news of Su Yu's battle with the Saint of Cloud Sea and the Saint of Emperor Tomb in the Northern Territory had already spread, the shock he felt when he saw it with his own eyes was still very strong. Because the person in front of them is a living saint who is less than 100 years old. And he's taking the invincible route. Entering the Saint Realm means surpassing the initial stage and directly stabilizing in the middle stage of the Saint Realm. Invincible Holy Land. It is said that even when facing the peak of the Saint Realm, Su Yu is not afraid at all and can easily fight with the opponent. Others may not feel it as strongly. However, the ninth elder of Jushao and elder Li of Tianxun, both of them at the peak of the Saint Realm, were able to clearly see how valuable Su Yu was. Today, Su Yu is able to cross the Holy Realm and see the scenery of the great sage. Haha, it's good that you're back. Let's go and have dinner first. Su Yuxing looked at the two of them, his eyes full of relief, and nodded repeatedly. Good. As he spoke, Su Yu turned his gaze towards the ninth elder and elder Li, nodded at them and said, Elder. Long time no see. The ninth elder also nodded in response. Let's have a simple meal together. Su Yu smiled. As for the ninth elder, Su Yu still had a good impression of him. After all, he was so weak at the time that he even thought about persuading the ninth elder to protect him. It also seems very ridiculous. Now that I've grown up, looking back at my past behavior, I really think I was silly and cute. The ninth elder is also like this. Now that he has gotten on the right track, if there is an opportunity in the future, he will not hesitate to repay the trust that the ninth elder had shown him. He and the ninth elder walked together, and the two chatted like old friends who hadn't seen each other for many years. Even he never even glanced at Su Qingying, Su Wanqing and Chen Yanxi. Because in his eyes, they are no longer good enough, or rather, those childish behaviors in the past are now long gone. If they still want to entangle, then Su Yu didn't mind letting them know what his attitude was. He didn't do this, so he won't take the blame. Watching Su Yu and the Ninth Elder chatting and laughing as they walked in front, behind him, Su Qingying and the other three stopped where they were and just looked at his back. Third sister, what does he mean? Su Wanqing couldn't help but ask. You came back with him, so you should have had some conversation. The more she looked at Su Yu, the more she disliked him. Whose brother would be such a bastard? Even though decades have passed, her appearance has not aged, and is still the same as before, and her character is the same, as if she has never changed. If her cultivation level had not reached the quasi-saint level, one would have wondered if she had been stopped in time. Su Miao heard this and glanced at her second sister. After a moment of silence, she said, what he means is no matter what we want to do, just come and he won't hide. Arrogant, Su Wanqing couldn't help but complain after hearing this. This bastard brother is so arrogant. Looking at Su Wanqing's indignant face, Su Miao couldn't help but say, second sister, perhaps what he did back then maybe there's a deeper meaning behind it. After all, before Su Miao could finish her words, Su Wanqing interrupted her in a decisive tone, no matter what his mentality is, this matter must be resolved. We agreed to end it 10 years later, but we never expected it to be put off until now. This time, we have to resolve this matter no matter what. As she spoke, she suddenly paused, a glint flashed in her eyes, and she slowly said, at least. I want to hear him apologize in person. Soon, everyone arrived at the Su family square. No outside forces were invited to this banquet, and the Su family only invited some close friends to come and have a simple celebration together. After all, there is a powerful enemy in front of them, so they dare not make a big fuss. Afraid of causing trouble for Su Yu, the banquet went smoothly without any setbacks and passed easily. All the Su family disciples and guests had a great time. Of course, the Su family's competition is also indispensable. Now, after a few decades, the Su family has also added a lot of young people. The cultivation environment has improved and resources are sufficient. Today's Su family disciples are both talented and skilled. There are even 16-year-old boys who have reached the Spirit Sea realm. Moreover, the talent test shows that he has the qualifications of a saint. This also made the people of the Su family very excited. After all, if a person with the qualifications of a saint is well cultivated, and now the Su family has the Holy Scroll of the Gods and the Holy Realm skills, there will definitely be another saint in the future. If the Golden Age works hard to develop, there will definitely be a Holy Realm force in the future. The Su family's future is bright. After having a good meal and drinking, the competition was over, and in the evening the Su family members arranged the guests to be sent out on flying boats one after another. They were busy until the evening, when the guests left and many of the Su family's disciples went back to rest. At this time, Su family square was still brightly lit. In the square, Su Yu looked at his cheap father and grandfather chatting with the Ninth Elder and others, and felt a lot of emotion in his heart. This kind of harmonious atmosphere actually he likes it very much. However, people like me are not suitable to be involved with them too much, as it will only harm them. It would be great if there was no threat from the Emperor's tomb. However, it was precisely because of this that Su Yu became more determined in his thinking. Think of this, Su Yu suddenly walked over and said, Dad, I have a big treasure for you. Hearing Su Yu's voice, Su Yuxing, who was originally drinking and chatting, turned his head. His face flushed with joy, and he asked, what is so mysterious? Ayu, keep the good stuff for yourself. You've advanced in your cultivation now, so you need more resources. Don't think about me all the time. We are living well. You are just like your mother. You always think about your family instead of yourself. Daddy wants to talk to you. As a monk, you should be more selfish. Su Yuxing chattered incessantly, and every word he said was for Su Yu's consideration. The others also smiled when they heard it. After all, this is true. Monks should be more selfish. I don't lack anything. You don't need to give me anything. I have enough. If I need anything, I can get it myself, Dad. You. Just when Su Yuxing was about to continue speaking, Su Yu interrupted him with a slight smile. Dad, this is what I'm talking about. As soon as he finished speaking, Su Yu took out two huge source stones from his storage ring. Boom. As the originium fell to the ground, a sound was heard. Everyone's eyes froze instantly, and Elder 9 and Elder Li stood up from their chairs with their eyes wide open. At this moment, everyone became dead silent. The source stone of life. The young son of the ancient earth Qilin and the ancient phoenix. Chapter 262. Today, I borrow my son's light to sweep away the darkness in my heart. The moment they saw Su Yu take out the things, the two elders at the peak of the Saint Realm lost their composure and stood up immediately. The two of them, regardless of their image, began to circle around the source stone of life. At this moment, their eyes were full of shock and confusion. After looking at it for a long time, the ninth elder withdrew his gaze with a hint of regret. He then looked at Su Yu, who was calm and composed, and couldn't help but ask, you just gave such a rare treasure to your own family. Do you know what these two things you gave away mean? On the other side, Elder Li took over the conversation and said solemnly, this is the true beast that all great emperors dream of riding. It is a powerful creature that belongs to the ranks of sacred beasts. Hatch one of them, and you'll have one more partner on your path to becoming an emperor. No one will be able to compete with you in the future. Moreover, the Earth Qilin and the ancient Phoenix are both pure-blooded sacred beasts. In this golden age, they will definitely be able to break through to the great emperor level and even independently embark on the immortal path and ascend to heaven. They are also the most terrifying race in the upper realm. Even the immortal sects in the upper realms must show respect to these sacred beasts. The ninth elder nodded in agreement, then earnestly advised, it's very kind of you to do so, but I still suggest that you hatch this creature yourself and keep it with you. They are the best companions for you. Using it to protect a small family is really a waste of talent. Although the words were harsh, every word was the truth and was for Su Yu's own good. Even Su Yuxing and Su Tianming agreed with the two elders' words and said solemnly, Ayu, we are very satisfied that you have this intention. But it is most beneficial for you to have these pure-blooded holy beasts follow you. Although our family is a little small, no one can destroy us now. Before they could finish their words, Su Yu interrupted with a smile, Dad, Grandpa, there's no reason to take back what I've given away. These two life source stones will be left to the Su family to incubate. My future will be difficult. If I don't become an emperor, it will be difficult for me to contact my family again. I can't bring trouble to you. So, for your safety and the safety of the Su family, I can only feel at ease if these two creatures are left in the Su family. Hearing this, the ninth elder and Elder Li froze for a moment. The ninth elder reacted, his face tinged with anxiety as he said, Boy, don't be so impulsive. The imperial road is too difficult. Having an invincible partner is the dream of many people. However, before the ninth elder could finish his words, Su Yu said with a serious face, Ninth elder. My way is invincible. I am invincible in the world, and I will crush all obstacles with my fists. This is my obsession, I must cut it off to feel at ease. He was very confident. Not to say that he would always be invincible, but at least, with his own skills and what he possessed, it would be no problem for him to be invincible in this universe. Even if you cheat, you can't be invincible. Then what use is he? The young Earth Qilin and the ancient Phoenix were certainly very strong, but he was confident that they were even stronger. Moreover, he also wanted to break the cage with his own strength. Anyone who offends me will die. Seeing Su Yu suddenly become serious, the Ninth Elder and Elderly were stunned, their Adam's apples rolling, and the words they wanted to say were blocked in their throats. No matter how they tried to persuade him, in the end they all turned into helpless sighs. Well, I hope you can really go on like this smoothly. After saying that, the two stopped trying to persuade him and stepped aside, watching all this quietly with mixed feelings in their eyes. They know, the Su family on this day, in addition to the three sisters Su Yu and Su Qingying, they also had their own power to protect the clan. Earth Qilin, ancient phoenix species. Once these two pure-blooded holy beasts are hatched, they will instantly reach the level of celestial beings and quasi-saints. If the supply of resources can keep up, the two holy beasts will be able to reach the level of quasi-emperors within 100 years. Even more powerful, with unlimited immortal sources and even immortal marrow, as well as the supply of natural treasures within a few decades. Enough to create two quasi-emperor holy beasts, and it is an invincible holy beast that surpasses its peers. The sacred beast that everyone, even those in the top holy places, dreamed of, now belong to the Su family, a first-class family. It's really like the fire coming out of the ancestral grave is not that big. This must be the hot magma. We should also establish a good relationship with the Su family in the future. At least, I should allocate 1/3 of my family's resources to provide them with sacred beasts. If I unfortunately perish in the future, or if my time comes, there will be a powerful force to protect my family. The two elders couldn't help but think so. They have had the longest contact with the Su family and know the Su family's family education and character best, so they are completely trustworthy. Both of them came from grassroots backgrounds and had their own small families that they had built with their own hard work. For their own offspring, it's time for them to do something. Nowadays, nothing is more worthwhile than making friends with the Su family. Even if it means they lose everything, they are willing to invest in it. After convincing Elder 9 and Elder Li, Su Yu turned his gaze to Su Yuxing, who was still in a daze, and said with a soft smile, "Father, come on, squeeze out a drop of blood and place it on the life source stone. You don't have to worry about resources. You only need to sign a soul partner contract with the two sacred beasts. Leave the rest to me." He had the confidence to say this because he had mastered the inheritance of Master Yuan Tian, and had already collected countless resources such as Shanyuan and Shanyuan Sui. Moreover, there is also what Dudian Quasi-Emperor gave him. It is completely sufficient to hatch two sacred beasts. However, how to train them in the future depends on whether the Su family can strive for it. If they can quickly enable the two sacred beasts to add to the great sacred realm. Su Yuxing opened his mouth when he heard this, with hesitation and confusion in his eyes. He was also a proud and ambitious person at the beginning, but his family was weak and his generation was in a period of transition. He was the only one who could take on the position of head of the family as his brothers had all died. After the death of the old man of the Su family's generation, Su Yuxing's grandfather, Su Tianming, took over the position of guarding the family. Su Tianming resigned as the head of the family and was succeeded by his son Su Yuxing. Get married, have children, and educate them. After losing his beloved wife, he completely concealed his former brilliance and dreams, letting his dreams and brilliance be obscured by dust. He thought that this was how his life would be, but he was very pleased to see his younger generations making progress one by one. Who would have thought? My youngest son actually gave me such a big surprise. Sweep away the dust in his heart. Let your dreams shine again. Thinking of this, Su Yuxing's expression became even more complicated. Finally, he looked at Su Yu and said with emotion, "At the beginning I thought you would be like me. If your grandfather could not survive the calamity of soul decay and died, I would take his place and use the Su family's secret method to break through the realm of incomplete heaven and man to protect the Su family. And you will take over my position and become the new head of the Su family. Who would have thought that in just a few years? You're already showing your potential. Now he has become famous throughout the universe and has become a true saint-level power." Listening to Su Yuxing sigh, Su Yu smiled bright and slightly, and he urged softly, "Dad, come on." Hearing this, Su Yuxing smiled, rubbed the corners of his eyes, adjusted his mood, and then said loudly, "Okay. From today on, I will pick up my dream of spiritual practice again and set sail once again." Ha ha ha. Su Yuxing laughed loudly and took out his weapon. Then he cut his palm without hesitation, circulated the energy of his chi and blood to the apex of his heart, and squeezed out 2 drops of blood from the apex of his heart. Tick. As the sound of dripping water rang out, the essence of blood from the apex of the heart fell on the 2 source stones of life. A moment later, buzz, the light blooms and the source stone of life trembles. Today, I will borrow my son's light to sweep away the darkness in my heart. Boom. Chapter 263, Let go of your worries, I can better walk my immortal path. As the outer shell of the life source stone emitted a soft light, the throbbing of 2 lives, or rather the heartbeats, sounded leisurely. Plop, plop, 2 unusual shadows soon appeared in the light. The first one is a kneeling figure with cross-legged legs, a phantom of a Qilin with deer horns, a dragon head, a lion body, ox hooves, and a dragon tail. The dragon head is lowered with eyes closed as if taking a nap. At this moment, he already has the rhythm of life. The second one is a phoenix that is fiery red all over, with a gorgeous crown and feathers, a majestic look, wings like clouds, and flame patterns all over its body. When the phantom formed, Su Yuxing felt something in his heart, and blood from the apex of his heart kept dripping, drop after drop. Soon, his complexion also gradually turned from rosy to pale, which was a normal phenomenon due to excessive consumption of essence and blood. Most people would be scared out of their wits if they encountered such a situation. Only Su Yuxing became more and more excited, and his eyes became clear and sharp. Because, he felt it, feel the bond between the 2 ancient sacred beasts. With our hard work, we have written a partnership contract. We share the same life and destiny. Even the laws of nature cannot sever our bond, Su Yuxing shouted in a low voice. Puff, the next second, Su Yuxing spat out a mouthful of blood from the tip of his tongue. The blood mist fell on the source stone of life and was quickly absorbed completely. Boom, suddenly, 2 muffled thunders exploded in the sky. As a clear sense of bond gradually rose from deep within his heart, Su Yuxing's eyes revealed ecstasy. It's done, buzz. As the contract was established, all the strange phenomena suddenly disappeared, as if they had never appeared. Dad, congratulations. From now on, our destiny will continue. Su Yu smiled brightly. Seeing that Su Yuxing had completely used the things he had given him as a gift, he felt relieved. At least, from now on, he didn't have to worry about the Su family anymore, let alone miss them too much. People like him should fight alone, or in other words, his power should not be generated within the Su family, but should be cultivated by himself. He has too many methods, but he didn't want to use it on the Su family. Walk your own path, little by little surpass them little by little, until they are completely unable to catch up with you and everything is completely cut off. That is the time when you truly rule the heavens. The Su family's love and the obsession of the previous life will all be cut off in this life. From now on, he is for himself, and he is his complete self. Do whatever you want. Haha, I should be the one to say thank you, but there's no need for you and I, father and son, to be so pretentious. Su Yuxing was in a very good mood. Now, he has a connection with the immortals and the 2 sacred beasts, and his future is limitless. In response to this, Su Yu just smiled and did not respond. And not far away, the three sisters of the Su family, who had been observing Su Yu, had an illusion after seeing his current appearance. That is, they felt that Su Yu was relieved and distant. Alienation. Who was he alienating? Su family. At this moment, the three of them felt a little depressed. Su Yu's performance made them feel very unreal. Their previous impression of Su Yu was that he was insidious, a villain, and a master of disguise. And he likes to steal things. But when they saw with their own eyes that the source of life, which was revered as a sacred beast by the world and coveted by countless people in even top holy places, was given away by Su Yu like this, they felt that this shouldn't be right. I even wondered if Su Yu really valued the opportunities they had back then. Double pupils, supreme bone, bloodline of the immortal phoenix. Now, the achievements they have made by relying on these innate things are far inferior to Su Yu. Will the other party really look down on them? What on earth are you thinking? What kind of mood did you have in mind when you were so cruel to your sisters? All three of them were confused. It seemed that his previous goal of becoming stronger and his obsession with Su Yu were shattered in an instant. Although it didn't completely dissipate, but at least, after Su Yu gave away these two things, 70% to 80% of them were distributed. Today's 20% to 30% obsession. They were just still brooding over the fact that Su Yu almost killed them. Su Yu didn't want to know what the three women were thinking at the moment. At this moment, he took out several storage rings and handed them to Su Yuxing, saying, Dad, the resources here are enough to feed the two sacred beasts for a while. If you need any resources from now on, you can apply to Jushao Holy Land. I will tell senior brother Shengju when I return. Just focus on training the sacred beast. After taking the storage ring, Su Yuxing covered it with his spiritual sense with a little curiosity. After a moment, his pupils suddenly shrank. So much. 6 storage rings, filled with divine source marrow, immortal source, and immortal source marrow. There are also countless natural treasures. Conservative estimate. These are thousands or even tens of thousands of times more than the Su family's existing wealth after it is converted into resources. Even the Holy Land created by the Great Saint Realm does not have such rich resources. But Su Yu took it out casually. You need resources yourself. This, Su Yuxing subconsciously refused. But Su Yu didn't give him this opportunity. He smiled and said, I have resources at any time. These are just things I spend a little time to get. They are not particularly good. But it's enough for the Su family. Dad, take it. I have no shortage of resources. Seeing Su Yu's calm refusal, Su Yuxing hesitated for a moment and nodded, okay. As a family, I will keep my word. In the future, I will bring the sacred beast out and plunder resources to compensate Su Yu. Then I'll take it. Seeing him accept the things, Su Yu's smile became brighter. Easy. Another worry resolved. The state of mind is almost perfect. Although the karma has not been fully repaid, if I take it step by step, it will eventually fade away one day. Perhaps. The day it fades away will be the day I become an emperor and leave this universe. Su Yuxing put away his storage ring, thought for a moment, and then said seriously, with these resources, the Qilin and the Phoenix should be born within a year. Speaking of the Phoenix, Su Yuxing suddenly turned his gaze towards the three silent sisters not far away, and finally fixed his gaze on Su Muyao. He said, Muyao, you have the bloodline of the immortal divine Phoenix. After the ancient Phoenix hatches, you can use its essence and blood to completely evolve and purify your bloodline into the true Phoenix form. Hearing her father bring the topic to herself, Su Muyao was stunned and said, but this Phoenix is Su Yu. Su Yuxing frowned when he heard this and said, we are one family, so we should keep our distance. Dad is right. Su Yu interrupted at the right time and said with a smile. Then, he turned his gaze to 3 people, no, or rather 4 people, including his fiancée, Chen Yunxi. Looking at the 4 people, Su Yu's smile became brighter. 3 sisters, Yunxi, let's fulfill the promise we made back then. Let go of your worries. I can also better embark on my own path of cultivation. Come fight. Bang. Chapter 264. My physique and magical powers are no match for you, big sister. I am not as good as you. Su Yu's spiritual power gradually ignited. The feeling of vastness was so great that even the Ninth Elder and Elder Li, who were both at the peak of the Saint Realm, felt a sense of oppression. Very powerful. A mid-stage Saint Realm cultivator could bring them this kind of pressure. It had to be said that Su Yu's progress was rapid. Etc. When they sensed Su Yu's aura, the 2 elders were stunned. The Ninth Elder even shouted, you broke through again. Mid-stage Saint Realm, old man Li Chong was dumbfounded. He knew that Su Yu was very talented and that even the Saint Lord Jushao was very optimistic about him. He even went so far as to personally stand up for him. But, this progress of cultivation is too outrageous. Middle stage of Saint Realm. Seeing everyone shocked, Su Yu smiled slightly and said, when you break through to the Saint level, you will reach the middle Saint level. Hiss. When several people heard this, they couldn't help but gasp. The breakthrough is the middle stage of Saint. Invincible posture. It's about appearance, not talent. Same pronunciation, but different meanings. After recovering from the shock, the Ninth Elder was filled with emotion. It really has infinite possibilities. If you become a quasi-emperor, who can compete with you for the throne? Being able to become a saint, it can be said that the road ahead for Su Yu has been opened. Now he only lacks resources and cultivation. As long as these 2 are accumulated, it is not impossible for Su Yu to directly achieve enlightenment. The appearance of an immortal. Elder Li also nodded heavily, with great certainty. The talent Su Yu displayed at this time was already unparalleled, and no one could be better than him. As long as you don't die, you can become an immortal. It seems that the day when the 3 religions reunite to form an immortal sect is just around the corner. The Ninth Elder looked at Su Yu in amazement, then said, now that you have reached the level of a saint, I'm afraid that when you return this time, you will learn the techniques of the other peaks. When you become a great saint and come into contact with the techniques of Shenshao Peak, as long as you truly have the potential to become an immortal, you will be able to reunite the 3 religions and bring the Taishuan immortal sect back to the world. If you want to reunite the 3 religions into an immortal sect, you need more than just the cultivation of an immortal. Instead, it is to reproduce the immortal skills of the 3 religions. Only in this way can the 3 religions be reunited. Only in this way can the Taishuan immortal sect come into being. If Taishuan can be reunited, the road to immortality will be opened in the future, and the guide from the Taishuan immortal gate in the immortal world will come again. Su Yu is also qualified to become a direct disciple of Taishuan immortal sect in the upper realm. And it goes straight in. Let's talk about these things later. Su Yu smiled and did not respond. His main goal now is to clear the obstacles in front of him. The Emperor's tomb and the Great Zhou, certainly. He has an even bigger ambition, which is to trample all the children of destiny under his feet. In this life, he will not allow anyone more powerful than him to appear. He alone is enough. Everyone else can only be a stepping stone. Anyone who dares to resist will be killed. Be arbitrary for eternity, starting from this universe. 3 sisters, Miss Chen, are you planning to come together or one by one? Su Yu ignored their shock and instead focused his attention on the 3 sisters of the Su family. He gave them this opportunity. Bring it on. Try to kill me. In the past, he still maintained a relatively childish mentality, that is, he was afraid but also wanted to keep these feelings. But now that I think about it, it's really ridiculous. I clearly have a more powerful chi, so why should I be afraid of these people who are destined to succeed me? The one who wanted to kill you and snatch your opportunity was the holy son of the Emperor's tomb. What does that have to do with me, a time traveler? I won't take the blame for taking it for so long. Su Yu undoubtedly exuded the aura of a mid-stage saint. Su Qingying and the other three felt like they had something stuck in their throats and couldn't say anything. The highest among the four of them is only Chen Yunxi, who is at the peak of quasi-saint and only needs one step to become a saint. The three sisters Su Qingying, Su Wanqing and Su Miao are only at the early to middle stage of quasi-saint. How can it be compared? What's more, even if they become saints, they cannot defeat Su Yu. With a simple golden faith, Su Yu is no longer a threat. Unless they are rich golden in color, or golden-hearted sons of fortune who focus on improving their combat power like Wang Hang, he doesn't care about the rest of the people. Only the destined son of the combat system is worthy of his special attention. Su Yu noticed their hesitation and couldn't help but laugh. Ha ha ha, what are you guys talking about? There are no outsiders here, so I'll just say it straight. Having said that, Su Yu stopped. His gaze was focused on the first person, Su Qingying, his elder sister who possessed the supreme bones. Sister, you said I coveted your supreme bone, but do you know how does my body compare to your supreme bone? Boom. As soon as he finished speaking, Su Yu's body suddenly erupted with an extreme aura of chaos. Chaos body. It can break all laws, change rules, ignore everything, and become an immortal body. At this moment, Su Yu was like a banished immortal who had descended to the mortal world. A chaotic aura emanated from his entire body, like a lingering fairy mist. His handsome face was adorned with a hint of majesty, the holy power that belonged to the holy realm. Every step he took was like a huge earthquake, causing people's hearts to tremble unconsciously. Big sister, I wonder how much worse my chaos body is than yours. Su Yu stared at the other person with sharp eyes. Being looked at like this by him, even someone as proud and aloof as Su Qingying couldn't help but look away. Her expression kept changing, and finally turned into unwillingness. As well as, I'm convinced, not bad, Su Qingying whispered, my supreme bone is not as good as yours. This is the truth, supreme bone, supreme. In the distant ancient times, the supreme being was the emperor whom the world respects today. The supreme bone, also called the great emperor bone. It contains the secret techniques of rules, which are powers that can only be mastered by quasi-emperors and above. The owner of the supreme bone is born with the ability to master the secret technique. But the supreme is just an emperor after all, not an immortal. Su Yu's chaotic body is heading straight for the fairyland. It's far beyond her reach. Hearing the other party's answer, Su Yu smiled, then quickly disappeared, the corners of his lips raised, and several different magical auras burst out. Swallow gold, go up the mountain, follow the laws of heaven and earth. As Su Yu's low roar sounded, his body continued to grow larger. Although it was not as strong as when he exploded with all his strength, it was still extremely ferocious. Even if he was extremely restrained, it was difficult to conceal the power of his supernatural powers. Then, how much worse are my one earthly demon level magical power and two heavenly gang magical powers than your spatial rules? Boom, supernatural powers are a means that only Jiang can possess. Moreover, a magical power also represents a rule. After the quasi-emperor, the law of magical power is the law of rules. Su Yu's three magical powers also represent that he has mastered three laws. Looking at Su Yu, who was radiating divine light like a god, Su Qingying was completely bewildered. She felt the terrifying power of her younger brother for the first time. Thousands of thoughts came to mind, but in the end they all turned into a sigh of loss and confusion. I am not as good as you. Chapter 265. Let me see, can your immortal inheritance be stronger than mine? As soon as Su Qingying uttered these words, everyone's expression changed slightly. Only Su Yu's handsome face had an especially bright smile. I like it this way, coveting your supreme bone. It doesn't exist. The system itself is invincible, so why do we need to borrow the supreme bone of double pupils? Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully suppressing the son of golden destiny and receiving the reward. Su Yu did not study the reward carefully. After suppressing his eldest sister Su Qingying, he immediately turned his attention to his second sister Su Wanqing, whose face was flickering. Looking at the person with double pupils who could see through all illusions, Su Yu slowly said, second sister. Hearing Su Yu's voice, Su Wanqing raised her head and met his gaze. I don't know why. This sight actually made her mind shaken. What's the matter? Su Wanqing calmed herself down and said in a deep voice. Su Yu smiled, and when he looked at her, there was a hint of amusement in his eyes. He said, although I don't have any magical powers related to my eyes, I don't have the fiery eyes or the golden eyes. Any magical powers related to my eyes, I don't have the fiery eyes or the golden eyes. But, it is said that the double pupils can see through all illusions in the world, and can even detect all the weaknesses of the enemy. Even when the double pupils are cultivated to the extreme, they can see through the origin of time. When Su Wanqing